folks at home. Hello. I'm Dan. We got Mary. We got Mike. We got cool Judge Jake over there.
That's not Jake.
Oh, right. That's your fucking celebrity guest.
No, it's not it. This is different. This is just a costume.
If that's different, then I honestly don't know what you're talking about. We'll get to that.
Yeah,
First of all, this is the pre-show. I have set this all up in a different room for the first time, so we need to check and make sure it's working. So we got that cam there. Judge Jake, why don't you hit us with the table cam there? Hello, folks. We're talking to these mics. Let's all talk.
Check 1, 2.
Testing. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. How are we sounding?
How we sounding, baby? How we sounding?
Testing. 1, 2.
If anyone needs anyone higher or lower, I can do that right now. So
This is about how loud I'll be talking.
I'll be talking
calmly
like
all
this.
night. I will
Everyone
not go
is sounding
higher.
really good.
Excellent.
This is crisp. Everything sounds good.
Hell
Audio
yes.
sounds fantastic. So I think we're good there.
Okay,
Cool.
that sounds fantastic.
Here
All
at
right,
Frank
and,
Lloyd Wright's house.
I'm sick. Everyone's gonna be sick. This is what happens here. Apparently,
Dan drank out of my glass already.
that was a mistake. We also will not be checking chat. Us three will not. If there is something wrong, if the stream goes down, if there's anything like that going on, Judge Jake.
I'll be checking it. We're not going to respond to it unless I see like a technical issue, and then I'll let.
Yes. So you can convey technical issues and stuff to Jake.
Yeah.
Other than that, just have fun in the chat, be cool and everything. But we will not be seeing it. This is going to go out on the audio feed and everything.
We're focused on a quality podcast,
professional podcast
output here. So
Civil discussions.
we're focused on our verbal arguments and
Yes.
dissertation. Jake is also our technical director tonight, and so if there are issues, you're the one who will see it.
Yep, I'm watching.
I'll
All
check
right.
every
Like a
once in a
hawk.
while.
Although I will have to take these glasses off at some point.
Oh
'cause
my! Well,
I can't-
that's like a 20% cool reduction if that
know.
happens.
I
so,
don't know about that. I don't know about that.
anything else? Is it hot? I can turn down the heat. I can open up a window. It's
Feels good to
38 degrees outside. What do you think?
No, it feels good.
Yeah, I'm feeling good.
Would you mind if I cranked it down a couple?
If you want to, go for it.
Okay, let
Don't
me
make
do
us
that
tell
real
you
quick.
we want it.
All right, let me do that real quick. I'll do that. Tell a fun joke, Mike.
You've been telling
I've been
a lot
telling
this
quite a
weekend.
few jokes. What's appropriate though while we're live? None.
You should tell
of
that
them.
joke about your favorite guy.
My favorite guy?
Yeah.
Who?
No, I'm not going to say.
Oh no, that wouldn't be funny. We can't like show. We're not going to show everybody on the show, but we did ask Dan to put his money where his mouth was.
Let's save that here. Let's go. Let's start the actual shoot podcast here, and then we
But
can
everybody's
talk
talking
about,
about it.
that. Everyone's talking about it. They're clamoring. Yes.
Don't you don't think we should at least
I do
say that it's going to
see-
come later?
I do see,
Yeah.
Jake, I'd turn Dan down a tiny
Turn me
bit
down a little bit?
in case he gets louder as the night goes on.
That doesn't happen. All right. Wait, is that just a joke, or do I actually need to be down a little
I
bit?
started to read it thinking to turn you down, but it sounds like
In case it's a
you
joke.
get
I won't be
louder,
loud.
so-
I won't be loud. I got a sore throat. Yeah, let's start the actual thing, and then we can ramble a little bit, and we can talk about the tub thing.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Ready?
Yeah, I'm just going to take a timer note. When
Yes,
when
we're
we
recording
start.
here. We are recording in Audacity. We got the backup. This is going, right, Jake? Should be.
Yes, it's
Okay,
going.
great.
Do you want me to intro the episode? Or do you want to?
I can intro and kind of bring it in, and then if Jake will announce the categories, we'll round robin for the nominees.
Okay. I just asked because I'm usually really, really good with our intros. I've never flubbed one.
Yeah, if you want to intro it, go ahead.
10 out
you
of
can't.
10.
No.
No, you can take the torch for the night.
Okay. All right. Well, I think we're ready to start a Game of the Year podcast. How's that
Fourth
sound?
annual.
Yes. Yes. The big one.
Before we started, I said it looks like you're a dad and we're your two evil twins.
So you got flanking me as well. Yeah.
No, I'm going to
All
be
right.
completely civil all night.
Mommy says I'm the good one.
I'm the bad one.
Well-
I'm naughty.
Bad, but a boy.
One of them filled my tub with macaroni. But anyway, let's. All right. Ready? Are we? What are we coming in on? I'm not going to address the camera most of the time because we won't be able to see what you're on. So yeah, I'll just.
I'm going to leave it on this one probably for most of it.
Okay, cool. But in general, like during the talks, I'll just kind of like let's not address camera since we won't know what he's on. Okay, are we ready? All right,
Do it.
ladies and gentlemen, it is the end of 2023. I am Dan. That's Mary. That's Mike. That's the cool Judge Jake. We are here to determine serious video game categories. We are the only podcast or show or stream that is awarding video games of the year with awards, and so I'm glad we're carrying that torch. Maybe others can follow suit, but we're here at my house.
It's a lovely house. We've never
okay.
been here before in the snowy, delightful plains of Minnesota. It's a really nice environment and shockingly a great background considering we're so bar themed. Your house is very bar themed, Dan.
Pretty thrilled with this room when we moved in. It's like, okay, I can get some use out of this room for sure.
Feels like we're in a cool, cozy bar. This is a trap. This is your house. It's awesome.
It's going to be a cool, cozy night of fun conversations and agreeing. Yes.
Civil conversations, generous, give and take.
My bathtub was filled with macaroni and cheese as of 2 hours ago.
But it's clean now.
It is. It is. I will say that was a prank, but you were gracious pranksters in cleaning it up, and all I had to do was breathe in or soak in some cheese humidity in my own bathroom. That was.
Yeah, it made me sick.
And that is the last prank of the night.
I honestly don't know what he's
Liar.
talking about here. So here's what I think is you've been promising this special celebrity
You know
guest.
exactly who it is.
I thought the joke was that he was Elvis.
Thank you very much.
Because we bought a stupid wig. Okay,
two.
well then I know. Okay.
Elvis was the one I was talking about, but we had a last minute one say they would
Okay.
be in town.
Okay.
We had our friend dig him up, reanimate him. Well, two friends. One dug him up, one reanimated
I have
him.
no idea what you're talking
I believe
about.
the judge has actually met him before, so that'll be interesting.
Elvis
the
has met
reunion.
this man.
What, are you planning on? Are you doing this now, or
No,
what are
no,
we
no,
doing
no. I'm just, I'm
He's planting seeds.
promoing later.
Yeah.
Planting the seeds.
Yes.
Water it.
Anything we should get to before we get to the business? How's your time? What's your thoughts on Minnesota, Minneapolis?
I think it's cool. We had a Juicy Lucy and we recorded some of that. There'll be some fun bonuses for patrons and people who have supported us. And I think we should really start this by saying thank you to people who support us because it actually is how we flew out to see each other and spend time with each other this year. It's kind of a nice culmination of reminding ourselves that we still do this awesome podcast together and we literally do it because of you. So thank you very much for, actually, can you say thank you very much?
Thank you very much.
For
Nice.
supporting
Great.
the podcast and believing in us and the stupid thing that we do because it's literally the reason we were all together towards the end of the year. So this is for you. This is why we're doing this and we're really happy to do this. So let's start fucking fighting.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I think the way we're going to do this is we will be able to see the list here. Judge Jake, cool Judge Jake, will be announcing the categories, which there are like 25 or upper. There's 29. Okay.
Yeah.
Or no,
This
there's
is-
some stuff.
29
No.
categories?
It's in the 20s, but I think there were a few extra pages in our doc because we left some stuff from last year
Right.
to
Right.
remember.
Okay. There's a
But
lot.
those are
There's
decent.
definitely
It's in the
over
20s.
20. I'm guessing around 25.
I would say 50% of them are garbage, like
Yeah.
absolute
Oh.
silly concepts
Oh,
that don't
yes,
deserve.
yes.
Yeah, I don't think so at all. They're all very serious things. But if we want to jump into the first one, we today literally were just like going back over the run of show, and we
Sure.
were talking about the weird through line each year, what it would have been. I think last year was a quote unquote slower year, so we got into a lot of like weirder stuff we might not try, and that was super enjoyable. But then there's like the common mechanical conceits that are in a bunch of games, which is like a grapple hook last year, but we couldn't really think of one this year. But then the more we thought about it, the more we thought there's a bunch of games with really just like pristine, clean gameplay loops that in and of itself makes for a great game.
that play well on the Switch or Steam Deck specifically. Yeah.
And can just
Portable.
while away the hours on a plane or just when you need to pass some time. Not to say that they're just to kill time, but I think this year a lot of developers came out guns blazing with some games that just were extremely well made feedback
Portable.
loops.
Portable, I think, is something
For this
that will
category,
come up.
yes, but there are some other things like I don't know, God of War's DLC even that kind of honed in on like a more of a roguelite kind of thing. Not that these are roguelites, but yeah, but for the playing game, we're talking portable.
Yeah, as someone who has a lot of anxiety with flying, I put a huge premium personally on playing games because like anything that can make those 3 hours or whatever go by faster like is a godsend for me. So anything where my brain just like shuts off and gets caught in that loop is great. But I guess we'll find out what the best one is when we go to
Our first category.
The best plane game.
nominees are
Pikmin 4.
Dave the Diver,
Cocoon,
Wizard with a gun.
Super Mario RPG,
Suika game,
Jusant.
The Legend of Zelda: Tears of the Kingdom.
Dredge.
Deliberate.
Dredge is overrated.
Dredge
Oh
is
my
what?
God.
You went for one of the best games first. Pikmin 4 is over. No, I'm just kidding. I like Pikmin 4. I don't think we'll argue against Pikmin 4 at all.
I think we should go for some weak ones first.
Like Dredge. Okay.
I played
Tears of the Kingdom.
I played Wizard with a gun and on a plane, and it was actually quite delightful. I don't think it holds a candle to these other games, but I do think it's worth saying that I soaked hours into Wizard with a gun. Soaked hours.
Is that a way you can say time? You soaked hours?
I soaked hours into
Sank?
it.
Soaked is a weird. Soaked is weird.
Now that you say sank, that's the word I wanted.
Yeah, that seems like a better one. Yeah.
I just
we'll fix it
can't-
in post. Yeah. Give us a clean read with
no,
sank.
I'm not fixing that. It's staying.
Okay, the judges ruled. Yes.
I can't blame that I'm
I've
tired or
soaked
that
a
I'm
bunch of-
drunk. I
And you
soaked a bunch of hours.
Still a bit of like macaroni humidity in your blood.
Well, we did just have wine paired with Popeyes, so
Well, I'm still drinking that too. It's
I'm
a good
having-
Vouvray. I was telling you, Chenin Blanc, I think goes really well. It's a bit of a sweeter, like an off-dry
I
wine
have
most
3
of the time.
beverages. I have the Johnny Walker Blue, white wine,
A Vouvray.
a Vouvray, and Dr. Pepper.
Vouvray Voltaire.
Anyway, I put a lot of hours into Wizard. I don't think it's as
Soaked.
good as these other ones. So we can remove that one.
You could soak hours in Dredge because it's seaborne.
I played a shit ton of Dredge on a plane. That game is
I think
fantastic.
the
I
game
played-
has a good gimmick. It is
Gimmick?
fine.
What is the
It's-
gimmick?
It's a fishing game, but then it's spooky. You know, like
That's not a
it's like,
gimmick.
once that gimmick kind of
It's
like,
not like, what,
it's-
hold on. Before you start using this word all night incorrectly, let's define gimmick.
Yeah.
like a hook.
That's very different from a gimmick. A gimmick is a cheap hook used
Well,
for
I know,
cheap
but
thrills.
in wrestling speak, a gimmick is not
This
a
is a
negative.
wrestling speak. This is the best video game
But then,
podcast.
Yeah, that's
in the
right.
world.
No one's a
you
wrestling
literally
person on
said a cheap hook. You said hook after.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
saying
no.
that's
When
a
I
gimmick
say
is a cheap hook, but a hook is like a
Okay.
hook.
when I say gimmick, it is not a negative at all. It is me saying like, oh, what's the hook? What's the cat?
like
What's
the gameplay
like-
conceit
okay.
kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. So
It's trademark.
The gimmick of Dredge is that like, oh, you think it's one thing and then it's another. It's fine. I just don't think it is. It kind of loses the fun factor. I was kind of into it for the first like 2 or 3 hours, and then the loop. We talk about the loop a lot with like playing games and stuff. I think it's kind of like, okay, I'm gonna go out and some bullshit is gonna try to hit my ship, and I got to try to avoid it, and I'm gonna dig up a bunch of bullshit, and then try to find the shop I got to go to and upgrade my thing. Like it, the loop was not super engaging to me. I thought, and once the gimmick is revealed, it's like, oh, that's clever, but I don't think it really kept me going throughout.
I 100%ed this game. I got every fish. And I did most of it on a plane because it's really easy if you don't have the time to dedicate to doing one of the larger concept. There's like really large things you have to do throughout the game that take many hours to sink in, but you do have time to have a day-night cycle where you fish and then bring back your catch. And if you get a unique fish, they add to your Rolodex, which is a really nice way to do it. Or you can just sell the fish, which you bank for money so that you can upgrade your ship so that you can actually proceed in the game and complain about it less. Yeah, I just don't think you were able to get through it.
I will say you have a very strong argument in that you 100% of it and played a lot of it on plane. So a very solid argument that I respect, and we will not remove it from the list.
I don't know if you guys need me here. It was very amicable.
What games?
you
What
know?
games could we? I like Jusant, but that same thing I would say as you. It wore off after like 2 hours for me.
I played almost the whole thing on a plane coming to and from the Game Awards, and I thought it was just a good because you can't you have to be paying attention the whole time you're playing because you're always like, oh, I got to hold this hand and this hand, and like you don't want to fall and all that stuff. So like it commands your moment to moment attention in a way that made these plane rides go pretty fast for me.
Yeah.
So I think there's other ones we could cut before that. Let me offer up
yeah,
one
why
of my
don't
own.
you fucking offer one?
I will.
Be the bigger person.
I will.
Okay.
Super Mario RPG. I played Sonic the Hedgehog 2 and 3. I played most of that Thanksgiving flights going to and from Kansas, and it's very, very good. It's one of my favorite games of the year. I don't think there's anything about it that necessarily makes it a great playing. It is a great playing game. I enjoyed playing it on a plane, but that's just because it's a great game. You know, it's like I don't think there's anything about the way that game goes that makes it a great playing game. So I would be fine cutting Mario RPG.
No, I'm fine with that. I never played it.
Yeah,
All
who
right,
cares?
very good. Who cares?
I've heard good things.
I rescind my handshake.
It's too late. It's been done.
Okay.
Struck out.
And also, for those who have not seen this before, or like the old, Giant Bomb style we used to do, we are going to be having a winner in each category, and there will be 2 unranked runners-up.
So we'll
I
pick
think that's
3, and then
nice.
we'll decide the winner from those.
Exactly.
Ideally, is
Yep,
how it
yep.
would
Okay.
happen, unless there's a very obvious one like Dredge. But
Go ahead.
what about Suika game?
I played it on the plane here for 20 minutes, and then I was like, I want to play something else, and I played Zelda.
But why? Why did you want to stop playing that game?
Because it's not that deep, and
No.
you can play it for like 30 minutes, but I can't play that game for 2 hours.
I think it's deceptively deep in that, like, when I first started playing, it's like, okay, you can get the gimmick really easy where it's like, oh, these 2 become this and everything. But I have found that I have gotten better as I played it more because you get more acquainted with the physics, and it's kind of like, oh, okay, these are going to pop out here, or I need to get all these small ones over here so they don't get to a place where I get, like, there is more depth to it than I think I gave it credit for at the beginning. And it really is a make time to spear game. I think we could probably cut other stuff first.
I mean, I wouldn't. There is no permanency of you cutting it now or later. What I'm saying is, are you really thinking this is going to win? Because that's not going to win.
I don't care enough about Suika game to put it up.
I'll say this: there are 3 games on here that I would personally pick above Suika game.
Okay.
So if
Does
you're
that,
all
would
okay
would
with that-
Suika be in your top 3, Mary?
It would not be in my top
Me
3.
neither.
Okay, I
I
think
played
that's-
a couple hours of it. I played it on my couch.
I think
not
it's
on
a
plane.
solid plain game. I don't think it's in our
Hey,
top 3.
all of these
It's
are
a
winners.
nice
Yes.
game to kill the dissent when you got to buckle your seatbelts, bring your tray.
It's
your
an
seat back
honor
up.
to be nominated.
Absolutely, yes.
We'll get their speech later.
It's cut. It's gone.
Thank you.
Okay, we're down to 6. For the audio listeners, Pikmin 4, Dave the Diver, Cocoon, Jasant, Tears of the Kingdom, and Dredge.
I did not play Cocoon on a plane.
I
Here
did.
did I.
I completely binged it on a couch one evening.
But I could see how it'd be good on a plane.
Well,
Again,
here's
the
the thing.
plane thing is
I have a-
almost
I have
incidental.
an argument
It's
why
like,
I wouldn't.
but the physicality of being on a plane sure helps, but I think the category is more what's the thing that can kill a couple hours when you don't need something extremely intensive, but you still want to get into like a flow state.
I think you have to be focused to play Cocoon because the puzzles are so heavy,
Yeah.
and it often is very focused on what you just previously learned.
Yes.
If you haven't been paying attention to what they just taught you, you're going to be really stuck with what's currently happening. Whereas a lot of these other games, it doesn't really matter. Pikmin, it doesn't matter what I did yesterday. I get a whole new cycle to try again. So there's just games I think that have a better loop that are more forgiving on a plane than Cocoon.
Pick up.
I think
play.
Cocoon's better for binging like you did, because I did play Cocoon on a plane, and you're right in that, like, if I was in the middle of doing something, when you're on a plane, when it descends, you got to stop playing, and so you don't get to choose. Like, you could be in the middle of a big thing, and then the next time you pick it up a few days later, it's like, oh, I forgot what the fuck I was doing. So I would say good game, good binge game, maybe not a great playing game.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, I was
Got it.
surprised when it went on there that the same reason I wouldn't have put Chance of Saynar on it. Between the 3 really good puzzle games I played this year, Cocoon, Chance of Saynar, Viewfinder, I wouldn't consider any of them good playing games.
Sure.
Sure.
Okay.
Dave the Diver, though.
That's a great playing game. I
because
played
it
a lot.
never-
of it.
game.
Dan, we were talking about this earlier, or all of us were, but Dan, you had a counterpoint. I was saying, of the, let's say, 10 hours I've played, I don't think any of the scenes, if you want to call them, or like mini game sections when you're going through that ever outstayed their welcome. But you said it sounds like later on it might start to do
Later
so.
on, yeah, but like when I was playing it on planes this year, like it really, like that loop really catches you in a way. And I went to Seattle a month or 2 ago, and I played the entire time, and it was like the fastest flight I've ever been on, because it is that one more loop type thing. It is like, well, I can't not go fishing. I got to go get that thing and finish this. Oh, but I got that event coming up in a couple days.
It's
I gotta
tuna
do that.
season. I
Exactly.
gotta get them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Danny says I got to get my tune. But yeah, it doesn't. It's also like you do not need an attention span to be playing that game.
Yeah, I think that stays.
Yeah, me too. Would Jusant be in your top 3 for this category compared to the other ones that are still here?
I think it might be in my top 3.
Okay.
I think my top 3 would be Tears, Jasant, and Dave the Diver.
Oh, Pikmin 4 wouldn't be in your best playing game. I was assuming
I
it would.
mean,
be.
I love Pikmin 4, but I don't think I played it on a plane. I played that.
I played a
It's
lot
good
of
on a plane,
Pikmin
yeah.
on a plane.
Yeah?
Yeah,
it
it's
was really good.
Because you can I picked it up on the way here yesterday, and that was the first time I played it in like 2 months, and I had no trouble. It's like, all right, I got the map. My map is telling me I could go do a Dandori thing over here. Oh, right, my meter's going off. The proximity alarm's telling me there's something nearby. It's very easy to pick back up. So like, I could even not fly for another 2 months and then start playing again, and I think it would be great.
I just because I didn't play it on a plane doesn't mean I don't agree. So like I would honestly be willing to get rid of Jusant
Same.
in favor of Pikmin
Same.
4. Yeah. So okay, so Pikmin 4, Dave the Diver sound like we're pretty hot on those. So that means we have to cut either Tears of the Kingdom or Dredge.
I personally, mine would be Pikmin 4, Tears of the Kingdom, Dredge. I like Dave the Diver.
Okay.
And I would not be annoyed to see Dave the Diver in the top 3 whatsoever. Like, this is a really good top 4.
Would you say Tears of the Kingdom has like a tight gameplay loop that like keeps you engaged on a plane? Because like I wouldn't call it tight because it's all driven by your exploration, what you want to do, what you want to see, which is still good. I mean, I played it a ton on the plane. It's probably my pick, but like if we're sticking to those loops,
I actually would consider Breath of the Wild a better plane game. The actual zone abilities and emergent sim stuff of Tears of the Kingdom, I don't find as easy to pick up
it
and
just
play.
feels like
you
a
can,
lot
like,
to-
like, it's still like a masterclass in these mini adventures that you go through and like in like half-hour bursts. But it doesn't hold my attention as much in handheld. Like Tears of the Kingdom is a game I sat in front of my TV and played for like 80 hours.
Yeah, and I think the playing game thing we keep coming back to is that the loop is important and the ability to just kind of pick it up, even if you've been away from it for a little bit. And like, as much as I don't like cutting Tears of the Kingdom of anything, like the argument's there for like what you said about Dredge. Like, I think it's a very cogent argument, and I respect it, and I'd be willing to get rid of
I can leave.
Tears of the Kingdom.
Are you are you
Yes.
buying Goodwill for later?
I think he is.
No,
What
I
is
think
this?
I would not
I've
do
never
that. I
actually
would not
seen
do that.
him
Smile.
be kind.
This guy-
I see what he's doing. Oh, this is good. Oh,
so am I cutting Tears of the Kingdom?
Yes, I think that's
sure.
I think Mary's argument.
Unless
for
you're
Dredge
on
is
like a
very good.
spree with shrines, which
What's
half the
going
game is
on?
shrines. Although I will shit. No, it's cut. I agree. I will say really quick. I will actually say the one part of Tears of the Kingdom I would consider very good for the plane is just like doing the tree roots in the depths, just on like knocking those out for just 4 hours
mindless
straight.
shit. Yeah,
that's a good
fighting the
point.
big.
Like this is a great excuse to just go down there and
Yeah.
knock
but
out
no,
a
I
bunch
still
of that.
think these 3 would be better on a plane, or are better on a plane. Shit. Now we gotta pick the best one.
Man, I mean, I guess I'm biased just because the only one I played a lot of on a plane was Dave the Diver. That's
Dave the Diver was
mine.
Right,
my
but, like-
favorite as well on the plane. It just has such a good way to begin the day. It reminds me of Stardew Valley in that where like you finish your day, you
Best
get all
playing game
your
of all time.
money, you feel very accomplished. It makes you feel good in your tummy that you did something. And then the next day starts and you get to think to yourself, it's a completely different day. I could do whatever I want. I could dive, or I could work on my restaurant, or I could tend the fields, or I could like marry fish together. You can do so many different things and you get to decide how you spend your day. And that loop takes what, 20 minutes?
Yeah, and like every time you do it, you kind of get that freedom to be like, oh, okay, do I want to go after the mission critical thing right now, or do I just want to like get a bunch of these type of fish? You know, like I guess that's we're talking about the game in general now instead of like the playing game thing. But like I think it really makes time melt away. I soaked a lot of time into it. Yeah.
I would say, Mary, don't punch me. I like Dredge a whole bunch. I will be bringing it up in many categories.
Sure.
I will actually say because of the story bits, which I really admire how they integrated it and how it kind of. I don't think think of the. I don't think it's a spoiler to say. I don't think the fact that a horror game creeps into it, like this Lovecraftian thing, is as much a gimmick or like a signature as much as like a natural thing that happens.
Yeah.
I don't think Dredge would be nearly as easy to just pick up and play. Yes, the gameplay, you can go out and catch a few fish, but there's still a lot of intricacies in that gameplay loop. It's like, oh, right, certain fish are only around in certain weather patterns on
Right, I have to be
certain times
paying
of days.
attention
And
for
also
what I'm
like, oh
doing.
shit, right, they started this new plot thread on that lighthouse island with the weird scientist. I don't know what's going on here. Whereas
Yeah.
like Dave the Diver and Pikmin 4, I actually don't fully know which one I would go in this category yet, but I think Dredge is the solid number 3 for me here.
I think that's fair.
Yeah.
I played all 3 of these so much on planes this year that at this point I consider them all pretty amazing. I wouldn't fight for any of these more than another because I've played so many of them. But I will say that I believe Dave the Diver is the front runner because of the loop. I just think it is. I think it is the best plane game.
I'd
fully agree.
see those so neck and neck. I don't mind which one wins. Dave the Diver would be great. Again, it's just like
We're not deleting them anymore.
no, you're right. But
He's
it's
highlighting it, so I just wanted to
Dave
like.
the Diver.
Is that it?
Dave the Diver.
That's it.
Just
All right,
wanted
there
to-
Dave the Diver.
best indie and plane game.
Farscape's best playing game
God damn
is
it.
Dave the Diver.
Wait a second.
What? What is that?
He knocked it. It's the best indie game of the year. It's not an indie game.
Okay.
Merging categories.
Good work. Dan,
All right.
good work.
Hey, I think we did.
work.
We did it. Here, there we go. Yes.
Look at the camera.
We did great.
Good work.
Great job, everyone. Great job, everyone. Judge, you too.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, want me to, Jake? Oh, you got it up.
Yes.
All right, this one's fun. This is always fun because so many video games are titled completely inappropriately, nonsensically. Some people just don't
Incoherently.
give a shit in the writer's room when they just decide to slap a title on it. I'm being very sarcastic.
Can you do these your nominees in your Keeley impression that you were doing earlier?
I wasn't doing.
Keeley
Was not doing a Keeley impression.
Okay,
I can
just,
do a
right.
Keeley impression. Sure.
All right,
Can
hold on,
you?
hold on.
Can you?
Yes.
Oh yeah,
Mary,
yeah,
thank
sorry.
you. Just swipe. It's an iPad. Touchscreen. There you go. Touch
there we go.
screen. Nice.
Okay, yeah.
Oh
yeah.
wow, we have a lot.
Yeah, it's
The
a lot.
nominees for worst title of the year.
Immortals of Avium.
You know what, Jeff? Why don't you take the whole thing?
Worm Game. Summertime Rendering Another Horizon. Oh man, I played this one last year with my buddies that made it. Tales, the Backbone Preludes. Mercenaries Lament, the 7 Stars of the Silver Wolf, and Shrine Maiden. Jesus Christ. Zikatriss. Void TRLMN2 parentheses PEMDAS semicolon / Void Terrarium 2. Wow. Paranormosite, the 7 Mysteries of Hanjo. Alice Gear Aegis CS Concerto of Simulatrix. Oh man, I played this one last week. I saw it. Honkai Star Rail.
When he humble brags.
Yeah.
My dad made this one. I can't wait to tell you about Dr. Fetus's Mean Meat Machine. DC the Third. Oh, P.S. Da Capo Third. Oh, plus story. That can't be real. Mary Skelter Finale. Curse Crackers For Whom the Bell Toils. Atelier Resleriana, Forgotten Alchemy, and the Polar Knight Liberator. Guys, this is crazy. What a night. Tintin Reporter, Cigars of the Pharaoh, Ultimate Sackboy, Thirsty Sweeters.
Suitors.
Suitors.
Is that it?
That's it.
All
God,
right.
wow.
That's
I
good.
have
Well,
never
okay.
heard of most of these.
Has anyone
Yeah.
played any of these?
I played Immortals of Avium.
I don't wanna
That's
talk
not what we're
about that.
discussing.
No.
No,
Yeah,
no,
no,
it's
I'm
just
just
it's a
I
curious.
played
nice.
Curse Crackers.
I-
Curse Crackers is a good game with a terrible title.
Where's Curse Crackers For Whom the Bell Toils?
Yeah.
That's a good name. That's funny.
It's so they're trying to do so many things.
Got a little Hemingway refer.
Worm Game is not that bad.
Worm
it's
Game
not.
is sick.
There is a game called Worms, and no one ever complained about the title.
It's not that bad.
All right, let's take off Worm Game. Instead of a
Also, there's like 30 up
Yeah.
here, so like we
Yeah,
can,
yeah,
we
yeah.
can
Other
chop
ones-
a few
okay,
off.
Can
without
I, can
arguing.
I offer like a little like a process thing? How about we go
Sure.
through and be like, that's a good title.
Okay, Jake, can you fully
sure.
backspace it just so it like makes more space on the thing? Yeah, just take the whole thing out.
Do what?
Just totally remove it so that way it like bumps up because
sure.
there's so many. In
Yeah,
this
we were not
category.
going to need to call back to Worm Game.
Yeah, yeah.
Sure.
All right, so what are we hanging out? Like, let's get rid of some more.
I actually don't mind Paranormosite, the 7 Mysteries of Hanjo. I played
Okay.
maybe it's because I played it, so I have the context for the title, which is still not a great title.
Yeah,
Not
I mean,
great.
if you played Void TLRM2, you might actually like that
God.
title, you know?
I think we can take off Paranormosite.
I also kind of like Curse Crackers For Whom the Bell Toils.
It's just trying so
What is
much.
the pun? Why is
They're
like
cracking curses, and the main character's name is Bell. And so it's a Curse Crackers For Whom the Bell Toils.
That's
They're
pretty
doing
clever.
Toils, Bell, the name, and Curse
and
Crackers.
They're getting it all done. I love it. That is clever.
Well, Jeff, you met the developers earlier.
I'd
You
like
hung
to
out.
shake their hands, guys. It's the best night in games. Thirsty Suitors, I don't mind that much. I think
I
it
like
gets
that
the
name.
game across.
I don't know how it got on there. Get rid of that.
I didn't have it.
It's a good name.
What is Ultimate Sackboy like a VR spinoff
I
thing?
want to say it's a runner
Of
with
little-
Sackboy from Little Big Planet.
Yeah.
Just without any context, though, just a game called Ultimate Sackboy
Okay.
is.
Can
I think some of these you're doing because you're like, these sound possibly like spicy,
No,
a
Dan
little
wouldn't do
juicy.
that. No, I can't see you.
Okay,
Yeah.
Here's the annoying thing about video game titles. The vast majority of video game titles with a colon in it, you could delete both the colon and everything before it, and you have a much better
Just
title.
another horizon instead of
Specifically,
summertime rendering.
If you took Tintin Reporter, Cigars of the Pharaoh, and cut off everything before Cigars of the Pharaoh, you'd have a badass video
Cigars
game
of the
name.
Pharaoh, that
That's
would be
awesome.
way better.
I'm just imagining like like a pharaoh like sanctioning a hit in Jersey.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
That's cool.
So
But
wait, are you
Tintin Report. No,
saying-
I'm saying I would immediately exit if they didn't have Tintin Reporter before it.
Okay.
Oh, Tintin like the animated.
Yeah.
Wait, so we need to cut good ones. So what?
That's- I know,
Yeah, so what
yeah,
is the
I-
best one? Okay, Dr. Penis's meat machine
Did you say
is
penis?
Dr. Penis.
You
Yeah,
got penis on the brain.
yeah. Dr.
Little
Penis's.
Freudian slip there, eh, bud?
Oh, no, Invisalign slip.
Invisalign doesn't
I
make
didn't
you
know
say penis.
Invisalign made you say
It
cock
makes you
and
say
balls
penis.
and penis.
It does. It does. Well, I mean, you had yours a while ago. It's the newer ones do.
I
that.
can't wait for
Yeah.
the Penis of Us Part 2 remaster. What?
The last of penis.
Part 2 penis. So
Penis wake?
I think we want to cut Dr.
Alan
Fetus.
Penis.
I also
I kind of like that name.
Alan Penis 2.
I think we can cut Dr. Penis because I think, I mean, it's the guy from Meat Boy. It's
I
like
like
the bad
that
guy.
name.
I get it. So yeah, that's fine.
I actually don't mind Honkai Star Rail as much, but maybe I've just been.
Seems fun to say.
Yeah, it is fun.
Should we take out Honkai?
Yeah. I give a lot of credit to the names that are still like roll off the tongue,
Sure,
as opposed
sure.
to the very bad ones on here, which are not even fun to say. How can you talk about them around the water cooler if they're not even fun to
Hey,
say?
have you checked out DC 3PS?
Oh my
Da
god.
Capo 3 plus story?
I mean, that one's gonna be a top contender. We're still burning ones off.
Okay,
here.
let's Ultimate Sackboy is fun to say. Let's
yeah.
get rid of
Get
that.
rid
It's
of it.
snappy. It's punchy. It gets in and out.
Yep.
Immortals of Avium is not the
not that
worst
bad.
It's
name.
just boring.
Yeah, it's
The
generic.
game itself is
That's
Yeah.
a different
I'm getting rid of
story.
it.
right. I
Yep,
know. I
yep.
agree.
We kind of like Tintin, right?
I like
That's
Like
fine.
the second half.
purely because of the second half. But
I
it
think
saved
we
it.
can start crossing them off instead of
I
deleting
also
them,
really
right?
like Curse Crackers for
cross
whom
them
the
off.
bell toils.
We don't have to cut it yet. Wait, you like the name?
I would
Then we
cut
have
it.
to cut it.
Yeah, I would cut it. Yeah.
Fine, cut it.
I literally like the title. I don't
Which means we cut it.
I don't
from
like it for the
worst.
category. Yes, cut
Yes,
it.
yes. Okay, yeah. So get rid of Curse Crackers.
unless people disagree.
I think Mary Skelter Finale is also one that like you can just say easily. It's
Not
memorable.
the worst name.
No. Okay, so Curse Crackers and Mary Skelter will take off.
Here's one. What do you think of? And the fact that I can't pronounce it is the only thing tripping me up. Zikatrice?
It's one word. I
Zycatrus?
think like just that alone makes it better than
no-
a lot of these. Just like a bunch of letters and
No
and numbers.
punctuation marks.
Yeah, I think we can take off Zikatrice and Mary Skelter Finale
Sure. Yes.
and Tales the Backbone Preludes.
That's fine.
I
yeah.
agree.
I sort of get what they're doing or trying to do.
Yeah, take off Skelter.
Shrine Maiden.
What?
Like Mercenaries
Oh.
lament the 7 stars of the Silver Wolf and Shrine Maiden, even compared to. I think that's comparatively fine to some of the worst ones here. Honestly, it's that chunk in the middle that I think would be top 3 for me.
Yeah.
If
these
you
are
have a
pretty
colon,
bad.
you're in trouble. You're gonna be on this list.
Here's my. I don't mean to potentially call you out, Dan. Is DC 3PS? Are
Tails
those
can go too, Jay.
are those supposed to be tildes in the middle?
I think they are.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Here, how about this?
Or was it a typo? That was my question.
How about the top 3 we take off? Well, yeah, Summertime, Mercenaries, we take those off. That's just, you can kind of remember those. They're not terrible. What do you think?
Mercenaries? I have
up
a problem with Mercenaries.
You do? Okay.
Mercenaries lament the 7 stars of the Silver Wolf and Shine Maiden take so long
Fair point.
Yeah.
that they're running out of time to tell me what their game is.
I do extend the little box just for that title. So
That's true.
Extend to the
So you're
box.
making
Yeah.
Cool Judge Jake's life harder. Okay, so those middle 3. No, Void and DC, I think, are the 2 worst.
yeah.
Yep.
Man, what can we take off here? What's the best name on here?
Remaining.
I kind of think Mercenaries. It's a mouthful.
Yeah.
But it's.
7 stars of the Silver Wolf and Shrine Maiden. Sound once you get it out as a game name. It,
But you can also just say Mercenaries Lament. You don't have to say
Yeah,
the whole
yeah, yeah,
subtitle.
yeah,
you
yeah,
know,
yeah.
you don't say Metal Gear
Yeah.
Solid 2: Sons of Liberty every time.
But
you
you
know?
can't just say Void TRLM2. What the fuck is going on in the middle?
Yeah,
of
that might be the
hate
worst
that name.
one. It's really
think
I
fucking
that one's
bad.
pretty
actively
bad.
hate that.
Yeah. Let's take off Mercenaries.
Yes.
Are we okay with that?
All right.
All right.
And then by that logic, Atelier Resleriana, Forgotten Alchemy, and the Polar Knight Liberator.
That's what I was saying. Like,
Wait, we have 3.
but what I'm
Oh,
saying is,
right.
is you wanted to take off Mercenaries, and my response is, are you sure Mercenaries isn't worse than Artillery?
I think Atelier Resleriana is worse.
I do too.
So I would
I do
be
too.
down for striking through
Wait, wait, wait.
Mercenaries.
Okay, keep that.
Yeah, keep that.
And
I,
then
we have
our-
3. We don't.
And
We're
so
not
we have
striking
our
anything.
top 3. Jake, we're gonna need you to keep it together.
We're good. We're good.
We're good.
Elvis never got high, did he?
No,
Okay.
never done any drugs.
Okay.
Never did any drugs.
Okay, so we have 3. I would offer up that. Let's read the 3. The Void, TRR element 2, open parentheses, close parentheses, semicolon, / Void Terrarium 2. That's one of them. DC 3 PS tilde Da Capo 3 tilde plus story. And Atelier, Resolariana, Forgotten Alchemy, and the Polar Knight Liberator are the last 3. I think Void, all that stuff. It's just random punctuation. It's intercap stuff. It is just garbage.
It sounds like
you
one of
don't know how to
Elon
pronounce
Musk's
it.
children.
Yes, yes. It's like a cat walked over a keyboard.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think that
if someone
wins.
put a gun to your head and told you to say the name of that game, you couldn't do it.
No.
Let's try, Mike. Did you
Close
bring
your
the
eyes.
gun?
Close my eyes.
Close your eyes and
I
say the
already
name of
forgot.
the game.
Void TLRM2 two parentheses semicolon / Void Terrarium 2.
Wow.
Okay.
Shit.
Now do the other one. Close.
Wait, I which one?
DC.
Well, because I didn't remember that because I haven't been fixating on fantasizing about killing it. DC PS
You
tilde
already fucked up.
Da
It's-
Capo
no,
the
no,
third.
you're
DC PS the third tilde Da Capo the third. I don't know. Plus story.
I think Void's the worst.
Yep.
Void's worst.
Bold
Yeah.
it. We got a
All
winner.
right.
Yeah. Congrats.
The worst
Fire
title.
Escape's worst title of the year is Void.
We should have the devs next year come on and like do a speech for that category about the,
Oh
the
God!
title.
Explain it to us.
That'd be awesome.
10-minute.
It's probably always anime crap, right?
I'm not
It's
gonna.
gotta be right.
I'm not gonna. You're on that mountain by yourself. Hill, not mountain.
How can you justify having void in your name twice?
It's a lot. All the stuff in the middle is rough too.
Mm-hmm.
All right, there we go. Should we move on
Yay.
to the
Yep.
next category?
For those who might be tuning in, do we need a slight, really quick context for this category? For those,
I think so.
I think most people know what it means to kish it, but
Yeah. There's
Mary-
extra context too, and that we might add to this list. I think.
Yeah, well, this might be like a kind of a live thing.
I love that.
Jake, do you want to? While they're doing it, you explain what it means to kish a game.
So when you kish a game, it's when you buy a game, and then you find out that it's on Game Pass.
Yeah, so you spend
And
money.
you subscribe to Game Pass. You subscribe to Game Pass, and
You-
you basically waste money. You take your money and you throw it in the toilet.
You had
essentially.
access to this game already through a subscription you pay for, or several subscriptions, and then you still bought it without really looking. And then people in your Twitch chat or on the best podcast in the world that you do every other week on Mondays.
It's a problem for really wealthy people usually.
Yeah.
And
I
they
wouldn't-
stick their
Out
nose
of
up
touch.
at everything.
Like,
Invite
four-
me to explain it.
4 hours. It's if you can like spend a lot of money on like a shit ton of mac and cheese for a prank, or you don't care about your game subscription. I'm not gonna go down that road. But to highlight the point of how live this might be, we started looking at it last like 3 hours ago and had to add 3. So I'm
Yeah.
sure there's more than these, but
Have you ever kished a game?
I have, yes, but definitely not like way back early subscription
Yeah.
days.
Yeah, you just Google it.
Probably like
And,
once,
yeah.
maybe,
Yeah.
twice.
There's so many free.
I do my
games
research,
now.
though.
If you
Yeah.
want to save time, if it's a lazy thing,
I-
you actually don't need to
Yeah.
type both O's in Google to get
Sometimes
to
I'll play
Google.com.
something
Google
on Game
does.
Pass, and I'll want it on a different platform, like
Sure.
Steam, and then I'll do it. Yeah, so play it on my Steam Deck.
Yeah, yeah.
I Googled these. This is a list of shame. The one, they're all hard to look at.
Starfield is
Why don't
particularly
you
funny to me.
You can read all of them here. All the ones that you've kished.
Yeah, this is and our
I already know
nominees.
which one I wanna do.
Our nominees for Kish'd of the year are
Party Animals. That was a tough day. Hi-Fi Rush.
That was a tough day.
Steve. Steve.
Steve of Stars. Steve of Stars.
That would not
sounds
be on
awesome.
Game Pass. We're so excited for this purchase of Steve of Stars. Get all of your friends together in one place with Steve.
All of your favorite Steves are here.
Day 1 on Game Pass. And wait for it, PC. That's like Phil meets Jeff, kind of. I'm still in Jeff mode. I gotta shake it off.
Starfield. Ooh. Planet Alana and Cocoon, which I just found out today that I kished.
So a cumulative several $100s here.
So, but to yeah. But there probably are more. Would it be like bearing you more if we looked?
There's
had
no
you look?
more. It's not possible.
Absolutely disagree with that.
I was confident.
I'm not a betting man, but when I see a horse with a jetpack, I'm gonna bet on him.
So what? I'm trying to remember last year how we determined what the winner was. Was it the biggest waste of money?
So to me,
I think there's two sections. It's like a big waste of money, but also like how obvious.
The one that makes me laugh
yeah.
very hard is how high profile it was that Starfield was like especially with the Bethesda Microsoft purchase.
I think everyone knew about that.
That was
yeah.
like the day one game of 2023.
Yeah,
and
they,
I think
they were
like,
screaming that from the mountaintops.
Yeah.
you couldn't miss it.
Yep.
Yeah,
That's me.
me
And
too.
Dan- and
I mean,
Dan,
yeah,
apparently.
no, it's on Game Pass. Of
And
course.
Jake, I
yeah,
think.
yeah,
They
yeah,
sent me
obviously, yeah.
a physical box, and I got excited about the game.
For what game?
Starfield.
But there was no code. It was just the like physical stuff.
Yeah.
So they sent you.
So then
a
you got
box?
pissed and bought the game.
No, I got excited and bought the game.
I bet they didn't send you the game because it was free on Game Pass.
Yeah, it's like
We don't need to send her
it works
code.
in games. We don't need it. She's got Game Pass.
What if they included a Game Pass code and she didn't make the game?
I mean, is that the winner? Is that-
I think so.
No, I get a say.
Wait. Hold on a second. Mary. Okay, actually, hold on. Here's another one that confounds me. Hi-Fi Rush got announced, and in the same breath, Tango Gameworks was like, here's the exciting part. During it's on Game Pass.
So it's the same thing that happened last year with Tinykin, which is
yeah.
you recommended it to me and texted me and said you gotta play
Okay.
Hi-Fi Rush. And when someone does that, I buy it.
You're supporting the devs.
That's why she does it.
This is literally what happened last year with Tinykin. Like Dan was
Okay.
like, you gotta play this game, you're gonna love it. And so I downloaded it. And then I
For-
found out later.
For which one?
Hi-Fi
Oh,
Rush.
I would not have done that.
You
I wouldn't have recommended it.
I was recommended. Maybe it was
Maybe
somebody
Mike.
else. But it happened on the
I don't like
podcast.
that
I don't like it either.
Not tracking, Mary.
I'm not making this up. I was referred Hi-Fi Rush and I
give you-
downloaded. I declined. I'm
It doesn't
not
have. We're not the
participating.
only two people that recommend you games. I believe you got recommended, but it was absolutely not me.
It definitely was not me. I don't like that game.
I still think Starfield is good.
It's got to be Starfield. So, in terms of just money, Starfield is the funniest and most expensive. So I think that's
Yeah.
a lock. So like,
And you know,
should we-
things like Cocoon, buying that, like that's funny, but you're
supporting a
the
indie
small
dev,
dev.
yeah,
and you
know,
love
I
that
like
game.
it.
So I think we take
love
off
that game.
Cocoon because that's like, she
Yeah,
loves
yeah,
that
yeah.
game and everything. Like Party Animals,
Same
you
with
played
Sea
like
of-
once and you weren't even super hot on
Sea
it,
of
right?
Stars. I would
Party
say-
Animals is kind of funny though.
Party
How it's
Animals. I
funny.
found out live on the podcast
Which was
that
a
I
great
Kish'd
moment.
it.
That's
Yes.
not there. I would actually say the same logic for Cocoon goes to Sea of Stars.
Where she likes
Oh,
both
yeah.
of them. Yeah,
No,
yeah.
I mean, I think like that's a.
Those were
I wouldn't
worth
mind.
it. I
wouldn't
would
mind
mail
supporting
them a
those.
check.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the messenger. dev,
Okay.
Right? Yeah.
So what's the
Planet
deal with
Alana
Planet-
is also
yeah.
indie.
Okay, so you were supporting them. Okay, okay.
These are all really good examples of how generous I am.
Altruistic is yeah.
Says the woman filling a bathtub with mac and cheese an hour ago.
I very
25
generously offered you free lunch.
I had some.
You sucked one noodle down.
I sucked
So watch
a
you
singular
suck one
noodle.
down.
I had my Invisalign in,
We-
so I couldn't chew it, so I just sucked a noodle
Who hasn't?
from my bathtub.
You seen Lady and the Tramp? That would never happen if they weren't sucking noodles.
So it's Starfield, right?
It's gotta
It's
be.
over.
Gotta be.
So Starfield is the winner. We're locking it in.
Fires. Any
Yes.
last word? Okay, Fire Escape's Kish'd of the year is Starfield.
Oh my God, I'm so
Good
glad
work,
it's
Mary.
over.
Thank you for suffering through that.
Thank you.
move
Yes,
on.
yeah. You're very altruistic.
You have a lot of money. We
So-
get it.
Runners up, Party Animals, and Hi-Fi Rush.
You're rich. Oh.
Mr. Bond, I'm stupid and
I wouldn't eat poop for money. I bought Starfield.
I wouldn't eat poop for money and I bought
La-di-da.
Starfield.
Ivory Tower here, not eating poop.
The Shannon is too sweet. Oh.
All right. It's a good winner.
Yep. All right. I think there were more, but I'm not. Let's not.
There were
you know,
definitely-
belay-
We thought about pulling up Game Pass and just going
Yeah.
through it
There's
item
definitely
by item.
And nothing's going to beat Starfield.
Yeah.
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 $70?
I didn't do all the extra features, just the base game.
Well, it's a good thing you loved it.
That's another layer. Yeah. If it's like your favorite game of all time, yeah, pay for it.
I think no, never mind. Not gonna say it.
All right.
Next category. Are we doing this?
Did we do this category last year? We did.
I think we did.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's kind of the reverse of like best remake.
Yeah.
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 Our next category is Best New Games That Seem Like Old Games. And our nominees are
Pizza Tower,
F099.
Starfield.
Ooh.
Counter-Strike 2.
Tears of the Kingdom?
How did that get in there?
I don't know.
Not me.
It wasn't me either. Cavern of Dreams.
Lil Gator game.
This game is
Steve of Stars.
AEW Fight Forever.
Octopath Traveler 2.
Battle Bit Remastered. Okay, so this is best new game.
Yep.
That seems like so. Like, all right. First of all, hang on. Why is Tears of the Kingdom on
Get
there?
out of there.
Get Tears of the
Delete
Kingdom
it.
out of
Oh,
there.
was that?
If
was
the
that
joke is that it's Breath of the Wild, it's like.
yeah, that might have been it.
But also, that's not like
that's
an old game.
I'm going to delete it. I'm
That's
not
not
even
Get it
that.
out of
That's
here.
not that
Also,
good. of a
that's
joke.
disrespect.
reductive. It's not like Breath. I mean, it's like Breath of the Wild, but you get what I'm saying. It's building on Breath of the Wild.
Yes.
Counter Strike 2. I get it. It's Counter Strike, but
It's to me, this category is like a new game in a retro style. Like when you play games like The Messenger or
yes.
Shovel Knight,
Okay.
things like that. Yeah.
that's why I was saying I would cut Counter Strike 2. It's like more Counter Strike, and I don't think
it's a
like,
modern game. Yeah.
They've added a few like smoke effects, and they've added I forget what else they have added, but it wasn't.
I
like-
would delete Starfield too because I think it does look very modern.
It looks,
I don't
looks
think
modern.
that's a part of it. Is a huge element of game that seems like an old game is the artistic style, and Starfield
True.
visually looks extremely modern.
Yeah.
But I felt like I was playing a worse Skyrim.
Yep.
And I think that has some weight.
Yeah, that's as opposed to Sea of Stars, Octopath Traveler 2, BattleBit Remastered. I think that feels like an old game on accident.
Let's not cut it.
Yeah.
Yet.
Those are
Well, wait,
like
and
on-
also hang on. This is best new game. Like I
Yeah.
don't think we're giving Starfield any
no, no,
best.
no, no,
here,
That's what I'm
you
saying.
know? Yeah,
Oh,
let's
the
get
one-
rid of
we're
it.
going for ones that meant to be feel retro.
You forgot about the word best.
Yeah,
Oh,
I would say I put AW Pipe Forever on there because they were definitely going for the N64 style, No Mercy. It's not. Look, I'm glad that they made a noble effort, and also the Juicy Lucy is in that game. But I don't think it's there's a lot of mistakes with that game.
Cutting
and
it?
I
there
don't
are
see
Juicy
that.
Lucy's in it?
Yeah. The writer of the career mode was a former Game Informer editor. And so we put in like you can go to restaurants and stuff like when you go to different
That
towns.
just sounds
Oh,
like bias in real time.
When you go to Minneapolis for a show, you go to a place called Grub Informer, and you get a Juicy Lucy, and it has a picture with like a description and stuff. So I like that, but yeah, it's not going to get best here.
What is Cavern of Dreams? I don't know what that is.
So it's very much just like a 64 style collectathon, kind of going for the rare. It's like what like Ukulele was trying to do basically. It's definitely pared down, smaller budget, definitely more indie. It's good. I do enjoy it. And I would also lump in Little Gator Game with it. It's the same cloth as Little Gator Game. I would say Little Gator Game is more of like a Zelda type influence. But looking at this, I think there's stronger things than both Cavern of Dreams and Little Gator Game on here.
I'm not pulling for either of those. So I'm fine striking those.
Agreed.
F-Zero 99. What is it good?
It's good. I just, the F-Zero is probably the Nintendo first-party franchise I have the least attachment to. I never had it on Super Nintendo. My friends didn't either, so I didn't really play it much. So it's cool. I like them continuing to do the 99 gimmick with different like classic franchises, but people like it a lot. Like Jeff Grubb loves it. But
He's not here.
I mean, this is our thing, and none of us. It's good. It's good. It's fine. I've played it a few times.
I
We
would
can cut it, I think.
The four that are about to be remaining if we cut F-Zero 99 I actually care about.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't mean that as dickish as it sounded. It
Yeah,
came out bad.
I understand
No,
what you
I-
intended, and I also understand how it came out.
Yeah.
He doesn't like indie
you know me well
devs,
enough to
yeah.
know there's a bit of malice in most things I say. I would actually, man, I think on this list, Octopath Traveler 2 is the best game, in my opinion. However, I actually think that game is doing a lot of new stuff once you dig into it that even the first game, where they were trying to figure out with the first game in 2015, 16. Octopath Traveler 2 is one of my favorite games of the year. I think they do a lot of really clever stuff with the storytelling in that game to actually make those 8 stories intertwine and work really well that the first game couldn't. So I would actually say it doesn't feel, it looks like an old game.
But does it seem like the
They're-
category
at-
seems like an
right
old game?
at first blush they're trying to go for the it's gorgeous pixel art, but I would actually say it doesn't seem as much like an old game.
So are you saying it does too much new stuff to make it? Yeah, because I think the ideal winner of this category is one that like feels like a game that could have come back in the era it's trying to reference.
The one for me that takes this is BattleBit Remastered. They came out of the gate. They're like, okay, we're gonna kind of take this like. It's reductive to say it's got like a Roblox-esque art style, but they're like, okay, well, I think most people can agree Battlefield is way past its prime.
Yeah.
But they were like, let's kind of go like we've played 2 and 3 together pretty often, or Battlefield 3 and Bad Company 2. It's like BattleBit Remastered so successfully hit the nail on the head with like the exact era they were going for, which was peak open-ended, first-person, huge team deathmatches. It feels that game is so slick, despite how the art style. The more you play it, the more it kind of grows on you. I hate it at first.
Is
but
it kind of box like when I hear Battlefield? It makes me
voxels,
think
yeah.
voxels.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. I haven't played it.
And when you
yeah.
load in, immediately on your mic, you hear children screaming, which is key to the Battlefield experience back in the day
there's a
as
lot of
well.
Oh.
Yeah.
But even like when you're in the attack helicopter cockpits, it's like, man, this reminds me of playing Battlefield 3, like the halcyon days of that.
That sounds like a good fit for this.
But again, you could probably say the same.
Should we cut Octopath though?
Unless you guys really want that.
No,
I think it's an excellent game. I don't think
Yeah,
it
yeah.
fits because
No.
I think it does way too much.
Yeah.
I think
Like-
new and
That sounds right. Yeah.
Like Octopath Traveler 2, I would actually argue for one of the best games of the year. But Sea of Stars, I feel like you could say the same thing I just said for all of BattleBit Remastered.
Sea of Stars is incredibly well done as an homage to games of the past, and it's littered throughout of it as kind of like a heartfelt tribute to brilliant RPGs from our childhood. They even have similar puzzles that are throughout the battle sequences where they're trying to get you to do physical puzzles that will remind you of like those games back in the day. They're not doing anything super modern or advanced. They're just making a game that is so beloved from that genre, and they're doing a really goddamn good job. It takes all of the beloved characters that you might have wished you grew up enjoying and playing, but it's for a new generation of people. This game came out 15 years ago or 20 years ago, you would have sworn it was like perfect for that time as well. But it's so good.
It seems very much like, what this category is going for. So I think that's
perfect.
definitely on the 3. I want to turn an eye to Pizza Tower here because we haven't talked about it yet, but it made it to the final 3. Did any of us play much of that?
Talk about it.
I played a little bit of it.
I like 3 hours, not a bunch.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know it's going for the Wario Land thing. I played a little bit of it. Thing is, the art style is it's kind of going for that like early 90s kind of
Nickelodeon.
like Cartoon
Nickelodeon,
Network
Real
almost, yeah, yeah.
Monsters,
Yeah.
Ren and Stimpy type art style. So it doesn't look like an old game. It just kind of has that Wario Land mechanic. So do we want to consider taking another one back on and place it? I feel like
Wait. You're saying Pizza Tower doesn't look like an old game because it's
I don't think
emulating...
it looks like an old game.
I would say it's like going for like a very late 90s art
I
style.
mean, it looks like a 90s cartoon. It doesn't look like a 90s game. It plays like a Wario Land. It doesn't look like Wario Land.
I see what you're saying. I mean, I guess not a lot of, but I don't think any game was ever trying to. I see what you're saying. By definition, it doesn't fit the category as well because to me, it definitely feels like it's purposely retro of a specific era. But yeah, in cartoons, not a different medium.
Yeah,
If that disqualifies it, I'm fine bringing
if you saw that game back in the 90s, you'd be like, what the fuck am I looking at? Games can't do this,
Sure.
But then again, it's I don't know. I don't feel super strongly about the other ones. And Pizza Tower is really cool. It is hitting that aesthetic, really
What year
well.
was Wario Land?
Wario Land, the Game Boy ones were early to mid 90s, I want to say.
And that game's going for those more. I didn't play those. This game's going for those more in mechanics.
Yeah, like the shoulder charging type stuff. I mean, I guess I like F-Zero 99 more than Pizza Tower, and it very much looks like an old game,
If you want,
feels-
I trust your instinct between these two. I
think
play
I
much
would
of. I played a lot.
personally-
I'm not going to fight for Pizza Tower, but I will say that you should have brought this up 5
Well,
minutes
it
ago.
wasn't until we saw Pizza Tower was on the top 3, and I was like, well, I don't know. How about this? Between Cavern of Dreams and Little Gator Game, I think Little Gator Game had some more heart and more going for it, and it is very much that 64 platformer with a little bit of Zelda
It's
sprinkled in.
Spyro, yeah.
Yeah, I would be okay with putting Little Gator Game on here and taking Pizza Tower off.
Sure.
okay.
I loved Little Gator Game. It's
did not
super
play it.
cute.
Yeah. It's very low stakes.
You're so low. It's also
Yeah.
cozy. You're
I
just
played it on a plane.
basically
It's a good playing game. too.
running
Yep.
around, achieving things for people. It never gets more complicated than you think it will. It never blows you away with anything new or modern.
You're fighting cardboard,
It's very
monsters.
simple,
It's
yeah.
it's a cute game.
I
for
think
sure.
that's fine. I still think Sea of Stars is an extraordinary, brilliant take on this genre. The menu is so wild for a game that still has that 8-bit look to it. When you're in the map area, it's stunningly beautiful for something doing 8-bit. There is a huge dragon in the map that you're like working with. The fast travel system, you go into a ball and a rock hand throws you and another rock hand catches you. And that's how you travel in between worlds. It's so creative and it just really sucks you into the world. But it looks like a game that came out 20 years ago. It's awesome.
And that is what these devs do. You know, they made The Messenger, and that was one of the most, like, look, there have been a million kind of like inspired by the SNES or 16-bit, you know, like games in the past 5-10 years, and I feel like The Messenger is like top 5 of those ever, basically.
Oh, the Messenger.
Same devs. So that's what I'm saying. This is their wheelhouse, and they
The
nail
Messenger
it. You know?
killed that. They nailed it again with it. And this one's like their baby. Like The Messenger obviously is a very difficult game to pull off, but this one they were like, this was our child forever. Like this was one they put all their TLC into.
I don't disagree with anything you're saying. I love Sea of Stars. The thing that elevates BattleBit Remastered above that for me is the fact that BattleBit Remastered gives people, that is an era that people have been sorely missing. Like there have been other like JRPG throwbacks a la Sea of Stars. Like they're very specifically going for a specific era. Little Gator game, you can still be playing some collectathon 3D platformers, but BattleBit Remastered, like there is nothing on the scale that it's going for, and there's like Battlefield itself. Like people have been so disillusioned, and people have been Battlefield, and the current one is turning things around. But I think BattleBit Remastered actually gave people a place to go to get something that they have no other options for.
I think that's a really strong argument that, like, you're right. A lot of games have done the like, oh, it's inspired by Final Fantasy, Chrono Trigger, SNES, JRPGs. Like
They're filling a
it's a
need
good
almost.
one for sure. It seems like a great
Or they're
one.
filling a desire.
But yeah, you're right.
It's
Like,
not being met anywhere else.
yeah, like BattleBit is not like no one's really doing Battlefield, and at this point, Battlefield is like a retro thing that deserves going back to. You know, like
Yeah.
the classic days of it.
It's got its moments, the current Battlefield game, and they're turning things. It's better than it was at launch for sure. But I still like. BattleBit Remastered is like where people can turn to, like, oh wow, we've been waiting for this. And like, again, Sea of Stars is like a great game. It's not just a nostalgia trip, but nostalgia is a factor. Whereas BattleBit Remastered is like, I don't necessarily care that there's a lot of nostalgia going on. It is actually like I've been waiting for something like this.
Do you think that BattleBit, despite like, regardless of all these things, do you think it's a better game
Then
than Sea of Stars?
no, I don't think so.
I'm going down to like best new game is very important.
You're correct. If we're just going purely on, if we're looking at these three, what's the best game here? I think once we establish that they're all trying to seem like an old game, I think Sea of Stars is a better game than BattleBit Remastered. I think BattleBit Remastered to me is just like actually, it's more important than the other three. Which is not necessarily the category. I get it. But now that I've said my piece, I'm fine with Sea of Stars because I think by definition, it is a better game. That seems like an old game.
And I think it's nice for Little Gator to get a little bit of recognition here, but like it doesn't stand up to the arguments for Sea of Stars and BattleBit.
Absolutely
fine with Sea of
not.
Stars.
And I appreciate that you recognize
Absolutely.
that. Stop doing. I don't like this. I'm uncomfortable with this.
Judge, you're doing great.
Oh no,
You're doing
Is everybody
no
shake-
bias, no
Hey,
bias.
you're
Yeah.
doing great, Judge.
Okay.
All right.
It's
Yeah.
shaking.
Sea of Stars. Wait, why'd you strike Gator Game?
What? No.
I striked Gator Game. I thought we said that was
No. It's
No,
on
we
the
got
top
top
three
three already. We're just
It's
holding
a
one.
runners up.
We
It's
need
a
you to
runner-up.
focus.
Judge Jake, dude.
Wow.
Right.
Is he high?
Oh, sorry. I thought that was.
I was taking all my Quaaludes.
Acetaminophen. Sea of Stars bolded.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a good.
Just tell him what to do.
Let me ask you something. Did I just do your job for you? No, I was doing the Danny DeVito.
that is a good winner.
Firescape's best new game that seems like an old game is Sea of Stars.
That felt good. That was good. Yes.
Yep.
Very good.
Now on to more not as
Hell of shit
celebratory
on stuff again.
Yep. Back to some negatives. Yeah. Let Judge Jake kick this one off.
All right. Our nominees for Lamest Tone are
Forspoken,
Immortals of Avium,
Final Fantasy XVI,
Dead Island 2,
WrestleQuest,
Redfall.
Crime Boss, Rocket City.
That's the Michael Madsen game, right?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the one with like Chuck Norris.
Okay.
And, yeah. Boy.
Boy.
Is Redfall like Redfall's tone is lame, but like that game just sucks, and I think the tone is not.
problem is not the tone.
No, the tone does suck
Yeah.
and is lame, but I think it's strictly tone. Like, what is the prime example like in recent memory? Like, not this year of like a lame tone game. I feel like
Forspoken.
yeah.
It's actually okay. Actually, you know what? Like, who put it really well. No surprise was Austin Walker wrote a quick thing for his Substack.
Oh yeah, that was fantastic.
And
yeah.
nailed it on the head. What everybody was kind of saying, like in a bit snarkier way. It's like Forspoken is the peak of like we don't fully love trust the world we've built and the characters we built, so we need to make fun of it before you can.
So if our characters in the game are snarky about like, oh, so you're a big wizard and you're gonna kill me,
I read that. I was like,
why
yes,
would I
that's
give a
exactly
shit
what
about
it's
this?
doing.
Right.
Yes. If you don't take your world, it's not about taking it too seriously and like highbrow. It's like take it seriously enough to let your characters like inhabit it in a way where they're not making fun of it the way like you are with your friends at the water cooler. Like,
Let's try to find 2 runners up.
is that the bold?
Bold it.
Let's bold it.
Did we have that last year? Was it?
I mean, nothing's gonna fucking.
Forspoken is why we did this, right?
Oh, it's really fucking bad. Like, because I think I added this category when I was playing Immortals of Avium, and it was kind of reminding me of Forspoken.
Yeah.
Because it's also just kind of like, yeah, I'm just a kid who got magical powers. Man, like it's just the fucking worst. But Forspoken is worse about it. You know, like that fucking trailer. And we made fun of the trailer last. What was the category for that last year? A dumb thing of the year bad.
Oh,
Yeah.
I think it might have won. Like, oh, I'm talking to a cuff. What the hell? Like,
It sucks too because like parts of that game are like so well designed in terms of mechanically.
There's
It felt
neat ideas.
good. Yeah, there's
Yeah,
good ideas.
yeah.
And the tone is so bad that it wrecks it.
Well, let's before
Fire
we announce,
Escape's
well,
latest.
Let's get the runners up real quick.
Okay.
Yes, okay. Maybe it'll change.
I'm fine cutting
Who knows?
Redfall.
Yeah.
I will say that Redfall's setting itself. I know this is not at all what we're talking about. I would say the actual setting kind of makes the tone a bit more bearable because I like the Stephen King like Salem's Lot kind of vibe. It makes it. I can stomach it a bit easier.
You can soak it.
So yeah.
I'd say take Redfall off and.
But Michael Madsen's also the coolest person ever. So, Crime Boss Rockay City.
we take that off.
I didn't play it.
I didn't really.
I just saw the announcement at the Game Awards last
Yeah,
year.
Michael Madsen's cool, but
Has
there's
he done anything bad lately?
there's
Should
no
I not say
effort
he's the coolest
in
person
this. I don't know.
We have no idea.
He puts no
He seems
effort in
like,
his lines. They just feel like they handed him a script,
Yeah.
and he's like, "Wow, I missed my shot." You know, like it's
Yeah.
just.
I would say take off WrestleQuest for similar reasons as Redfall, in that like there's a lot. It's just kind of a messy game with a lot of problems, and like to me as a wrestling fan, I am a bit just like, okay, the tone we're going here is like wrestling podcast humor, and like it's like I mean that was like I feel like if I think that game's tone is lame, then they totally missed the mark.
Sure,
because it's like, but I also don't like being pandered to as explicitly as WrestleQuest did. But there's worse problems than the tone. So,
I mean, I put Final Fantasy 16 on here because it is very serious and takes itself very seriously. And they have Ralph Ineson doing like his very deep voice, but it's all just anime boys like dancing around in their like fancy clothes and stuff. And it doesn't quite match up. And they try to make it very dark and serious. And then all of a sudden they have the Final Fantasy tropes at some point. I don't know if that counts. I think I'm the only one who played it, but I found tonally that game was all over the place.
is there anything you would cut? Like, okay, did we
play Crime Boss Rockay City?
I sat
played
in on
a
a stream
demo.
of it. I don't remember if I played
Yeah,
it.
okay.
Yeah. I think that game was just kind of try hard, where it's like, oh, look at all these like 80s C-list
Crime
celebrities
mob.
we got. Like, I think it's probably just a bad game. But
I would absolutely keep. Personally, I would vouch for Dead Island 2 still being in the top 3.
it's pretty.
That
lame.
is the most early 2000s make fun of the vapidity of LA, kind of like everything's
low-hanging
fake,
fruit.
and also like, great, now I'm back at my house and my agent's out somewhere and my manager's here helping me fight off zombies at the house.
Oh,
Like, oh my
fuck.
God, yeah.
That sounds worse than Final
And
Fantasy to me.
I am one of the biggest Dead Island series apologists you'll ever meet, and even I bounced off that so
Yeah.
incredibly hard.
I think Dead Island's probably worse than Final Fantasy.
I'd say cut. Final Fantasy seems
That
kind
sounds
of
right.
lame, but yeah, that's Dead Island sounds insufferable. So I think we got a winner.
Yay!
Yeah.
Fire Escape's lamest tone is Forspoken.
Fire Escape has spoken about Forspoken. More like foreskinning.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Can you please explain that?
I
Joke?
haven't talked to Marion in like a few minutes, so I'm just trying to throw her a
That's
little
what you threw to me? You gonna talk to me in 5 minutes?
more
and
like
that's
foreskinning. Get that.
That's my twin.
Daddy says I got to get my foreskin.
I don't understand that joke.
It's a inside thing.
It's
Oh.
You can't be in on all of them.
Poor skin humor. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
Dan, let us have some jokes. Stop butting in. God.
Yeah.
All right. Our next category is Deadlock presents most fucked fucker. Dan, I think you got to.
I want to explain this. My favorite podcast in the world is Deadlock. It is a pro wrestling podcast where three hilarious fellows watch old. What are you laughing at?
Some of the nominations.
No, we'll get into it. So they do this in the Deddy Awards every year. It's a wrestling podcast. So at the end of the year, they do like, okay, who's the most fucked fucker? And it's usually like just some shitty bad guy doing fucked up stuff and like,
gross
cutting
and-
people up with fucking weird weapons and just doing shitty things and turn like just a fucked fucker. And I thought that would actually apply really well to games. So I reached out to John Blood. He's the host of Deadlock, and I said, hey, do I have your permission to bring in most fucked fucker to Fire Escape's Game of the Year? And he said, absolutely. So Deadlock presents the most fucked fucker, which again, just a fucked up thing doing fucked up stuff, just a unsavory. You don't want any of these in your house, you know? All right.
So yeah, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're
A villain.
a villain. It means that they're maybe a gross
It's
or
just like, fuck.
nasty.
Fucked fucker. Yeah.
I think the most like widespread fan favorite one that made it click for me was Salazar from RE4 Remake.
Oh,
which you'll see on the
Salazar
list.
is grade A fucked fucker. Yeah, absolutely.
That was what I was when you were describing it to me. I thought you were saying they had to be a heel, so then I suggested someone. You're like, no, not really.
I mean,
but-
it usually is in wrestling, but like in games, it can just be a fucked up little guy or whatever, you know?
Yeah.
All right, let's go through
Yeah.
them.
Okay.
I announced the category.
you did.
You guys
Yeah,
go.
yeah.
Torgal, Star Wars Jedi Survivor.
Tall Mario in Super Mario Wonder.
Nightingale from Alan Wake 2.
Gollum in Gollum.
Colton, the weird monster parts salesman from Tears of the Kingdom.
Grandpa from Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Salazar from Resi 4 Remake.
Booster in Super Mario RPG.
The Goblin that kisses your toesies. Baldur's Gate 3.
Auntie Ethel in Baldur's Gate 3.
And probably all the characters Mike made in Baldur's Gate 3.
You dirty little.
What were you gonna
All
say? I don't know what you're. Jake and I have a co-op campaign where I'm a dark elf.
That's a bad example, though.
No, I know this is the only example that doesn't work, and she's
A stripper.
a babe.
She's a
Yeah.
babe. Oh,
She
well, I think
rocks
you
it.
can make some
She is not a fucked fucker, but all my other characters kind of are.
nasty characters.
Like you know who's like one of the iconic fucked fuckers in literature? Ignatius J. Riley from Confederacy of Dunces. Like two people watching will get what I'm saying. He's a fucked fucker. That's the whole point of that book.
Anyway,
What about
I don't-
Beelzebub?
I don't
Beelzebub?
think I don't think Tall Mario is a fucked fucker.
I mean, he's
They're
fucked
creepy.
up.
Okay, wait. What is the context there? It's
It's when you have a
sometimes
wonder
the
seed
flower
and like
Yeah,
everything
he
is all
stretches,
stretched out. And
yeah.
you're just fucked
It is
up.
uncomfortable.
But
It's not
It
as
is
fucked up
uncomfortable.
as Weird Mario from Mario Maker. He's
But-
just Tall Mario.
But aren't they supposed to just be the silhouette? But wasn't there a bug showing them or something? Or no,
no,
it's a silhouette.
It's a silhouette, but you see him get all stretched
But
out. So like,
someone
if it was real,
Someone on
it's
Twitter
torso.
someone like either illustrated what it would look like without the silhouette.
yeah,
like,
be a fucked fucker.
It's weird, and also very tall things scare me.
Yeah, I don't think we take off Tall Mario yet. Can we? Since
Torgal is actually endearing in Star Wars Jedi Survivor.
I
as
have not
someone-
played it. Is
As
he
someone
not?
who's been going back to that game a lot lately and playing a lot of it, he's endearing.
okay, so you wouldn't mind like
Axe it.
rooming with him like in a dorm room.
No, I wouldn't want to live with the guy.
You don't want to be in the room with any of
Right.
these characters.
Well, the
But if
Goblin
you
that
had to
kisses
go on
my
like a
feet.
road trip with one of these, which
but
one
if-
will be the worst?
I would absolutely room with the Goblin that kisses my feet.
you want the one that you would be willing
yeah, but
to.
Right.
We're
if you
trying
fail
to get
that
rid
check,
of them.
you kiss
Yeah,
his
yeah,
feet.
yeah. The best
so
would
it's
get
the
rid
one
of.
you
Never
would
mind.
put in your car.
Yeah, that we're getting rid of. Yeah.
God, Colton
I would
is
go on a
real.
road trip with Tall Mario. I would have to open the sunroof,
sun's-
but it
Yeah,
would
the
be
sun-
fine.
You're gonna get pulled over.
It's like the scene from Almost
You go under a
Famous.
bridge, he's dead.
decapitated.
Ew.
His Kappa is
But
suddenly
like,
detated.
I wouldn't fucking go near Nightingale.
Oh,
That,
I
No,
agree.
he's
Agreed.
a fuck
He stays
fucker.
on there.
Yeah,
That's
he stays.
disgusting.
Nightingale at the
But
beginning of Alan
to be
Wake 2 is
clear, if
fucked
you haven't
up.
played, or I mean, Nightingale from Alan Wake 2, as we put specifically because in the first game he was just this dick who has it out for Alan Wake and has some of the best lines. He's like, "What's wrong, Hemingway? Don't like bullets?" And when he's shooting at him, he just fucking hates.
Yeah,
But now
yeah.
he's a corpse that comes out of the lake, Cauldron Lake, and then is
he's
having-
naked too,
Yeah,
and there's like dirt and
like,
stuff in
that's
his
key.
butt crack.
decomposing.
He's
Yeah, yeah,
goopy
yeah.
and like Nightingale and Alan Wake 1, not a fucked fucker. We're talking Alan Wake 2.
No, he is, but in a different way.
I don't know if he's just kind of a shithead
just a
now in like
fucker.
1, right?
Okay, yeah,
like
fair
fuck
enough.
you, dude.
Yes,
Like,
but
like
yes.
this is a fucker in 2.
He's fucking disgusting, and you are
the first thing you
opening up
see in the
his
game.
body. It's a very
naked,
first
fucked up
butt.
dude.
And you open him up, and he comes back to life. Like, it's disgusting. I would not even want to be in the same state
I
as
think he
Nightingale.
hangs. He
Yeah, yeah,
hangs.
yeah.
Okay.
Gollum is Gollum, and that game just sucks. That game is a fucked fucker more than Gollum is.
Yeah, Gollum sucks.
Like he's
but,
kind of a
like,
sad sack in that game more than a fucked fucker.
I agree.
Yeah, fucked, like the ideal fucked fucker would like take delight in, yeah, I'm fucking up.
Yeah,
you
no,
know,
Gollum. This Gollum is kind of
Okay.
it's sad.
Yeah, let's say, yeah.
So I do want to say, so we've decided to cut Torgal, Tall Mario, and Gollum.
I'd be okay with that.
Oh, you do want
I
to
would
cut
be
Tall
okay.
Mario.
I mean, he's a fucked fucker. Like all of these are fucked fuckers, but like I
Sure.
think we can cut those. I also, since not everyone has seen like Mike's characters, I'd be in favor of cutting.
It's a funny bit, and I resent it, but sure, let's cut it. My characters are all babes, but it's fine.
Okay, man, Sal. Okay,
Yeah,
have you
nobody's
guys gotten
fuck
to
fucker.
Booster in Super Mario
Oh, I
RPG?
have. Yeah,
He
Booster is the definition of a fucked fucker.
I think he
I
is
gotta
a
Google
maybe
it.
front
Yeah.
runner.
I
Look
haven't
up
played the
Booster
game.
Mario RPG. He's just this fucked up dude who kind of looks like Wario with a biking helmet, and you see portraits of all of his family throughout like 8 generations, and they're all fucked fuckers. Like it's a whole lineage of fucked fuckers, and he's just like hiding behind paintings. Like, like he's got this fucked up face. And look at that guy. How is he not a? Look at his teeth.
Ooh.
Yeah, he is fucked
Is
up.
this an actual like GIF?
Yeah, that's
game?
from the SNES version. Yeah. He's super fucked
It's like
up.
they forgot to give him a mouth, and his teeth are just coming out of his skull.
His face is always like that in this fucked up grin, super toothy. His
She had no
eyes
lips.
look like razors, my dogs.
much in play.
I think Booster, Booster's maybe my front runner here.
I think Colton's pretty good too.
Colton,
I
he's
wouldn't
a
want to
fuck
be
fucker.
there. Colton.
That is. Oh no, I'm so sorry. That was what Salazar. I was like, it was Colton that unlocked what a fucked fucker was for me,
Yeah.
and then
Yeah.
I was like, okay, Salazar on here makes sense. Colton is a genuine fucked fucker.
Okay. So who do we? Okay, maybe we cut Grandpa from Texas Chainsaw Massacre. He's just an old guy you feed blood to. And
Yeah,
you can,
it's
like,
also
That's
like
not fucked at all.
I mean, all these are fucked up, but like, there's
He's
worse.
normal. You just feed blood to him.
We could probably cut the goblin that kisses your feet in
Sounds
BG3.
pretty
I added
fucked up,
this
but-
because if you might have to kiss his feet too, I guess, depending on what you roll.
Is this in the camp?
Yeah, it's in the goblin camp. It's a funny scene.
didn't see it.
But you never see him again, and you put him in his place, and then he's like, "I'm sorry, master," and that's it. So
Okay, maybe worse. There are worse on this
so
list.
much goblin hate too. Like
Yeah.
these are like original, disgusting masses. Goblins are like there's good goblins out there, and all goblins are gross.
So we're down to 5. We got Nightingale, Colton, Salazar, Booster, and Auntie Ethel. Tell me about her.
I added Auntie Ethel. So have you seen this?
Discuss-
Yeah,
Yeah,
she's the hag, shape-shifting
Oh, I
hag.
got
Yeah.
Yeah, she can take your character's eye, and then you are permanently blind in one eye for the rest of the game if
Jesus,
you
okay.
roll poorly.
Well,
and
yeah.
she like reverse has a kid, like sticks a kid in.
I
It's
remember
a whole
you.
thing. Yeah, in
She's
Act
messed
3.
up. So again, but contextually, the first time you meet her is at the.
Okay.
Who's that?
It's
Oh
a-
yeah, no, but
it's a pretty fucked fucker.
the first
All
time
right.
you meet her, she's a normal, like
She's like
charming
an
elderly
endearing
woman
old lady.
selling potions in the Druid camp or at the what's the Karlax race.
It's in Act 1, but it's like off to the
Yeah,
side.
yeah. And you meet her, and then like another person's like, I don't trust her, and then you go. She's basically like the Baba Yaga once you start digging into her story.
I almost think that like the deceit and the kind of like hiding who she is and all that, like there is a certain amount of like intent and intelligence to that.
Oh,
that
she's
I think-
clever. She's clever.
Whereas
Yeah,
I think the
okay.
ideal fucked fucker is just like all the time, like just like fucked up little fucker, you know, like everyone else
She's
here.
evil.
She's evil. Yeah, there's a difference between evil and a fucked fucker.
Colton's
you know?
like, I want monster dicks to fuel my machine.
He's constantly, you know.
Colton is Salazar. Okay, this is a good top 3.
Okay,
we've
so
got top
And having never seen Booster until 20 seconds ago.
man, he is. He's
Salazar.
unsavory.
Salazar
think,
is a vile. Like
Yeah.
they and they increased the style in the remaster. You can see every fucking all of his teeth issues. You can see
The way he says
Skin, like-
Mr. Kennedy, too.
you can see the skin deteriorating off of his face.
Not a single redeeming quality. I mean, to any. Well, I mean, here's the thing. Okay, I don't think Colton wins this because Colton's not like actively like. I mean,
He's got his brother's
can
got him
work
in
with
check.
them. Yeah, you can
Yeah.
work with them. You can like make a deal with them and stuff like
But
that.
he's
Like,
not getting in my car.
Oh, he's helping
no,
him coming
no,
into
no.
my
I
house.
wouldn't trust him at
Absolutely
all.
not.
But like, he's not actively like fucking with you. You know. Whereas
Sal-
like Booster and Salazar are.
Salazar looks as if is it the toy maker from Blade Runner injected one of his dolls with formaldehyde.
Yeah, it's bad.
And you say this having not even in Resident Evil 4 remake yet. We're playing through in Knievel. You're about to do the Salazar fight, and you haven't even seen what happens there.
Yeah.
And that gets weird.
Man,
He's nasty.
I don't know enough
vile
about Booster
creature.
to like
Honestly,
refute
there's
that.
a lot of parallels between Booster and Salazar. Now that I think about it, like they in a
Yeah.
castle,
Colton's
lots
actually
of
like a-
inbreeding. I'm sure. You
Yeah.
know, like you
Yeah,
can.
there's a genetic
like
issue.
portraits of
going on.
themselves on the walls.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think the Colton thing is a shallower thing. He's actually like helpful and kind of a nice dude.
I mean, he's a fucker, but like I would take him off.
He's not
because
fucking with you.
We have because we still have Nightingale.
We have
so
Nightingale.
I would
Oh,
think-
shit.
I would
take
cut
Colton off.
Colton. Yeah.
I agree. I think we need to make a case for Nightingale. I think we have to start dissecting fucker a little bit more.
Yeah, Nightingale is just like a dead body. You know,
These
it's
are
like, we don't
all-
like dead bodies.
These are all vile. But a dead body that reanimates and tries to kill you is probably one of the most vile and upsetting things that I wouldn't want.
Gets his heart torn out in a ritual
yeah.
first.
Nothing redeeming.
And then
All
stuff shoved in
disgusting.
there.
Murdered, started having his organs removed, came back to life, and tried to I don't know. And I don't think it's voluntary. I don't even think he is who he is anymore. It's almost like his soul is now in hell,
Yeah,
and he's
it's
being
a vessel.
reanimated to kill. He's a vessel.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
that is such a description of a fucked, sad shit pile. I don't want to be around
Well, so-
it.
It's the agency in Salazar that
Yes.
makes him creepier.
And-
And,
and
he's
with
doing it on
Booster.
purpose. Like
Yeah.
he wants to be doing this shit. Whereas Nightingale is like helpless
There's the
and
sad,
gross.
yeah.
and
There's the
fucked.
sadness with Nightingale. Whereas like Booster and Salazar are doing their fucked up stuff, and then be like, yeah, like they're into it and deciding to do it.
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah, it is. But like Nightingale is again. I still maintain that he's more of a fucker in the first game. I played that game recently, and he's a dick. But yeah, Salazar is just like he's not even the main villain, but he wants to be. That's how big his like megalomania
That makes him more of a
is.
fucked fucker too,
Yeah.
because he overstays his welcome and he doesn't realize he's not even the most important character.
Like he's not the most intimidating at first. That's the chief. And he's not the actual mastermind, which is Sadler.
Yes.
He's like the middle child of the big three antagonists in Resident Evil 4. And he's also just a little fucker to boot. Like he's not fun.
Salazar's really
Dan, who are you
Mr.
leaning toward as someone who's played both of these games, interacted with both of these
I mean,
characters?
personally, the whole time I was seeing Booster playing it, I was like, oh, he's number one fucked fucker. But I think there is also an argument that like we all played and know Salazar. This is our pick.
Such
like,
a
and he
nasty
is-
little demon.
He's kind of just as much of a fucked fucker as Booster. In fact, he might do more actively shitty things than Booster. Booster is
Resident
just a little asshole for the most
Yeah.
part.
You
you
walk
know?
into before you fight him, before Leon gets trapdoored into the spike cavern, Salazar is like having a couple of the Ganados like inject and smear Ashley with blood from other.
Yeah, he's. I think.
Well, here's my question about Booster: Is it funny?
I mean, I think it's
Okay,
kind of hilarious.
Salazar is kind of funny, but it's actually in the remake. I think they made him a bit more sinister.
Yeah, like I feel like the ideal fucked fucker would like when you see what they're doing. It's like, ah, God, you know,
Ugh.
just, you
Like
know,
you're
like-
uncomfortable.
Yeah, Booster, I'm kind of like laughing, like, oh, this little fucker.
Yeah,
you know?
he seems. Yeah.
But he's not a fucked fucker. He's just a fucker.
He
No,
is.
he's still a fucked
He
fucker.
is. But
He's made it to the top
Salazar,
three.
Salazar is kind of untouchable here. I
They
think.
made him more of a fucker in the remake.
Yeah, I think that's the winner.
Salazar is a fucked fucker.
Fire Escapes Deadlock presents most fucked fucker is Salazar.
Thank you, Johnny, James, and Tony for the category.
Escape.
Listen to Deadlock, everyone.
Ugh.
That's a good one.
More of the Shannon. You don't have a glass.
Hey, real quick, has everything been looking good with the stream? Have we been any drops, anything? Everyone
What is-
hearing
do you wanna-
everything?
is-
Good to go?
What's our quality?
I haven't checked chat in a while.
Let's take a look. Hello, everyone. I hope you're enjoying the show.
Stream has been great. Looks
Excellent.
good.
Hell
Looking
yeah.
real moist. Looks good. Great.
Ooh,
Moist,
good.
okay.
That's what we
Can
want to
I-
hear.
Can I actually tell you guys? Can I tell the people what I was excited about? I told them we got a bunch of emails after whatever episode it was, 60, when we were talking about good wine pairings with like junk food or fast food, and a bunch of people were like, "Hey, this is actually fun because I have that stuff and I'd like to try more wine, and I don't always have like duck confit or like coq au vin in my house. Like I don't either. That's why I like pairing wine with fast food or like sometimes junk food. So we got spicy chicken sandwiches from Popeyes, and I
Some
maintain
hot
that-
honey.
Spicy. If you're doing like
Honey.
spicy chicken, or if you're in like Maryland, have like Old Bay seasoning on something, or you're doing some like crawdads down south. I would go with like a Chenin Blanc. It's like Off dry white from Loire Valley in France, but it's going to be more. This is specifically a Vouvray, which is a region that makes really good Chenin Blancs. But it's a little bit sweeter. The acidity is gonna cut through some of the spice happening in your mouth. The sweetness is gonna counteract it. It's really good. But we also got a bunch of gummy candies, which go really well with like a Sauvignon Blanc. The tartness in both kind of interacts really well. So I got a Sancerre. But so that's been fun.
It has been.
And we haven't even dug into some of
fantastic.
them.
Actually, I should get a wine glass to
I'll
get
get
some
you
more
one.
of that.
I'll get up.
And I'll say real quick, I know right now we're on the main page of Twitch. We have over 10,000 people watching right now.
Oh, man.
So, hi, if it's the first time seeing us. I'm Dan. That's Mary. Mike's getting wine. We got Judge Jake over here. We do a podcast called the Fire Escape Cast every other week. Find it on whatever podcast app you use. Search for Fire Escape Cast. It's mostly about video games. Well, it's maybe not mostly, like maybe
Like a
third of the podcast. It's a long podcast, and we talk about a lot of stuff. So, if you're enjoying what you're watching, go ahead and subscribe to the Fire Escape Cast on Spotify or wherever you listen to podcasts. All right.
Would you eat some gummy candy if I open that Sancerre?
Yes.
I got the Invisaligns in.
Can you bring me a glass, Mikey?
I want some wine, but just I don't eat anything. Yeah. Yeah, cool. All right, I think this is going well.
I think it's going very well.
I think
There's
this
been
is,
no arguments. I haven't had
no
to
arguments.
interject.
We're all listening to each other's.
So respectful of
yes.
each other's personal preferences and wants and needs.
Absolutely.
You not enjoying yourself? You want more fights? He wants.
It's been going well.
I agree with you. I just don't understand why you want to shake my hand.
I just think it's a positive thing.
but
where
you haven't this isn't. We haven't come to an agreement.
I think it'd be a negative thing if you didn't shake my hand.
We
We don't want to bring that into this, right? We're having a nice night. Everyone's getting along. Everyone's, we're a team. We're coming to conclusions together
Yeah,
as a
but
team.
each time I just
He's got
side eye
something
you
up
a
his
little
sleeve.
more.
What are you talking about?
It's weird.
I just think that the ideal circumstances, we all leave this happy.
gonna
We don't
cash
get
in
into
all
any
this good.
fights. I don't want to fight in my house. This is going well.
You know where the corkscrew went?
I got one of those fellers over there. If you want to use that. I don't want to make you upset. We're up on the deck. I don't want you tossing me off. This is going well.
I haven't threatened you yet.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying this is going
We're
very,
not
very
at
well.
the level. What's going on?
While Mike is getting wine, do we want to read the nominees for the next one?
Yeah.
We can do it. Yep.
Let's do it. Cool. Excellent.
All right. So the next category is best extra thing (parentheses new character expansion DLC etc.).
All right. Nominees.
Dead Cells, Return to Castlevania,
Resident Evil 4 Separate Ways.
Resident Evil Village VR,
Resident Evil 4 VR.
Fortnite OG map.
Fortnite New Games,
Pokemon Secret of Area Zero.
Chaos Dwarfs expansion from Total War Warhammer 3.
God of War Valhalla,
Hitman Freelancer Mode.
Mario Kart 8 booster courses.
Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty.
And Horizon Forbidden West. Do you want to cut that last one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just delete it. I don't
Yeah,
think
just
I
delete
need
that. We don't need to
cross
look at
it
that.
out.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, just get rid of that. Okay. All right.
1,000 people leave.
Yeah, all those Horizon fans. Yeah. They exist. Seems kind of popular.
Quite a bit of them, yeah.
Yeah. All right. Best extra thing.
You want a wine glass?
Yes.
I guess I'm the resident Fortnite player. I will. Okay, I'll do this right here. As a gracious co-host here, I'm not trying to push my own stuff on here.
Yeah, but I don't think you're that eager about Fortnite.
I have actually in the last month or two, I've started playing it again between the OG map and the Solid Snake thing. The OG map I wasn't playing when it initially came out, so I didn't have any nostalgia. I mean, I played it. It was a map. It was fine. People seem to like it a lot. It seemed to bring a lot of people back into the game. But personally, doesn't really mean a lot to me. And I know no one else here plays a lot of Fortnite, so I think cut OG map. And also the new games, I think it's an interesting idea. I have not played the Rocket League stuff. I have not played the Rock Band or Lego yet. It seems like I've heard it's kind of underwhelming. But
The Lego thing is huge.
the
I'm
Lego
like,
thing's big.
big.
I don't think we can-
Rocket
It's
League.
it's popular, but is it good?
But no matter what, none
we
of us
haven't
are
played
playing
it.
it.
No,
It's
it's
not. I don't
yeah.
think it's fucking.
It's not for us.
It's not for
Yeah.
us. So
Okay,
I think we
that's
cut the
fine.
Fortnite stuff. So
That's fine.
yeah.
This is indicative of Fire Escape, so yeah.
Yes.
I will say we should cut Pokemon Secret Area of Zero or whatever. I played a lot of it, but it still doesn't run well. You have to get through a lot in order to get to it. Don't know if we leave it there.
Got it.
And you also, for Indigo Disc, the second one that just came out last week, you have to finish the first one, right?
You have to finish the main game and the first
one,
one, and then you can access it.
Let me bring this up because I've actually heard people say some good things about God of War Valhalla, but I know we've all been traveling and stuff.
haven't played it.
I haven't played it. Have any of us played it? I don't think we can keep it. I mean, I've heard it's good, so we'll give it that credit. But like, I am curious to try it because like the combat and everything in Ragnarok was the part I liked about the game. So,
but the integrity of this podcast is so important. We
course.
couldn't possibly have something win if we hadn't actually personally played it.
Absolutely.
So
I do think we can cut
Integrity is what we're
Total
all
War
about.
too. I think we can cut Total War.
That's fine.
Okay. Yeah.
It was really
You'd have to
fucking
really
good.
like it to get it on here. Like, I mean, there's.
No, that's fine. I got it was a very good DLC, and if you've been paying attention to Warhammer 3's DLC, you know they've been hitting some snafus lately with pricing and whatnot, and I think Chaos Door is one of the best DLCs in the strategy genre I've ever seen.
Do you want me to leave it?
No, you can cut it. I'm just giving it its due.
I'm gonna delete it. I don't really.
And then
wanna see it.
also, actually, super quick, can you bold Hitman Freelancer mode before we talk the other ones?
Yes, I'm okay with that.
I mean, that's not getting cut. I will say here,
Phantom Liberty.
I love what they've done with Mario Kart 8 and like keeping that game alive. For like, I fucking reviewed that game in 2013, 14 at Game
Yeah.
Informer. That
crazy.
game is so old and it's still super fucking popular, super fucking fun. They're still adding to it. I think they're done now, obviously, but like. The booster thing they did was really, really cool. The last couple of Grand Prix and everything have not been like the most exciting courses, but worth shouting out that it's still fucking killing it. But it's not going to hang against other stuff on here.
who's going to speak to VR?
I was gonna say, has anyone played Resident Evil 4 VR? 4 in
I've
particular.
done Village,
Yeah.
and I've done the original
sorry.
4 in VR.
Okay, yeah, actually, who was I was talking about this with Jacob Geller. This is not necessarily relevant. I think Resident Evil 4 VR, when you're playing Leon in third person still, is better than what they've... You're still playing Leon in third person in Resident Evil 4 Remake VR.
Wait, in remake VR, it's third person?
No, not in Remake VR. Sorry, in the original Resident Evil 4 VR. They did Resident Evil 4 VR.
Yeah,
now
I've
there's
done that
Resident Evil 4
one.
Remake
I've done that
VR.
one on the
I
Quest,
actually think
yeah.
the original is better than Remake VR.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
I don't
Okay.
think the Resident Evil 4 Remake VR is bad. I actually think the original was better. That doesn't necessitate axing it, but I would actually...
Wait, sorry, the original remake?
I couldn't follow any of that.
There's a lot of moving parts
Resident
here.
Evil 4 and Resident Evil Remake both also have VR modes now.
Yes.
The original Resident Evil 4 VR
Yes,
is
which
better
came out
than-
like a year ago or
is
so,
better
yeah.
than the recently released
The
4
remake VR.
Okay.
Wow,
Can
okay.
you explain that again?
No. We're moving on.
Not by much.
okay.
I actually think you lose. some of
I
that.
none of us have played it though, too, right? So I think
I haven't. I downloaded
for
it, but I haven't
VR
played it
we
yet.
can. But I know you guys have played Village.
Wait, no,
Build
I have
VR,
played 4 VR. I was just saying I like it better than I played a little bit of Remake. Not
Didn't
much.
you just hear him ramble on for two
No, I
minutes?
guess
You
I
asked
didn't.
me several times to clarify.
All right.
No,
Tell me
you
to
can
cut
cut it though. Like I like Village VR. I like Village VR more than them.
Village VR worked really well, I thought. So,
Yeah.
and I haven't played 4, so you're saying cut 4 over Village.
I like Village more.
I mean, 4 obviously a better game, I think, than Village.
I'm
but
just saying,
yeah.
as it's
Yeah.
written,
Yep.
it should be Resident Evil 4 Remake VR.
Okay.
Just want to clarify for people who
Sure. Oh,
Yes.
I see. Okay.
Resident Evil Village VR, the minutia they dug into with the VR is crazy. Like every single weapon has its own reload animations, and it gets terrifying when a Lycan or 17 are coming at you, and you have to be like, "Fuck, how do I reload this gun?" It's fun.
What about 4 Separate Ways?
I didn't play
We're already
I
talking
played
about
through, I
Resident
played through
Evil.
all of it. I played
Separate
through
Ways
all
is
of it.
Ada.
Yeah, I mean, that was the mode that was originally in the PS2 release of the original Resident Evil 4. It's cool. You play as Ada doing stuff while, Leon's off doing his stuff. They had a grapple gun thing. And there's some more mobility. You can kind of like pull yourself towards enemies and stuff. You can pull shields away from the monks and all that. It's cool. I mean, I like any excuse to play more of 4 Remake because that game's fucking great. I don't want to cut it just yet. I did like it. I want to say I don't think there's any world in which Hitman Freelancer and Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty are not in the
Agreed.
top 3.
I agree. I'd like to make a case for Dead Cells.
Oh,
Sure,
that's
sure.
that was my number 3.
Okay.
Agreed.
Yeah,
Can we
I
agree
played
on the
it.
top 3?
I
no,
mean, it's,
well,
maybe,
yes.
yeah.
Dead Cells Return to Castlevania is one of the best ways to give you an excuse to return to Dead Cells, one of our favorite games.
6 years after the game came out, it's still so fucking.
It was just a bonus. Castlevania is a beloved game as well.
Which Konami's not going to do anything with it.
No,
so yeah.
merging those is peanut butter and butter, like peanut butter and
Peanut butter and butter. That sounds fucking gross. That's not
What
gross.
is wrong
It's weird.
with me?
Yeah.
I'm getting a water.
No, finish the.
Wait, tell us how long you soaked with it first.
Yeah. So a good half hour soak with it. Yeah.
Stop being mean to her. It's my twin. Only I get to make fun of her. Mary, you're blowing it. Redeem yourself.
This is like some Succession vibes here.
I'm the eldest boy.
I'll be Roman to her
I
shit.
understand why I
Wait, if
can't.
this is Succession, who's who?
I can't make
Logan.
like a simple
Logan,
phrase.
Judge Jake.
Logan.
Yes.
No, you're.
Are you
no,
Roman?
It's Connor.
You're Roman, right?
I guess I'm Roman. He's Connor.
I'm
He's
a con-
Connor?
I'm a con
I'm not
head,
Kendall,
then.
am I?
Absolutely Kendall.
Kendall?
You are the most Kendall person in my
That's
friend group.
insane.
You
No.
should really reflect on that,
I'm
Dan.
not Kendall. Wait,
you
are you saying
absolutely
she's...
are Kendall.
What?
Yes, because everything you do, even if it's nice, is bad.
No, you're Tom. You're Tom.
I don't like
I
that
don't know
either.
that we have a Kendall.
I don't like any of those characters.
You're
more of a
As
You're
people.
not meant to.
I don't want to, lock you into Shiv just because you're a woman. I actually think you're more of a Kendall.
Am I shit?
You could. No, you're not ruthless enough.
I think I am Shiv because Shiv holds
Actually,
on a
you really
grudge
are
for the entire series
Shiv.
and then
Yeah, you
tries
are
to
Shiv.
destroy people because of it.
I just wanna
would
clarify it's
ruin
not
my
'cause you're a
own
woman.
career just to spite you if you hurt me.
I know you would.
I think that's
And I'm afraid
true.
of both you and Shiv. So
That
I
show
think
was
you're
good. I
Dead
missed that
Cells
show.
Return to Castlevania
Yes.
is a phenomenal return
Would
to Dead
Alucard be
Cells.
Logan?
Being able to just play around in the Castlevania game is so much fun to be able to explore the villains, the
The
different
music.
the
Castlevania music, yes.
the weapons that they give you.
Yeah.
This is a phenomenal return to Dead Cells, something that I was waiting for an excuse to be able to play Dead Cells. I played this in bed before I went to sleep every night for a month. Like, Dead Cells slaps. I'm actually kind of bummed that this is the first time I'm seeing this game. Like, I played this game a lot and I kind of forgot about it
No, it's
until we
still
talked
such
about it just
good.
now.
tonight's nominations. You mean?
It's phenomenal.
It's one of those incredibly smart collaborations. The way that, like, when they announced Dave the Diver and Dredge, it's like, oh shit, that makes so much
For
sense.
several like
Dead
Dead by
Cells and-
Daylights, those
Yeah,
good
yeah, yeah. Like,
collaborations. Well,
this-
we'll get to one of them.
I think that's the top three. I think it's Dead Cells, Hitman, and Cyberpunk.
I agree.
I like Separate Ways. I had a good time with it. It's not. That.
I would say Village VR is great, but
Yeah.
you need PSVR 2 to be playing
It's
it.
not peanut butter and butter.
No.
Yeah.
As great as Dead Cells Return to Castlevania is, I think this is a race between Freelancer and Phantom Liberty. Mm-hmm. Those were
That
both
seems
like
This I'm
massive.
actually. Can I toss to Judge Jake, who your stomach must be in knots having to choose between Hitman.
I
Freelancer,
played
and
probably the
Phantom
two games I played the most
Yeah,
of this
this
year.
game,
were
yeah, or this
Hitman
year, yeah.
Freelancer. Oh God.
I know. I'm
Freelancer's
enjoying
so
this.
fucking cool.
Is this a Judge Jake tiebreaker?
I'm kind of like want to see his thought process because these are two of his like.
Oh no!
But explain your ruling.
Oh wait, hang on. Yep. Getting gimmick.
Yeah, get the gimmick.
I think we're gonna have to go with Hitman Freelancer mode here.
Executive decision.
That's crazy.
I played
That is
200
crazy.
hours of
No,
that.
I mean I agree, but
I am
surprised.
still playing. I think it's incredible. Best extra thing DLC character new expansion for Firescape is Hitman Freelancer
Wait,
mode.
talk about
Yeah, we
Phantom
got to
Liberty,
give
'cause
Phantom
you
Liberty
know it
credit.
better than
As
anyone else.
Elvis.
It saved
And
it.
Patch
Man.
2.0, but we're not talking Patch. Well, yeah, Patch 2.0 and Phantom Liberty are kind of a package.
Oh, no, let me go back to the table cam first, and then
Get the music.
the music's just gonna keep going. It's just gonna be on me. Phantom Liberty is also really good.
Yeah.
I feel like Phantom Liberty, like not only with the 2.0 update, which fixed a lot of the issues that Cyberpunk had, but I also think tonally, Phantom Liberty itself is so tight, so solid. It feels so razor sharp. Everything fits together so nicely, and it has two very distinct endings that are both like mind-blowing in their own way, and it is one of the hardest decisions I've ever had to make in a game, where you get to this point and I think you're timed too, and you have to pick one of two people who
Wait,
you've
is
been-
this the one that I know coming up? We have Biggest Swing. Is this the one that
It's on there.
Is it the same?
It is on there. I'm not going to talk about like what that moment is in particular, but all of that works because of how well written that Phantom Liberty is, and it just feels so tight and so well designed, and it's so good.
I also think 2.0 and Phantom Liberty is like right up there with No Man's Sky and the turnaround they've made with like the last 10 years of like feel good. Like, man, this had a disastrous fucking launch and they turned it around. So I think it's so cool to see what happened with Phantom Liberty. And I have not beaten it yet. That's one that like once January comes, things slow down.
Definitely play it. It's
That's
short, too.
short list for me
Yeah.
to go through. Yeah,
Yeah.
I played like probably 5 or 10 hours of it and it's been really cool from what I've seen. So
But I think like if it comes down between Hitman is one of the best games ever made.
yes.
And Freelancer mode took all of the best things about Hitman and remixed it.
Yeah.
And put like I think I put 200 hours into Hitman this year.
God,
It also
damn.
forced me out of my Hitman habits so well.
Yeah,
Like
the
when
way-
I was like, oh man, this
the way like you have to like rewire your brain for so much of it, and the best part is when you just fuck something up and you're like, I gotta go, and you're just sprinting to the exit, throwing objects at
yeah,
people
well, it's like
chasing you.
I'm so like try to do every mission as clean as possible in Hitman, but in that it's like, oh god, I'm gonna go down this assault mission stack. And then it's like I'm going to the Maldives and I'm picking up every gun I can and just shooting people very loudly.
Yeah.
And it's completely antithetical to how I usually play.
But also, when you do pull off a mission perfectly, it is so satisfying because you had to one-shot it.
You have to
essentially.
one shot with a sniper rifle a guy near the exit to Berlin, and then I was like, I have like 5 feet between this door and that to drop the gun, change my disguise so the people on the other side of the door don't know it was me. They just heard the 50 cal and they see the dead body. They don't know it was me. It's incredible.
I think it adds so much to the Hitman formula in that, like, there's always been that feeling, even prior to 2016, in a Hitman where, like, you fucked up and it's like, oh, how am I going to pull this off? But, like, back then, until Freelancer, it's been, like, in a bottle. It's been like,
Yes.
oh, I got to get out of this level. But now it's like there are stakes beyond the level you're in. And I think that makes it so much more, like, the one-shot element of it. Like, it's
just-
one of the coolest extra things I've ever seen added to a game.
My only gripe with, and correct me if I'm wrong, maybe they changed this with freelancer mode. It's not really a gripe. I get why they cut them. There's a bunch of maps that they didn't include.
Yeah, there was some maps that
Which
were.
I get it.
Yeah.
It's a tighter experience because they omitted like some bad maps that I was personally fond of, but I would have loved to see how they remixed everything.
Yeah.
But
Man, I want to play
Extremely
more of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
and also I love building up the safe house, like the meta game of building
Yeah,
up
the
your
guns
gun
and
wall,
yeah.
I think the one thing to also note, sounds like we're all in agreement, which is great. So we're not justifying this, but a lot of times when I hear why Cyberpunk is such a phenomenal extra thing is because the original Cyberpunk had so many issues and Phantom Liberty was the game people wanted. And I think that's wonderful. Good for them. But imagine how much more difficult it is to go on top of a beloved game that's practically perfect,
Hitman?
like Hitman,
Yeah.
and then make it better. That's a better accomplishment than
Instead
fixing
of
a game that
fixing
had
something,
problems.
yeah, it's
Well, yeah,
no
to-
one saw this
yeah.
coming. Everyone's like, we already fucking love these 3 Hitman games, and then
We're
wait,
like-
you're gonna add a free thing that makes
Yeah,
it like
tough,
way
we
better.
made it better.
Yeah, it wins.
Sick, done.
Hell yeah.
Easy. All right. I already announced it, but I can do it again if we want.
No, I feel good
Yeah.
about it.
Okay. Then next category is
Oh man.
thing we forgot came out this year, and the nominees.
Why is he holding the hammer?
the gavel is just hovering.
Crash the glass.
All right, thing we forgot came out this year.
The Assassin's Creed that came out this year.
Yeah, that's one of them. Starfield.
Immortals of Avium.
Bayonetta oranges. What did I say?
You said
What do you mean,
oranges.
what did I say?
You
You
said
just said-
Bayonetta oranges. Like I said, Dr. Penis.
Well, we both have things on the brain, don't we?
Oranges and dicks.
Dan's thinking about penises and Mary's just obsessed with oranges.
Well, I just had a Sour Patch, and I think it made
That'll
my
do it. That'll
mouth
do it.
Cereza and the Lost Demon. Is it Cereza?
Sure.
Cereza.
Atomic Heart.
Final Fantasy 16.
Sonic Superstars.
The Crew Motorfest.
Diablo 4.
Everybody, 1, 2, switch.
Disney Illusion Island.
Fire Emblem Engage.
Crime Boss, Rock Hay City.
PSVR 2.
Overwatch 2.
That one's brutal.
Yeah, there's a few
That
brutal
was
ones.
huge.
All of these are-
launch.
That's the thing. So we got to keep in mind, this isn't worst. This is like a thing that like, oh, right. I forgot that fucking came out.
Also,
So
to get ahead of what I'm sure Chad is saying, technically the winner should not even be on this list
Because
right
we
now because we
actually
literally
forgot
forgot.
it. Yeah.
Which we discovered
Okay.
2 years ago when we first did it.
Let's do this. Let's take off Starfield. There's a lot to be said about how disappointing that game was, but
Immortals
no
Avium.
one forgot Starfield exists.
Immortals
Especially
Avium,
people
I would
who
also
paid
say.
full price for it. probably
Right,
didn't
$70
forget
in the
it.
hole. Yeah, of course. Yeah,
God.
yeah. Also, Diablo 4. I
Yeah.
feel like people are gonna remember it came out.
I
You know,
remember
it's- Not really talked about a lot, but we remember.
Immortals of Avium, I still think it did enough badly or in a cringy way that I think we talked about
We
it.
do talk
Yep,
about
yep,
it.
yep.
We talked about it tonight. I think we should cut everything we talked about tonight. Final Fantasy 16, like, it didn't stand out to me, but I still think like
I think
People are gonna
gonna
remember.
cut. Yeah.
Yeah, people will know what Final Fantasy came out. Yeah.
bubblegum.
Boy, a lot of forgettable stuff now.
I would say Fire Emblem Engage. Well, I don't know. Maybe I thought
Fire
about
Emblem
that
Engage
game a
we should
lot
cut.
this year.
I did too.
I understand why people didn't, because it didn't get nearly the same fanfare that Three Houses did.
Yeah.
And it came out in January. But
I would cut Fire Emblem Engage.
Okay.
I love that game.
how do you guys feel about that?
I think you can take it off.
What's Atomic Heart?
That's the one. It's the one that was going for a BioShock thing, and the only person I know that ever talked about it or liked it was Jeff Backler.
Soviet era, like almost stalkerish, like
It had some
first person shooter,
cool looks
robots,
to it.
nipples.
Yeah, like a weird
Yay.
robot, and
Yeah,
it was kind of
sexy robot.
And what
BioShocky.
I do remember the sexy robots.
Yeah, they like sit on your face too at one point. It's very strange.
I forgot about
You
everyone
forgot
did
about
talk
this?
about it for a
Yeah.
second, and then whoosh.
Yeah, maybe. Okay, I don't know if we take that off yet.
No, I mean the fact that I couldn't remember what it was speaks volumes.
Was Overwatch 2 this year? Man, is the fact that
think
we
so,
don't know
yeah.
make it more?
I'm pretty sure it is.
Yes,
this
I'm pretty
year.
positive it
We
was.
keep it? Okay.
Yeah, check just in case.
I mean, I think we'll remember there was like a weird Bayonetta spinoff that no one played. You know.
Still up.
Booster.
Yeah.
I think we can cut Bayonetta Origins. Like people remember, like that's the.
It's just not as damning as some of these others. Like,
no.
is this kind of like fucked fucker where it's like, all of these we've forgotten about. They're all
Oh,
noms,
yeah.
so we no longer need to justify the fact that you forgot it.
Mm-hmm.
What we're saying is, did it shock you how much you genuinely forgot about it
Good
this
point.
year? So like,
So on that note, I
Yeah.
would think, like, of course, some Assassin's Creed game came out this year. That's not shocking to me. You know, like
because they're forgettable.
they've been forgettable forever. So
What's
like,
it called?
Odysseus,
Where was it?
Egypt.
No,
Middle East.
Neither. You're wrong on both accounts. It's when you see something in the desert that's not really there.
Mirage.
Nope.
Mirage.
No. Yeah, just kidding.
Okay. All right.
I will say this wine pairs well with the Sour Patch
I know.
Kids.
It's
pretty
a dry. It's a dry like tart, like a
Yeah.
really.
I
acidic.
expect to forget everybody
didn't
1-2
care.
switch.
Yeah.
Oh, I actually have 2 new nominations for this list
Uh-oh.
that I remember came out because I like both of them.
If you remembered it, then do they belong on this list?
Well, I just remembered they came
Oh,
out. So.
okay. All right.
Wolong Fallen Dynasty.
Oh right.
Oh,
right.
that's a good one.
Namco's
that-
Souls-like based in China.
Yeah.
Three Kingdoms era, I think.
Is it the like Lords of the Fallen type? It's like a Dark Souls type, right? Or is it a Ninja Gaiden
No,
type?
you're right,
Kept
but
these
I
away
love
from
that
me.
instead of saying it's like Dark Souls, you said it's like Lords of the Fallen, which
It's
itself
a Dark
is
Souls
blatant
like.
Dark
Yeah, that's
Souls.
what I'm saying. It's one of those. Yeah.
Oh, it's just like GoBots.
Just getting them away from me.
What's the Transformers?
I don't know.
And then the other one, Wild Hearts.
What the fuck is that? The Monster Hunter?
Monster Hunter meets Minecraft.
I
meets
played
Fortnite.
a lot of that.
It was
too.
Oh, and you forgot about it?
It was a good game, but
Add
it's
it,
Monster
add
Hunter
it.
meets Fortnite
Okay.
/ Minecraft kind of building stuff.
I think I've.
I will say that this is the same month as Fire Emblem Engage and Wolong. It was that month where it was like, holy shit, it's busy all of a sudden from these medium.
Can we get rid of everybody 1-2 switch, Disney Illusion Island? These are understandably forgettable games, and they're not going to be
Yeah.
our top 3.
No,
we
yeah,
did,
you-
we
we
did
can get rid of
technically
them.
talk about Crime Boss. We nominated for
Yeah,
something
yeah.
else.
So take Crime Boss off. We'll remember. Oh, that weird
Sonic
Chuck Norris
Superstars
game.
could probably go too.
Yeah, like they followed
Did
up.
we
with
ever know about it? Did we ever talk about
Well,
it?
it was always just like, well, Sonic Mania. They nailed it with the 2D Sonic, and they decided to make a stupid one again. So yeah. I would say let's maybe take off PSVR. Let's maybe take off PSVR 2 because I don't think we're going to forget that they did.
That
It's
was more
insane
me.
that they did and apparently seem to have no fucking plan for following up on it. But
That
we're
was
not
my,
going to
like-
forget that.
That was
you
my
know?
snarky edition nomination.
Oh, okay. But I mean, it is worth pointing out that like it's insane how little support that thing's gotten.
The Crew. Is this really the most forgettable game?
It was
It's pretty forgettable.
Wait, didn't they just, was that yesterday they just announced, was it this game or a past the Crew game that they're shutting down servers for forever?
It must be a past one, right?
Must be.
Oh, don't remember any of those games. So
Can we get rid
sorry,
of the crossed out ones?
Which Overwatch 2.
All the crossed out
Just
ones.
delete
Can
them
we, yeah.
so that we can see.
Clean it up a little bit. Yeah.
Overwatch 2 was early access last year in October, I believe, but August was its full release this year.
Man,
I don't think people forgot that Assassin's Creed Mirage came out. I just think the game itself was a bit underwhelming, which a
Yeah.
lot of people I think a lot of people liked it.
That's what I was saying. Is like I don't think it's like shocking or surprising that like oh right an Assassin's Creed came out this year. It just seems like another boring Assassin's Creed game. So
Yeah, I having played a bit of it, I don't think it really went back to the social stealth of the earlier games. Like I think it was touting at all. But
I think we can cut Assassin's Creed.
Okay.
I'm gonna delete it again.
Yeah. All right, we need to cut 2. I mean, people will remember that there was an Overwatch 2.
No, it's fucking crazy that we had to look up the date that it released.
That is nuts because like Overwatch was a fucking phenomenon in
Yeah.
like 2015.
Massive.
I think the fact that it was in early access for a bit might have contributed to the fact that we forgot when it released. I don't think we forgot it released. I think we forgot when.
Yeah, that's a good point.
If you're saying that because it was in early access, it muddies the waters of when it came out, which is why we forgot it came out this year, because technically people were playing it last year. I think it's a good reason to remove it.
Yeah, like
same.
we
Yeah,
remember
agreed.
it exists at least.
Agreed.
Like yeah, I think we
Like,
take it off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, early access doesn't necessitate that. Like Baldur's Gate 3 was also early access for 2 years, and look at where that is. But I agree. Overwatch 2, I'd strike.
All right. Can
Okay.
we? I don't know if the crew is at the level of these other 3.
The Crew Motorfest, I don't think I was necessarily paying attention to it to begin with.
Yeah.
Here's the thing: I've heard it's actually pretty good. Mike Minotti likes it a lot. It's his game of the year. It's weird.
That's
but
very
yeah, I
weird.
know it's shocking. Supposed to be good.
What is this bit?
Who are you
No,
trying
I'm-
to convince?
I was gonna say.
Mike Minotti's not here. He's not on.
I'm
Fair
saying
Shake.
it's bad
I
that
don't care what he thinks.
this game is like
I don't give a shit.
no
what
one
Mike Minotti
knows
thinks.
anything. Like
Mike's gonna bully.
No, I'm not bullying.
Minotti would whoop your ass.
He probably would. I
don't
like
think
Mike
so.
Minotti quite a bit from what I've seen, but I don't care what he thinks right now.
Wow, he's a nice man.
My dad likes Crew Motorfest, so we must respect his wishes. That's my Dan impression.
I thought it
That's
was your
my
Minotti.
impression. Yeah, I thought you were
I thought it was
Minotti.
Minotti.
Yeah,
Oh
heard
no,
more
that
than
wasn't
that.
me trying to be Minotti at all. I'm just saying like
That's a confusing
I'm
impression.
just invoking people. That's my idea of someone who's invoking like family members. Like, oh, I talked to a guy who loved Crew Motorfest,
Okay.
so we can't strike it.
All right, let's strike Minotti from the record then.
And the list? No.
Mike, you seem
no,
like a
no.
great
Let's think
guy.
about this here.
I would strike Wolong Fallen Dynasty because I guess not. Like I thought about that game longer than I probably should have, and it kind of like Wild Hearts is the one that took me by surprise.
Yeah.
When you said that came out this year, I was like, whoa. But Wolong, I was like,
You know what
okay.
it was? It's tough though because that was the month, and I don't know if it was actually the same calendar month, but it was in the same 4 weeks, like overlap between a couple months where it was
Fire Emblem, Dead Space.
Like a Dragon, Ishin,
Yeah.
Wild Hearts, and Wolong Fallen Dynasty. It was a crazy couple months at the beginning, but Wild Hearts was the one where everybody I know who dug into it. Now I'm doing it. Oh, everybody, my dad liked Wild Hearts. I deserve this. I deserve it. I was giving you the opening.
Okay.
Everybody I know who dug into it liked it, but I didn't play it. But I just remember,
Well,
oh shit, right.
it's not about whether it's good or not.
No, I know.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. But I'm almost like because they liked it, and then because I remember reading a lot about it, positive things about it, and then forgetting about it, almost makes it more forgettable than if I wasn't paying
guess-
attention to it from the beginning. I don't know if that makes.
I guess that's maybe what I was trying to say about Minotti liking the Crew is like, oh man, that's a shame
Sure,
that like it's
yeah,
apparently
yeah.
pretty good and no one even paid attention,
Yeah.
you know. But like that's not. I guess that's not what the category is, you know.
I do
Whether or not
think
it's good or bad is not relevant.
Sure.
This isn't best or worst thing.
Yeah.
This is the thing
Sure.
that we most forgot.
Then I will say straight up, based on the name of the category, the 2 of these 4 that I totally forgot existed were Wild Hearts and Wolong.
And Atomic
Okay.
Heart we have talked about before this category tonight.
Yeah, it's come up before. Like I remember it's that weird trying to be a BioShock game.
I do think there is something to say about Atomic Heart for like a game that everyone was very excited for and had these high expectations and then
And
came
played?
out. And then Mary a second ago was like, what is that game? And
Yeah.
I
The drop off is
Cannot
but again,
believe-
because like Crew Motorfest, like you're saying, I didn't care about that before it came out. Don't care about it now. I'm not surprised that I forgot about it. Like Wolong, I wasn't looking forward to. I just played it when it came out, and then
Maybe we cut the Crew because here's the thing: it's a sequel to a game. Like the Crew was never like this super hot talked about thing. It was like Ubisoft trying to do a Forza Horizon, and like no one ever really talked about the Crew. Whereas like Atomic Heart had a little bit of buzz going. Wolong had a little bit of hype going into it. Wild Hearts, I know Monster Hunter fans always love seeing like a new Monster Hunter. Like I would say the Crew is the one that like never really even was much of a blip on the radar.
Yeah.
The others at least had some buzz or hype, and then we all forgot about it.
losing your hype is sad and
such a forgettable moment.
Mm-hmm.
If I knew about you and I was like, wow, what an interesting concept, and then I forgot that existed, that's like the key
That's
here.
big.
Yeah.
That's big. To completely remove it from my brain entirely and having to re-describe it to me when I fucking played it 8 months ago, that's a bummer.
Which one are you talking about now?
Atomic Heart.
But we talked about it before this category tonight.
I forgot about it since then.
That's just you not paying attention to the podcast.
We're drinking. I think that's a really solid top 3.
That's a good top 3.
Yeah.
What is the winner there? I
also-
forgot Wild. Like here, let me
also-
say this: when Wild Hearts, when you brought it up, it was
That
literally
blew my
not
mind.
even
Yeah.
on this list.
Yeah.
As we went over it, you brought it up, and we're like, "Oh right."
I remember it because it was part of that. I only remember it because I remember there were like 5 games in that January-February window, but I didn't remember Wild Hearts until.
I
that
played
I
like
think-
30 hours of it too.
And it
you
was
forgot
good.
about it.
Yeah.
Ooh, I think that's the winner right there.
Sad.
That's.
But again, Atomic Heart also this is tough because it's more the context surrounding it. They had a bit of a controversy after it released with they were trying what's it like
I forgot about this,
the
too.
mannequin nipple stuff. The mannequin
I
characters.
think you were just into this.
I think
don't
maybe it's
All
just
right,
porn I've
right.
been watching. I'm joking. There was something that happened with some characters in it, but
I think it's Wild Hearts.
yeah. Again, like I think the true winner still eludes us, but
Yeah.
Wild Hearts for
The true winner is out there.
Yeah, we're gonna hunt for the true winner.
Can we put an asterisk next to that? We may return to this sometime
I think
tonight.
we should. I think we should put an
We
asterisk
might come back to
next
this
to
sometime
it
tonight.
with the idea that it is possible that if another game
Yeah.
that we forgot about even more comes up,
It's a light lock. Right
From now
yeah.
on, the rest of the night, if we remember a game all of a sudden that we forgot about, we have to go back to things we forgot came out to make that the
Yeah.
winner.
You can
over
say
Wild
that's the
Hearts.
interim winner or the temporary winner. Yeah, yeah.
All right, Firescape's temporary winner for thing we forgot about this year goes to Wild Hearts.
There's also not a good name of a game.
No.
For what it doesn't convey.
For what it is?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It does not sound like a Monster Hunter game.
No.
Oh, this is a good one.
Oh man.
Okay. The next category is Dumbass of the Year. Our nominees are
Alan Wake,
Talking Flower in Mario Wonder.
Leon Kennedy. You know the game.
Mallow in Super Mario RPG,
Johnny Cage, Mortal Kombat 1.
Addison, a.k.a. the sign guy in Tears of the Kingdom.
Minsk, Baldur's Gate 3,
Peter Parker, Spider-Man 2.
Mickey Mouse from Disney Illusion Island.
Scratch from Baldur's Gate 3.
Ochi from Pikmin.
Pickman, singular.
Any single
Pikmin is important
Yeah, any
because
Pikmin.
we're not saying Pikmin, we're saying an individual Pikman is super dumb.
As a group, Pikmin can accomplish amazing things.
Yes.
But
With
a
the right
Pikman is a dumbass.
It can be killed super quickly.
Yes.
It doesn't know what to do, and it tries to lift an entire watermelon by itself.
It can maybe lift one of those like one flower like pods, and that's all they can do by themselves.
They'll sprint into water even though they know how to swim.
Yeah,
because
and
someone
just
told them
flail
to.
and-
Yeah.
I mean, that's a contender, so let's go to the other ones. I mean, that's going to be up there.
I want to know why Alan Wake is on. Like, who put that and why?
I think I put Alan Wake on there.
He's just
'cause
aloof. I don't know if
He's
a
always
dumbass.
asking questions.
His writing seems not great, and also
Oh, is he
every
supposed to
single
be like
time
an
you
airport author? Yeah.
yeah, exactly. And every time you see him in the game, it's like it's just that the entire fucking game.
Counterpoint, dude's got pipes and he can
Oh yeah,
move
no,
on the
I
dance
like
floor.
Alan Wake, but it's just like he seems like kind of a dumbass.
Yeah, it's kind of it is kind of endearing, right?
Well,
Yeah, it's
also-
not necessarily a bad thing.
Also,
You know?
because literally by like the game itself props him up against Saga Anderson, who is a badass.
Competent.
Which we're literally the next.
Yeah,
we'll
yeah.
get to her, but I think it's the dichotomy between him and the other playable character. Like, oh man, this guy's just
Yeah, she makes him look like such a fool.
he's naive. A bit.
what if the ritual happened like in the subway? I don't know, it's like writing the dumbest shit.
I've been spending too much time in the dark place. Now I'm going into the subway tunnels. What does this lamp do? Why did that change? Who is this woman? How do I write her out of my story?
It's your story. Just figure it out.
Just write it, you dumbass.
And he goes, every time I change the book, the real world changes too. And it's like, we fucking
Yeah, that's your
know.
whole fucking
Get in
gimmick,
the dark
Alan.
place.
That's
Yeah.
all you can do.
You've been
Stop
in the
being
dark place
surprised.
for 13 years and you're just figuring this
Oh,
out.
I read a thing and
Wow.
it gets real. Yeah.
What's all this black inky stuff? Why is the lake called Cauldron Lake? Where am I? Who am I? Who is Sam Lake?
Let's.
clear,
That's why he's a dumbass. I
Okay.
think. I would say cut Talking Flower. I mean, he's a goofball. I don't think he's a dumbass. He gives you some information. He lets you know what's going on in the world. He's more goofy
He's
than he's
annoying.
a dumbass.
I wouldn't say dumbass.
I found him more endearing than I thought. Like, I thought he was going to be more annoying than he
I
was.
care for him.
I would find Leon Kennedy to be more of a Chad than a dumbass. Like, I think he's actually pretty smart.
He's very capable.
I agree. I don't think Leon Kennedy is a dumbass. I think that there's mistakes that are made, but I think there's so many dumber people on this list. It seems rude.
I think he was more of a dumbass in Resident Evil 4 than he was in the remake because they removed some stuff with Ashley in remake that made him less of a dumbass in this rendition. So he has improved since Capcom last.
Should we take Leon off?
Leon
fine
should
with
go
that.
off.
Mallow feels like a kid in Mario RPG. Like, he's just a dumb
I'd
little
feel bad
cloud guy.
calling Mello a dumbass.
Nah, he's just an innocent little cloud marshmallow boy. Like, yeah, take him off.
Johnny Cage.
I love Johnny Cage.
Yeah, he's MJF. He's I don't know if he's a dumbass. He's definitely actually, he really is in this game. The whole storyline between him and
Kenshi with a sword and everything. Like,
he won't give back to sword, and then it's the big emotional moment when he does. And like, well, it was his family's, but you should have done this.
I think, Johnny's really endearing. And, like, it can be an endearing dumbass that wins this, of course, yeah.
Peter Parker is literally like this genius. I will say he's more endearing and
literally
aloof.
a genius. He's
How?
written
What are you
as
basing
a
this on?
scientist.
What
He's
am
a
I based-
scientist?
Did you play Spider-Man 2?
Have you read any comic or watched any of
Not
the Spider-Man
Spider-Man.
movies?
I've seen most of the Spider-Man. Well, old
Harry
ones,
Osborn
but, yeah.
and what's his dad's name? Norman Osborn.
Yeah.
They were both recruiting him because yes, he like grew up with them, but like
I thought he was just some jackass high schooler.
no. What? No, he's past college now. He's a substitute teacher in the second game.
Oh. He
And
just
they're
sucks.
trying to
He
recruit.
just sucks.
They're trying to recruit him to save
just
the
hate
world.
that character.
They're trying to recruit him to like battle climate change and like.
All right.
He's
So
literally a
He's the
scientist.
All right,
smartest
if
person on
this
this
was
list.
sucks of the year, I think I'd fight for him. But
He's
like, I guess
earnest and
he's
aloof and-
objectively, I guess, not a dumbass. He just needs to shut the fuck up.
I think you're conflating dumbass with annoying.
Maybe, but I just fucking hate him. Like, he just.
Again, not a dumbass. Though.
I guess you make it good if he's a scientist and yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
Miles.
Yeah,
okay. Again, it's
Miles Morales. I have no problem with Miles Morales.
It's the Saga Anderson makes Alan Wake seem dumb in comparison. Miles is way cooler, but I would still say Peter Parker is literally.
He's not cool. Peter Parker's not cool.
No,
He's never been though, right?
he never has.
Well, Andrew Garfield kind of tried to
Andrew
be cool,
Garfield's
right?
the coolest person to
Yeah.
ever walk the earth. Don't you?
No,
worry
I'm
about
saying
that.
he was
I'm
a
kidding,
cool
I don't
Peter
like
Parker.
Andrew.
Is he the current Peter Parker?
No,
No.
that's the boy.
Tom.
Oh, Tom Holland.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
okay.
the boy.
The boy.
The
The
boy.
boy. Spider boy.
The boy.
All right, you can take him off if he's a scientist, but he sucks.
Somebody make an argument for Mickey Mouse.
Mickey Mouse also just sucks. I don't know.
Again,
I
I
don't
don't
know. Mickey
think
Mouse
you
is-
understand this
I
category.
know. I just think they're.
Fully understands it. He just wanted to vent
I
about
just
all these
hate Mickey
people.
Mouse. I hate Spider-Man.
We're just
I don't
gonna
know
start-
Mickey Mouse's IQ. I'm sure he's a fucking architectural engineer or something that I don't know about. Or he's a steamboat captain. Like, you can take. I don't know if he just sucks.
We're gonna start seeing Peter Parker and Mickey Mouse in like every other category, so Dan can talk shit about.
If it was
them.
just guy who sucks of the year, then it'd be a different story.
Guy
but all
who
right.
sucks.
Yeah.
man,
I think Scratch can be cut from Baldur's Gate. Scratch
The
does
dog.
some dumb things, but it's all out of loyalty,
those who
very
don't know.
endearing. Yeah, it's the dog in Baldur's Gate 3. I like Scratch a lot.
me too.
Did you
Minsk-
say he'll fetch like a bomb and bring it back? And
someone
So
posted
would like a lot of dogs.
a
though.
video of them throwing a bomb trying to blow up a wall, and Scratch fetched it and brought it back
That's
and
funny.
wiped
That's-
the party, which is hilarious.
I
like
think
there's a lot
that's
of cool
really
things
funny,
in
but
the
I
game.
think that's more indicative that the person who threw the bomb should have been aware that dogs play fetch,
Sure.
and it's
Yeah.
actually more stupid of the person who threw it than the dog. And I feel the same way
Let's
about.
change it. Scratch's owner.
the one who's dead at the beginning.
I feel the same way about Ochi, which is the Pikmin dog is actually pretty smart and really capable as long as you control him properly. If you're really mad about like something that Ochi does that isn't proper, you can train Ochi and he learns. There's literally a component in this game about teaching this dog new tricks.
like leveling up Ochi. Yeah,
He ain't
yeah.
stupid. He's learning tricks
I
throughout
like
the entire
Ochi.
game.
Yeah.
Actually, the only time I thought he was dumbass was yesterday on the plane. The game itself just wasn't working, which doesn't happen often. Happened a few times in that game, but he went through one of those vents and then wouldn't step on a button behind the bars up top that he was supposed to. He's very, very low health, and I forgot to give him a bone, so I don't know if that had anything to do with
Can't
it.
you just change to his controller and then become him and
So
then
maybe the
step on
dumbass of
button?
the year is
Oh my
Mike
God, I
Mahardy.
forgot you can do that.
Maybe the dumbass of the year is Mike Mahardy. Can we add
can
a
we
late
add Mike
entry here?
Mahardy?
Yeah, can you add
Also
Mike
glad-
Mahardy? Parentheses Fire Escape Cast.
Also glad. Okay, Fucking, what did you say earlier? You said penis on accident, and I'm the dumbass.
You would need to check the tape before we confirm that.
I don't think
but-
that's dumbass. That's more like secretly into wieners.
Sure. Okay, that's not dumbass.
It's like a whole. That's like a whole nother category
But
that
it
he
does
needs to talk
reinforce
to
that it was
about
not-
with his doctor.
It reinforces that it was not the best playing game because that's probably something I would have remembered you could do. It switched to him. In fact, actually, I think.
What?
Remember the playing game where like
Yeah,
it's
what's
not
the
as
argument?
easy to pick that up as Dave the Diver.
Yeah.
So this reinforces that we made the right choice.
Okay.
Because I picked it up and forgot.
I think
you
you're trying
could
to
be-
change the subject.
okay.
I think
No, I'm reinforcing what you're saying.
we made a good decision by adding Mike.
Yeah, I think we did.
We haven't discussed Addison, the sign
Okay.
guy in Tears of the Kingdom.
His whole fucking job
Moron.
is working.
He's a moron.
Look, yes,
He's an
this
imbecile.
fucking idiot. His whole job is to work construction, and every time you see him, which
works
is
in construction.
and the only thing he does the entire game, and you run into him 200 times, is him looking at a bunch of boards and be like, "How do I make a sign?" His job is a construction dude.
No, hold up.
Or how do I hold it up?
He's
Yeah,
not
how do I
just
hold it
looking
up?
at boards. He's holding it up, terrified because he can't figure out what to do with it.
Yeah, like he's just completely incompetent at the thing he does. His name, like all of the son names are all like born carpenters and construction people, and he is the most like. I think might be my number one pick for this category.
Yeah, he's an idiot.
Yes.
He's
He
not
can't
I
figure
love
out how
him.
to put
Smart.
down the sign and then make the most. You can make the ugliest constructions to keep those up.
Just a
and-
bunch of rocks.
And he's
shoved
like,
up
"You're a
against it."
genius."
Yeah.
You're a
How's the
genius.
president standing? Like,
Yeah.
You have like one board and like a rock, and it's just barely holding on. And he's like, "You did it!"
yeah, it holds for 4 seconds. He's like, "You're a genius."
I'm so impressed by you.
I think he's the winner to me. Who can we cut? I think we cut Johnny.
I don't know
Cage.
Johnny
much about
Cage.
Minsk. I didn't play the earlier games.
Minsk is an idiot. Minsk listens to a rodent, like tells him things, and he follows the rodent. He also spent 10 years following someone who was a doppelganger. Right? It's all Act 3, Baldur's Gate 3, so I don't know if we can talk too much about it.
I mean,
but
it's game of the
he's
year.
a dumbass.
It's game of the year. We can spoil. You know.
I mean, I kind of did, but he
What'd you
is a
say?
dumbass. I think he.
Oh, I thought you just said Baldur's Gate 3 is game of the year. We can spoil
I
it.
did not say that.
Check the tape. You
I
just said
missed
it's game of
it.
the year. We can spoil.
I said it, as in this podcast, is game of the year.
That you
we
say
can
that?
spoil
No, I don't even
things.
want that
Let's
to win
not-
game of the year. Let's
okay.
not get ahead of ourselves. Daniel,
Okay.
Craig, Reichert.
I will say, I think Addison though is dumber.
Sorry, I interrupted you. I'm sorry.
no.
Dan said something very suspicious.
I was just gonna cap that off by saying I think Addison is dumber. I think Addison.
I think Addison is the
dumbass.
biggest dumbass on this list. Okay, let's cut Johnny Cage. And Alan Wake.
I think we can cut Alan Wake too.
Yeah. So
wow, we can cut Mike Mahardy, Farscape Post as well.
I don't know yet. I think we should hold on to that ding dong.
Pickman.
Pickman is dumb.
Yeah,
they're dumb.
Pickman is dumb.
They're super dumb. Let's give it to them.
Okay, let me give you another reason that Pickman is so stupid that they should stay on. If you leave them, they just immediately get murdered by the
Yeah.
environment.
And-
they can't live 5 seconds after your ship leaves.
And when it's very clear that when your ship leaves every single night when it gets dark, they don't know to even try to go back to the ship. They just stand there and like, oh, where are you going? And then they die. Like they are complete dipshits.
Yeah, I think they should win.
I think
but it could be the person who's controlling
it's true.
the Pikmin and don't know how the game works. Is it PebCap? Like, like that familiar thing, which is like, my computer's broken. It's like, turns out the problem exists between the user and the keyboard. The problem
That's Pebuac.
is you doing the acronym in real time?
You said PebCap, but the acronym would have been Pebuac.
No.
Person exists between user and keyboard is Pebuac.
Problem exists between keyboard and user.
Oh, KAP.
Or
That's PebCow.
whatever.
Yeah, well, who's the dumbass?
I
Can
think-
you add Mary Kish to
Can we
this?
bold Mike?
Oh,
Can you add Mary to dumbass of the year?
Mike's pretty objectively smart.
Yeah, he reads books.
Is that objectively smart? Okay.
It's
I
a
didn't want
fun bit, but he knows a lot about books and wine and boats and stuff, so you can't be dumb with
I
that
don't know
stuff,
anything
right?
about boats.
You're on him a lot.
You're on them a lot. And we all know there's never been an idiot on a boat before.
I mean, there's a lot of crazy parts that you have to know about. Addison wins this to me.
Yeah, he's
I
an
think
idiot.
Addison
He can't
wins this.
fucking hold up a sign. Well, he
Yeah.
can't hold up a sign. He can't do
That's all he
anything
can
else.
do,
That's
yeah.
all he
Yeah.
does. Does he ever is he able to survive? Is he able to do anything?
He'd be a dumbass even if it wasn't his trade to know how to do this stuff. It's the fact that that is his entire purpose and he sucks ass at it. Like, I think he's dumbass of the year.
Yes.
Firescape's dumbass of the year is Addison.
Ding dong.
I love the guy. And I'm happy every time I see him because then I get to bullshit some
I am a
signs.
sucker for those puzzles.
Yeah, they're
love
fun.
them.
They're
I
the
like them
simplest.
I like those more than the Koroks that you have to travel like 300
Oh, me too. I
yards
don't
for.
love the Korok ones.
I like
I
Addison
got
a
to
lot.
carry you up a hill. Yeah.
Okay. Firescape's next category is Cool Dude of the Year. And the nominees are
Kazama Kiryu, like a Jagan game.
We're reaching that point of the night. Yeah, Mr. Door, Alan Wake 2.
And the winner is Mr. Door, Alan Wake. No, Saga Anderson, Alan Wake 2.
Boncho, Dave the Diver.
Liu Kang, Mortal Kombat 1.
President Rosalind Myers from Cyberpunk, Phantom Liberty.
Pen the Pelican, Tears of the Kingdom.
Dog in Humanity.
Or Dweeb from the Outfoxies.
Oh, yeah.
There's a lot of really good options here.
yeah.
And I know there might be some people who are like, who's that? But let's get to the real outliers here.
Wait, what? I don't know what you're talking about.
Boncho in Dave the Diver is one of the coolest
Yeah.
people I see on this list.
I mean, even before you know any backstory stuff, and you just see Boncho, and he's always just sitting there with his arms folded, making cool sushi and everything. Like he's already cool, and then there's like the backstory vignettes and everything, where like you hear about like, oh, he worked at this fancy restaurant, and refused to like abandon his integrity as a chef and everything. Like he's got a really cool aura about him. Easily the coolest character in that game. I think he hangs for now.
Yeah,
I
agree.
think Mr. Door and Saga both hang.
Yeah,
Mr. Door more so.
Both? No, Saga is like extraordinary.
I love Saga.
God, Mr. Door is just a modern man who can dance and also wear a suit. Have you noticed, by the way, that the tie he wears is the tie we had you wear for the wedding? The same black paisley.
You made me wear a Mr. Door tie.
Well, the game came out after we got married, but
Oh, is it the
when I
same
was
thing?
playing the game, Amanda came in the room and was like, look at the tie he's wearing. I was like, oh, it's Dan's tie.
I can dance that well.
I
too,
saw
so.
Mr. Door at the Game Awards, and he was just as cool in person.
What do you
Yeah.
For what it's worth. He went to go get like
David
alcohol.
Harewood?
Yeah, I think so. He went to go get alcohol from the bar, and
He
was just-
drinks?
he walked by, and I was like,
I saw him and
"Cool,
Alan
that
Wake
guy's
drinking
so
These
together
are
at
just
the
regular
bar.
things.
Yeah.
Everything you guys have said so far are not exceptional things.
Oh, did you
okay,
dance
okay,
that
but
well?
that's what
Can
makes
you
him
dance that
cool.
well?
Here's the thing. So no, not just the dancing, the facial expressions, just the constant kind of mugging and all the stuff he's doing, like when he's dancing or if he's interviewing Alan Wake, like he's constantly like looking at the camera and doing this like late night talk show host thing that is like super engaging. I think he's very cool.
The only other character on this list that dresses half as well as Mr. Door is Dweeb.
Oh,
Yeah.
Dweeb,
The monkey,
Dweeb's up there.
the monkey in a
Say
tux and a
Dweeb.
top hat, and he runs around with his hands up in the air. He throws
When
bananas.
he shoots the SMG, it's, yeah, that's really good.
So then, how about Kiryu? Because Kiryu is a
Kiryu's-
cool dude. He's been a cool dude for years now.
Yeah.
Like,
A billion games.
yeah. Is this year like the year he's the coolest?
I mean, that's the thing. You're right. He's always been a cool guy, and we've always known that. So, like, do we lean more towards someone who we could like shine a light on a newer character? You know, not to diminish the coolness of Kiryu.
Why am I blanking on Pen the Pelican? Who is that?
He's the Soar Long guy that works for the like the paper. Like, oh, Soar Long, and like it's just, he's
the
just got the
journalist, the
aviator
journalist.
things, like,
Yeah,
the jacked pelican. That's like,
Dorito.
Jacked.
Oh yeah, when you finish his quest line, doesn't he just like go to a mountain to stare off into the distance?
yeah, he's fucking
dude?
awesome.
Yeah.
Like he's a super cool dude.
He's like old school gumshoe reporter.
Yeah, I love Pen the Pelican.
He's awesome. Okay.
Swirl
I don't know the dog from Humanity.
It's not even a great pun, but he says it with such confidence. I'm like, you're fucking cool.
He made the shitty pun soar long trend.
Yeah, he just added AR to a so. That's it.
That's right.
And he made it cool.
That's correct. That is what he did.
He stays.
I think we could probably cut President Rosalind Myers. Like she's cool because she's the president who like gets a gun and like
Badass,
digs
yeah.
a tracking device out of her neck. And I'm like, whoa, that's pretty cool.
That does sound cool.
It's
Why are we
pretty
cutting
cool.
her?
Well, because she's also kind of sucks too, you know.
So I don't think I got that part in the story. So
Okay,
I
yeah.
was just like play the early part. I'm like, oh, this is a cool president.
Imagine if Biden like thought he had a tracking device during a speech. He's like, "Give me a second," and then just starts going at
yeah,
it.
she'd probably pass out. He'd do it.
That'd be in the papers. Yeah.
I think there are much cooler people in Phantom Liberty than Rosalind Myers. I would
Fair.
say.
Fair.
Okay.
But I still don't even think they stand up to like the likes of Dweeb. You know.
Right.
What about Dog from Humanity?
We
What is-
can
I didn't
cut
play
you, man. Look,
Humanity.
he's a good dog. He leads
a
all the
good
people.
dog.
Look, dogs are cool dudes. Yeah, I like playing as that dog. He seems helpful to
We
everyone.
expect dogs to be cool.
Except for Razor, but you also actively made him your arch nemesis in the last couple days.
Dog had it coming.
You've actively trolled my dog for 2 days. I love Liu Kang. Always have, and I think it's like the coolest version of Liu Kang, being like fire god. But I'm not gonna hang against others on this list. Were we with what we were saying about Kiryu earlier? Were we leaning towards cutting him?
I don't
So
know. I mean,
cool.
I haven't played enough of them to really say for certain. I just know that people have been talking about how cool Kiryu is for a very long time. And like the game that he came out in wasn't like a little shorter than the other.
Was
Was he the man who erased his name, or Like a Dragon Ishin was way longer?
Well,
That was
like a Dragon Ishin
No,
is
Ishin's
like
the old one.
Kiryu, but not
Man
really.
erased his name is
It looks like
Kazuma.
Kiryu,
Yeah.
but it's yeah.
Isn't it Kazuma?
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh yeah.
Okay, just making sure.
I think we have to address the elephant in the room.
What's that?
I don't think Dweeb hangs with these other cool dudes.
Have you seen Dweeb?
When
Yes,
you saw Dweeb yesterday.
I did.
I might
It's
need
a
to
really
excuse myself.
modern, up-to-date game.
I think it came out last year.
But I didn't get to say my piece, but
It's the judge. We can't.
Dweeb hangs.
Yeah! DweebHangs.com.
Dweeb from the Outfoxies, the cool dude.
One of the best games of the year.
That's the best, one of the best games ever made. But
Yeah.
we'll get to that.
Yeah.
but
Okay, if we had to cut either Mr. Door or Saga, who would we cut?
Saga is integral to like the way that this series, the way the game plays out.
But is she the cool dude?
I think that we need to really think about what makes a cool dude. Saga is cool under pressure, kills everybody that needs to be killed,
Agreed.
keeps her shit together in the most insane sequences. She's way cooler than Alan Wake, and I do think she's cooler than Door.
But I think there's a difference between reliable and like incredibly good at like their job than like cool dude. I think there's a certain amount of kind of flash and charisma to it, you
yeah.
know? Yeah.
see what you're
And Saga's not a
Riz,
flash.
as
You
the
get like
kids say.
Saga's cool, but
I think Saga is like if someone were to come into this room and I would be like, "Oh my god, I don't deserve to be in your presence." It would be Saga.
She's hotter than Mr. Door.
Yes, that too. Thank you. I agree. I think that goes into my bucket.
Black licorice in this.
Saga is exceptional at their job, and it's an insane job to do. And then on top of that, they were like, also now there's like other universes, and your daughter is possibly in danger, and she keeps her shit together.
cool under
Fucking
pressure.
Cool
But there's a
under
difference
pressure.
between like I think she's cool and like, you know, kind of that Secret Service agent, like, you know, incredibly good at their job and badass type thing. But like I'm thinking more that like James Bond type cool of just like, okay, there's some flash and
Yeah, but-
style to it, you
But
know.
would Mr. Door be that cool if there was like a gun in his face?
I don't think you have to be like an action dude to be a cool dude. I think you can just be a cool dude in different contexts.
But what if he peed his pants? He wouldn't be as cool.
I don't remember that happening.
I'm just saying we don't know what would happen, but we know what happens when people point guns at Saga. They fucking die.
That's true. She is cool.
She's very cool.
Also, I will say, I think it's easier to appear cool like Mr. Door when we don't see as much of him. Like Saga, we see more vulnerabilities, yet she continues to be cool.
Yeah.
Mr. Door, we just see the cool, and then we move on as Alan.
and
to
then by the
base mission.
end, I don't really understand what happened, but he seemed like he might be shady.
Oh yeah, they heavily imply that he is like holding the sheriff in like the dream world. They also imply that Mr. Door is like kind of behind a lot of shit.
Yeah, he was
they also
talking
heavily
on-
imply that he's Saga's dad.
Yeah, he was talking all evil and stuff at the end, but I didn't really know what was going on. But that would negate a little bit of the cool factor.
It's the game of the year, so we can spoil stuff. I like Saga. I think she's cool.
I think Saga hangs.
Do we cut Door?
No.
Okay.
Do we cut Kiryu? We keep coming back. Did we decide to kind of cut that?
I mean, Kiryu is just undeniably like the blueprint of a cool dude.
Yeah.
It's just, do we count him off because he's been a cool dude forever?
I mean, if you can be a cool dude for a very long time, that says a lot.
If there's like a cool dude lifetime achievement award, I
Yeah.
think it's Kiryu for sure.
But maybe of the year. Yeah, okay.
I mean, Solid Snake. is Probably
Solid
that,
Snake
but yeah.
That's true.
Samus.
We gotta start considering
Don't say dweeb.
Cutting dweeb.
No, he won.
I think the judge
He
made
did.
it.
He already won.
No, didn't win, but
judge
hung.
ruled.
That was
No, he-
before.
No,
That
we
was
hung.
win. We just said we
Dweeb
don't
hung.
cut him.
But it can
Oh,
always, but
I
it can always
misunderstood.
come back. Dweeb
Okay.
hanging doesn't mean that he can't get
Don't
cut
make
at
me
a
change
later
the
no,
rules.
dweeb
time.
I'll
hung
change
for
the
now.
rules. He can't get cut.
Dweeb is also hung.
Well,
We don't know that.
there's a
maybe you
code.
don't.
There's a code, but yeah.
We can't keep everything.
I think Penn the Pelican can also be a dweeb sometimes.
I don't know. He made Soar Long work. You couldn't pull
There
that
was a
off.
confidence in
agree.
saying that. Yeah.
I think he's confident. I don't think he's necessarily also cool. Cool and confident are common mistake are not always interchangeable.
They're
But he's
so
likable. He's
connected.
like you can be confident and just a shithead, just all about your. Whoa, jeez. Sorry, I forgot we had that.
This is getting dark over here. I figured I should.
Like that's the thing. There are people who are just like puffing themselves up all the time and everything, and like can't back it up. Like Penn is like by all accounts a competent in what he does.
He's put in the hours. He's,
Yeah. He justifies it.
But
Him
you're
and
going
Saga. I see
you're going by
connection between the two.
You're going by you said James Bond is your like archetypal.
I mean, yeah. What is the lifetime achievement? Cool dude. James Bond, Solid Snake, John Matrix from Commando.
I would say Mr. Door is more like Bond than Penn by a
You
long
don't
shot.
know that. We've never seen him do anything that Bond does except for wear a
What
suit.
has Penn done
All
that
of
Bond
the things
does?
that you're connecting
What has
Mr.
Flies
Dorsey
done?
with cool.
Flies.
Bond doesn't fly. He's
had-
not a bird.
He's had jetpacks.
He just looks cool and he's never under pressure, so you don't know actually what he's capable of.
He's under pressure and we sing and he nails it.
What about Boncho? Can we revisit Boncho?
Poncho's really cool.
I haven't played it,
Poncho's
so I don't
cool as
know.
hell.
Poncho's fucking cool.
And like whenever you study like a new recipe or something like that, it does this like little vignette where he's like just looking through sunglasses and just like cutting up all the ingredients and like anime style like ingredients flying in the air and him just like wearing this like robe and serving it up with like the utmost confidence. Like Boncho's very, very cool.
Okay, the more I look at this list, the more I agree with you. I don't think we have as much evidence that Mr. Door is a cool dude as everybody else.
Yeah, I mean,
I agree.
Okay.
I think I go back to what I said. I think his coolness is in large part because we don't know much about him.
the mystery part. Yeah. Okay.
And for the record, I'm not saying Mr. Door isn't cool. I'm saying that I don't think that Mr. Door and Saga probably are going to both be in the top 3. And I think Saga is the coolest.
I don't know. I think Boncho is really fucking cool.
Yeah.
I mean, Dweeb is the coolest thing that's ever walked the earth. But
We have to revisit Dweeb.
To me, it's Boncho and Dweeb are 1 and 2, and then go either way.
I just feel like this is starting to impact the integrity of our game of the year delibs.
Foxy's
It's a
lot of
really
cool
good
dudes.
bit. Yeah, I mean,
when
And
we
Dweeb is
were-
the coolest.
It's
We
a
were
good
playing this.
bit.
Was yesterday not this
I'm
year?
going to
Yesterday and
start to
this morning.
crack.
Yeah.
This game is not eligible.
Oh, here we go. Letter of the law. Okay.
Don't make me do it again.
Yeah,
and
the
twice
judge.
in one segment. I don't do it twice in one segment.
It's not eligible and it's not worth messing up the coolness of these other really important people that deserve to be in
right.
the top 3.
Okay, if we cut Dweeb from this, is he safe? If
No.
he happens to be another category,
Oh, so then we have to leave him
I'll
to set a
filibuster.
precedent.
Well,
Yeah.
what I will say is I think there's maybe elements where I would be less willing to fight it. But on this one, I don't think Dweeb is cooler than these other characters. Are we genuinely?
okay. Here's the thing.
What if I granted you that I'll just lie and say it came out this year?
Here's the thing, though. I've seen Dweeb get blown up by a grenade and shot across into a tank of piranhas. That's not that cool. He kind of looks really dumb sometimes. And then he's
Just
also
a
got
monkey getting torn apart by piranhas.
and then he gets batted around by a bunch of sharks playing tennis with his body. The more I think about it, Dweeb is completely uncool.
It's out. Foxy's the cool dude of the year.
I'm actually pretty sure Dweeb is really not cool at all. So, okay, Mary,
Oh
you are right.
man.
Fine, we'll cut Dweeb.
Oh man.
It depends on who's playing him.
Oh man.
As the bit,
Choked on
You
my
were-
wine.
Well,
as the world's foremost Dweeb main, I'm really good with him.
you are a good
But
dweeb
when other
man,
people
yeah.
play as Dweeb, he's not cool.
Yeah.
God, it was so hard to fight that.
We're still at 4 here, though.
the
have
moment
four.
I stopped to think, oh wait, he's actually not cool at all.
God!
He's
Why
very,
is
he's
she
actually-
SMG MacGruber style?
All
right.
the characters can shoot
Missile
as
log.
okay.
I will say this. Out of these, we have Kiryu, Saga, Bancho, Pen. I like Saga a lot as a character. I think Saga is the least in line with what we're looking for in terms of like kind of that cool style.
She's the
like,
coolest under pressure of these.
Exactly.
I think that's true. And here's what another thing I'll concede is like cops by nature can't always be like super cool. They have that going against them.
I'd say she's
like you want to be like anti-hero.
She's not an anti-hero. She's kind of dealing with her own stuff.
Yeah.
Well, they paint her to be at first with like letting quote unquote they say like she was having a lot of problems like substance abuse, and then it led to her daughter dying. But then you start to realize there's more of a meta thing to it.
Right.
And she refused to believe it because she's cool.
Okay, there's almost too much nuance in Saga.
She's
for
not
cool
as-
dude.
yeah.
You know,
She's-
like
yeah.
too much of a like fully fleshed out character. Whereas like when I think cool dude,
She's
I
the
think
best
almost
character.
like cartoon level, just like killing dudes and
I think
just
she's my favorite-
saying one-liners. You know,
I think she's my favorite character of the year, maybe, including Baldur's Gate 3's cast. But I don't know if she's the coolest on this list.
I don't think it's
because
for
we see
this
so much
category.
vulnerability because we play as her.
It's too much of a real character.
She also gets fucked left and right in that game in terms of like literally the whole plot is Alan's story and like Remedy's story using her.
So are you saying soar long Saga?
Yes, sure.
All right, well, on that, it's cutting, it's going.
Okay, we got our three.
That's three cool dudes right there.
Here's
Kiryu,
my thing.
Bancho,
Kazuma
Pen.
Kiryu, clearly a cool guy. I think he's had his moment in the sun.
Yes, I think
Come
a runner-up is a good spot for him. We have to recognize that he's a cool dude, but not going to win. So it's down to Bancho and Pen.
Dude,
I just don't like journalists.
Boncho is fucking cool.
Yeah,
There's
I think
just
it might be
nothing to
Boncho.
say that isn't cool about Boncho. And every scene he's in, he steals, and everyone thinks he's amazing.
It's only cool in that game. There's not a moment where he's not a cool dude. I think it's Bancho.
All right. In that drunken haze, Firescape has determined that cool dude of the year is Boncho from Dave the Diver.
From indie game.
Dweeb was robbed.
Dweeb Baines. We'll talk over here.
Oh boy.
I think that Mike had it out for Penn, but I think Penn could have been cool guy of the year.
I like in a year where Bancho wasn't around. I think Penn might take it, and I want Penn to be back.
Only one of them have a catchphrase.
Bancho does. That's another thing. Like Bancho doesn't really talk. Like Bancho, like had to be like
What if-
forced into getting an Instagram. You know,
What
he's
if
like, I just want to
Bancho
make awesome sushi and not talk about it.
talks
You know?
really-
That's so cool.
What if he
Yeah.
said something dumb? Like, what if when he does talk, everyone's like, he's actually
He
not
tweets
that-
something bad and then...
Yeah.
he just sucks once he gets a social media
Problematic
account.
Boncho.
I didn't get that part in David Diver to know. It seemed all right to me.
Penn the Pelican probably was perfect. This was a tough one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was a tough one. I think we've spent the most time on that topic out of all of them so far.
I think Penn would be more prone to be problematic on social media,
I could see that.
right?
I could see Penn ends up being one of like Elon's Twitter.
Yeah, Penn starts
Does
listening to
the-
some weird podcasts
yeah,
and
does-
goes down
does
a
the
rabbit
Twitter
hole.
files or
And
something,
yeah, I could see
yeah.
Penn be like, he's a good dude, but just start listening to the wrong stuff. And yeah, kind of his YouTube recommended got all fucked up. And like,
He's just,
Boncho's too good for that.
he's like super polite too when he tells you, and he's just like, I'm just
Yeah,
saying.
I'll
like,
send you some links.
They're
Just,
putting these some in the water.
Just asking
Swirl on.
questions.
Penn does his own research, you know. Like,
Where was Penn January?
yeah, I think we're right with Boncho. I think Boncho's
we
the
just
guy.
don't
here.
know. Okay.
All right.
Wait,
All right.
before we move on, I think the cool dude of the year might be a good time to introduce our special guest.
Okay.
Because I cut Dweeb, Mary, could you do me a favor? If I were to ask you to play a character, would you close your eyes where you put a mask on?
No. What?
Please.
That was the right response.
Genuine fear. Can I ask you to put a mask on?
Without seeing what it is?
Correct.
Yeah, it's much funnier if you're just wearing a mask and don't know what you're wearing.
But I don't know what character I am.
We'll give you hints. We'll do like the name on the forehead thing throughout the next couple segments.
Yeah.
I took Dweeb off the list. It's the least you could do. Reciprocity.
Come on. Let's all be
Okay.
all right.
Close
Close
your
your, yep.
Okay.
Show it to the camera. Show it to the camera.
Keep him close. All right, I got it. It's a rubber mask. Don't worry. It's like a Party City thing. I think you should be good. Maybe make it comfortable yourself now that you can't see what it is.
Can you tell?
Oh my god, I can from the nose.
I told you that would be the giveaway. Okay, let's move ahead. Best.
Okay.
I can tell from the nose.
I told you the nose would give it away.
She just likes Point Break a lot.
We got to keep it together here.
Yes, best player.
Just because our new guest is here doesn't mean we can't
Right.
stop
I'm
this
the
train.
guest?
Yep.
This is what you've been hyping up?
Him.
Elvis is here too.
Hey, these two have met.
We've
There's
met before.
We need to recreate
let's
the photo.
keep it going.
Yeah. Hang on, real quick, can we recreate the photo?
Oh, yeah. We
Yeah,
have to
stand back
swap- we
here.
have to
Stand
swap
back here.
sides
Yeah. Okay, here. Why don't you stand up here?
What?
We're just recreating a famous photo between you two. Why don't you stand up here?
You gotta come.
Right here?
He was on the left from the audience.
Okay, so you're gonna be.
You gotta swap sides.
Over here. Okay. All right, you're here, and just shake hands and look at the camera.
Like turn toward the. Yes, there you go.
Perfect. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for being good sports, both of you.
I don't think Nixon ever wore a skirt.
Oh, well, we don't know.
He did have the dorky Christmas.
You gotta
sweater.
give her a handgun as a gift. Well, high out of your fucking mind.
Okay.
Okay.
Best
Next
play with
segment.
buds
Yep.
of the year.
My nose keeps hitting the mic.
Audio listeners, just check out the YouTube.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
You bent
Right,
it. You
this
bent
doesn't work at all.
You could.
Next category.
There will be a photo
best,
somewhere else.
Best to play with buds of the year. The nominees are.
I will wear it for this only.
Okay, that's fine. Let's draw this out as long as possible.
It's hard to see. Endless Dungeon. Should I say it like him?
Yeah, it's good. Yeah. WarioWare Move It.
Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Lethal Company. I don't think I'm doing it right.
No.
That's fine. Street Fighter 6.
Outlast Trials.
The Forest 2. Oh.
Super Mario
I think
Brothers
it's Sons of
Wonder.
the Forest for what it's worth. Diablo 4.
Baldur's Gate 3.
Moving Out 2.
Jackbox Party Pack 10.
The Outfox. God damn it. You can't keep putting this in here.
I mean,
It goes against every fiber of my being to resign this post.
yeah, this character worries about integrity, is what I hear.
Oh
Yes.
my god, this of all people.
Did many of us play Moving Out 2?
No.
I didn't play it.
It looked like another one of those fine physics party type things, but yeah, it doesn't seem like it'll hang, right?
I didn't play
I'm
it.
sure that's the thing. We didn't play it, so like I don't think like it could be
Yeah.
great, but we haven't played it.
Which Jackbox Party Pack 10, what games were in
It's
that?
got TKO 2, which again has a lot of downtime and everything, and it hasn't really added that much to it. There's that fun new timeline one where you have to guess the year that things happened. I have not played the other 3 yet. I don't think.
Nixon, what are your
Dick?
thoughts on?
Tricky Dick.
Please call me Tricky Dick. Do you want to know my opinion on Jackbox or on this list?
Run with it, whatever you want.
Yeah. You're the president.
Yeah.
Anything you would
you.
cut immediately because you don't think it's good with friends.
Endless Dungeon was cool, but I don't know if it's gonna be top 3.
I didn't play it. I
I
don't
liked it
know.
a lot with friends.
You liked it. You played it. You would. I can't look at you unless I lift
I can't look
my
at you.
mask up like this.
I like that game quite a bit with friends. I think it's just a very simple, clean gameplay loop between also good genre mashup between tower defense, twin stick shooter, and roguelite. I think it was easy to jump in and out with friends. But there are other games on here. Yeah, no, I agree. I do want to point out that Endless Dungeon is a phenomenal game. I think people should play it. It's like I just said, it's just a very tight roguelite. If you're into tower defense or twin stick shooters, it's a really good blend
It's
of those
worth
three.
being nominated for sure.
Yes, but no, I see several other games on here that I like more than that.
I think it's just gonna have a hard time getting.
Dan didn't
Pass
sound
these
super
others.
hot on Jackbox Party
Yeah.
Pack 10, and also,
I also
I'm sick
wonder-
of Jackbox.
I wonder if we should cut WarioWare while he's not here.
Yeah, do it.
Oh, wait,
And
no,
just-
do it and see how long it takes him to notice.
Okay.
Well, we can put it back when we're done.
And Jackbox.
No, like how about when he comes back, I'll point out. No, don't do that yet. when he comes back, I'll be like, hey, we talked. Would you be cool with cutting Jackbox? So we're like giving him something, so he hopefully doesn't notice WarioWare for a bit.
Yeah.
Street Fighter 6. Best play with buds, like a 1v1. Is that what we're saying? Did you add that, or is that Dan?
I put it in because it's fun to play with
You can
friends.
play it with friends.
Yeah, but I would just do 1v1. Yeah, but I don't know. I mean, like, Street Fighter 6 is a very good game, but like it's fun to play 1v1 in any of those sort of fighting games, you know, if you're properly invested into it. So I could see that one going. Also I didn't play Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Mary did.
I did. It's pretty fun with friends.
Okay.
It's you know, it's not as good as like, well, this is just how I feel. I would prefer to play Dead by Daylight because the mechanics of Dead by Daylight are easier to pick up, whereas Texas Chainsaw Massacre, you have to know all of this whole new complete set of rules of the fact that you're like in the basement and you need to get these materials so that you can get through the fence and that you can get out, and you have to stop Grandpa from being, you know, drinking blood so that he knows where you are. And that's really hard to learn. But once you learn all those mechanics, it's really fun to play with other people. It will be hard to compare against the top other three that I'm seeing on here that are really big, but I think there's others we can cut first. I think we should really consider the Forest 2, which is fun, but I don't think it's like a top 3 contender.
That's the one we did for the Patreon.
Yeah, Sons
video.
of the Forest.
That was fun. We did it the one time, and I didn't really feel like.
It was fun to fuck with each other,
but-
and then it was funny when you and Mary agreed to jump off that waterfall, and you both missed the water at the bottom and just
Yeah.
crashed. But that was more of just like the results of a bad physics engine.
If you play with games, it's automatically fun, right? When you're playing a game with friends, it becomes fun. So they get all this for free. It has to be like one of the best games to play with friends. And I think that Super Mario Brothers Wonder is a game changer. It's so fun to play with other people. And if you have a difference in skill level, I played this with like someone who doesn't consider themselves a gamer and actually has anxiety playing games with other people because they feel like they're going to let the team down. And they didn't have it playing Mario Wonder because they could just pop back into the game at any time. It was a perfect game to play with 4 people all evening. Man, Super Mario Wonder like absolutely cannot move. It's perfect for this.
Well said, Tricky Dick.
Thank you. I'm not a crook. I think that one's a good one.
If I can ask for an injunction on behalf of the audio listeners, Judge, is it? I file a motion. Can Tricky Dick remove the mask for the benefit of the audio listener?
Yeah.
All right.
I think it's okay.
Is it a mess?
It's probably just a super bubble, but there we go. That looks great.
That works,
So Mario, I got some thoughts on that, and I feel weird arguing against a Mario thing because, especially with this one, because it's kind of a tale of 2 experiences here. In that, I've only played it online, multiplayer, and that has worked great. Like some of the best online stuff that Nintendo's ever done. The way you can race with friends, the way you can be in different levels and stuff like that, and just work seamlessly. You can just warp to where your friends are, play with them. And like, you know, help each other out. You know, you're not bouncing off each other and making too much chaos, all that shit, because you're kind of ghosts and everything. The standee deal. Like, there's so many things it's doing right online. But I have heard from so many people who played it locally.
I did.
That, and I've not played it locally, but I heard universally that the crown thing of like, oh, whoever got the flagpole first, the camera follows them.
Yeah.
I've heard from
I don't
people
like
that, like, you know, play with.
That is a problem.
You
That
can
was
do the
my
thing
problem
that Amanda and
playing.
I do where it's like when you finish, we take turns finishing the level first. That doesn't rectify the fact that several, like early level, as a good example, is when, you know, the Rhino stampede.
Yeah.
If you happen to just be performing better in that section as the character with the crown on you, you're going to Super Smash Bros. Your friend off the stage.
Yeah.
And they're
Yeah.
going to die because they're caught behind, whereas on online, you'd still be able to control it a bit more.
and that kills your.
It punishes the person for playing well that is killing
Yeah.
their partner.
It punishes everyone because if they die and you're not able to pop their bubble, which you're not able to do because you're in a stampede, it costs you lives.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I've burned through the other side of the coin is I've burned through like 40 lives that night because maybe 2 people's skills weren't as high as everyone else. And every time they died, if you don't pop their bubble, it costs the whole team lives. So I think that's fair. I'm not willing to cut it
Don't-
before
no,
we cut
I don't
other
wanna cut
things,
it
but
either.
I don't think it's a perfect game. I think that's fair.
What about
While you were gone, we did kind of decide Jackbox Party Pack. I think we're kind of okay
We don't
with
wanna do it
cutting
without
that.
you.
or
I'm
would
okay
you-
with cutting that.
Okay.
Yeah, and, I love Jackbox. It's always good to just have on your Switch or Steam Deck for Thanksgiving or whatever. But it's not an especially great one from what I've seen. Yeah, and back to Mario too. We talked to a friend last night who plays with his daughter, and she was like 9 years old, and it just makes it tough because like a 9-year-old isn't going to be as good as someone who's played video games their entire life, and it just makes it this awkward thing. Like, oh, do I carry you the whole time? I'll be Yoshi and jump on my back and all that. It's good that there's options for that, but like. I'm with everyone. Let's not cut it yet, but I think there's issues there.
There are issues.
So we also, when you got up, we were talking about Street Fighter 6. It's like, well, sure, maybe the 1v1 and stuff works well, but is that different than every other fighting game?
Yeah, every great fighting game.
Yeah, it is like it's fun because it's a fighting game that is
Yeah.
very well designed, and I mean,
That's every great
Yeah.
fighting game. It's like, of course, it's fun to play with friends.
So should we cut
Should we
Street
cut
Fighter
it?
6?
Yes,
You're
so
the one,
should
you
we
put it
cut
on
it?
there. We got a lot to cut. If we're feeling that lukewarm about it, I would say we should cut that.
I think Texas Chainsaw. I played that a couple times. It's fun.
Mary also advocated for that compared to like something like Dead by Daylight.
I played both of those this year, and I think I like Dead by Daylight a little bit better. It's a little more streamlined, but I know Texas Chainsaw came out this year. It's not the deepest game. I'm sure people who play it obsessively and everything, I'm sure there's a million things I don't know, but I don't know. It's not something that I wanted to keep going back to.
I think that's true. I probably won't play it. I'll probably go back to Dead by Daylight. So I'm fine with cutting it. But I do think it was cool.
Here's the thing that I'm worried about is that Lethal Company. I've heard nothing but great things about it. It sounds very, very funny.
I think I'm the only one who's played it. Though,
That's
right?
the thing. It
Yeah.
came out recently, right? And I know they just played it on Giant Bomb.
It
and
blew up recently.
Right,
It was,
yeah,
out,
like-
it was been out since.
I will say I've never
August.
laughed harder playing a game than with Lethal Company. I put it on here because I was dying laughing when I played it because so the I would say the core conceit, the framework why it's so much fun with friends is because it's all based on proximity chat, team chat. You have walkie-talkies, and it's very easy for people to get separated. Someone dies, you don't know they're dead. So
Okay.
there's this frantic moment where you're in your walkie-talkie and you're like, hello, is anyone there? Hello. And running through your head, right? It's like, okay, they could have died, but maybe their walkie-talkie ran out of battery. Maybe they picked something up and they can't actually use their walkie-talkie at the moment. So there's this tension built into the communication. And I think like the fun part is the communication, I would say, of that game, which may not necessarily be like a fun game mechanically to play with friends. But like I said, I laugh so hard playing this game. It is so funny.
Would you compare it to like a Phasmophobia?
Yes, I would say it's like Phasmophobia, but there's more of a like it keeps building.
Okay.
It keeps building. Like the more you survive runs, the more money you make, the more stuff you unlock, and it is permadeath. So eventually, you're gonna die. You're not gonna make quota, whatever, and your run will end.
I just so wish this came out a month ago and we would have had a chance. Like I still, want to play. Like maybe in January, maybe we all do a
bonus
video together or
episode,
something. Like
Yeah.
that sounds like a blast to play together. But like I just feel like most of us didn't get a chance to play it.
Yeah.
But we
maybe asterisk it. Because
I think-
if we didn't play
so-
it, we had a
I
bunch.
mean,
Yeah,
it
but-
sounds awesome.
But you did, and
Or, yeah, no, yeah.
I-
If you're,
I-
if you're
yeah.
vouching for it, we can keep it.
Did
this
anyone
is a
else play?
judge situation.
Did anyone else play Outlast Trials?
No.
So I played that. That is also a very fun game, but I think Lethal Company is probably more fun with friends. So I think maybe for now we cut Outlast and we can revisit Lethal Company if we get down to
yeah. I think there's a stronger case for that.
I played Diablo with buds and I enjoyed it. Diablo has its own issues, which makes it probably not as fun, but it was fun. It's always fun to play Diablo with another person. It's why I love Diablo 3 so much.
But does it do anything that Diablo has not done in the past, or is it just Diablo's fun to play with friends?
Diablo is fun to play with friends.
So there's not like a new mechanic or a new feature or something that makes it like especially good.
I would say like the newest thing in Diablo that's interesting is the skill tree has like a different web system that's pretty neat, but that has nothing to do with playing with other people, which wouldn't help it in this very specific category. I will say that it's just hard to advocate for. I would say that when you're playing in a party, it's really important to have distinct capabilities. So, if you were fire, I would definitely go with more ice or like with a totally different. If you're more sharpshooter, I would go AoE. That way we can attack a group together and have a nice broad range of skills. So I literally completely alter my character based on how I'm playing, but I don't think that's also a really good argument.
Well, to that point, did you fucking cut WarioWare?
What?
No, oh my God,
Oh, wow,
that's
what
wild.
happened here?
I don't know how that happened.
Yeah, you told us, hey, I'm gonna go to the bathroom, but you're fine cutting this.
Hang on. No.
I don't know how this happened.
No.
I mean,
I
what's
see
done is
what you
done.
motherfuckers are doing.
Nixon.
This is a tricky dick move if I've ever seen one.
Joe,
Take that cross out of it. That fucking game, WarioWare, you motherfuckers. All WarioWares are fun as hell to play with friends. This one, especially being able to play where it's very
When
much
the controller
get up.
works.
Yeah, doesn't it not work half the time from what people were saying last night?
There are like hundreds of fucking mini games, and there are some of them where it's like, oh, when you do the camera one or whatever, it doesn't work great. But there are whole multiplayer modes that are like weirdly in-depth ones where it's like almost like a full-on Mario Party, board game type deal. There's a fun, there's really creative ones where it's like, so Mike, let's say me and you are playing, and I'm holding the Joy-Cons in this one mode, and I have to stand behind the TV or I have to stand in a place that I can't see the TV.
Mm-hmm.
You have no controllers in your hands, and you are doing motions with no controller that I have to mirror as the person holding. So it's like this very fun kind of party, silly type thing. Everyone's laughing. Everyone's having a good time. It's one that you don't have to be like a gamer to know how to play.
Mm-hmm.
It's one you can pop out of the party and just everyone's doing silly motions and laughing at each other, having a good time. I think it's probably my number one play with buds of the year.
Sounds good to me. I didn't play it.
And all these mini games and stuff. It's the first WarioWare I've seen where it's like they will alter a bunch of the mini games to be co-op. So it's like, let's say if you're playing solo, it's like you're holding this bucket and you have to put the fire out on a house or something like that. If you're playing with two people through the story mode, it's like, okay, I have to toss my bucket into Mary's bucket, and then she has you have to kind of assembly line this thing. It does some really smart things that WarioWare hasn't done before. I think it's a great fucking party game.
You sold me. I never played it, but it sounds great. And again, as someone who plays co-op games largely in party settings these days, it sounds appealing. Mary, how much are you getting out of Diablo 4 that you wouldn't get in single player? Or are you enjoying co-op just because of the people, or is the game?
I wouldn't play it without other people.
Well, no, sorry, that's a bad
The only
question,
reason
'cause,
I play
that's not what
Diablo
this-
is to be with people and kill things in a dungeon.
No, so sorry. That was a poor question. That ignored what the category was. Is Diablo 4's implementation of co-op better than other ones you're hearing or seeing on the list? Or is it just because you're kind of getting something satisfying and a bit mindless to play while you're with friends?
It's mindless fun. I don't know if I can justify keeping it.
Above other things.
I mean, I believe that's probably fun, but it's probably fun in the same way that if I were playing Fortnite with friends, it's like, yeah, we're chatting and it's a good excuse to do some mindless bullshit in the background while hanging out with friends. If there's nothing it does especially to elevate it, I think we could cut it.
Well, good, because while you were saying that, Jake cut it.
Oh.
Yeah, I
was
mean,
all-
that was the direction the conversation was heading.
Okay.
So I
And
figured
we're all in
I'd cut
tune.
it.
We did
We're all in
it.
tune.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
Okay, here, sorry.
no, it's fine. It's
it's-
done.
You finished and we want to cut? Okay,
I feel satisfied.
there we go. Now
It's
cut.
an honor to be nominated.
God, the tough one is I honestly think in a few weeks we're gonna find some time to play Lethal Company and we're gonna be like, oh, it's a crime that didn't win. I'm sure it's everything I've heard sounds great, but
agree.
can we keep it
Very
on
good.
right now?
I think we
you know?
can, because we've mentioned lots of problems with Super Mario Brothers Wonder, and Outfoxies is not eligible.
I'm sorry.
Well, Outfoxies, I had some of the best co-op or versus fun.
Yeah.
And you know what? There's a category for Outfoxies. It's called Best Game That We Played That Didn't
Well,
Come Out.
if it would help, we can cut it from this one, then we'll talk about it later.
Sure.
Okay, I'm down cutting out Foxes.
If it helps, if it
but
helps.
That's dweeb main.
Rest in peace.
I will
dweeb.
say,
Quit acting
I
like you're
think-
doing me a favor.
hey, Mary. We'll cut this down.
Oh my God.
Back. I have not played Super Mario Bros. Wonder online. I will say, as a series that not solely, but largely is family friendly, and also I've always associated as being conducive to local co-op. The fact that local co-op is so, annoying. Like
I disagree with the local co-op being like a big part of the series. Like Mario is like my favorite series ever, and like I don't associate it with
has
local
online
co-op.
co-op and like
Any multiplayer. I don't associate Mario with multiplayer.
I think the Super Mario Bros. Wonder is actively frustrating and pushes me away from the game local co-op. And if
Local,
I'm not
I get
playing,
that.
if we're playing play with buds. If I want to play with strangers online, I hear it's awesome.
Not strangers. I'm talking about when I'm playing like remotely, you know, like with friends.
Okay. Baldur's Gate 3, I think, is like unreal co-op wise, and I will argue that.
Yeah,
for
we
sure.
had to fight really
Lethal
hard.
Company
for
sounds
Baldur's
like
Gate
it's
3.
actually like innovative and hilarious. WarioWare Move It, you sold me on that. I think Super Mario Bros. Wonder, as phenomenal of a game as it is, I think if one feature is so inherently flawed, that is the way. I play a lot of online games with people. I don't normally go out of my way to play co-op, and you're right. I shouldn't assign like the local co-op moniker to Mario. I think it's the fact that Mario is historically can be family friendly, that the local co-op is not working is like a bigger dig than it might be to other games.
I mean, I don't know. To me, Mario and local co-op, I just think of like the new Super Mario Brothers Wii games. And,
No, but
and
would
new
you
games
agree
where it's-
Mario is often family friendly?
Well,
though?
yeah,
So that's what I'm saying. I'm saying the fact that it's family friendly and like you're not going to play online with your kids. You're going to be playing local co-op with your kids. It feels like an inherent character flaw to the game.
I will agree on the point that like the fact that the local seems to be universally, annoying to people
sucks.
is a yeah. I
a
get
It
detriment.
that.
detracts from noticing how it like prevents it. Like it's not. I feel like I have to get around it to enjoy how brilliant a lot of that level design is.
Yeah, I just
it's
wanna-
in the way of the great things about that game.
Yeah, I just want to point out that the online thing is like weirdly good for Nintendo's history with online, but the local sounds genuinely like an issue. So I'm fine with cutting that.
But what you said about WarioWare sounds like
It's super fun.
I would rather play that than more.
Here, I'll say this about WarioWare too. This is the type of game where 10 years from now, I will not be shocked if I have friends over and I'm like, hey, let's play this silly ass game. You know, I did that with WarioWare Smooth Moves, which came out on the Wii in like the late 2000s. You know, this
Right.
is better than that. I mean, I will be pulling this out.
So between WarioWare Move It and Super Mario Brothers Wonder,
Cut Wonder.
Is that how do you feel, Mary? This was one you wanted to stick around, so
I agree. I'm fine with this,
okay.
but
Do
I'm
you
being
see what he was doing now with the handshake?
super civil.
Yeah.
I just been
And
civil the entire
I-
time. Yes.
I'm being the bigger person in this case.
You just took a Dick Nixon mask off.
So for the winner, Baldur's Gate 3 is the ultimate game to play with other people. It is like the greatest game that's come out this year for a group of people to play together. It's fucking D&D with friends with a story that goes hours and hours and hours. You can play this game for months with your friends and have incredible stories together.
I also think it's pretty like as cliche as it sounds, it gets borderline magical and like the role playing possibilities when you are playing a character with your friend and you're sticking to a character. And like we just decided, we saw some dialogue options for killing Will. It's like,
bit his
whatever
hand
you
off.
say, Blade of Frontiers, and then we killed him. I think,
Or Gale.
I think it is the most impressive aspect of it to me. I think Divinity Original Sin 2 also could be played in co-op, and I think they did a good job of it. However, at the end of the day, I always came away from co-op sessions with that game thinking, I felt like it was more we were playing several single-player campaigns in the same room.
Right.
And coming away from it. Whereas now, Jake can be like, oh, come talk. You got to come see what this guy has to say. And as I'm in the middle of a dialogue cutscene with him, Jake fireballs him in the head and it cuts it away because he died. Like, I think you can actively... The fact that they accounted for so many ways you could actively fuck in real time with your co-op
And fuck,
partner's
yeah.
game and fuck your co-op partner
No, you can't do
is really impressive. I don't think they always accounted for everything, but it's an incredible comedy in that respect.
Yeah.
I think it's a great engine for role playing and just like group improv and storytelling. I think it's fun to see like the different permutations come up that you didn't see in solo. But I don't know. I think the number of ways you can interact with that game just multiply like tenfold in co-op. And that's not my preferred way to play it, but I think if you heard like, hey, I'm going to do this super deep CRPG with emergent gameplay, interacting systems, like a lot of like really complex mechanics. Also, you could play it co-op with other people, and it's largely still going to work really well, if not change how you see the game is really impressive.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with you in every case, and I think you're absolutely spot on. Dan has been preparing a speech for WarioWare Move It, and I'd really like to hear what you have to
I'll
say.
say this. We got 3 left, right?
We have 3 left.
We just need a bold one. Lethal Company is a game that sounds amazing, but Jake, you're the only one that's played. I don't think that takes it. WarioWare, it's a very me thing. I love it. It's a gimmick-ass game in the best way. I love it so much. It's goofy as hell, good party game. Sounds like Baldur's Gate 3 has some very, very substantial, impactful, like great co-op mechanics, and it is such a beefy, big game to allow for that much co-op play and all the fun emergent things that can come from that. I don't have a good argument against it. So it seems like Baldur's Gate 3 should win this.
Judge?
Firescape's best game to play with buds of the year is Baldur's Gate 3.
Woo!
Sweet. Nice. Good work.
Yeah.
Can't believe.
Yes.
Good work.
Yeah.
Okay, this one will be contentious.
All right. Our next category is biggest swings of the year. Now, keep in mind,
Singular.
biggest swing of the year, but keep in mind, it doesn't mean that they hit connected.
Yeah.
Right. It's just the
Risk.
boldest, biggest, like, whoa, they went for it with this thing.
How much before we how much before we dig in do we want the success of it to factor in? Is that kind of we'll get to that, I guess.
I think the boldness of like, whoa, wow, the balls it took to fucking do that. Like, I think that's what this is about.
You can take, to answer your question, I can take lots of really terrible risks and lose. I think if you can take an insane risk and it pays off, will come into play.
Okay,
Yes.
but not yet. Right now, it's more about the biggest.
right
swing.
now, it's about, because if you make, so like, we'll
Otherwise,
do,
why talk about it? Because
Yeah, it does have to
yeah.
factor
We're
in because
gonna
you're going
get
to be like,
into
ooh, buying Twitter would be a big swing, but, you know, like,
I think
but
Like
don't
buying,
do it. Yeah.
Redfall was a big swing.
exactly, yeah. So I think we need to factor it in a
Putting
little bit.
Starfield on
Yeah.
Game Pass
I
was
think-
a huge swing.
I think when we go through the nominations, it'll clear things
Yeah.
up.
Yeah,
Okay,
okay,
cool.
okay.
Sorry to preempt things.
Biggest swing of the year, Alan Wake 2's character swapping.
Spider-Man 2's character swapping.
Resident Evil 4's Village Fight. Remakes Village Fight.
Tears of the Kingdom's abilities.
Dredge's mid-game genre swap.
Baldur's Gate 3's co-op.
Shadow Gambit's open nature.
Hitman World of Assassination / Freelancer.
PSVR 2.
Outlast Trials multiplayer.
Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty ending.
Viewfinder's Photo Mechanic.
2 new Yakuza games in 1 year. I think we should preface as well, like if we're going to talk about Phantom Liberty, we have to be really careful not to probably spoil it, right?
No,
or
I
do
think
we have to?
it's game of the year. I think like spoilers are on the table.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll dance
You
around
can,
it.
you can,
I'll
he,
dance
he
around
literally
it.
told me and Mary why it's important earlier, and I don't think it spoils
What I'm
things.
saying, personally, I am planning on going back to Phantom Liberty, but I do feel like everything's on the table for game
Sure,
of the year.
yeah,
you know?
but in this case, actually, I think he hit the nail on the head earlier without.
Okay.
In this case, if we can, then why not?
Sure,
But,
sure,
like
sure.
he still
Okay.
sold it.
All right.
to us.
I'm just gonna say Dredge's mid-game genre swap is really cool. I don't think it's going to be as big of a swing as some of these other
No,
crazy things. So I
I
think,
think
we can
because like
cut it.
the genre, it didn't feel like a genre swap. I felt like it was building to it,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and like the payoff was great, but I don't think it was like a whoa, it
Yeah.
just
Yeah,
changed.
it's like,
It
oh,
just
that's
pulled the
really
rug out.
interesting.
It doesn't feel like the rug was pulled
It's an
out.
interesting decision for sure.
agree.
Yeah. So we're cutting that.
Yeah, I'd be
Yeah,
down
but
for
I
that.
think it's rad.
I would suggest we cut PSVR 2 because if we were factoring in success at all, I'm not even trying to be funny with this. I'm saying fucking VR in general. Like, there's actually some momentum behind VR right now. Like the MetaQuest 3 is actually like,
Yeah.
there's some, I'm playing Half-Life Alyx
There's
for
some
the first
good
time.
stuff
Like,
on it, too.
there's some decent stuff going on with VR right now. But PSVR 1, I don't really know sales or anything, but I don't really think it was a screaming
It's a Resident
success or
Evil 7
anything.
VR machine.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's just the boldness of like, we're going to invest this much fucking money into a whole new piece of hardware and, you know, launch with these games. And first of all, it's not backwards compatible. So you're going to launch with a thing that's not backwards compatible with any previous PSVR game.
Yeah.
You're going to have like a handful of like very ho-hum games at launch and then zero fucking intention from everything we've seen
Yeah.
of following up on it. The fucking swing of like thinking that that's a good idea to do. Like, it's a huge fucking swing. And as far as I've seen so far, none of it's good. Like, and I actually think the hardware is good. Like,
Yeah.
hardware
Hardware's
is
great.
cool. It's a very comfortable headset. Like, there's really good things about it. But like, if there's no follow through, it's sitting in a box in my storage room. You know, like, we take it off just because like there's no evidence of this being a good thing or any follow through.
Yeah.
I agree. So what game do we think does better character swapping though? We got 2 here.
Alan
okay.
Wake 2.
I will say this. Well, okay. I want to hear your Alan Wake thing, but I would say I like Alan Wake 2 as a game much more than I like Spider-Man 2. But the actual character swapping, it's pretty wild what it's doing, where it's like if Miles is up here on like the Upper East Side and Peter's in Brooklyn, when you go to switch, and it's just like so seamless. It just like, think about like, you know,
cool.
GTA 5 is
That's
like,
all like-
but
I
it
was
takes
gonna
forever,
say-
and you know, like.
You brought up GTA 5. I was actually going to say I think Spider-Man 2's character swapping in some form has been done before. Not as well. With GTA 5, I think actually did that already.
But
the
it's
same
not
concept.
nearly as seamless and quick.
Alan Wake
and-
2's character swapping, nobody has tried what they did. When you can play through this like action adventure, survival horror, as long as you want with one character, well, not as long as you want, until a certain point with one character, and you don't have to go to the other one, and then it becomes a different, like, the thing that separates them for me is Miles and Peter are still, by definition, in the same environment, interacting with the same world.
But they have
The
their own
scale of it.
missions.
For sure, they have their own missions. They have their own skill trees. I suggested it because it's incredible. I like Spider-Man 2 quite a lot. Alan Wake 2 and Saga and Alan Wake are in not just two different settings, two different, like, completely different worlds. Alan is in this dreamscape, taxi driver-esque neon New York. His puzzles are not always intuitive. We've talked about this at length on the podcast. I don't think his works nearly as well as Saga's, but it's still two different parallel games that Remedy still managed to wrangle into this. Not all the time. Remedy games, I think, part of the charm is sometimes their big swings become a bit messy in certain corners.
Sure.
But
But they go for them.
the fact that so much of it works this well, I think is just.
How about
for
this?
the
How about
record,
this?
I would keep both.
That's
of
what I'm
those
saying.
on
I don't
this.
think it's one or the other.
Yeah.
I think they're both extremely
Because they
commendable.
both did it doesn't mean we have to put them up against
Exactly.
each other. Yeah,
I think they're both very
They
good.
are eventually going to be going up against each other.
for sure. But right now, I'd say let's go.
I don't
for
think
more
we
of-
cut either
Let
of
me
them.
let me say this. Just make it easy. Shadow Gambit. For those who haven't listened to, maybe not listened to the podcast, or
I'll cut it, yeah.
forget this. You can cut it. Yeah. Shadow Gambit is the third game by Mimimi Games, the German developer who just actually finally shut down. They announced they were shutting down. They were burnt out. They made Shadow Tactics, Blades of the Shogun, and they also did Desperados 3, and then they did Shadow Gambit. All incredible games. If you ever played the Commandos games back in the day, the tactical overhead stealth games, stealth strategy. In that vein, some of the most well-crafted games I've ever played. They are undeniably niche. They're right in my niche. Shadow Gambit took the story linear, select every character for you on each mission of Shadow Tactics and Desperados 3, and then made it open. You're in this Caribbean of zombies and like Pirates of the Caribbean-esque kind of like supernatural abilities. You can pick which island you want to go to next. In many cases, you can pick which character you want to recruit next. The fact that you can go on any mission on any island with any combination of characters and still succeed and feel like you have the powers is very impressive to me. It was a big swing, and they nailed it. I will also admit, I know I'm the only one who really dug into that game. And also, there's other stuff here it's also like largely in comparison to their earlier games. I think it was pretty bold of them to do, but I'm more than happy to cut it. I just want to give that game all the credit it's due.
Can I offer that Baldur's Gate 3 we did just, give an award to, and it sounds like it sounds like it's great, honestly. Like that doesn't disqualify it from this one.
Okay, what are you saying then?
Well, in terms of like biggest swing, I'm saying like the fact that it included co-op and it included it very well.
yeah.
Is that as wild or big of a swing as other things in this category?
I will say I think they were expected to include it because Divinity Original Sin did it like so well.
Yeah, so is
Or
that
no, actually,
as-
I don't. Looking back in retrospect, I don't think that's a big swing. I think it's like, well, we got to have co-op because we're emulating D&D, which is very much a party-based, like often
You
a co-op
couldn't
thing.
do D&D without
Right.
co-op.
I don't.
So
I think the depth to which they took it is a big swing, but I don't think the fact
Sure.
that it's co-op, and we could talk, but like, yeah, I think it's incredible, but I don't necessarily think it was this huge
right.
out of left
it's
field.
also
kind of
not its
thing.
X factor. Like it's really rad that you can play with people, but actually
Yeah.
the thing that we all get so stoked about is the mechanisms that you get to play with other people, and it doesn't require it to be co-op. It is much more interesting, just the nuances of the story and the writing
Right.
and the details of the mechanics more than the co-op itself. So yeah, I agree with you. I think that's fair.
As someone who loves RE4 remake, I am curious. Did you put the Village?
I
Fight
put that
on
up there. We don't have to keep that. It's not the biggest swing. I think for them to take this iconic scene from one of the most well-loved games,
One
and
of the
just
most famous scenes of all time in
for the
games.
people
Yeah.
jumping into this remake, wondering what it was going to do differently, and you get to the village like, oh, I can't wait, I know what to expect. And they absolutely, the first time you don't fully understand how to dodge, deflect, all the like different kinds of enemies that are at play there.
I
For them to
died so
kick
many
your
times.
fucking teeth in
Yeah.
right away,
Mm-hmm.
I think is awesome, and I think it sets the tone for the rest of that game. Be like, hey, it's a remake, but it's not completely the same. We're going to mess with you a bit. I don't think it's. I still think it was a big swing for them to mess with that of all things not right away, but after you
Climbing
free
up
the
the
wolf.
tower and it collapses.
Yeah,
on
the tower
you.
that
collapses.
shocked me. I was like,
good.
oh, that didn't happen before.
It's almost less of a big swing and more of like a tone setter.
It's more like, man, if there's a way to do a
Yeah.
remake, this is like the best way
But
to
I'm
do a
happy you
remake.
cut it. Yeah, it was
Sure.
more just like it still struck me as bold of them.
I think it emulated the feeling of the first time you did the village in Resident Evil 4, where you're so overwhelmed and everything. Where it's like, we played so many releases of Resident Evil 4 and we know exactly what to, go get the shotgun, go
But it,
kick
like,
the ladder down.
twisted it just enough.
Yeah, it's enough where it's like, I
Yeah.
felt that panic that I felt in 2005 or 2004 or whatever, like it's fucking awesome.
I got my ass kicked, and then it was very fun watching Mary do it because I think, like everybody, you went into it a bit cocky. You're like, oh, can't wait for this. The village is awesome. And then you're like, what the fuck
Yeah.
is going on? There's people sprinting at me with pitchforks. That dude is way faster than I remember. There's a lot of grenades and
The
shit.
cow is on fire.
Yeah, oh my god!
Yeah.
Yeah, the fucking lantern falls.
So much going on.
tower
It's so
collapsed, yeah.
good.
Yeah.
Store's
Chainsaw
locked.
Guy's way more of a fuck
Yeah.
fucker than ever. He's a fuck fucker, but
Actually,
yeah.
he is. You know what? There was more fuck fuckers.
His eyes sticking out.
Yeah, it's really fucked up.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's a fantastic game, but I think that's fair. All right, what else?
I put Outlast Trials multiplayer on here because I didn't think that game was going to work or be good or anything. They were taking the Outlast formula and turning it into like a Saw multiplayer style game, and I assumed they would just mess it up. Not that they're a bad developer. I just feel like people have tried to like shoehorn a multiplayer mode into something like that. But I think they really pulled it off. But it's just me, I think, who played that. So I'd be okay.
You are alone.
If we want to cut that one.
Okay.
I would offer Viewfinder for a cut. I think that photo mechanic is something that shows very well in a quick whoa, look at this crazy thing you can do in a game. You take a photo and then changes the world and it's good. Like there's a lot of very interesting puzzles early on.
It's
with
not
that.
a risk, though.
It's not a risk. It's a good it's one of those kind of Portal
What's the risk? Not making the game? It's just a
Yeah,
cool
that's
mechanic.
true.
Game
It's
is-
like,
I think
yeah.
the game itself was just like a risky thing to see through. It was a big swing. I don't think it was risky. I think it was just a big swing. Yeah, I'm fine taking it off. I just think that game was did a lot of bold things by pushing that puzzle conceit to its farthest point.
Sure. I think we cut it though.
Yeah.
2 Yakuza games in 1 year. I think that's especially with another one, a super ambitious one coming up next year.
They crank out those games so fast.
They
anyway.
do. I think
come
we
to
cut it.
expect two Yakuza games.
And to be fair, one of them technically was not new. It was just
The remake.
ported and then localized. I mean, there was more work, I'm sure, but
Sure, yeah. I think we cut that, but
Okay,
man,
done.
Yakuza is alive and well right now.
We haven't talked about Tears of the Kingdom, so I think we should. I think the abilities are fucking insane.
Yeah.
I think it's
Yeah.
absolutely nutso that you would make game-breaking mechanics and then just say, whatever, give it to them. The idea that you can go through the ground and shoot up any material is wild.
Or attach anything together.
It
yeah, you can
absolutely
cheese every
you can
dungeon.
cheese
like
every
you just
dungeon.
spawn your bridge and just make it fall down. And you're like, all right, I'm
You
off
can
again.
rewind fucking time.
It encourages you to solve things in a way that were not at all intended and break it and cheese it.
In-
That's encouraged.
In historically one of my favorite series, however, a series defined by the developers have control over everything. And in this game, they gave you Breath of the Wild kickstarted a few of these things, but this game was here are 4 game-breaking cheat codes in one of the most revered, if not the most revered, sacred series of all time. Have fun with it.
And that's
We're
the
letting
thing.
go of control a little bit.
And in
That's
terms
a
of
risk.
biggest swing, this is a cash cow, like you said, one of the most revered, if not the most revered series ever. To they could play it safe with Zelda. They could just keep putting out more Zelda games,
The
and they're
amount
gonna
of
fucking sell.
pressure in a game that's all about dungeons where they teach you a mechanic and then expect you to expertly execute it in the way that they want you to and then just not do that.
And they're just giving you weird shit that no open world game has ever even considered. You can just fucking go through the environment, no clip. Through,
You can attach Koroks to rockets and launch them into the sky.
the
Like,
wildest shit.
yeah.
For fucking say, it'd be wild in any game to give you that much control and freedom over it, but in a fucking
Zelda.
Zelda game,
Yeah.
Yeah.
these series,
Crazy.
that's insane. That is
They're
probably
also
the winner
letting
to me.
They're also allowing Zelda to be so much of that game is messy, but in a great way. Not like broken, but just like the shit you can put together. We talked going back to Addison earlier. It's like half the concoctions I made were like, Addison, this is the ugliest thing I've ever seen, but you got the job done. They're like, okay, puzzle solving can sometimes be ugly, and it's so funny seeing how people solve those different shrines. The first shrine that a bunch of people at Polygon and I were talking about were like, how did you solve the one where you had to basically make a gondola down that rail? And other people were like, you made a gondola? Like, I was like, yeah. Like, the fact that Hidemaru Fujibayashi and Eiji Aonuma, of all people, were like, yeah, like, what if we just give, what's it called? Ascend started as a dev,
Like a debug tool,
cheat,
right?
or debug for them to get around the world. And they're like, this is really fun and cool. And also, that's way easier than going out of the cave and up the mountain. Like, if we are using this every day, we come
we
into
think
work,
it's
why
fun.
don't we give it to the players? And they're like, okay, well, how about,
Imagine the swing of the person who said that and pitched it in a meeting, because this game was not originally intended for you to have Ascend. Because in that anecdote, we learned later that they had to alter later dungeons and things like that because it broke a lot of future ideas and plans for the game, because you should never have been able to Ascend. So someone in that company made the biggest risk of their life and said, I genuinely think Ascend should be for the people because it's fun and we can fix the problems that occur to make this game fun. It's the biggest fucking swing of the year.
Yeah.
I'm not even
Yeah.
voting to keep it. I'm saying it's the winner.
I
I
agree. So cut
agree.
Right. Yeah.
I fully agree. Yeah.
But to Mary's point, now I am coming back to Alan Wake 2 Spider-Man because I actually think, or no, sorry, Jake, Phantom Liberty ending. I'm curious about this because I still want to, if possible, keep World of Assassination freelancer mode.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would probably keep Hitman over Cyberpunk if it came down to it. I haven't played Spider-Man, so I can't speak to that. But Phantom Liberty does like completely shift genres at one point on one of the endings. So a lot of people aren't even going to see this side of the game, but I don't want to say too much because I don't want to spoil it, but they completely change expectations for the player, and you end up in this very horror sequence that kind of comes out of left field, but they nail it every part of it, like the tone, the atmosphere, and how it works into those final moments. I think is pretty brilliant, and it seemed like quite the swing. I imagine pitching like, hey, we want to change genres at the very end of this game. They're probably like, oh, that's a little scary, but we'll go through it. And then also the fact that like a lot of people probably don't even see it, at least half, I'd imagine. So to me, that's a pretty big swing. I think that's bigger than like character swapping, because GTA did that years ago. And like, I do like narratively the character swapping between Alan Wake and Saga. But with Spider-Man, like I said, I haven't played it, but I haven't played it. So
How
I don't
risky
wanna
was
be-
it?
I don't
Yeah.
What were you giving up?
And
What was the potential here?
Let me offer this, because earlier I feel like I was fighting more for Spider-Man 2 over Alan Wake because of the fast travel thing. But as I think about it more, that is kind of the main thing about Spider-Man 2's that character swapping that impresses me is the speed and seamlessness of the fast travel. The two skill trees and everything, I kind of don't think are as impactful to me, because like all that meant for me is like, I have to like for a second, like, am I playing
gotta look
Peter
at
or
two of these
Miles?
now.
Like, they both wear Spider-Man suit. I don't really know which one's which. It's
One's
like, oh yeah,
electrical
one's got
based.
the electric things. Do I have the electric stuff, or do I have the like Doc Ock arms or whatever? So ultimately, it's like I think I know you're laughing at.
He'll always be Doc Ock to me.
I could tell that story. real
You have to. It's funny. I have to pee, but this is like the best story.
It's short. Bonk and I were watching Platoon after getting back from a bar and restaurant on Wednesday, and we're watching. We hadn't seen it before, and Willem Dafoe's in it. And I just made the comment of like, man, Willem Dafoe. This is like made in the late '80s or whatever. He's always looked like 45. You know, Willem Dafoe's always been 45 in
Since he
every
was
movie.
like 12.
Yeah. And Bonk, just with all the confidence in the world, goes, he'll always be Doc Ock to me. He did not play Doc Ock. That's Alfred Molina.
Great movie,
He
but-
played Green Goblin, and she was laughing so hard she was crying. And then every fucking time Willem Dafoe showed up in Platoon after that, I would just feel the couch shaking because she was just silently cracking up to herself. So when he finally died, I was like, okay.
No, the famous guy. But he does have. I wish he had 8 arms in that
Yeah.
scene.
He'll always be Doc Ock.
So are you up for cutting Spider-Man?
I think so because I think ultimately it's like a technical achievement to like be able to like swap that fast and everything. But overall, it didn't have that much. Like I think Alan Wake 2's stuff is more impactful.
Yeah, I mean, I will say too with Alan Wake as well. I feel like that game took a lot more swings than just character swapping.
Oh yeah,
too.
yeah. It's a bolder game than Spider-Man 2. Spider-Man 2 is kind of a boring game, I think, and Alan Wake 2 has issues, but it's not boring.
Yeah.
Oh,
Gonna cut it. I mean, like, yeah, if it comes down to like Alan Wake, Tears of the Kingdom, Hitman, Cyberpunk, I'd be willing to give up Cyberpunk. I think just because. Yeah,
I feel bad agreeing because I haven't finished Cyberpunk, but you know, like I think we have 3 other very strong, like Hitman. We've talked about it before, but like, holy shit, what a swing! And Tears of the Kingdom, I think, is a clear winner. Alan Wake 2 is bold and works more than it doesn't. I would say, you know,
and I mean, yeah, they went for the fences, truly.
yeah.
I still agree with Mary though. I think Tears of the Kingdom wins it. It's just
do
what's
too.
what's the last one we cut?
I kind of think it's Cyberpunk.
I think
Much
it's
as I
a
love
smaller
that game,
a smaller
but-
chunk of a thing, whereas like
Yeah.
freelancer mode is it's this whole.
Yeah, I think that's the right call.
Do you want more? Oh no, you're good.
Wow,
Okay.
some good swings this year.
Yeah.
Should I announce the winner? Or should I wait for Mary?
Mary, you okay with Tears of the Kingdom winning? No, I am. All right.
All right,
Hell
Firescape's
yeah.
biggest swing
want the
of
rest
the
of this?
year is Tears of the Kingdom.
I'm gonna switch to beer.
Okay.
Wine makes me like wine is no good for me.
Okay.
I
You
like
want
the way
liquor,
it
wine,
tastes.
beer.
So I like the way it tastes.
Yeah.
But wine makes me angry or something.
Oh, really?
Every
I'm
time
like that
I
with
have
beer.
wine, it makes me want to fight.
Wow, I've never been angry while drinking ever. I don't think.
It's like
It relaxes me so much.
Yeah, have you ever seen me angry drinking?
I think it's the sugar.
No.
Yeah.
There's just something about it where like, okay, so if I have beer, that's my like sleepy person drink. I can drink beer
wow.
all night, watch TV, and fall asleep. Liquor, I'll get probably sloppy and I'll start dancing, or I'll be like, "You're my best friend I've ever had." But wine, when I drink wine, for some reason, somebody will say something. I'll be like, "Is that a personal attack on me?"
Really? Jesus.
And I get like, I get defensive. I don't think I was doing it, but I think sometimes when I'm drinking wine, I'll just be like in my own zone, and then I'll be like, what was that about? And I'll watch myself getting like irritated about nothing. Wine is no good for
Wine
me.
always relaxes me.
I don't
Beer
understand what my
energizes me.
problem is. Anyway, I think it's time. I started
Oh.
recognizing it to myself. So
Oh, this is that section. Wait, hold on a second. Is this the last larger section before?
No, we got
there's
a
more.
handful.
Oh, okay.
We got a ways.
Yeah.
Do you want to still got a ways?
well,
Huh?
So we're about to move into the most Firescape crew ass game, which is essentially
This is new.
we've
This
never
is
done.
new.
It's a new thing.
Yeah, do you want to explain this, Dan? I think you added this.
Mike,
right?
I think it was
added
Mike
it.
actually.
You
Yeah.
added this. Okay.
Yeah, in building off when we gave the most up its own ass game of the year to my Death Stranding review,
Mm-hmm.
I thought it'd be fun to apply that kind of mocking to everybody on staff in a fun way. But the idea is to take. We brainstormed these earlier, or rather, we put the nomination ballots together earlier of games that we think really represents, if not exactly and deeply, the person that we're going to be talking about, then kind of like what we see as the caricature of the person.
Sure. Yes.
However, the rule is, yes, the people in each section, Dan for Dan Ass Game of the Year was allowed to input on the nominations. They are not allowed. You can talk and shit, but you're not allowed to contribute to the
I think
argument.
we just don't
conversation.
talk.
Yeah,
I think we
Or
just
you
don't
cannot
talk.
talk.
Yeah.
Okay, Dan can't talk for Dan Ass Game of the Year. Mary, Jake, and I are going to duke that out. Same thing with Mary, Jake, me, and so on.
Correct. So the idea here is that your friends determined what your game of the year is.
Yep, and we're probably
Yep.
going to do
Period.
Well, no, wait, it's not your game of the year. It's just the most.
No,
like,
your game of the year. Let's
no,
go.
it's like this is the Mary ass game.
It started.
Go ahead, Judge.
Shut up.
All right. The Dan Ass Game of the Year. The nominees are
Super Mario Wonder,
Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom,
Mortal Kombat 1,
WarioWare Move It,
Pikmin 4,
Super Mario RPG.
The Outfoxies. Every Nintendo game that released is on here.
Yeah, that's true. And the Outfoxies.
Because did you guys know that Dan really likes Nintendo games? Did you know they mean a lot to him?
Who cares? I think that I think we should make it Mortal Kombat and just
It's because it's not a Nintendo game.
I think we should just stick it to him once in a while. Genuinely, what do you think is like something that would really be meaningful to him as his game of the year? Because he probably spent a lot of time on it or was just like personally obsessed with it.
I
mean, WarioWare Move It is a Dan-ass game, to be fair.
And he doesn't shut up about it.
yeah, ever.
Ever. Are you drinking wine too? I feel like we're both getting heated. I think probably not Super Mario Wonder based on the previous conversations we've just had about
He
it.
doesn't seem to like Super Mario Bros. Wonder
I
that
agree.
much.
I don't think it's his jam.
Actually, no. Like, okay, but for real though, Super Mario Bros. Wonder is the thing where I have nowhere near the same reverence of Mario as Dan and many people do. Everybody loves Super Mario Wonder. I have not necessarily gravitated toward that game the way many people have. But we've talked about this. Dan's talked about how he and his sister, like if it's a different era thing, I think there was a certain point where Mario, especially 2D platformer Mario, was like the reigning genre, and that's like what Dan grew up on, and it's informed much of his view of games as like a medium, as entertainment, but also like design wise, and that's great. And I think he frequently wants us to know that. So I think Super Mario Bros. Wonder would definitely be a Dan-ass game of the year.
Sure. It wouldn't be up there as much as Pikmin, WarioWare, or Zelda.
What one do we cut?
Super Mario RPG, Mortal Kombat.
I would not have known he liked Super Mario RPG as much.
I don't think he did until this year based on the conversations, right? Or he
Yeah.
never played it. So I do have a clarification.
Can we
After we decide, is he allowed to comment on the
Yeah,
decision?
he
Or
can
we
do
just
a post-
move
we
on?
can do
I also think he
postmortems.
can grunt and like, express himself. I just don't think he gets a say. Like he's allowed to say something. It won't impact us.
Whether he plays Super Mario RPG or not, definitely that is not the most Dan-ass game I would pick.
Yeah.
I played through it all in one sitting like 10 years ago.
Okay.
Oh, you did play it. Okay.
But again, it has Mario in it, so yeah, we get it. He likes
We
Nintendo.
get
There's
it.
an RPG in it as well.
Nintendo is important to me. I grew up on no bullets.
Probably cut Zelda. I don't think he liked that much.
No. Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. What other thing could we cut?
Mortal Kombat.
You want to cut that?
Yeah. It's not his top 3.
It's not Nintendo.
It's not Nintendo. And he's a Nintendo fanboy.
Yeah, he is.
It's all he knows.
What's the last one we cut? We can cut out Foxy's.
Foxy's.
Although I will say Dan is the person who introduced that game to me, so we'll keep that in mind going forward.
It's our perception of him, so ultimately we roll.
Dan Reichert. Let's all agree, gameplay over story. Not that those are always separate. They can be intertwined in some really great ways, a la Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. But I think Dan likes a solid, clean,
Dewey.
satisfying, dewy gameplay loop over. Oh, this game is being pretty avant-garde with some shit it's doing.
Yeah.
So I would actually be more. Well, actually, that's all 4 of these games.
I mean, Zelda's got the most story of all these, right? Like, if we want to go by those metrics.
It's one of the best, most Dewey as well.
It's true. That's true. That's true.
Come on, you guys. It's Zelda, WarioWare, and Pikmin.
Not Super Mario Bros. Wonder.
No, I don't think it's his.
He 100%ed it.
I hear you.
He never stops telling us.
I think that if he were to play one right now, like if we gave him these 4 games
He 100%
and he had to
Pikmin.
burn one, he had to burn it.
That's
Okay,
tough. I
Dan
don't know.
ass game of the year. We're not trying to say what is Dan's favorite game of the year. We're trying to
Yeah.
say what is the most Dan ass game of the year. I don't think we can cut.
WarioWare.
You're right. I don't think we can cut Wario. I would actually, despite his love for Pikmin and like a good gameplay loop, I would take Zelda and Super Mario Bros. Wonder.
Because they're him.
They're Dan. Pikmin 4. I actually did not know Pikmin 4. I think I knew Dan liked Pikmin. Pikmin 4, the way we all love that game, I think is still a surprise to me this
Yeah.
year. I would cut Pikmin 4 above those 3.
Okay. I think
Because again,
you've-
we're not saying
you've
what's
changed
Dan's
me.
favorite game.
I think the number 1 is Wario because he advocates for it so much, even though he knows it won't win and we don't care.
Yes, I would say that too.
And I think that's very Dan. Like
Yeah.
he's talking even though it can't change anything.
I would say WarioWare Move is the most Dan-ass game of the year. Also, it is
right.
the most Dan-ass game of the year in the sense that none of us are gonna champion it.
Fire Escapes, Dan-ass game of the year is WarioWare Move It.
Okay, Dan, postmortem.
I can't argue that.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. In terms of like,
He's like, it's perfect.
it's not the, like what my. It's like it's my number 10 game of the year, but like that's not what the
It's
other.
the
Like,
most
it is the
Dan.
most like WarioWare.
You're not going to
cutting-
see it on any of our lists.
Were we
Right.
right cutting Pikmin though? Do you think it would have been something other than Pikmin?
I think Mike was right in that like I've liked Pikmin before, but like this year I really loved it.
I don't think any of us expected how good Pikmin 4 is.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that
No.
shocked
No.
me.
I think that's a totally. I can't argue any of that. Yeah.
All right.
All right, Mary, shut up.
Okay. Can't say a word.
Continuing on the same thing, we are now moving on to Mary Ass Game of the Year, and the nominations are.
I thought you wanted me to put this on.
If you want to do that, yeah.
Mary has more games.
Dredge,
Cocoon,
Dave the Diver,
Resident Evil 4 Remake,
Chance of Sonar,
Chia,
The Outboxies.
Squirrel Shit Candy Shop.
Okay. I don't think Resident Evil 4 because like everyone loves Resident Evil 4. You know, it's that's not like obviously we all love Resident Evil. We all love RE4. I think there's more Mary specific games
But I think
on
seeing
here.
Mary's arc with Resident
Mary's
Evil over
journey
the-
with Resident
yeah,
Evil,
I
having
think
seen,
that-
I'm biased. I've seen it firsthand every step of the way, and it's fun to see. I hesitate to remove that right away.
I would say we can cut Outboxies. I think she was upset
she likes it
by
less than us.
the dweeb dominance that you had.
Yeah,
So I
Dweeb
think
mains are threatening to her.
I think we can cut the Outboxies.
I actually think I know. Again, just so she doesn't freak out. I know. I'm not saying she didn't like Dredge. I get how it's a Mary Kish ass game. I also think there's a lot of things in that game that, like, again, I thought it was doing a lot of cool stuff with its horror, with its like the fishing loop itself. So I'm that's on my list to maybe cut as Mary ass game of the year.
What is Tachia? I don't know what that is.
Chia is
a-
great.
It's like a
okay.
Breath of the Wild like, but set in like an island.
It's like a lot of physics, a lot of like you can inhabit a rock or a bird and like go around like sailing around islands. Very kind of Wind Waker. It's got a great look to it. The physics, like it's really a
Is it
fantastic game.
Mary ass?
I think it's more me ass.
Yeah, I wouldn't associate Chia with Mary as much.
Yeah, I love Chia.
Do we, is that?
I think
is it
we
easy
cut
cut?
Chia. I think we
Yeah.
cut Chia. Yeah.
Okay.
Also, Cocoon, I don't necessarily know.
She likes it a lot.
I know, yeah, but that's not the category as much as like I get that she likes it, but I also wouldn't associate that with. I think Cocoon is also like a hardcore puzzle game in the sense, in a way, either that or Chance of Sonar. I don't know that I would necessarily equate with Mary L10.
Let me put it this way. We've heard her talk about all these games on the podcast quite a bit this year. I feel like the one I've heard her like kind of gush the least about is Dave the Diver. I know she likes it. Like again, all these she likes all these games.
Yeah.
But I feel like she went to town for Dredge,
Yeah.
Cocoon, Chance of Sonar, Squirrel Shit Candy Shop. Like she fucking loved those games.
Yeah, I
So-
think Dave the Diver's also like a hard cut, but a cut. A difficult cut, but a cut.
I still think we could cut RE4. Like I feel like I didn't hear her talk about it on the podcast a lot this year.
Well,
Seriously.
she's playing through it for Knievel.
Right,
technically.
right. But like, I feel like as my perspective, I have not heard her talk about it a lot. So
Yeah, it's like a running commentary. But yeah.
and again, we all like Resident Evil 4. So like, if we're trying to get like really just zero in on a merry ass game, I think RE4 is like an everyone game. Everyone loves that
Yeah,
game.
sure. I get that. I would be fine with cutting that as well.
Okay.
Okay, and we got 4 really strong ones here.
She never shut up about Squirrel Shit Candy Shop.
Yeah, no, that's top 3. But let's see if there's something to cut before that.
It's. I still think Dredge and Chance of Sonar are more merry ass games than Cocoon.
I agree. Yeah.
Cocoon is like more of a like hardcore clean puzzle game. I think Mary needs a bit of charm to her puzzle games to like really sell it. And I think Chance of Sonar and Dredge have that more.
Yeah, and I know she loves Cocoon. She was the one who got
Yeah.
me to play it. Like
it's not-
she
but
really
it's not
loves
the
it. But
Mary
like
ass
if
game.
I just saw it, sight unseen, I don't think I would immediately be like, "That's a Mary game."
Yeah.
So I think we cut Cocoon.
Yeah.
Cocoon.
Yeah.
Well then,
But
I mean,
I also still I would now I'd say I know Squirrel Shit Candy Shop is the most Mary.
Yeah,
is a
it's
very
I
Mary
think
game.
that's
kind of the obvious
front
standout
runner.
here.
However, is it a front runner?
I
so.
think it's the front runner. Like I
Really?
she clearly loved Dredge. Chances Scenario, like the way she like sold me on the gimmick of that, like again got me to play it. But I feel like Squirrel Shit Candy Shop clearly like meant a lot to her as a person. I think it really resonated with her. In fact, she 100%ed it. You know, I know she did it with Dredge too, but like Squirrel Shit Candy Shop is a lot.
She played
like,
it under a blanket on her couch straight
I
through
know.
2 days.
In scope, you know, Squirrel Shit Candy Shop is more of like a Stardew.
She made like
that's,
500
you know, it's-
milligrams of.
I know.
Yeah,
That's
some
She
I didn't
made,
even
she
know you
made a
could
bunch
do
of
that.
hot toddies and was playing it. Like,
Yeah.
without opening up. Yeah.
I can see it.
Yeah, I think so.
mean,
She
did
rode
we
her
bold
Vespa,
it?
she rode her Vespa to the artisan donut shop and then came back and was like, "I'm gonna play more Squirrel Shit Candy Shop."
I think we bolded.
Never
I
shut
think-
up about it.
Yeah,
I think
lock
Squirrel
it in.
Shit
Lock it
Candy
in.
Shop is
Yeah.
the
Mary Game of the Year. Fire Escape's Mary Game of the Year. Squirrel Shit Candy Shop.
That's not a game.
I couldn't keep a straight face. I'm sorry.
It won.
It won though.
It's a Fire Escape Game of the Year winner. Let's send the developers a fucking
You
plaque or
made a
something.
mockery of the Fire Escape Game of the Year award.
Oh my God, Mary was so earnest with your category, and you. The moment I saw you were going for that, being, I was like, oh,
No, I was fighting for her because I know it meant a lot to her.
Took yours so seriously.
I was fighting for you.
That's better than some of the suggestions I had for that slot today.
You had some of your best jokes ever about that.
I think some of them are probably not conducive to the live environment, though.
They were very good.
Shit.
All right, guy. Mary, you get to talk again because we are moving on to the Mike Ass
Congrats
Game
to Squirrel
of the
Shit
Year.
Candy Shop.
Oh my
first.
Yeah,
God.
I'm glad it's getting some
Yeah,
praise.
yeah,
you
yeah.
know. Anyway, for the Mike Ass Game of the Year, the nominations are
Shadow Gambit,
Fire Emblem Engage,
Company of Heroes 3,
Octopath Traveler 2.
Warhammer Age of Sigmar Realms
Jesus,
of Ruin,
that's not real. Age of Wonders 4
books.
and the Outfoxies. I feel like we put Fire Emblem Engage on there because it's like, you know, tactical, you know, turn-based RPG stuff.
Yeah, generic, whatever.
But I feel like he didn't really.
the anime. You know, it's
He's not an anime guy. I feel like I didn't hear him like loving it. I think we could take off Fire Emblem Engage.
Sure. I'm not gonna fight.
I don't know what half these games are.
That's what makes a Mike Ass Game of the Year. I haven't heard him talk about Age of Wonders 4 a lot this
I
year.
feel like it hasn't come up.
No, some of these have come up
Let
for
me guess,
sure.
it's like a tactical game. Like you're controlling armies, probably. I don't care.
Emergent and immersive.
It's done some of the
and-
craziest
yeah.
things I've ever seen. I've
Yeah.
sunk over 40 hours in this game and I can't stop thinking about it. Yeah, let's cut it.
I'll spend 2.5 hours thinking about which tile to move my rat to.
Such a disrespectful.
Can I say? It describes like 8 of my favorite games. There are rats in 8 of my
I know. That's why I fucking said it. The amount of times I've heard you say basically that exact sentence. Okay.
I die.
Okay.
Anything with Warhammer, I think, has to be in the top 3. I don't even know what it is or how it works, but Warhammer is like the only thing that I think is like actually in Mike's DNA.
I don't even know if they're games. I think you just paint figures and he's like making stuff up, but it seems like. I don't think Age of Sigmar Realms of Ruin. That's like if Conan O'Brien made up a fake nerd game. Yeah, Age of Sigmar Realms of Ruin. Like that's not a real game. No one's ever played that, but Mike.
I agree, but it's so Mike. I think it has to
It
stay.
is. It is. I think Company of Heroes 3. Like that sounds like a Mike game.
It
I
does
feel like I
sound
haven't heard
like
him
it.
talk about it as much
No.
as I mean, maybe he's talked about Warhammer, Age of Sigmar, but I wouldn't know. But Company of Heroes, I think I recognize that. I would have heard more of it.
That's a bigger series. I've heard people mention, but not him necessarily. I think we cut Company of Heroes 3.
I agree because we can't cut Octopath Traveler. This has been so important to him, and he's brought it up a lot, not just throughout the year, but
Yeah.
especially in the last like few days. This is
I mean, we
something
could.
that-
He doesn't have a say. So
It's true.
Yeah.
We could hurt him, but in the, if we're doing this with good vibes and in the
the sake of Mike, I think we should be keeping something that he's talked about a lot and how much it impacted him. Also, like, let's give it up for books. I think that Mike also talks about books a lot.
He does.
I don't remember specifically which one, but I think generally
They're mostly about boats in Russia.
war comes up. I think we should keep books.
Yeah. We keep books.
All
I
right,
think
we got
cut out
Shadow
Boxies.
Gambit and Foxies.
I think we cut Shadow Gambit. Shadow Gambit's a very Mike ass game.
But we can't.
I think we can cut out Boxies. I mean, I don't think he dives into the deeper meta. I think he's just a dweeb main. So
It's all surface level.
his
excitement.
he's a
for
poser
it. Yeah.
out Boxies player. Yeah. I think we cut Octopath because again, I don't think Warhammer Age of Sigmar Realms of Ruin is an actual game, but it really sounds like a Mike game. So I think we cut Octopath Traveler too.
He's been talking so much about it this year.
I
though.
think it would upset him. I think we.
I don't think he'd be upset about Shadow Gambit, Warhammer, and books.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point. Because Octopath Traveler. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I guess I'm there.
I think we cut that. I mean, look, I know he likes it, but yeah. Man, I know he likes Shadow Gambit a lot, but like, and I know that Warhammer thing's not a real game, but like, it is so clearly a Mike
Here's
thing.
the thing too. Warhammer is like books as well. So if we choose Warhammer, it's like a 2-in-1 sort of
books,
thing.
and it's tactics, and it's
Yeah.
rats, and okay.
Ruin.
I think. Do we give it to Warhammer?
Warhammer.
Let's give it to Warhammer.
Yeah.
Can you bang your gavel?
Yeah. I'm just bolding it first. All right.
Cool.
Fire Escape's Mike Ass Game of the Year is the one where you move the rats around.
It is a real game. Relic
It's
Entertainment made it.
impossible to know. But yeah.
I really, that's actually one of the few Warhammer games in recent memory I have disliked.
That's very you though, because
But,
we weren't
but it
paying
sounds like-
attention when you probably said that.
No, I zoned the fuck out.
Also, the Skaven, the Rat Men are becoming one of my favorite factions, and I think a lot about them when I'm like laying in bed.
That doesn't sound like you.
Yeah.
Rat to
like
the
that.
right tile.
And
I almost pissed my pants.
I think we might know each other pretty well.
yeah, that's good.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
All right. So the final section of this category.
I'll take it from here.
That
Okay.
went really well.
The final section of this category, Mary, do you mind scrolling when you get the
Yeah,
chance?
of course.
Is Firescape's Jake-ass Game of the Year, and the nominees are
Baldur's Gate 3,
Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty,
Street Fighter 6,
Fire Emblem Engage,
Pokemon Scarlet and Violet hyphen the secret treasure of Area 0 : Indigo Disc, but Disc has a K at the end instead of a C.
The Outfoxies.
Well, I think it's clearly the Outfoxies.
I will. God, he's such a Fire Emblem mark.
Cool with the wrestling references, dude.
Why
All right.
did he put Street Fighter 6 in there? Who put that in there? I would actually cut
I
that right away. I don't know.
didn't.
I would not associate him with Street Fighter.
I feel like he would respect Street
I
Fighter
think
6.
he put it in there to trick us into thinking that he plays Street Fighter and think he was cool.
cool dude.
Oh, he's so cool. Cut
cool
it.
dude, Jake. Cool
He's a
dude,
cool
Jake.
dude.
Here we go.
He's a
Cut
cool
it.
dude. I would cut Street Fighter 6.
Soar long Street Fighter.
Jake has to cut these himself.
That's extra insulting. I like that.
I actually didn't.
Ooh.
Wait. I'm surprised a bit.
Oh,
You aren't allowed
What is
to.
the
I think he's just mugging for the fucking camera.
bit? Let's cut the Outfoxies mainly because I kicked his ass yesterday.
That is-
in
he
the
was not-
That was
he was not great.
that
embarrassing.
good, so I actually don't associate.
I think
with
he
that
put
game.
it on there to brag, just like Street Fighter 6.
Yeah, same thing.
yeah.
Okay, Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty. I did not know he likes games by CD Projekt Red. Is that a
He's
Jake
never
thing?
mentioned it.
He doesn't talk. Did he play the?
I don't think he's
Witcher
been
3?
to Europe.
Has he been to Poland? Has he been to CD Projekt Red? I don't think so.
No, there's no evidence he's
I also
been to
don't
Europe.
think he's played The
No.
Witcher 3 ever.
No.
He talked about how many hours he sunk into it, but he wastes hours all the time.
He soaked like
I
8 of
only
them.
soak my hours.
I think he soaked, I think, only 8 hours in The Witcher 3. Fire Emblem Engage. I would say Fire Emblem Engage because he talks a lot about Fire Emblem, but there aren't like grandchildren crisscrossing each other and having babies that end up hooking up and making new people in it. So I don't think he'd like engage as much.
I do think that Baldur's Gate, Cyberpunk, and Pokemon are 3 very Jake games.
I would cut Fire Emblem Engage just because it's not Fire Emblem Awakening, which
The best
if
one.
you get him going off, he'll rightfully talk about it.
Yeah,
a lot.
yeah. He's right.
It's a good 3.
It's a good 3.
I feel like Pokemon.
How
I'll
come
say he is one of the.
Hitman isn't on here?
I think we all like that game enough where I don't think any of us associate it with one person.
It doesn't
'cause
like
none of us
define
had it on
him
there.
or help
It's like the
identify
RE4
him.
thing with you, where it's like we all love RE4.
Right.
You know? Yeah.
Like he doesn't lay claim to it.
Yeah, what is specifically? I feel like Pokemon is a thing where it's like, did any of us play any of the
No.
recent
Oh my God,
Pokemon
no.
games?
Nerd.
Yeah, that's like his nerd.
It's got to be Pokemon,
Pokemon
right?
Yeah.
Scarlet and Violet, The Secret Treasure of Area Zero, Indigo Disc.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that's the right one.
I think we
agree.
pulled
Jake,
that.
can you
Yeah.
announce it?
Oh yeah. Oh my
Celebrity
God!
gavel.
Don't let the power go to your head.
Celebrity
And
gavel.
Fire Escape's Jake-ass Game of the Year is Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, The Secret Treasure of Area Z, Indigo Disc.
8 hours, The Witcher 3.
What's the real number?
Oh my God, he's 100%
Like
in it.
8 playthroughs.
He beat it on Death March.
8?
He beat it on Death
6?
March. Yeah.
Holy!
He did the hardest difficulty. It was on my wedding website. And when we had to write about each of our wedding party members, I said like he has never beaten The Witcher 3 just to fuck with him.
Oh wow!
Oh yeah, he's played it a lot.
I
more
had
than-
Pokemon's fair, though. Shamefully, that is the game I've played the most
Yeah.
of this year.
Yay, we got
it
him.
was WarioWare, Squirrel Shit Candy Shop,
damn it.
Warhammer, and Pokemon. Okay, yeah, that checks out. That's
yeah,
all
checks
good.
out.
Yeah.
Only one of us didn't have a real game.
So stupid. I don't understand. We could have given Mike books.
We did. We gave
Books are
Warhammer.
real.
That
Books
was-
are real.
I still think the nomination I had earlier today is kind of okay, but I'm not in the right mindset to judge that right now.
I'm gonna get a beer.
Yeah.
Wait.
I'm gonna go grab something.
Do you want me to do it or do you want to do
I
it?
gotta hit the bathroom anyway.
Okay, give me.
Should we take like an official break, or do we all?
We have a ways to go, I'm pretty sure.
I think we
But I
need.
mean, like a 5 minutes for everyone to
Sure.
just get whatever, like clear up some drinks and go to the bathroom. And
chance to.
I got to pee.
I think this might be a good spot for that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's all take like a 5 minute and cut to a break, sure. Unless somebody wants to sit here and vamp.
I'll sit here.
Okay, you
I
can
won't
vamp.
vamp, but I'll stand here.
Oh, okay, great. All right.
You're gonna-
Well, we'll trade off here. a little
You're
bit.
sitting. You got to stand at
Don't
least.
tell me what to do.
I didn't. I was asking.
You ruined my game, Merry Ass Game of the Year. I did yours legitimately. I'm the only one who got a
Pardon to
fake
the
game.
Ripped ass.
Just like before this, or last night, because Dan's guest room is actually a triple bunk bed. The entire night as we were going to sleep, we were just listening to Mike fart.
Oh, yeah. And then in the morning, I woke up to farts.
We fell asleep and woke up to Mike farting.
Yeah. It's not a good environment.
It's not conducive to a full night's rest.
Oh my God, I almost peed my pants.
I lost
I haven't done
it.
that in a while.
Yeah, there's some good ones with the making fun of each other. I don't understand. Squirrel shit isn't a game.
Well, then
Like, how
why'd you talk about it so
How
much
can it
this year?
define me? I never have talked about that game in my life because it's not a game. Why would you tolerate this? I don't know. Every once in a while, they have a banger. They have a good zinger that I really want. I'm glad I was here to hear live. You know. I don't know if it makes
God.
up. I know there's like a sunk cost fallacy too. You know, I've invested a lot of time in these friends. I'm not going to make new ones. This is it.
Actually, I should.
These I can take in.
I'm gonna mark this timestamp. Actually.
Yeah. Cut this out.
Tolkoto's here. We
Oh,
got a
man,
Minati.
Hello, Mitch. Any of these I can take? Anything trash? Anything?
This is empty, and I'm not gonna have any more wine. This is empty. Don't take more than you can.
At one point, this camera did freeze. I think it was only for
Yes.
a couple minute or two. Yeah, it's fixed now. I just gotta
Keep an eye on it.
keep an eye on it.
Hi, Mitch.
Hi, Mitch.
All right, I'll look at chat for a little bit. Dan said that he's fighting for RE4 for you. Sometimes I think he just says those things because then he's like, these are favors I get to cash in.
What are you talking about? I've been fully reasonable the whole fucking night.
I agree, and I think these are all favors that you're going to cash in when you decide to become an asshole.
Maybe I'm just becoming older and wiser and more agreeable.
Absolutely not.
I think that's probably what's happening.
Did we talk about Exoprimal at all for the
That's
Forgotten
coming
Games? Okay.
Yeah.
Streamlabs keeps repeating Mike's career as a Jedi.
Keep seeing that.
Oh, that's interesting. Digital bastard. So I talked to my dad today, and he was like, "What's it like there?" And I was like, "It's really kind of dreary and rainy." But my impression of the city's actually pretty good because it's been really good restaurants. We ate at a delicious pizza place on my first night. Do you remember the name of it?
Young Joni?
It was
Young
great.
Joni. I think it was Young Joni.
The food was awesome. It was a great place. And then they took me to a local bar, and it was a real dive, like a real shithole. And I love divey bars. I had a great time. Then they took me to another divey bar where people were playing karaoke. The karaoke was awful, but the bar was cool. And then the next day, we got some Juicy Lucy's. I've never had a Juicy Lucy, and it was also in a dive bar. What was the name of that? Was it called John's? It's like a generic name, like
Yeah.
Matt's.
I remember Vegas Lounge is the second one we went to. I don't remember the first one.
Yeah, it was like such a generic dive bar, and it was a great burger, Matt's.
Oh, Matt's. Yeah. Okay. I thought you were talking about last night, the dive bars.
And the waitress got mad at Dan,
yes.
and he didn't do anything wrong. It was pretty neat to watch someone like get snippy
Yeah.
at Dan for like doing nothing. Anyway, I've had a really good experience in Minnesota, despite the fact that the weather isn't great. And if anyone can empathize with visiting a city and having bad weather, it's people from Portland. How many times have I invited people to Portland and it's rained the whole goddamn week, and I'm sitting there trying to apologize because Portland is the most stunning place on earth when it's sunny.
For a day, 2 days a year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm constantly apologizing to people and explaining that it genuinely is good. So I get it. I think that this place is pretty cool. It's different visiting than living. Dan really says he enjoys living here. I'm liking visiting. I like the experience of partaking in the city. What are you thinking so far? Fuse, Minnesota.
I feel like I don't have enough of an impression of it. I will say, as a California kid, it's a little cold.
It's cold.
It's a little cold, and apparently it's not even that
it's not
cold
even
right
that cold.
now,
I saw a
which-
girl in a tube top last night.
Yeah, that was shocking. That was shocking.
And it was like 40 degrees out. She was wearing jeans, but a tube top.
Yeah.
No coat.
It's built different here, I guess.
It's crazy. She was probably like, "Ooh, it's hot outside." It's crazy.
I was
You can
cold in
survive.
my judge robes too, walking out there, and it's too cold.
I knew a guy from Florida who moved to Ohio when I lived there, and he wore pajama pants under his jeans because he was always cold. And he was like, "Ohio is too cold." And I was like, "Bitch, you don't know cold.
Yeah.
Go to Buffalo, New York. Go to an actual cold state. You'll die."
I would 100% die.
In Buffalo, where like I originally am from, I was raised in Ohio, but like Buffalo is like where my family and my people are from. It's so notorious that every winter, everyone's like, "I got my cans and I got my wine." And you just have these stockpiles of food and wine so that you could live for 2 weeks if you got snowed in. It is expected. It is standard. And if the snow can't be plowed in like 2 weeks, neighbors start coming out and exchanging food for wine.
Damn.
They just start like a natural barter system. And this isn't like the end of the world type system. This isn't like they're zombies, so we have to have a barter system. This is, well, it's January in Buffalo, so figure it the fuck out. This is like normal for these people. We're just built different.
A coworker of mine, Kurt, said that when he was growing up, because he grew up kind of in the same area, that some days they'd go to school and it would get snowed in, and then they'd put all the students in the gym and like bring out sleeping bags and have the kids sleep there. And I was like, oh my God. California,
everything is outdoors for our school, you know, like except for the classrooms themselves, but
Yeah.
the cafeterias are not the cafeterias, but where you eat. You walk between classes by walking outside. It's lovely.
Mike's shitting. He's been shitting for a while.
Okay.
He warned us this
Juicy
might happen.
Lucy.
The
Which
cheese,
bathroom?
yeah.
Because I gotta pee.
This one here. So if you want to go
You really wanna pee in
downstairs
that
or you
bathroom
go
with
up-
him
you
while
can go
he's shitting?
upstairs. Well, I want to do because like I feel like I've only lived here for like 4 months now, and between Jeff Grubb and Mahardy now, I think there is like kind of a hall of fame of probably diarrhea pooping, and I'm thinking about getting like actual plaques made up with pictures of like. Here are the people who have diarrhea in my house and putting it in the bathroom.
Now, would there be like would you just get your name on the plaque?
No, image too.
Image too?
Yeah. Well, not of the diarrhea, like it's just you like accepting the award,
It's just like a Rorschach test.
No, we're not gonna be gross about it. No. You're not gonna like shit on the plaque and we're gonna bronze it or anything. Like nothing like that, but no, it's not gonna be gross.
Yeah, this is a classy
Yeah,
house.
I'm giving awards out like we are here tonight. It means something. Yeah. Grub probably is set the record, I believe.
What is it? What's record length? Amount?
Amount, frequency. Look, I was not there to see it, but from all accounts, it was prolific. Yeah, and Mike, as far as I can tell, it's just this one extended one. So, but I mean, you can do a lot of work.
The night is young.
That is true. We're eating healthy this trip. So.
Dude, we've been eating garbage.
Pizza, Juicy Lucy's, alcohol, jelly beans, Popeyes. Yeah, it's been garbage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't had a lettuce.
No, did I take lettuce off? Well, no, the pizza had some lettuce on it.
Lettuce off.
I took some lettuce off.
Mike bought a banana today.
Oh no, Mike was the first one. I went to a tavern with him and I ordered a bison burger and I did take the lettuce off. So it was just bison and cheese. So
I feel like this is the craziest I've eaten, especially considering that I got sick a week ago. I got food poisoning from the Game Awards.
Right.
And I never talked about that, but like to everybody else. But for basically like 6 days after the Game Awards, I never ate solid food. I was so fucking sick. And so before coming to see you guys, I went and saw a doctor because I was freaked out. And they were like, you'll be fine. Just like hold out for like a few more days. And the day before I flew to see you, I had my first granola bar.
Jesus
So like
Christ.
I had a meal. I had like 4 bites of spaghetti, like spaghetti noodles with like just like plain. That's really sad.
Yeah.
And then I came to see you, and I have had burgers and pizza and Popeyes, and I'm back, baby. But I can't believe that my stomach went from 0 to fucking Popeye.
You came to the Midwest and then we kickstarted everything.
Yeah, I'm a little worried about her. Like my gut basically was like, I finally allowed food back in, and this is what you're bringing me.
Yeah. It's you're winning Rome, right?
I'm not gonna come all this way and not have a Juicy Lucy. Right. I want to know what it's all about. Now, you and I both burnt our tongues at the same time on a Juicy Lucy.
And I don't have an excuse. It was your first time getting one. I know better, and I went in too fast on it, and I got and it spilled on my finger too. And
don't you think that it's a little odd that if you have a food that your waiter has to give you a disclaimer every time they give it to you, and you still end up burning yourself, the food is probably not something that should be served?
Well, I put it in the same category as like, if you go to Buffalo Wild Wings and you get the blazing wings, it's like, okay, these are like the fucked up, super, like we have a challenge. We're going to put your name on a wall if you eat 12 of them or whatever. Like, I think like food challenge stuff is definitely like in its own realm. I don't really think Juicy Lucy's like a food challenge, but I think it's adjacent in that like there's a warning required,
And that makes it valuable.
I think it's just it's a friendly thing, as you saw, very friendly.
She was not friendly.
Oh my god! And you can vouch that I did nothing wrong.
You did nothing wrong.
Okay.
You guys both talked at the same time, and you stopped. So we walked into the restaurant. You have to wait to be seated. Dan was first because it's your recommendation. We're only there because of you. So everybody's behind Dan. He's waiting to talk to the hostess. She stops and she goes, 4 of you? And then at the same time, they both go, yeah. And Dan starts to say, we think we want that booth in the corner. As she's saying, there's a booth. And she stops and you stop.
Yeah, looks away from me and freezes.
Pretty
just,
intense.
Like very intensely, yeah.
And you stop. and just politely wait because you're both talking at the same time. And she goes, I'm waiting for you to finish.
Yeah.
And you said,
I
I'm
think
done.
Yeah, I'm waiting for
I'm
you to stop
waiting for you to
talking.
stop
Yeah.
talking. That's even meaner.
I'm good for now.
Yes, beer.
Thanks.
A light beer, please. Like a lager, not an IPA. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I'm a polite
I'm waiting
person.
for you to stop talking. And we all kind of went, oh, shit. And so you didn't say anything. You're like, okay, I'm done.
Yeah,
And so
yeah.
she sends us to the corner. And then, thanks, bud. And she sits us down. When she comes and takes our order, you ordered a water and she didn't bring you one.
She hated
and
me.
we were afraid of her, so we never argued about it.
Yeah, and like Mike even asked, like, is this one of those places where they like endearingly like give you shit or yell at you when you order? It's like, no, it's not like one of those gimmick places. It's like normally very nice. It's Minnesota, but that lady was having a rough day apparently. But burgers are good.
Everyone's allowed to have a bad day.
Yes.
I also think it's fun to see how you react to someone who is tough, because me or Mike, who are like a bit hotter headed, we might be more likely to be like,
Give it back.
yeah. I mean,
I diffuse. I
almost
diffuse.
instinctively throw it back at someone when they say something rude to me,
Or try to break down your stall door in the bathroom.
or beat them. You just really took that in stride and said, man, that felt mean.
I just
You were sweet
diffuse.
as
I'm just like,
pie.
I don't see the benefit in throwing it back. So it's like, okay, yeah, well, just wherever you want us to go. Yes.
Yeah, I think that was good. We are all here.
All right.
Let's
Should
get
we
back
time
into
code
it.
and we'll get back in.
Yeah,
Hey,
me
folks at
mark
home, thanks for watching. I hope you've been enjoying the show. We've been going 4 hours now. I'm having a good time.
Yes.
This has been great.
Going great. And we haven't even started ranking games.
Oh, that'll go quick.
All right. Judge Jake, let's go back.
Wait, okay, let's have a hard cutout, like coming back in.
Yeah. Whenever you're ready, I marked it. So.
Cool. So do you want to come back in?
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Cool.
All right, and we are back, and we are looking at dumb things of the year. Parentheses. Bad. The nominees are
Starfield's Fast Travel.
Mary Jane Stealth Missions.
That's in Spider-Man.
Spider-Man. Yeah.
Super Mario Bros. Wonder's local multiplayer crown camera.
Skull Island, Rise of Kong. That's just all of it, I guess.
The announcement of Last of Us Part 2 Remastered.
Party Animals microtransactions.
Blizzard nerfing fun.
COD menus.
Modern Warfare 3's campaign.
Dave the Diver up for best indie game.
And that Star Wars Jedi Survivor dork. The main character.
Do
He
we
just
throw in Golem here? Is that
Gollum?
a dumb thing?
No.
Well, I'm not big on like putting like a whole game in there.
Sure.
Like I like it to be a
specific
singular
thing.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like on that front, like if this is worst game of the year, I think like Skull Island, Rise of Kong is a real contender. I played it. It's unbelievable. It's made by Game Mill Entertainment right here in Minneapolis.
Yeah.
Game Mill?
Yeah, it's a terrible fucking name.
Make it
Yeah,
sound like
it's
they
one of
just
the few
churn things
developers
out.
we have here. Yeah.
I think to his credit, though, if we're not going to put Gollum, we shouldn't put Skull Island, Rise of Kong.
I don't think
on
we should
here.
put full games.
I agree.
No.
If
Yeah.
This is more about like something that happened or something that existed that we think is bad.
Yeah.
Also, we shouldn't punch down. Those are just really bad games.
Mm-hmm.
But then I guess to clarify, The Last of Us Part 2 Remastered is the announcement.
Announcement
specifically.
of the
the
fact
game
that it exists.
That it exists.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
The game was out January 16th or 17th or something.
Which it might be a contender next year for like most unnecessary remaster or something. So
It just fucking happened.
It's-
But what do you hate about the announcement? Can we talk about that?
the fact that like they're doing it.
oh, okay.
Yeah, it's just
So
like
not
that's-
the announcement.
It's not like the way they announced.
Do we
it.
know if it's
just,
is it like a full price thing or is it just like an
I
update?
don't know. I think it's cheaper if you own the
If you
previous
own it, I thought
one.
you just get a free update.
Is it
That's
free
kinda
or is
cool.
it like $10 or something? I'm not
Because
sure.
if it's free, there, I don't think that's bad. As
No, it's not.
Yeah. Okay. So let's Michael look it
move
up.
on.
real-
I'll
Yeah.
find
Yeah. COD menus are. This I think this one please stop for the Giant Bomb Awards because
They
it's
are
like
bafflingly bad.
It has gone from like in short order. Like I remember that first Modern Warfare reboot was like awesome. I played the shit out of the game. Very easily readable menus, easy downloads for the most part. Now to fucking go try to play Warzone. Go
I
try to
cannot figure it
download it.
out.
Go try to
Yeah.
figure out what do you need to own. How do you download it without 46 different fucking downloads? It is insane right now.
Yeah.
All the modes, like it's just all the different microtransactions, the battle passes. It is. There are a lot of games that juggle a lot of different currencies and microtransactions and stuff in a much more elegant way.
Yeah.
I know Fortnite, if you load it up, it does. There is a lot of stuff and a lot of information, but I think it's way more readable than COD. COD nowadays, especially like Modern Warfare 3, it's like, what the fuck are they doing?
Yeah. I don't know what I'm looking at. It makes me miss the days of just a static menu that was like campaign multiplayer.
Yeah.
Like Spec Ops zombies settings. It's
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
beautiful. Fine.
It's gotten wild, yeah.
Last of Us Part 2 Remastered is $50 if you don't own it yet. However, if you already do on PS4 and you want to upgrade it, it is $10.
That's
And then also
pretty
they're adding like the whole
reasonable.
roguelike mode,
Yeah.
which who knows if it's good yet.
Okay.
So like
That's
I would cut that just because I think it was more it was more surprising when they announced a Last of Us Part 1 remaster. The fact that they did one is like, okay, of course they're doing two. Like, but
yeah,
also
if it's $10 if you already own it, that's not that bad. It is kind of funny seeing the screenshots side by side and it's like that looks like
Part 1 did not add any like substantial mode, did it? Like
I mean,
roguelike?
it added like a permadeath mode, but it wasn't.
Right, but it wasn't like an entirely different like roguelike.
Yeah, it wasn't what they're
mercenaries.
showing. It was like you can play the story, but if you die, you start over. And I'm like, that doesn't sound fun. I don't want to do that.
yeah. But God, I would cut that. But I still think Part 2 released 2020.
2020.
yeah.
I don't think it's as dumb as the other things, so we can probably cut party animal microtransactions. But for the record, it is really bad to have skins cost as much as the game
Well, the game's free.
when the game is so expensive, and people who paid for it, like myself, would like to have their hard-earned money feel validated when they're playing the game.
I don't know. It sounds
I
like you
rest
got
my
beef.
case.
Yeah.
What was the term you told me? PebCap. The problem exists
Oh,
between
that's
you and
what's
Game
happening.
Pass. PebCab.
Yeah. That's
Game Pass.
sounds right. Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah.
Sorry, I love you.
It's between computer and keyboard, I think is what it means. I think I just said it wrong because the idea is that it's not in the computer, it's you.
It's a nice way of saying like, hey, you're the dipshit, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. All right. Yeah.
So, party animals, are we cutting that?
Yes.
Okay.
So here's my thing for Super Mario Bros. Wonder's local multiplayer crown camera. What is the alternative? The Rayman Legends games I remember not being frustrating. What did they do? Just zoom out to allow for
It zoomed out,
zoomed out.
and yeah, and like new Super Mario Brothers, we and you and everything had the thing where you're all just jumping on each other's heads and throwing each other into pits, and like it's kind of fun chaos.
But this
you
is
know?
like specifically the camera. Did those games just zoom out farther to allow for it? Like, why wouldn't they do that?
Mario
with this game?
didn't really.
Like, why wasn't this a problem in previous local co-op?
That's
Mario
a really
games?
good question because it also had, remember in that game, it had musical levels that moved really quickly.
Rayman?
Yeah, Rayman.
Yeah, yeah.
And you never lost anyone. Whereas,
Origins and Legends were awesome.
And the one you're talking about with the Buffalo scene, we were constantly losing people. We were having a really hard time keeping up.
I feel like Rayman would just be very liberal with the like you're gonna bubble and get caught up, and like you can just hop right back in. You know?
Oh, right.
I don't know if they.
You know what? It just followed the person who was in the front.
Yeah, it
That's
seems
what
like
I
a-
think. There wasn't a crown. It was like, oh, okay. Also, Rayman was really linear. It was left to right, so it was like whoever's on the right, the camera moves right, so keep moving right. Whereas Mario, you go right, left, up, down, and you go to behind the scenes. You know how like if you hit a pipe and you'll go like back in the background. It's all done based on who's wearing the crown.
I feel like you would feel like you don't have a lot of control over things if you're not the person with the crown.
Yeah. Jake, check the video.
I am. That camera is not working anymore.
That was just
Can't activate and deactivate it to get it
the
back.
main one.
Yeah.
I'll try to unplug and replug real quick. You guys keep talking.
At least we have the backup.
Did we explain what Blizzard nerfing fun is?
We mean like,
Diablo 4.
Diablo and how sometimes people would start to gain speed with a certain character, and then they would essentially nerf what was going so well with that character.
It would become clear that one character one character class was very like
Breakable.
breakable. This goes back to like the whole Warframe thing or Total War Warhammer. It's like people will perhaps incorrectly call a faction or a character like overpowered, and it's like it's not a competitive game.
Right,
So
like,
how
who
can
cares if it's overpowered?
If something's overpowered, I get that from a developer standpoint. They're like, Blizzard can be like, we really want everybody to feel like druids viable. We want everybody to feel like sorcerers viable. We want everybody to feel like rogues viable. So like we want people to spread it
Sure,
out.
but could you imagine if like every time we found out that
It's a power
like
fantasy.
there was like a certain weapon in Zelda that was stronger than everyone else, they would be like, all right, we're removing that weapon. And it's just like, whatever, you release the game and this is OP, let it live now.
You guys are having too much fun with Ascend. Like, we're gonna nerf it.
Yeah, just like let people have fun with it. Like, it's almost like they forgot that the end game is fun. If I can break Diablo and that makes the game really fun, then leave me the fuck alone. Like, how is that hurting you? How is that hurting them? Like, fuck off. Like, leave me alone. Let me break the game.
You make the battle pass grind too easy, and that's how it's hurting them.
That's their problem. You made the game like that, and now I'm having fun with it. And you're right. I think what pisses people off, and the reason it's dumb bad, is because it impacted their budgets, and that's why it's on this fucking list and it's staying.
We talked about the COD menus.
Okay, so let's bring up Mary Jane. Stealth
that's
missions.
particular dumb.
You did not like this. I don't know if it's.
I don't either. A
A lot of people don't.
If I would like to hear a justification of the year.
I will say
it's bad.
it's was more egregious in the first one. I would say here they give you like a taser and things like that, but like it's just all of the pacing just grinds to a halt, and it's why I quit playing the game. Like I was loving Spider-Man 2. I was playing the shit out of it, and I only had like 10 or 11 missions left, and then I'd done all the other side stuff because I wasn't really liking the story missions or the story. And all of a sudden they just put me into one where it's like I'm Mary Jane in a house and I gotta sneak out and all that. It's like I don't want to do this. I don't like. This is not what I come to. Like, I come to this game for swinging around. The combat's pretty fun. Like, the open world is great. Like, the switch between characters, leveling up, all that stuff. Like, when all of that was done, and then all that's left is like, oh, you're throwing me into another Mary Jane thing. I was like, it literally made me quit playing this game that I was really, really enjoying up to that point.
The fun of that game is built on freeform, like
Traversal.
satisfying traversal and like quick fire Dave the Diver-esque mini games in an open world, switching between these two characters who are both very powerful in their own right. And I would honestly say it's more egregious that they did it again in the sequel when they saw how poorly.
Yeah.
It's not just a matter of how it was received in the first game. It's like it's Insomniac. They have made some of the like strongest playing games ever. They made Ratchet and Clank. I know it's not always the same people who make these games, but it's like if any studio should see how something brought momentum to a halt, it's Insomniac, and yet these are still here. And you could argue that Spider-Man 2 does a lot of these kind of things. I, for one, do not necessarily need to be slowly walking around the high school and sneaking around high school with Peter and Harry,
that. Yeah.
and then hearing the Shins play. I actually didn't. I think that stuff serves its purpose, and I think it does really well. It's like it's the very Naughty Dog school of like, let's go explore this museum with Joel and Ellie, and then it'll like we'll talk about this for years to come. But the fact that they took these sections, which they saw to be not just poorly received, but Insomniac must have seen how they just ground things to a halt in the first game, and they did it again.
To me, you might as well have taken like Mario Wonder and the gameplay that I love and everything, and then every once in a while, like every 5 or 10 levels, we're gonna make you do like a 15-minute point-and-click adventure game. Like it's like you take away this thing that I love about this game, and then you force me to do a thing that I have no interest in doing. It's like, why are you like? I'm loving.
Can't
like,
you jump to the other character and avoid it?
No. There are like story critical missions, so you can't get around it. It's like I
Mary
was
Jane,
loving
Mary
this
Jane
game.
exists outside of the Pier Miles thing.
Yeah.
That sucks. It sucks. Is it worst thing of the year, top 3?
Ooh, I think COD menus is very strong. I think it might be up there. Starfield's bad. That local. I think it's top 4, top 5.
We can leave it. It doesn't sound like it's top 3, but we can leave it for now.
Let me say, and I've been a mark for this game lately. Jedi Survivor. Cal Kestis, no, he's nowhere near the strongest character in that game. That game actually does have several strong characters. I think not Dominic Monaghan, something Monaghan. Dominic Monaghan was Merry in Lord of the Rings. Something Monaghan, the actor, I think does what he can with that character. I don't think. I think he's just this blank cipher.
It's a
However,
dial tone of a
I
character.
think he's a protagonist in this like. He's this protagonist in this platform action adventure. I'm not looking for them to be the best character ever. If they can, then more power
Yeah,
to
but
them.
you know, like Luke Skywalker wasn't the most like engaging character, or but like he was more likable than this dork,
I think this game actually he gets into some likable, endearing stuff later.
And I haven't played that, so you,
I don't.
you
I
would
don't
know
think.
more.
I don't think it's compared to some other stuff in this list. I don't think. It's
I think we need to start cutting,
So I would
not
cut- I would
saving.
cut Callie
So,
Estes.
and
Cut Star Wars,
just,
yeah.
like let's be.
But that guy sucks.
Use your thing where you do your handshake and be more,
this
be
gimmick.
more
All right,
reasonable.
yeah. Okay, yeah.
Dave the Diver that was really bad. I don't think it's the worst thing on this list.
That's more a question of is indie an aesthetic or is indie a
Indie is
financial?
extremely difficult
Yeah.
to. No one actually can currently define what makes an indie or
Is it
not.
aesthetic? Is it an
Team size
economic
and
thing?
budget, right?
No,
Like, isn't
no,
that-
it could also.
But,
So
like, a lot of
not
people
in
use
this
that as
example.
aesthetic.
In this example, it's
10-cent back, right?
who you.
Well, that's what I'm
who
saying. Like,
you're
I mean,
owned
it's
by.
not. I don't consider Dave the Diver an indie game, but like,
But it wasn't based on team size or budget. It's based on who owns the team. They
Right.
haven't.
No, you two are agreeing. I think.
yeah, I think so.
Yeah. What I'm saying though is like it was hard to determine exactly why it didn't fit. Like people can say, oh, it's
I
because
think-
it was owned by this. But what if it's a team of 8, but they're owned by Tencent, right?
I see.
What
Okay,
if
so there
it's-
was a ton of money behind it, but it was a small team.
Yeah, it wasn't. I mean, I don't think
Okay.
it was
Probably
8,
not like
but
a ton of money.
yeah,
Okay.
I do think
I
it was
don't
a
know.
substantial team, but I guess what
Yeah,
I'm saying is
makes
like
sense.
Limbo wasn't a small team, right? But we consider that indie.
Sure.
It's difficult to navigate what is defined by it, which is why I'm saying I don't think that this is the worst thing on this
I
list.
think I agree completely. Yeah, so that seems a little muddy.
It's also like it's when you look at other like movie TV when they do it, it's like they don't really qualify things like that.
Yeah.
They just treat it all the same.
Well, they
quad
also
A serial drama.
put like the Dave the Divers up against the Star Wars Jedi Survivors of the world, see who wins out.
Keeley has an opportunity to maybe like make that more defined and
Yeah.
explain it. He chooses not to. I actually think Rami had the best definition, which is it's everybody after the Game Awards that's returning their TVs. Which I think is really fucking funny. After the Game Awards, there were all these indie devs returning the TVs that they
shipping
were
them,
using
like,
and
yeah.
fucking returning them because they don't have any fucking money. That's really funny to me. Indie is basically like scrappy. It means that you're cutting corners, not in your game, but in your life or in your production because you're hoping to get by.
But are you? My question would be: are you doing them a disservice by not just including them in the same categories as the Jedi Survivors of the world?
Yeah, it's well, no, I don't.
It's not a level playing field to consider them in the same thing, but I also think it would be maybe potentially leveling it more if you just considered them, hey, it's a game that was made by people. We should treat it equally.
It should be treated equally, but it would never.
The reality is it's not.
Get any of those awards. I mean, you could make that same argument for like why you would have like a women's league, which is a whole other can of worms. But the idea is that like you do that so that they can have something that's theirs that they can get accolades for and hopefully get acknowledgement for, and then hopefully prop them up so that one day they can be in that AAA space. I don't think Dave the Diver was ever going to win any other category, right? Like it wasn't going to be a winner in anything else. It was able to be nominated and hopefully more eyes were on it. And it is a fucking good game. So I am glad that it was nominated in that sense, even though it isn't indie. So it's contentious and it's problematic. And I don't think there was like a true solution there. But I don't think it's as dumb as Starfield's fast travel.
I will say the Modern Warfare 3 campaign is incomprehensible. As someone who played Modern Warfare 1 and 2's campaign, I got to 3 and it like built off their seasonal story.
Can't take you seriously.
Oh yeah.
No,
The wig.
You look good.
But I think the menus are more incomprehensible, so I would probably say
I think the menus are like a front runner here.
yeah.
Yeah.
And also, I would say like, I don't. Yeah, 1 and 2's campaigns. I don't know. This
They had
necessarily.
3 years to build those campaigns, and this one they had a year, and it's like, oh, that,
To
I
me,
will say, to throw them a bone, that mission in, it's called Light and Dark in Modern Warfare 1 reboot. It's like you literally type in 0451 as the code. It's like it's a, what do you want to call it? Like a thief Deus Ex reference.
yeah. Well, I think that's what I was hoping those open combat zones
yeah.
would be, and they absolutely were not. It was like, hey, here's a section of the Warzone map that you can walk around in.
how do we feel about fast travel, Mary Jane, and COD menus being the 3, and then we decide the 1?
I'm okay with that. I still question if Mary Jane stealth missions is like worst of the year.
I mean, it takes a great game,
Yeah.
and again, made me quit playing it.
Okay, I think
You know?
yeah, I think you did convince me. Like,
I
because
will
it's
say Blizzard nerfing though. That was
that was fucking
Yeah.
bad.
yeah.
and
You convinced me on that.
Also, as someone who plays several games that a lot of people wish the developers would be more quick to react to updating and patching, the fact that Blizzard was so quick to start updating Diablo 4 and that's how they chose to update it
Yeah.
was especially dumb. It's like, that is where you're allocating resources when we're playing other games where I'm like, oh, I guess I wish the devs would react to this more quickly, but it was like it's like twofold almost with
And
Blizzard.
the Starfield fast travel also caused me to stop playing it, but it caused everyone to stop playing it, whereas a lot of people finished Spider-Man.
Yeah, and it's not just the fast travel itself. It's just the whole way that's structured, and that, like, you know, that's one of the joys of like a great Bethesda RPG is like
wanna
wandering around the
explore.
world. Like, I'll go that way and see what happens.
Dude,
and, like,
the coolest
you can't do
things
any of that shit.
happened in their other games happened while you were getting
Yes.
from A to B.
And
that was the most interesting
The
part.
biggest
None of
learning
that's
curve was
there.
figuring out those menus. And be like, wait, so I can travel here, but I can't travel
So
there.
I can go to the
like,
orbit, and then I can talk to a ship, but I can't fly to the planet. Okay.
Yeah, I
wait.
gotta go to- yeah.
I thought like surely I'm not reading this right, and it's like no,
I was
this is just
questioning myself.
stupid.
I was like, okay, I can probably fly there. I just can't. And then you can't, and it's like, oh,
It's baffling what they did with that game. It's really not great.
It's probably well, it's up there with COD menus. I think that one's like extraordinary. Just what a bad mistake that was. But we do need to cut one.
I don't know. I didn't do the Mary Jane stuff, so
I hate
can't
those.
speak
I will
on it.
also say I was able to push through them.
Yeah, and honestly,
They suck. They
okay,
suck.
I'm gonna agree with you.
Literally disagree with nothing.
I will agree
The
with
only
you.
difference is they did not push me away from the game permanently.
The only thing, yeah. So, and I think my specific circumstance where I had already like done all the side stuff, and if that was like it was a bottleneck for me.
Yeah.
If I still had a bunch of game left to go and everything, and I was like, oh, I could still do a bunch of open world stuff, I probably would have just like, if the next thing I did was a stealth mission, it's like, fuck, I'll do this so I can get back to the fun stuff. It was the fact that I'd already done all the fun stuff,
Right.
and I was like, okay, I have to do this just to, and all the stuff ahead of it, the story missions I also didn't like. You know, there's not a ton of them. It's not this huge damning thing. So it's just the way I played it was especially like bad for me.
Yeah.
But they suck ass. But like I think we can cut that.
It's
I
valid.
don't
that
think
they
they're as
suck.
pervasive as Starfield's fast travel. I don't think they are like Blizzard nerfing some of those classes is a permanent thing. Unless they were to
Yeah.
bring back how the druid was OP at first, they're not going to.
I mean, people started questioning Blizzard's decision making from those nerfs.
They had to do some like real mea culpas in the fireside chat stuff.
Yeah,
they
These are fucking abysmally poor decisions.
These are all
the
Activision
only
Blizzard.
thing. Oh my god! Yeah.
I just looked at those. Like, hang on a second. Equations. Wow.
I don't.
Wow.
Good job.
E. All right.
Todd was watching and saw.
Oh,
it. I was
no.
like, God damn.
What is he gonna do? Nerf us? Starfield.
Go for it, Todd.
Starfield fast travel is an oversight, but I don't think it's just like negligent. It's an oversight. I do think actually could be fixed.
I don't know.
No,
So that was my question. I was
Convince
like,
me.
So I think they could make fast travel make more sense, but I don't think they can make a game without fast travel because like how separate everything feels, right? Like I don't think they could make a game where you could actually fly to a planet, land on that planet, get out of your ship and explore. It is like built to like, okay, I want to go to this planet. Now I got to do a loading screen to this orbit, and I got to do a loading screen to this like getting to the planet, and then I've got to watch the scene of my character spinning out of a chair, and then I don't think they can fix those issues.
that was my next question. I was like, dumb thing. It's like I don't know if that's dumb or if that's an actual like structural
That's
flaw in a
bad
massive
decisions
game.
with this game. Yeah.
It's still dumb. And there's some other things in that game I think are dumb, but like dumb implies to me like avoidable. This feels like a
You have to
loose,
wrestle with
a
this.
loose
Yeah.
screw in a foundation.
That game is broken beyond just like a couple dumb decisions, I think. I kind of think COD menus are just like...
COD menus
it's
is embarrassing.
gotten out of control.
Well, because it's just like, I want to play this mode, and I spend 15 minutes trying to figure out how to do it.
That's
download
terrible.
download a fucking
Yeah.
biggest, like one of the biggest games on the planet. Like that's insane that it's
I'm
that
playing with people, and
complicated.
they're like, "Oh, let's do this mode." And I'm like, "Okay." Press it, and it's like you don't have those packs installed. It's,
yeah,
it's
so what do
100
you- oh,
gigs. And I'm like,
yeah,
okay,
exactly.
this is
Yeah,
stupid.
yeah. Every download's like 100 fucking gigs. Like, how is this possible?
The counterpoint to another game that not a counterpoint, but yeah, I guess counterpoint the comparison to another game that I think does it well. It's like now Fortnite has Legos, Rocket Racers. I think it makes it pretty easy to get to the kind of Fortnite you want to be playing.
There are definitely like pages on Fortnite that are just like, well, that's a lot of squares, and I gotta. But like, as long as you like know what you want, like I play zero build,
But at
so
least
like
it's-
I favorite zero build.
it's
I play that every
obvious.
time. It's not the cleanest thing, like especially they've changed some of the lockers. So some of it's like kind of like this is annoying and complicated, but not nearly on the level of COD.
If we're talking, the one thing I'll say, if we're talking 2023 as a year, which we are, I think Blizzard has
That's
actually
correct. We are talking about 2023.
Blizzard
Go
has
on.
actually started to that nerfing thing they have started to correct.
And COD is only getting worse.
I don't know that. Or correct might be
And
stronger, but-
Starfield is just
Starfield
stagnantly
just
the
kinda
same.
sucks.
Yeah. All right. Well, I mean, if one of them is clearly worse, it's probably COD
I
menus.
think it's
for the
COD
win.
menus. Yeah.
Sorry.
All right. Dumb thing of the year, bad, is COD menus.
All right.
All right. To follow that
Wow,
up,
it doesn't barely
we
fit.
are
Okay.
moving on to dumb thing of the year, parentheses, good.
The fun one.
The fun one.
Good dumb.
And our nominees are
Ashley in RE4 Remake.
The entirety of Fire Emblem Engage.
That little level up dance everyone does in Super Mario RPG.
John Cena coming to Mortal Kombat.
We Sing.
RoboCop Rogue City.
Dead by Daylight adding Nicolas Cage.
The anime interstitials and Dave the Diver.
Exoprimal, aka the entire game.
Leveling Up Grandpa and Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Gunbrella, a gun that's also an umbrella.
Yako and Ilmo, the Koskela brothers commercials in Alan Wake 2.
I'll say again that like with these, I tend to lean against the ones that are just like the whole game.
Full games.
But like, I mean, I get it where it's like Exoprimal. That is a dumb game in a way I love, in a way that feels like a weird old PS2 game where it's like, oh, here's a portal and just like a billion velociraptors are falling out of it. Like, kill them all. I don't know. Like, it's awesome. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like the broad ones I lean against. So what are the ones? Fire Emblem Engage, Exoprimal.
You can take Fire Emblem Engage off for
Okay.
sure. I put that. I know that
that game is dumb, but in the good way.
that game has a lot of detractors, especially following up Three Houses. I appreciate that they didn't try to do Three Houses again, the personification, the calendar, the routine, etc. Yes, they're going back to HQ is very mobile game-esque, but I still appreciate that I wrote a review about how I appreciate how it gets out of the way and just lets the tactics, the battles speak for themselves and let you find the characters that you like and who you want to recruit and who you want to like bolster.
game's
But
good.
it's also just real dumb story-wise, but
Not always in a good way, too. I
no,
feel like,
you're right.
yeah.
It's not always good. So yeah, I'm happy cutting that.
I would also cut RoboCop Rogue City. I think that is a game that I don't even think it's really that dumb. I think it's just like, wow, this is a RoboCop video
dope
game
game,
in 2023 that's like better than anybody would have expected. So yeah.
I do want to give a shout out to the little level up dance that everyone does in Mario RPG. I do love that.
And the little music and then Mario doing
yeah.
that little shuffle. It's like,
I hold on that for much longer
Yeah.
than I probably should just to watch
It's-
Malo. Just
Mario's just me at every wedding, just like shuffling side to side,
Yeah.
kind of moving your arms. Yeah, it's like it's just delightful. And like even Bowser just kind of like getting into it. Like it's made me smile every time. What's the argument with Ashley again?
Mary put that. We'll wait.
Okay, we'll wait for that.
The anime interstitials and Dave the Diver, I think they're dumb. They're good dumb, but I
Yeah.
also think that's like the whole game is that, and in a sense. And I know we don't want to talk about a whole game, but I think there are a lot of characters in that game that come in out of nowhere with the Sea People plot line, especially. And like I don't know that the anime interstitials themselves particularly pop out. They're the first things I'm like, what the fuck is this game doing? But that's the first of many.
I'm thinking more of the like, you know, when you are crafting a new gun and the like anime guy is you know, like doing his whole like routine, or when Bancho has a new recipe or something like that, you know.
No, they are good though.
Yeah, I don't
Mary, you put Ashley in Resident Evil 4 Remake, correct?
Yeah, she's dumb, but she's actually not that bad. I don't know if she's going to make the top 3. I probably wouldn't expect her to. But they really improved how annoying she was from the original game, I think. I think they lightened up on her.
I feel like every single thing in RE4 Remake is just better.
It really is.
Yeah.
So I was impressed with like how she wasn't as irritating. But she's still irritating, so we can cut it.
Okay.
But not not as much for sure.
It's not
Absolutely
bad.
not. It's
No.
an improvement. And I like don't hate her.
I actually didn't think she was irritating at all. I really liked
Yeah, yeah.
Ashley and
she-
this interpretation of
She
Resident Evil 4.
functions.
Yeah.
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 She kind of you play as her, right? And she has a really good scene where she's dodging all the
She has that line. What's the this? I don't remember
which
what it was.
one?
There's a specific line she says that's really funny, and her delivery is like, "Oh my god, this is the worst day ever!" And it's just like as she's getting like attacked by axes, and it's like, okay, this is pretty good.
They made her difficult teen angst work for the game.
Yeah.
Instead of fighting the game where you're dealing with her, you're like, I get it. This is probably a really tough day for you. This is really hard. You probably have like acne and anxiety and boyfriend troubles. And now this? Oh, girl, like that sucks for you. Like I empathized with her for the first time ever. Anyway, I don't think it's top 3, but I did really like her in this game.
I feel like the sentence "John Cena coming to Mortal Kombat" could not be more laser targeted towards my sensibilities, but it's an announcement, and like I haven't really seen like
Sure.
I don't think it's until next year, right? So yeah, and it's not John Cena, it's Peacemaker. So it's
What's we sing?
Alan Wake,
The one that
Got
should
it.
win.
Herald of Darkness. Yeah. So I think we should talk about that because like it's that dumb. I think it's really just a really good moment.
I think
in a
Sam
game.
like dancing is dumb in the best way possible. Though.
It's silly. It's
think-
silly.
Silly.
Yeah.
I think the first time I saw it, I'm like, what the fuck? This is dumb as shit, and it's the best thing ever.
Are we sure that shouldn't have been in Biggest Swing?
Well, so
Alan
I
Wake
guess
2
I didn't
itself
mention
is
it,
one big
but like
swing.
the reason why was like we should keep Alan Wake because I feel like the swings were a lot more than just the character switching. It was like we sing. It was
No, so here's the brilliance of Alan Wake 2. When I first was in We Sang, I'm like, this is dumb in a great way. I was like, this is Warland Dorr and I forget his name, guy playing Alan Wake are like twirling around with Sam Lake and they're singing and they're nailing it. And then all of a sudden, like 12 more dancers come in. You're like, holy shit, this is an entire number.
It goes
And
for a
then you
while.
it goes from dumb to, oh my god, I just got the flare gun, like the iconic
Yeah.
weapon from the first game. Now I'm blasting dudes while they're the old gods of Asgard, the poets of the fall are coming on to shred. And then the guitarist is playing like a 12-minute solo while I'm just wrecking people. It went from dumb. I put this here, so I'm happy cutting it because it went from dumb to like badass in
Yeah.
the blink of an eye.
I was-
And also the rest of the game you play it like, oh god, no. That's the entire game. It's like something weird and strange and borderline dumb actually becomes completely logical because the game is so good with its tone.
like by the lake
Yeah.
as well with the music. It's just like
Oh, the finale makes
Yeah.
Like I was just smiling the whole time. Like I was texting
Yeah.
you as I was playing it, like late at night. I was like, "This is I can't stop smiling."
I think
This
it's the
is
best
great.
moment on this, but that's not the category. So
No,
I'm happy
sure.
and yeah, I don't even think it's necessarily that dumb. I think it's just awesome.
It's not necessarily that dumb.
No,
it's
it's just
actually
great.
just really cool.
Yeah.
I mean, I think in terms of Alan Wake, the Koskela Brothers is a better like
Yes,
dumb thing of the year
100%.
that is good.
100%.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh
Yes.
my god! Except, quick spoiler: can we spoil something? Sort of.
The last one.
The last one
It's just
is
sad.
not dumb.
It's
It's,
so sad.
depressing.
After one of them's, yeah.
Yeah. After one character's gone, and then in the video, the remaining character is like he's they're playing on the whole "you can't judge a book by its cover." He's reviewing the cover of Alan Wake's new book, so he's like, printed on great leather bound, nice book jacket. I'm so sorry to all the Finnish people watching.
You sound Russian. I
Or
remember.
Swedish. Anybody Scandinavian, I'm so sorry. And he's like, isn't that right? Is it Yako that dies or Ilmo?
I don't remember.
I think it's Yako.
Yako. And he's like, isn't that right, Yako? And it cuts over and you sort of see his outline, but he's not there. And then it comes back and Ilmo's like, it's got a nice weight. Like, it's like, oh my God, it's sad.
Did you know that was the same actor?
As what?
Yeah.
The brothers?
They're the same guy plays both of them.
Yeah.
I don't know that I knew that for a fact,
I
but
didn't
that
know
doesn't
that.
surprise
So
me.
was it okay? Because I think I said that on Giant Bomb. People were like, you couldn't tell it was the same person.
I
was
couldn't
like,
tell
no.
until someone told me.
No, I didn't know.
It,
that.
it makes sense.
Yeah.
I'm not that surprised.
Okay. All right. I feel better. Yeah.
I mean, on Alan Wake, I feel like there's
You
a lot
feel
of dumb...
wait. So you knew it was the same person. You're surprised.
No,
other
I
people
did
weren't.
not, and it was very
Everyone
much
gave
like
you
everyone
shit?
else was like, "What? You couldn't tell?" Yeah. Okay.
Okay, guys, this is a game in which the guy who plays Alan Wake is not the voice of Alan Wake. The guy
Yeah.
who played
Yeah.
Casper Darling is the voice of Alan Wake, who was in their past game, and also the guy who played Max Payne, which they can't necessarily talk about because they don't have the right, or
Yes.
they now have the rights. He voiced. I'm like, I don't think this is a game where you should be pointing fingers on like, oh, you didn't know this person
Okay,
played
all
that.
right, all right.
I'm defending you for.
And then I'm in the
Okay,
background
all right.
going, which one is Sam Lake?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm like, I have no idea what the fuck is going on.
This fucking Swedish metal band is playing a Finnish metal band in this game by a different name, but also he is the main character's grandpa and
Right.
his brother. So, and they're also Thor and Odin. So I don't think you should be like criticizing people for not realizing that it's the same actor.
Okay. Sounds good.
Vindicated. Let's go back
Yeah.
to the list.
Gunbrella, Mary, I take it you out of this?
Yeah,
Sounds cool.
We can cut this. It's fucking sick. It's a gun that's also an umbrella. I just think that's cool.
Nothing
and it's
sounds
stupid.
dumb about that. That sounds
It works.
awesome.
It's
No, like-
so stupid.
No, that's cool.
The mechanic works like super well
Someone
too. Yeah.
came up with this concept, and it also works in a
well,
cool
they didn't
way.
come up with that.
You don't think they came up with
No, like
a
James
gun?
Bond did years ago.
Oh well,
Maybe not
Well,
to this
and
extent.
the Penguin
and Kingsman
The Penguin.
and Penguin.
Yeah.
Danny
But I mean,
DeVito
but
thought of
the
this
floating
years
down
ago.
and everything.
I
is-
really
is
forgot
great.
about the penguin.
Yeah.
It's neat that it slows you down, right? Like it's cool. It
Yeah.
also helps you propel in water. It helps you like jump high, and it shoots people.
Yeah.
It's just a fun mechanic.
It's super fun. Yeah.
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 I just think it's neat.
It was best mechanic. I
I just
think
don't know
it
that's
hangs,
dumb.
but yeah.
Everything you've said about it sounds very cool.
I think a gunbrella as a game is a dumb name, and when you first hear it, you might be like, "That's like a dumb concept."
Yeah,
but
but-
it's like, but mechanically,
Yeah, it works.
it actually slaps. So I concede.
Leveling up Grandpa is very dumb and funny. I don't know if that hangs. It's
I
again.
think it's one of the dumbest things I've ever seen. I'm not entirely confident it's good. Like it's so
good.
interesting, but do you understand mechanically again because it should work?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't it annoying that like in that game when you're playing it, you really don't get a lot of say to stop Grandpa from leveling up. Most of the time, you're just trying to escape as soon as possible. It's very difficult to stop Grandpa from leveling up because
Yeah.
you're very weak in
He's
that
just
game.
sitting there and you're running around trying to survive.
And if they stab you, you die. So you can't really prevent him from leveling up. To me, they came up with a mechanic where they were like, over time, the survivors, it should get harder to survive. They don't want you to hide in a corner, essentially.
Yeah,
They're going
yeah.
to force your hand. So the game designers came up with a way that if you stood still, if you hid in a bunker, that you would lose.
yeah.
This mechanic ended up being that a character would eventually be able to see where you are, no matter where you are in the game, by like minute 7, whatever.
With like a silly lore reason, which
Yeah,
is fun.
and then they came up with the lore, which is Grandpa
It's funny.
needs to be fed blood so that he can eventually see everyone. It's fucking stupid, and it is good, but is that the best way to solve? Maybe it is. It's just like it's such a crazy idea that it's like at the end of the day, what they were trying to solve for was don't sit still.
Yeah.
Go play and try and figure out the game. And they forced it by having a grandpa drink blood and then be able to see people. That doesn't even make fucking sense. How come he can see everyone?
how
Because he
blood
drank
works. 'Cause
blood?
Drink
Yeah.
blood, yeah.
Doesn't make any sense.
That's how I can see everyone.
Well, let's do this. Let's before we cut that, let's cut a couple here. I would offer up Exoprimal, the whole thing, and Anime Interstitials and Dave the Diver. Exoprimal is a very dumb game, and I think it's generally good from what I've played.
I also think like the interstitials and Dave the Diver aren't dumb. They're actually fucking rad.
Well, it's more the like, when you're like getting the new gun and the like anime guy is like, like you're getting inspiration from his figures and it's silly, but I don't think it.
Can you justify the level up dance in Mario RPG? Because I actually think we have a really strong 3 with Dead by Daylight, Leveling Up Grandpa, and Cascella Brothers. I really do.
I
These
think
are all
she walked
strong.
out when we were like, yeah, it's pretty dope.
It is really awesome. It is very dumb, and that like anytime one of you like there's 5 party members in the game, and anytime one of them levels up, it just cuts to this thing where it's like a stage with a curtain, and everyone's like just so jazzed that one of your party is leveled up, and they're all doing this like little shuffle dance thing, and it's just
Except Mala, who's just going nuts.
yeah, this little stupid like marshmallow guy is just going nuts, but like Bowser's dancing, Mario's doing this little shuffle, like everyone's just doing a silly little dance on a stage to be like, oh, one of us leveled up, that's great, and this music, this little jaunty music plays, and everyone's dancing.
It's so out of
That's
left
so
field, doesn't it? It
cute.
could just be a screen that's like, here's all the stats. that
Yeah,
go-
I
I would
like
just
that.
hold on that screen and just smile. Like, look at all they're so jazzed for their friend leveling up. Like, I love that.
I think that's great. Can I retort that I actually think that that's extremely cute and amazing and heartfelt, and I don't think it's dumb.
I guess it's not.
It is kind of, I
Like,
don't know, the dancing is.
And Mario
way they-
just like I love that Mario because we don't see Mario dance a lot, and him just like all he does is like a side to side shuffling, kind of like moving his arms a little bit. Like
It's adorable, and I'm really glad it's in the game. What I'm saying is that adding Nick Cage to Dead by Daylight is fucking so stupid,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
it makes it great. And I think that
He recorded all his breathing, right? Because he was
Oh.
like, it's got to be me.
that super cut. Yeah, that's a good
knew you
Nick
were gonna
Cage.
do
That's a
that.
good Nick Cage.
He
by the
knows
way.
it's a good Nick Cage.
Yeah. That super cut, that like 14-minute super cut, of all of his lines are amazing. I you know what? I'll give it up here where it's like, yeah, Mario RPG is like a very very cute and endearing thing. It's not as dumb as Nick Cage leveling up Grandpa in those commercials.
These are the dumbest things I've ever seen. These are so
Wow.
stupid. Like leveling up Grandpa.
It's
How
so
is that?
stupid.
That's on
It
the
made me
list.
laugh every time because like text shows up on the
And
screen.
it says-
Grandpa's leveled up. You fed him enough blood.
Grandpa's level 3. He can now see you through walls.
Level 3
Doesn't
Grandpa.
make any sense.
It's very funny.
You guys
never-
never
I
met
have-
my grandpa, so.
I've never touched this game, but everything you tell me about it, I was like, this might be my favorite game of all time.
Man, the Alan Wake ones, like those
This
commercials.
is tough.
Here's the thing, like they're dumb, but they're just so like well crafted
Earnest.
and like it's so like they're just really
They're well
good.
made. They're well executed.
And there is a bit of like camp involved with like leveling up Grandpa or Nick Cage being a fucking goofball. Like there's a silliness to that. I mean, the commercials are silly too, but like it's dumber leveling up Grandpa. Fuck, I think leveling up Grandpa might win
I think
this.
it's the dumbest thing I've ever
Yeah.
seen.
It's so stupid, and I love it.
Is that
And
it?
I love it.
Yeah,
Shake hands.
I think it might be leveling up Grandpa. Yes, yeah, that's right.
Fire Escape's Dumb Things of the Year Good goes to Leveling Up Grandpa.
I think that's well earned.
Yeah.
So fucking stupid.
Let's go to a serious category.
Yeah.
Okay.
Next up, we have Stinkiest Things of the Year. Our nominees are
Jusant Buddy.
Dredge cargo hold.
Korok seeds.
Oh, gee.
Dave the Diver weapon dude.
The Cantina in Jedi Survivor.
Neon in Starfield.
Goblin Camp in Baldur's Gate 3.
Nightingale. Alan Wake 2's corpse.
Venom.
This is self-explanatory, right?
I mean, Ochi just smells like a dog, right?
Yeah, that's just normal dog behavior.
Dogs, like it's a weird smell, but it's
dogs
not
smell
like
good.
it's not revolting.
Cats smell better.
Yeah.
Actually, Ochi kind of looks clean. Cut it.
yeah.
yeah. I mean, like, okay, Korok seeds are literal shit. So let's,
How do you know that?
because if you get all the okay, so if you get all the
Yeah.
Korok seeds in Breath of the Wild, it explains because like they're in the maracas, right? They're in the tree guys' maracas.
Yes.
Right, has to.
Yes. And then if you get all the Korok seeds, because they mentioned throughout the game that like, oh, it smells kind of weird or whatever. But then if you get them all, it like turns into a golden piece of shit. And then you find out that like, oh, you were just kind of collecting shit the whole time, right? Am I remembering this wrong?
Oh, you're right.
Are you
Yeah, okay.
serious?
Yeah. Right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's it.
I did not know that.
That's
yeah,
what
it's
I've heard.
poop.
But because no one actually collects all the Korok seeds, but if you do, that's the reveal. And I
Yeah.
kind of like it because it's like, you wasted time. Here's
It's just
shit.
poop.
Yeah.
A gift of friendship giving to you by Hestu. It smells pretty bad. No longer distinct. Now the smell is pretty bad. It looks more similar to the poop emoji, which makes sense since Hestu is bigger than all the other Koroks.
What are you reading from?
This obviously is some kind of non.
I think they are like canonically
This person
shit.
did not write it.
It's
Yeah.
poop.
So I think we got Korok seeds are a strong contender here.
It smells pretty bad.
Yeah, it says that like when you get the stuff, it says like, oh, these smell, and it hints at it being poop. I feel like Venom would just smell like Nickelodeon Gak.
I can't even.
What is
picture, I don't-
gack?
Oh, these
It's
children,
slime.
these children today. You don't know
I know
gack?
about gack.
It's like a slime that you can buy.
It's
and
slime.
It's got a nice.
Oh, the green slime.
No, you're thinking of the
slime.
green. No, you're thinking of like you can't do that on television. You're thinking of like no. It's gack. You could buy. I have gack in my basement right now. I could bring some. You could smell gack right now.
Gack doesn't
Fucking
smell bad.
debate other things.
I'm happy cutting the Cantina and Jedi Survivor. They just make such a big deal throughout that game that's like, oh, it's the galaxy's biggest dive. If you're an outcast, if you're a miscreant, if you're a misfit toy, you go to this cantina and hang out.
Agreed.
So we're happy to cut. I'm happy to
Cut it. Can someone justify Venom?
didn't put
Dan's
that in.
getting
That was
gack
Dan.
to do that. I was gonna say
Gack's gonna do it.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Oh, right, that's
Neon and
gack.
Starfield. I feel like if that city was interesting, it might stink, but it's not. Like because it just feels too clean,
Yeah.
and it's clearly not supposed to be clean, but it's clearly just like here's I don't know.
Cut
Like
it.
Cyberpunk Night City looks like it stinks. Neon looks like it wants to stink.
Thank you. Can
thank
someone
me, guy.
explain Juicant Buddy?
I think that was also Dan.
I think that was Dan. I haven't played it.
It's going to his fucking.
Probably all gack related.
It's something that's like in the character's pocket. Dredge cargo hold.
Dude, that would fucking stink.
Fish and monsters.
Because
and
the
shit.
fish do go bad.
Some of them have that. What's that rot called? Evil. stuff.
but they rot over time.
Oh,
Sealed.
Sealed gack.
Are you sure this is worth it?
That's a Seinfeld character, Todd
These
Gack.
can't.
I jammed my fingers earlier and they hurt. Can you open this?
Are you okay?
Yeah, I couldn't open a Listerine bottle.
all swipply because there was macaroni cheese
I ate shit and jammed all my fingers
I
and
actually
thought I
shouldn't be
broke
making
them.
fun. It sounds like a
When?
real rough.
Oh,
fall.
earlier I ate shit bad. Yeah.
Oh, he like hurt himself
In front of you?
No.
Jake heard it for sure.
Oh yeah.
because the tub was slippery from cheese.
Yeah, sorry, bud. Let me get
No,
this for
no,
your
no. I'm just
fingies.
clumsy. Yeah.
But I didn't know this.
Yeah, my fingers are fucked up.
I think I might need a stabber.
This is important.
Here.
I don't think that has any stab. Ooh, a wine opener.
To open gack with a wine opener. Okay, what did we cut? Oh, Cantina Neon.
Yeah.
Just being like stinky, like cities and stuff.
I cut Neon because I was like, I feel like it wants to be stinky, but it doesn't have the detail. to
Everyone's
actually
talking
be
about it being stinky. It's like it's trying to make it the gimmick.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jusan, did we talk about that? I think he's
No,
like
because you added that. I don't.
he's
I don't
just a slippery, stinky baby whale. And I think that like there'd be folds and stuff that like weird sweat and things would get better. What's that?
It's hard as a rock.
Oh. No,
you
that's
gotta like put it. In
no,
the
it's not.
microwave
It's
first.
not. It's plastic. Okay. All right. Mike. Okay, so I got the gag here. I got Is that not what Venom would smell like?
He looks like that character from
Oh
SpongeBob.
god, it tastes bad. It's like chemical.
Well, yeah.
I didn't know it would be.
This was probably during the times where that shit could be toxic.
I've
long
eaten
have you had
gag.
this?
It's fine. I've had that gag for like 2 years. Okay, just to death by gag. That's it, like a slippery, slimy. Like that's. I don't think that's a bad smell.
That's pretty bad. That's stale.
Smell that gag.
That's
Let me smell that gag.
Yeah, I don't know. It's not bad, but it's not right.
See, I don't think it's that. It's not shit.
Yeah.
It's just like
It doesn't smell as
chemical,
bad
slippery.
as
just because something doesn't smell like
Shit.
shit doesn't mean it doesn't smell bad.
I
No,
would-
let me have it. That was
I would
pleasant.
rather have to smell that than the cargo hold
Wow,
and
this
dredge.
smells like my childhood, dude.
Right? Yeah, it's not that bad.
Oh my god,
That's
it's.
fine.
I wish I could describe this for anyone who like grew up in that Nickelodeon
It's
Yeah.
chemicals.
era.
Yeah.
It smells like
Sweet
my
chemicals.
childhood.
Yeah.
Like I remember this smell.
Do you use a lot of silly putty?
Yes, but
Yeah,
silly
I was
putty
more-
smals salty, if
Yeah.
that makes sense. It
It's
has
like
like a
clayish.
sodium to it.
I think us 90
This
kids.
doesn't
No, I'm
smell
thinking
like
of-
that. This
sorry.
smells like chemicals.
I think
Play-Doh
us
also
90
smelled weird.
Us 90s kids, I think, love chemicals. Like super, like
I was a
I'll
90s
eat them,
kid.
I'll smell them, I'll
What
like
do you
go to
define a
town.
90s
Rub
kid?
them
How
on
old
my
were
Like you
you?
kind
body.
of grew up. Like I was 6 when the 90s started. You know.
Okay, I was
So like
born in
every
90 I
all
was-
of my memories as a child were of the 90s.
were
I
you
was
know?
born in
When I started.
91.
There we go. Now the Nixon mask.
I was born in 91.
Right,
I guess I
yeah.
wasn't. I don't know.
You're more of a
I don't think I was
2000s kid, I
90s
think.
kid. Yeah, I was 2000s.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't think I
we
was
love
90s
our
kid.
chemicals.
If we weren't, no, wow, I almost
Based
said
on
something.
all this
What's that?
science,
No, I'm not.
can we determine that Venom should stay?
I think we cut Venom.
No, I think we cut Venom.
Cut-
Yeah,
Venom.
because I think Venom smells like that, and that is not bad.
Scientifically,
All right, cut Venom.
Yeah, cut him. He smells fine.
He probably smells good.
Dude,
I think Jusan. Well, no,
just
Jusan. Here, okay. Venom, I think, is mostly like chemicals and weird alien stuff. Jusan, I think there's like weird like whale sweat and stuff and folds and stuff going on.
sure,
you know?
but is it fucking as bad as Nightingale? That dude's a fucking
No,
corpse.
Nightingale's fucking terrible.
Okay, dredge cargo hold, that's just dead fish. That is dead,
That-
rotting, nasty
and
fish.
evil like fungi.
Yeah.
And spirits.
Dredge and Korok are like both locks, I think. I think the weapon dude, look, we've all smelled BO before.
Yeah,
you
that
know.
guy just stinks.
We've been to PAX. Yeah. Yeah. So
Gamers
like
do be
BO.
farting.
I will say the
not
Goblin
showering.
Camp in Baldur's Gate 3 looks like it stinks. They're cooking weird meat. There's torture happening. They're like having wild animals run around to do chases. People are kissing feet. There's a lot going on there. Looks like it stinks.
torture probably smells bad.
Torture probably smells bad. Let's try it
Yeah.
out. They're like branding people too, you know, like you're smelling burnt flesh.
Yeah.
be bad.
I don't think it holds up with a corpse, literal shit, and like rotting fish, right?
Yeah, fish is the worst.
Like,
Rotting
those are
fish is
Rotting
rough.
fish
smell.
fucking stinks.
Yeah, because like Jusant Buddy, at least he's alive. Like he's like a whale fish thing. Like he's probably stinky, but not like a cargo hold of dead fish that are like eldritch horrors. You know? Oh wow, look at that. Man.
So then, wait, are we doing Dredge,
fun.
Korok Seeds, Nightingale?
Yes, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've never smelled a dead body, but I imagine rotting fish is worse. So
the cargo hold, because like all those are like
See, that-
monsters and they're dead.
fucking
And they're all
nasty.
shoved in there together. I think it's the dredge cargo hold. Like poop sucks, but like
Poop sucks.
but, like-
who hasn't smelled poop though?
that's
you're gonna
true.
have to smell it at some point, you know.
yeah, I've walked into bad
Everyone
bathrooms. I'm not
secretly
used
loves the
to.
smell of poop.
Nobody gets away.
It's dredge.
Everybody secretly loves the smell of poop.
Your own, but yeah.
All right.
Firescape's
Well, I
stinkiest
don't wanna
thing
dig
of
into
the
that right
year
now, so let's move on.
is the Dredge
I'm,
cargo
I'm
hold.
kind of focused on this gack.
You're a big gag guy now.
I'm a
I'm a
huge
The
big
gack
yak
mark?
guy
I'm a
now.
gack main. Dweeb and gack.
How many of these do we have? Oh my god.
If you smoke it, you'll get high.
You just, oh my god! Did people do that?
Yeah.
All right.
Next category. Best remake / re-release / remaster, and the nominees are
Super Mario RPG,
Dead Space.
Resident Evil 4.
Advance Wars 1, and maybe and 2.
Metal Gear Solid Master Collection Volume 1.
Metroid Prime Remaster.
System Shock.
Risk of Rain returns.
Like a Dragon Ishin.
Right away, let's kill Metal Gear.
Yeah, I heard a lot of people didn't think that was
It's
very good.
good that it exists. You can play those games more easily. It doesn't add anything that's really a lot of value. Oh, God. Boy, the audio listeners are missing some Oh, that's fucking horrible. Jesus Christ.
I was hoping you were going to put your finger in it again. Oh, it's on my lips.
You're going to start like chewing tobacco, but it's
We
gack.
have to start cutting these. Come on.
Yes, okay. Best.
Prime Remaster, it's good, but I don't know if it's like better.
I've heard it's a lot better. The only
I
reason
played it on the plane here.
I to be fair though, I didn't
only
play a lot of
played-
the original. So like remaster was my first time playing it. I'm like, this is one of the best games ever made.
I played the original and I started the remaster, but I didn't finish. But I don't think it's because it was the game's fault. I think I moved on to other stuff.
I mean, Metroid Prime, the first one's one of my favorite games ever, but like I played through it like 2 years ago, so I haven't played this yet, and I kind of feel bummed because like, I hear it's great. Like Grub always talks about like the controls and everything are streamlined and so much more modern.
Streamlined about
It
the
looks so
controls.
good too.
It's like first person, like it's like double analog,
Oh, right,
like
as opposed
yeah,
to
the
the-
lock on, like because
That is better.
it sounds a lot better. I wouldn't want to cut that yet.
Advance Wars 1 and 2.
I will cut that because it made me like it's fine. It's a good re-release, whatever. But it made me play half of that and then realize, oh, I've got an analog pocket and I like the art style of the GBA games better. And I went back and I played the GBA version. So like
That's fair.
That's maybe a knock against it, you know.
Okay.
I'd be okay cutting that.
Bye.
Yep.
I played a lot of it, but I also
It's
like,
great.
Yeah.
Dead Space looks great.
Yeah. It's just hard. Anything going up against like RE4 is rough here, you know.
Dead Space is definitely more of a remaster.
Yeah, I mean they did some smart things, like do you want to turn the
Weapon-
lights
weapon
off?
upgrades.
And, yeah,
They did a lot of small things too.
They
Like,
did.
Certain weapons got like better upgrade trees and also alternate fires, etc. The pulse rifle had a way more useful alternate fire, but it's minor.
It's better.
in the grand scheme of
Did
things.
any of us play System Shock?
Yeah,
You did. Okay.
collected a bunch.
Right.
I think it's great. I think if you're trying to update any of the games from that era, the immersive sims, whether it be System Shock, older Deus Exes, Thieves, then your work is cut out for you because all the ideas in those games were forward thinking, and I think this year they literally came to fruition in Tears of the Kingdom. I will say that some of the pacing and the story beats in System Shock, they couldn't necessarily update some poor pacing things with Shodan and whatnot from the original. But I still think it's great, and I still think people should play it. And I think just by virtue of the time that's passed since the original, it's a great remake.
Yeah, that seems like a tough one to.
Risk of Rain Returns. I suggested that today. I will say we could cut that.
I'd like to play that.
It's great. It's
I
awesome.
love Risk of Rain.
It's awesome, but I don't think there's as much of a gap between the original Risk of Rain and Risk of Rain Returns, and also now you got Risk of Rain 2, which is beside the point. But Risk of Rain Returns is not like day and night from the original.
I liked Like a Dragon Ishin a lot, and I'm trying to remember, was it like a game in the series that only came out in Japan, and this is the first time? Yeah,
It's the first time it came to the United States.
It's good, and I like the new setting and everything, but it's extremely a Yakuza game, and those are very good. But I guess it's cool in the way that like we get to play it for the first time in the States. But
It's also weird, like looking at it as a remaster, and you haven't played it before until now, right? Like,
Yeah.
or remake. It's like, yeah.
yeah, I'd say cut it. Like, I mean, it's good. I like it a lot, but there's 3 better.
Gotta cut 2 more. Super Mario RPG. Make an argument for it. This is a really tough contendy.
It's hard because like Super Mario RPG is a pretty fucking faithful remake, and it just looks a lot better. There's a couple quality of life things but it's not. I mean, there's not as many changes in terms of gameplay as there is with like Dead Space. Even I like it as a game better than Dead Space, but if we're talking best remake, I think Dead Space does more than RPG.
Yeah.
It's hard because like I like Mario RPG so much better, but it's hard to argue. It looks a lot better. There's some little. It's got so much charm, but it always had charm. You know, it's hard to justify keeping. I guess it's one of my top 10 games of the year, but
That's the weakest one for me.
yeah.
Bye.
Okay. Dead Space, Resident Evil, Metroid Prime Remaster, System Shock. What else are we cutting here?
Gotta cut 1.
I really like Dead Space, but I also think that's
It's so cool what they did with the lights, though. Like,
really
did
cool.
any other ones like literally change mechanics?
and how they
Wait,
like
sorry. Lights. What lights?
So like you would like there would be panels where it's okay. I run the opportunity of like getting new items and stuff like that, but I have to turn
Oh, right.
the lights
Yeah,
off
yeah,
to
yeah,
unlock
yeah,
this
yeah.
door
To unlock
that'll lead me to a storage closet or something like that.
But they
So-
also,
So
like,
good to
they,
scare
like-
the player
yeah.
like that.
they implemented that thing where it like remixed different areas, so nothing. I mean, you're still wandering the same halls, but the setup where the enemies were, the way the lighting was, the sound, like
Yeah.
would adjust depending on like your tension, which is kind of cool.
It's cool.
It's good. It's really good. I think it's just like people forgot
right.
once RE4
Yeah.
came out. It's
Let me
like,
be a
wow.
villain for a second.
Okay.
As someone who every single year around the holidays replays Metroid Prime, absolutely agrees with you were saying, Grub, or like anybody who's played that is like, okay, it's great to have actual modern first-person shooter controls, dual analog sticks. I think that feels more like they're adding like expected controls today to an existing
Sure.
game. I still think it's great. You could argue the same thing about System Shock, but I think System Shock streamlined a lot. Okay.
He knew.
I need to confiscate the GAC. It's become.
Oh, it's a jack call. All right. Yeah, not in the courtroom.
I'm looking
All
over
right.
and Mary's just stretching it across
Yeah,
her face.
I'm
We can't
sorry.
have this.
I'm
This is a
sorry.
professional setting.
It's true. You're right to do that.
Okay.
I'd argue based on what you're saying, Mike, that Metroid Prime maybe needed it the least. I mean, I played through it recently, like the original, and I don't know, the lock-on stuff, like, it's not bad.
I would say Metroid Prime and Dead Space. I would say of these, the one that needed it the most was System Shock. That era of PC games is rough to go
One of
back
the most
to.
influential games too, and like
That is the thing. It's System Shock is maybe System Shock influenced Tears of the Kingdom. Like immersive sims influenced one of the best games of the year. I'm sure we'll be talking about it a lot more the rest of the night. It got a remake or a remaster, remake, so people could be playing it. Metroid Prime, I would say actually needed it more than Dead Space. Resident Evil 4, one of the best games ever made. That's not the category. The fact that System Shock actually, I went into it thinking, okay, this remake will help me more appreciate this very impactful historical game. I went into it, I was like, holy shit, I'm having a lot of fun. You can really fuck yourself over in that game if you're not being careful. It's almost survival horror, but you can actually be like playing it in a way where they're like, hey, you should be saving some stuff up more or learning these systems more. It's complex. I think they did a great job of updating a game that was unforgiving in its original form and maintaining that while also allowing people to be like, hey, you should see this whole game, so we're going to be a bit more handholdy. They struck a delicate balance with it. That's my personal favorite. That's my second personal favorite on this list after Resident Evil 4.
So
would
what
you
are we
cut
cutting?
then?
Yeah.
Metroid Prime.
I'm
Or Dead Space. Honestly, I would go Dead Space over Metroid Prime. I think Metroid Prime needed the remake, and it's a really good, remaster. I don't personally think Dead Space needed one as badly. I played the original one several years ago, and it was still great.
And I
A
got
lot
like,
of stuff is awesome. Agreed.
We played Dead Space like a couple years ago.
It's
We
great.
had a really
It's
good
awesome.
time.
I
so
don't
good.
I think Resident Evil 4's remake is absurdly
I
good.
think all these are really good.
they are.
But I think Metroid Prime needed one. I think more people needed to appreciate that game in like an actual modern
That's really
format.
fair.
And it
I
looks
appreciate
great.
you saying
It looks
that.
gorgeous. I just played it yesterday. I was telling Jake the only problem I had on I don't have an OLED, so I was playing on a plane, maximum brightness. It gets that game's dark as shit.
on OLED when you get to like the Frenwa Icelands or whatever, just looks amazing on that.
Yeah, I
OLED.
wish I got in there because early, not the West Chozo Ruins is the desert, but the other one, the surface, whatever you want to call it, you first get to is dark. I would cut Dead
I'm
Space.
fine cutting Dead Space. I played half of that remake, and I was like, wow, they did a really good
It's
job
awesome.
with it.
It's phenomenal.
And I was like, I get it. You know?
I think Resi 4 is
Yeah.
my winner.
Without a doubt.
Same.
Yeah.
Not
Those
a
are good
question.
three,
It's
though.
the best remake of all time.
Cool. Then let's not discuss it.
I would not
Yeah.
say it's close. I would not say that, but it's close.
Oh, I guess the winner is my chat.
Good job.
Yeah, I think it's the best remake ever. I fucking love it.
I would put Resident Evil 2 above it. And then 4.
Really good.
They're
one.
close.
Yeah, they are really close. Yeah,
But Resident Evil 2 needed more. Again,
it's
going
true.
back.
It's true. Yeah.
Firescape's best remake, re-release, remaster of 2023 is Resident Evil 4.
Bob.
Nice.
I know one of these games.
Now, this is gonna be a quick one because I don't think we give a shit about these games. Let's see.
God, yeah, I don't know. Okay. Next category is most unnecessary remake, release, or remaster.
Destroy All Humans 2 Reprobed. Oh God, that could also be worst name.
It's not
Yeah.
great. Wonder Boy Anniversary Collection.
Tales of Symphonia. Oh my God. Tales of Symphonia remastered.
Fantavision 22X.
Sonic Origins Plus.
Turok 3 Shadow of Oblivion remastered.
Okay, let's just Sonic Origins Plus. That's just a weird. Sonic
going
Origins was just a
on?
collection of old Sonic games. We don't need just a thing with more art gallery things or whatever. Like, let's cut Sonic Origins. Oh wait, it's most unnecessary. Shit.
It's
that
you're,
is-
you're in the wrong.
Oh right, it's not
I
best.
would say Tales of Symphonia remastered. That game needed a remaster, and they fumbled it every step of the way. So
That's not bad. It's
it's
most
not
unnecessary.
Yeah, so I don't think it's unnecessary. I think it needs a remake. Or a remaster. I just don't
fucked
think
it
they
up.
did a good job.
So
So I don't know if
we
that
cut
counts.
that.
I think that's
Okay.
an easy one to cut.
I know the Tales games. That's the only one I knew. Not the only one I knew.
Boy, no one
You
needed
played
Destroy
Vesperia, didn't you?
Humans.
And
Oh,
Arise and Vesperia, yeah.
let me say this: Turok 3. Any FPS on 64. Like, not that we were clamoring for Turok 3 remastered, but like the controls on 64 FPS games were terrible. So anything that like gives modern
Metroid
controls.
Prime is all not an N64 game,
Right.
but like almost.
Yeah, so I think Turok 3 probably could have used it, but also we don't need it. But cut that.
cut it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh man, Fantavision. Fantavision was a shitty PS2 launch game that no one needed any kind of update for. All these, none of these are good. You don't need any of these.
We just have to cut one, guys. Wonder Boy.
I don't know. I know Destroy All Humans too. I played the original too.
Oh, here, let me say this. So, I think Sonic Origins Plus could win this because it's like the early like Genesis Sonic games, which are like extremely easy to play on every system. So like we don't need Sonic Origins initially we didn't need, and now for a re-release Plus version, that seems extremely egregious. So I think that wins, and then we can cut. What was the most necessary of these three? Destroy All Humans seemed fine back in the day. Maybe I don't want to say that we needed that. Yeah, we're good. Or Sonic Origins Plus.
Most unnecessary. It doesn't
It's
mean
most
the other
unnecessary.
Most
You're doing it again.
Yeah.
All right,
Congrats.
we are moving on to game that's probably good, but we didn't
Wait.
play.
Announce.
Oh yeah, I didn't announce the winner because I didn't care.
No one does. No.
Firescape's most unnecessary remake is Sonic Origins Plus.
Sure.
Nice. Thank you. I appreciate
Congrats.
it.
Yeah.
Gabbling while saying it.
Yeah. How much? Yeah.
Next one, game that's probably good, but we didn't play enough of or any of.
All right.
The nominees are
Remnant 2.
The Talos Principle 2.
Liza.
Steam World Build.
Blasphemous 2.
Hi-Fi Rush.
Armored Core. 6.
What? Baldur's Gate 3.
Skatebird.
Amnesia the Bunker.
And the Making of Karateka.
There's a few we can thrash.
Why
right
the
away.
fuck is Baldur's Gate? Oh, is it because of you?
Oh yeah. So how many of these are ones that only like one of us didn't play enough of? Like
Like, I played a lot of Hi-Fi Rush.
I played like an hour of Armored Core. I want to play more of it. I just didn't play.
okay.
a lot of
Okay.
it.
It's one of the best games of the year.
Yeah.
for
So is
sure.
the question is like, because most of us didn't play a game and one of us can back it up that it's awesome, is that make it more viable, or does it need to be
Yeah,
a
so like
group
what
thing?
is the game here that is like least represented by the
Let's
group?
cut the obvious ones first.
Sure.
Remnant 2, I
Sure.
made a very concerted effort to enjoy. That being said, I could not. I thought I love the first game. I like a lot of what Remnant 2 is doing. I think the areas that are very Bloodborne-esque were fun, but I think some of the boss fights, which this game, big swing-wise, you don't know, as someone loads into this game, you don't know whether you're being loaded into one of three
Continue
main
to cut
areas.
it while he's like talking.
Oh God, I can't wait to interrupt you every time you talk for the next 20 minutes. You think you can hold grudges? I'm going to thrash you.
Remember I did that to Mary
I'm going
and she
to
lost
light
her
you
mind?
up. Remnant 2, I tried very hard to like. Some of the boss design up
Jeez.
front is bad, and it's not conducive to.
I had a miserable time playing.
yeah,
that
yeah.
game.
Mary, what do you think?
Cut Skatebird.
Okay,
And you've given him the chance.
You
Nice,
decided.
nice.
Cut what?
you taking her side? Give me my gack back.
I'll also say it says game that's probably good, but we didn't play enough
Yeah.
of. This isn't about
Yeah, while
you
she's talking, Jake, can we talk about Blasphemous 2? Let's go to Blasphemous
doing
2.
it. So Baldur's Gate 3 should be cut because
Yeah, I mean,
And
it's
Armored
that's
Core.
just me.
I think
And Armored
we
Core.
collectively played it.
Yeah.
Hi-Fi Rush should be cut because I played it and it's not good.
I didn't like it much.
I
either.
didn't
either.
like it either.
It's,
Yeah.
I shouldn't say it's not good. I just hated it.
Everyone seemed to love it. It seemed like none of us liked it.
Didn't click.
Everybody
with me.
seemed to love it. Then I asked people, and they're like, "I didn't like it," but everybody loves it.
Why does
I don't know
everyone
who
act
loved
like they
it.
like it?
I'm
Yeah.
okay with this.
Yeah, me too. Amnesia the Bunker. I played it, and it's awesome. So
I
would
played a
cut
little
that.
bit of it. I want to play
I
more.
want to
of it.
play more of it. I wish
Yes.
I wish I finished
Okay.
it. I really didn't play enough of it.
How about Liza
be
P?
mad at me.
Did anybody play Liza P?
We
I played
all
an hour of it.
agree we
Okay.
should have played more Liza P.
Liza P. People who played a lot of it fucking love it.
Right. Did you play it?
No.
I played like 30 minutes of it. Like, it seemed like Bloodborne. Did you play it?
Gavel. No, just kidding.
I only played like 30 minutes of it.
Okay, Liza P is looking like a contender.
But
here.
also, can you cut Hi-Fi Rush because I played it? I don't think anybody.
So
it's.
I stopped playing Liza P because I didn't enjoy it.
not listening.
Oh,
I love Souls games, but I didn't. Liza P just didn't do it for me. I think it's because I only have so much capacity for Souls games.
Sure.
And just more of them I'm like,
Let's not cut it yet.
No.
Let's cut Hi-Fi Rush because I think none of us think it's actually good.
Sure.
And
done.
then can we cut Amnesia the
God.
Bunker because
Except
I
for
think
me.
it's very good.
Yeah, sure.
But that's a very good. But you
Wait,
played
why
a
are we
lot of
cutting
it.
it? Oh,
'Cause
because
you
you
played
played
a lot.
I
Yeah,
beat
he
Amnesia.
He knows.
Oh, you
it's
beat
good.
it.
Yeah,
Good
yeah.
for you.
It's awesome. It's like my actual second favorite Amnesia after the original.
Damn.
Man, I feel like everyone talks about like making of Karateka being this like important game history thing.
I've heard
and,
it's
like,
pretty cool.
yeah, I've heard it's great. I didn't
Yeah.
play it. You?
It's like I
No.
heard it's like a Criterion Collection sort of deal for
Probably cool.
for a game.
Okay, I think that's a contender. I think Liza. Well, we'll see. Blasphemous 2. Any of us play it?
No,
None of us played it at all.
but that's a good contender. I talked
That's
to
a good
Russ
contender.
Freshtick and like, dude swears by it.
Okay.
play
SteamWorld
Metroidvania.
That's
Build.
not enough, though.
Well, I think the winner here is something that like none of us played or barely played.
But we all
and
said
but
we-
we've
we
heard
wish
it's
we
good.
did.
And
Yeah.
we've heard nothing but good things. And I feel like Karateka is that.
SteamWorld Build.
I thought that already came out like
It did.
did.
years ago.
It's out. No, it came out this year fully, and I've been meaning to play it forever. And
Played a
the
little bit.
rationale there, and we've talked about this because I convinced you to play SteamWorld Quest. Everything that studio has made is incredible, no matter what
Mm-hmm.
genre they try.
Yeah.
I can't speak to SteamWorld Build, but that is my rationale. It's like it's probably good. You're
I
doing
s-
a
I
city
started
builder
it.
above the mines in 3D and like or overhead.
Talos Principle. Any of us play it?
Didn't play it. Heard it was very good.
I heard that too.
Yeah, but some of these gotta go.
Okay, cut SteamWorld Build. I played a little bit of it. I think I just didn't understand what I was doing. I was streaming, and it was like I was probably missing. I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. So cut that.
I think we should keep Liza P.
Yeah, we probably should. I need to play more of it.
I've heard fantastic
Yeah.
things from people. It's some people's like their personal goatee.
I feel like I didn't give it enough of a shot. I played a couple hours though, and I was like, this makes me want to play Bloodborne.
I'm happy cutting
Talos.
Blasphemous or Talos.
I'd say we cut Talos. Maybe give it to Karateka. I mean, the people that love Karateka, like they're like, "Oh, this is important." Awesome.
I haven't heard about this game, but I will.
It's like an old game I've never even heard of, and I guess it's like a bunch of documentaries about the making of it and why it was important. But I've never heard of the game to begin with.
Mike,
But it's interstitched in the
have you
game.
heard of it?
Yeah, I've not haven't not.
Have you heard? Do you
Touched
want
it.
to play it?
Yeah,
It
for
seems like
for a historical context, not for like fun.
Do you want to play it more than Liza P?
No.
Liza P wins.
Yeah, but you said you played it.
I feel like I didn't play enough of it to really.
Liza P.
Liza P.
Okay,
All right.
sure. Boink.
All right. Firescape's best game that's probably good, but we didn't play enough of is Liza P.
Oh, this is a big one.
All right. Next category is It's Not Poop, aka Most Okay Game of the Year. The nominees are
Spider-Man 2,
Remnant 2,
Final Fantasy 16.
Diablo 4,
Payday 3,
Forspoken.
Dead Island 2.
Assassin's Creed Mirage.
All right, Dead Island 2 probably shouldn't get this because I think it is kind of poop.
Yep, it's bad.
Okay. Sure. Yeah.
And I feel like that goes against the category.
It's kind of poop. Yeah.
I would say Final Fantasy 16 has some incredible highs and some incredible lows. So I don't feel okay about it. I feel very conflicted about it, where I'm like, I have these memories of these characters that I think are great and these moments that are awesome and the combat is great. But then there's moments where this game doesn't end and it's just too long and drags on and melodramatic and annoying. Like, I don't feel indifferent, you know? It's like, it's not poop. It's like, I have mixed feelings.
Yeah, it's whatever.
Did any of us play Forspoken enough?
No.
Didn't touch
also, we also considered that kind of poop, so I think that's out.
Tonally, it was bad. Yeah, I played a bit, and I thought some parts were fun, but yeah, I think the tone was so bad it made it not just okay. Payday 3, I never got around to.
I didn't play it either.
It's not poop.
Oh.
It's kind of fun.
I'm hoping it was. I don't know if people heard. Dan said it's
Yeah.
not poop.
Okay, he said cut it because it's kind of fun.
Dan likes Payday.
Spider-Man 2, I think, is better than this category. winner.
Diablo 4 has like serious issues, so I think it like was starting to be in poop territory, and so I think that's cut.
As a heads up, the next one we cut will have our top 3.
Okay,
So what are we cutting?
we can't
Spider-Man
cut
2?
Spider-Man. It's like the most not poop.
You just
I
said it
think
was
it's-
above it.
Yeah,
You said it is above poop.
I disagree. I think it's
I didn't play
okay.
it.
I think it's over Diablo 4.
So this is what I'm saying. We're not ranking them. Like last year's not poop winner was God of War. This is not about a game being the best or like not the best. This is about a game that just really wasn't great enough for us to call it anything else besides it's fine. It did what it was.
That's what I'm
supposed
saying.
to do.
I think Spider-Man 2 is better than this category is giving it.
I mean, after hearing you say that, I'm like, it's
being
probably
meaner.
Assassin's Creed.
It's probably Assassin's Creed.
Yeah, because Remnant 2, I think it's doing some cool stuff and like it feels great to play, but it's a lot of bad stuff going on, so it's not poop.
If you like it,
I like Spider-Man 2.
if you
quite
go
a
to
bit.
bat for it, I think we should cut it.
Spider-Man 2. Yeah, I would cut Spider-Man 2 above the other ones.
All
I think
right.
honestly for me it's like it's Remnant 2 or Assassin's Creed.
For me,
Because Diablo 4 is almost to that threshold. It's like I think it's a bit better than this category. I would say.
I don't know. I played Diablo 4. I did not have any fun at all.
It is very
liked it.
okay.
Yeah.
Honestly, though, yeah, I don't know. Maybe it is the most okay game of the year before it gets to like out of the category. Remnant 2 is on the very low end of okay. Diablo 4, I'd say, is for me
High
on the
end.
high end.
I liked Diablo 4.
What's Assassin's Creed Mirage? I only played like 5 hours of Assassin's Creed Mirage, and I
played like an hour. and-
Assassin's Creed games. I will devote some time to Assassin's Creed.
Can anyone?
I
want to know.
I think this game is bad.
Can anyone get it up for Assassin's Creed though?
Absolutely not.
Then it's not poop.
We got it down to these three. Dan, I thought Spider-Man 2 actually eked out of this category into like good-ish.
Honestly, I'm hard on it, but it is a very good game. I can get it up for Spider-Man 2 is what I'm saying.
So I was just saying, I think Remnant 2 is
Spider-Man.
almost a bad game.
Which one?
Remnant 2. Diablo 4 is almost a... It's either Diablo 4 or Assassin's Creed Mirage for me. And I know I just changed what I
I
said.
feel like Diablo 4, like everyone kind of fell off and doesn't feel strongly about it, but like it's still like probably a
What about
very
us,
well
though?
made to get. I haven't really played it. It came out when I was like moving.
Then you don't get to be involved here.
What was this character? You don't get to talk.
Then shut the fuck up.
Wow. Wow.
Is it Diablo 4 or Assassin's Creed?
This
Both those
is a
games.
tough one.
I'm sure
embody
they're
it.
both well made, I guess.
They're both well made.
What did Mary just say?
I'm sorry. I'll shut
Kidding,
up.
I'm
Yeah.
kidding.
Go back to
I
the
would
I
say
can go B again.
I
Yeah.
would say Assassin's Creed Mirage for me from the 6 hours I played, which is not much for that. Although that game is actually
It's
smaller.
pretty short. Yeah.
I played a decent amount of that game. I actually think it's almost a not good game. I would go Diablo 4 is the most okay
Diablo
game of the year.
is fine. It's fine.
That's
okay.
It sounds like Diablo 4 to me.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's Diablo 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Jesus.
Oh God, we still do
All
have
right.
a few.
We went too hard this year.
Fire Escape's It's Not Poop Award, aka Most Okay Game of the Year, goes to Diablo 4.
Ooh.
No, we had one above that.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Skip. Oh, do we want to do this now or do we want to do this right before?
let's
We
do
should
it
do
now.
it before the top 10, shouldn't we?
No, I think this is far enough removed from like. I don't think this encroaches on top 10.
This will be more deliberating than some of these categories coming up, though.
So the next category is the 50th Best Game of the Year Awards. So this is if Fire Escape put together a top 50 list. what
Which
would
we're
be-
not.
Which
no,
we're not.
We're gonna do a top 10.
Well, we could.
But
we
it
got
is
the
just
time.
what is
I got
our
the energy.
What is our 50th? And I think it's Wild Hearts.
I think it's.
Wild Hearts. Yeah, we all like forgot it came out, but also sort of enjoyed it.
I think it's Hi-Fi Rush.
No, I didn't like that game.
I didn't either, but like 50 is a lot.
Yeah, I could see that.
Hi
Did I
Fi
play
Rush is
50
in my top
games?
10. I won't let you.
Like number 50 is still a good game.
By
it was a good
definition,
year.
No. How many games do you think you played this year realistically?
50 to 60.
I'm gonna say the same thing. Let's say 55.
Yeah.
So number 50 does not, by definition, have to be a good game.
No, it's fine. It's not poop.
Diablo 4.
No.
It should be one of the worst games you played this year.
So Hi-Fi Rush.
Hi-Fi Rush. I couldn't. I
It's
did
not
not like
the
it.
worst game.
It's not the worst
Right,
game.
it's number 50.
It's in my
It's an
top
honor.
10.
It's on our list.
So it's not
Hi-Fi
going to be.
Rush?
Yes.
With the top 10?
Yeah, I think it hit my 10.
What? I thought you argued against it like 3 categories ago with us.
Yeah, sometimes I don't like it.
What?
It's not 50, dude.
What is this?
Wild Hearts is a good one too.
Wolong
50.
Fallen Dynasty. No, I liked it more than that.
I like that game quite a bit. I think it would be my top 25 if I had to really rank them.
Age of Wonders 4.
I don't know what that is.
I know.
Let's go back to the forgotten games.
Oh, things we forgot. I didn't play Atomic
I mean,
Heart.
Diablo 4 is probably in my 50th. It's probably my 50th.
50's pretty low.
It's pretty low.
And I didn't have much fun playing.
Party Animals?
Party Animals
I
is
didn't play it.
definitely low.
Starfield.
Oh,
Oh.
that is mean.
No, okay. Legitimately, that
I mean,
is
that's
very
a
low down my
pretty
list.
good answer.
I played like 4 hours of that, and I was like, "This is a shoddy mess of an open world game." I went to No Man's Sky for a thing after that.
Are we in agreement?
Starfield's
Starfield's
probably
the
could be my
50th
50th
game of the year.
Yeah, I think if that ended up my 50th.
That seems that feels about
That's
right.
being generous for Starfield in my
I
list.
mean, there's a lot. It was a strong year. It's not. This is not an insult category.
I mean it as an insult, personally. I want it to be known that it's an insult.
I think.
Okay.
I liked Wild Hearts much
I think
better than
that's
Starfield.
completely reasonable.
I like Diablo 4 more. Starfield.
Yeah, I liked Hi-Fi Rush Wild Hearts more. Yeah.
I think it's
Starfield's
Starfield's the number 50 game of the year.
Congratulations.
So let's get Todd on the
we
horn.
got the awards, right? We're sending them out. Yeah.
Let's send him a little.
Todd, you got Fire Escape's number 50. Out of how many? Like 10.
Oh, that sounds worse.
I know.
Fire Escape's 50th
Fix your
Best Game of
trap.
the Year award goes to
Fix your fast
Starfield.
travel, buddy. Learn to make games.
Oh,
Go back to game school, dog.
Okay.
Just became such an ass.
I don't know why it launched into that.
God.
Dog.
All right, number 50. That's,
Fallout 3
You won
was
something.
your last good game.
I mean, doesn't Polygon do top 50?
yeah.
The 50th game was good, right?
Starfield was on it, yeah. The 50 game was, what was our number 50?
Oh, on Polygon?
Blasphemous 2 was upper 40s. What was number 50? Ah, shit.
Doesn't matter. Best game we played. Best game we played that didn't come out this year is our next category, and the nominees are
Cyberpunk 2077.
Hitman World of Assassination.
Mario Kart 8 Deluxe.
Death Stranding. Oh my God.
Total War Warhammer 3.
Half-Life Alex.
Factorio.
Suika game.
The Outfoxies.
God damn it.
The winner is...
Yeah, the Outfoxies.
Damn
yeah.
No.
Okay, wait, actually, out of curiosity,
A lot of these are personal.
as I think Mary, Jake, and I have been tooting at Half-Life Alex's horn for several years. What finally...
It was the MetaQuest 3 and the Steam Link VR situation. It gave me a very viable way to like play it off a 4090 PC on a wireless headset and going off a Wi-Fi. It just made it easy and looked good and performed good and had the space for it and everything. So like everything finally fell into place where it's like I can finally play this game right. Yeah. And it's actually like I'm still only just a few hours in. I haven't had time lately to play it, but like it's the main thing I want to go play once I'm past the new year and everything. Everything everyone said is right. It's fucking incredible. It is like basically a straight up Half-Life game with all
a
that
good
quality, and it's like it does VR in a way that's not a gimmick. It feels like the most real like VR fully fledged game I've ever played. Yeah, it's fucking incredible.
just the thing that always stands out for me is there's a part where you walk on like these banisters and you look down at people and you just pull out a grenade and you can pull the pin and just drop it and it's like, oh, that's so good.
The section where you're going through the dark tunnels with the explosive barrels, but also the ceiling.
Yes.
tunnel, and then
Shit,
you're
that's so
yeah,
smart.
And I just got like the flashlight thing, so I'm like holding the flashlight out and the gun, and there's a bunch of head crabs and stuff. It just feels so fucking good.
That game didn't seem with that Valve wasn't like, how do we make a good VR game? They're like, how do we make a good game? Oh, also it's in VR, so like how do we use that to exacerbate it as opposed to like how do we account for the fact it's in VR? When you're in those tunnels, that would have been a good level in a first-person shooter.
Yeah.
And
outside of
Half-Life
VR.
is notorious for innovating game design in its world. Like Half-Life 2 is one of the most innovative games of its time where it took mechanics and elevated it. The gun, the gravity gun, is that what it was called? I forget.
Yeah.
Is
2, yeah.
so fucking brilliant and just elevated game design. Half-Life Alyx does the same thing, but it does it for VR.
And also it like doesn't like there's tutorials, but you don't know you're doing tutorials. It just kind of naturally teaches you all
Yeah.
these things.
Shit.
And they do it in all the Half-Life games, but like Alex does it as well, and it just feels so natural. And it's
How amazing the gravity gloves feel when you just see stuff and you're just flicking it towards yourself and catching it, and it's just like, oh man,
The
every
gravity
part
gloves
of
are
it.
such a good.
Yeah.
The
You
gravity
remember the
guns are
boss
such a
fight
good
with the
dark
guy that
gloves.
can't see.
I'm not there yet. No. Oh, I'm so
shit.
excited to have more of this
Yeah.
to play. Okay, like
I'm assuming you've done like the North Star Hotel shit.
I don't know. I'm not super far. I'm just far enough. Like
if a couple hours, probably
wow.
not.
I have
quite
the like.
there.
I just got like the
North Star
flashlight,
Hotel
went
is,
through
like,
the sewer
midway?
stuff and everything.
Yeah.
I don't think I have, and I'm
Well,
already like
the hotel
super
is like
sold on it.
midway where it gets good, but also you start to start fighting. What's the enemy faction, whatever they're called.
Oh,
You start getting into
yeah.
like full on open gunfights. You're like, if you're in the right room, you can duck behind shit and like pop up. It's awesome.
Yeah, that's my pick. for
we
sure.
can
Well,
cut-
There's other good ones.
We
but
can cut Warhammer 3. I just put that on to be a mic.
I did not put Death Stranding on for the record. I don't
Neither
know.
did
Cut
I.
it then.
Okay.
That was not me either.
I think I put it on as a joke.
Oh, okay.
So we can cut both of those. No Death Stranding. I didn't play Death Stranding this year. If I did, it would have been the best game.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Foxy's is just incredible.
It's really fantastic.
I don't think Squeak is that great of a game.
Here do I.
I love it, but if it based
Compared,
on
no,
that,
no. I
sure.
like it, but compared to some of these on here, I don't think it's.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, these are heavy hitters here. Cyberpunk, Hitman, like, yeah, we can cut that. Factorio, Mary, I know you're enjoying it.
It's just a fucking fantastic game with like lots of replayability. It's actually kind of insane all the shit you can do in Factorio, and I never knew it existed. I wish I like learned about it when it came out. I don't know when Factorio came out, but
It was when it would have been like 2017, 2018, because I remember Benny was super into it.
it's pretty brilliant. I don't think that it hangs amongst the rest, so I'm willing to drop it.
I'm also willing to drop Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. I gave it its credit earlier for keeping it alive, but man, it's a great game. But there's other bigger things this year.
Why is Cyberpunk on here?
Phantom Liberty.
Phantom Liberty
2.0.
2.0.
But that Phantom Liberty did come out.
Yeah. But
I
Cyberpunk,
see what
came
you're
out.
saying.
Cyberpunk itself.
But if you're
yeah, but
playing,
so-
but
so-
this is on here because of Phantom Liberty, it doesn't count.
I understand your logic. Yeah, because like
The point of this category is that it did not come out this year, but we're playing it anyway.
But Hitman World Assassination we're playing because Freelancer mode came out.
I think that these are not in the right spirit of this category.
So okay, so
I think both.
are
of
you
these
saying
are
it needs to be okay? In that case, I would. I think we thrashed a few too soon, though. Then
Yeah.
I agree, but that's your fault.
we can
you
bring it back.
suggested cutting Factorio
Bring Suika game
and
back.
Suika game.
Bring Suika game back.
I will light you up.
Cut Cyberpunk and Hitman. Bring Suika game back. Yeah.
I guess I'm just saying, like,
No,
the
I get what you're
spirit of
saying.
this
I'm just like, don't blame me,
category
guy.
Is
Sure.
the spirit of this category is this game
Can
did
you,
not
can
come
you,
out, but
can
we're
you
obsessed with it.
All right, so we have Half-Life Alex,
Death
Suika
Stranding.
game, Death Stranding, and the Outfoxies. Death Stranding just came back.
Yep.
I mean, it's obviously the Outfoxies. So.
Yeah, I mean, as a dweeb main,
Yeah.
I just think that game is what,
No
94?
DLC, right? So it counts. They
That might
didn't
be
do
coming
any-
next year, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's safe, right?
Yeah. I mean, it totally is eligible here. So we cut Death
I
Stranding.
want to be playing Outfoxies right now.
And we can end the night with some Outfoxies.
begin the night with some Outfoxies.
So shit.
That's unbelievable.
Outfoxies and Alonga and Nebbiolo 2018? Are you kidding me?
Do we give it to Outfoxies?
Yeah. All right.
Judge,
call it.
Best game that we played that didn't come out this year goes to
Agree with this.
Outfoxies.
Oh, wow. The Outfoxies coming in with 2023 awards. Hell
Next
yeah.
year we'll give it to Squirrel Shit Shop Show or something.
Yeah.
Squirrel shit shop show.
Maybe we'll all come around to
You
it.
don't even know
Next-
the
Squirrel
fake
shit.
game that you're making up anymore.
Candy shop.
Can't even keep your bits in order.
Next category: most talky game of the year. Nominations, please.
Spider-Man 2,
Baldur's Gate 3,
Sea of Stars.
Final Fantasy 16,
Warhammer 40K Rogue Trader.
Octopath Traveler 2.
Like a Dragon Gaiden, the man who had a face but then forgot about it. I think that's not accurate.
I think it might be. I don't like the talking in Spider-Man 2. I don't like Peter Parker, but it's a very Dewey game. I think we cut that.
I would
You guys
also
keep
I
talking,
would also
okay.
argue Octopath Traveler 2 is not that talky. They get you into like they get you in, but it's like the dialogue's doesn't overstay its welcome.
I guess not, but you have to do like 8 introductions.
Well, that's the tough thing. It depends on who you start with.
Yeah.
Well, we can keep it on here. Warhammer 40K Rogue Trader. Holy shit! As a game, that's kind of the game I'm playing right now. It's Owlcat. They make some text-heavy RPGs. It's not just talky. It's a lot of text, like a lot.
I haven't played Like a Dragon, but all those games have like very long cutscenes.
They do, but I will say that this one in particular being shorter, it's like 11 hours long, you know, just in terms of sheer quantity. There's like, it is kind of front heavy with cutscenes and stuff. I've only played a couple hours, but like you kind of get to like beating dudes' asses pretty quick.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we can cut that.
Cut that. Maybe we cut Octopath. Mike kind of said.
Sure.
Cut it. Final Fantasy 16 has a lot of cutscenes that go on for a very long time. A lot of dialogue, a lot of like bouncing between quest givers to just tap X through conversations about collecting wood and stuff. So a lot of talking in that game.
Sea of Stars. How talky would you consider that?
It's pretty talky. There's a lot in there. It's pretty talky. I don't know if it's more talky than Final Fantasy or Warhammer.
I don't think it is. I feel like at least Sea of Stars like
It's
gets
an
you going.
RPG, you
Yeah.
know, like they talk a lot, but it's not. There's a lot of doey too. It's an RPG, so you're constantly like combat and doing puzzles. So I don't know if it holds water to these other three. Baldur's Gate has more talky than Sea of Stars comparatively.
It seems real fucking talky.
Dude, Baldur's Gate is a book.
Yeah.
Baldur's Gate might win. It's
I mean,
so talky.
to me, that from what I've seen, that seems like a winner.
Trying to think if there's like something, like maybe there's one that we forgot about that's just like, shut the fuck up. Because this game, this is kind of like about a game that like doesn't have to overstay its welcome, but it's so dialogue heavy
Yeah.
that sometimes it can even be draining.
But the thing with Baldur's Gate 3 is like it is very talky, but I feel like it is written in a punchy way. You're asked to be making decisions as you play through it, so it doesn't feel quite as locked in. You know, like I start a cutscene in Final Fantasy 16, and it's like I set down the controller, and it's like, all right, it's 15 minutes, 20 minutes of whatever the fuck's gonna happen here.
I have not played any of these really, so
I haven't played Warhammer, so
You can't hear you. He said, "I think of us four, and now he's walking over here to finish that sentence.
I think of us four, aside from Jake, maybe I have the highest tolerance for talky. Warhammer 40K Rogue Trader is real fucking talky.
I think it's the winner then.
I think it's great in a lot of the things it's doing. I think it's actually encouraging me to role play as an evil character if I want more than Baldur's Gate 3, but it's talky.
There we go.
That's a winner.
that's it.
I believe him.
Firescape's most talky game of the year goes to Warhammer 40K Rogue Trader. All right, and now the flip side here. I gotta extend the box here.
How did Squeaky get in here? It's not from this year.
That is true. We can cut that.
You keep putting it in.
That came out of the eShop this year.
All right, most dewy game of the year. And the nominations are
Super Mario Wonder,
Zelda: Tears of the Kingdom,
Armored Core 6,
Cocoon,
Pikmin 4,
Just Dance 2024,
Amnesia: The Bunker,
Outlast Trials,
Lethal Company,
Dave the Diver.
WarioWare, Move It. I don't know why I couldn't get that out.
Just saying.
Little Gator Game.
Suika game. I will actually don't cut Suika game, because when you look at when things are eligible for Game of the Year, it's always like North American release, and if the eShop release of Suika game was October this year, I think that's fully eligible, right?
It's-
Sure.
Yeah.
It's also really dewy.
Yeah.
I'm gonna throw a wrench in here Pikmin is not Dewey. It is.
What?
I agree. Pikmin has a lot of
it
talking
has
up front.
Oh, you're
dialogue
right.
options that I have to
You're-
skip every fucking morning. I have to
You know
skip
what?
every
It
time
gets-
I get anything.
Sure.
It stops me every time there's a new type of Pikmin. Every time there's a new type of fucking vegetable.
Some asshole that comes to the
It's
camp.
so fucking annoying.
Yeah,
I
okay.
hate the text in that
It gets
game.
better later on, but 1000%.
Yep,
It's
okay.
very Nintendo and like God.
And
stop.
Oh,
I
over
love this
tutorializing
game.
and
It's not Dewey.
You're completely
Easy
right.
cut.
Thank
100% right. Yeah. Ooh, Armored Core is very Dewey.
Yep. Armored Core.
Cocoon
Armored
is
Core is
the
like-
most Dewey.
You press A like 5 times in Armored Core to get through some dialogue, and then they're like, "All right,
Just
go fuck shit up."
Yeah, yeah. Dave the Diver's kind of talky at
It
times.
is talky,
Yeah.
actually. And like
cut
people
that.
always need something, and they're like, "We're sick. My wife is dying, and
Yeah,
she
oh.
needs some the leaves." I don't care. You
Babies.
know,
Yeah.
cut
Right?
it.
Mario Wonder
Tears?
gets to the
Tears kind of has.
It's got some
the
story.
whole
there.
intro
There's
is
a
you
lot of-
following Zelda slowly.
Yeah, there's a lot
Yeah,
of
people talk a
talking.
lot too.
Yeah.
They're always talking.
People.
Got Tears.
Cut tears.
I didn't play Just Dance.
Super Mario
2024.
Wonder. The plants talk to you.
But you're still doing
Yeah,
while
you're
they're
st-
talking. You have
It's
full
not
control.
hinder. It's not halting.
Yeah.
Just talking at me.
Yeah, you're still running and jumping and having a good time. They're not getting in the way of that.
There's just a lot on here, so start cutting.
Yeah.
WarioWare Move It is so fucking talky. They never shut up or let me do anything.
I mean, there are like the breaks where you have to do a yoga pose for a second in between doing. So
a lot of Dewey games here.
they're all very dewy. I'll say this: Armored Core is extremely dewy, but there is a decent amount of like, oh hey, aren't you mad about being a mech? Like stuff
It's
like you know,
true.
like weird story. I didn't
There's a
follow
lot
any
of
it.
dialogue in between the do, so I think
Yeah.
that's a cut. We
Yeah.
have to be a bit more aggressive here. There's like
Yeah.
9 games here.
All right, cut Armored Core.
If
These
it
are all
has
dewy
if it
games.
has text, get rid of it.
yeah,
I don't want to read a fucking word.
Oh, you know what? Justant is a dewy game, but there's a lot of fucking like notes.
Gone.
We can probably cut Outlast Trials then. You do get to like physically saw people's legs off in that game, which is kind of cool. But
Cut it.
yeah, you press buttons
Like
to
an
saw. but-
Judge Elvis over here being a weirdo.
Boy, Amnesia. How do they talk in
You
that?
read a lot of notes from people,
Get it outta here.
and you
Get it
have
the
to be
fuck
able
outta
to
here.
read to solve the puzzles.
Get it the fuck out of here.
You have to be able to read
I
to
want
play
to be
the
able
game.
to beat a Dewey
I
game.
rest
with
my
it.
case.
Yeah, I don't want to have
You
to know
should
how to
be
read.
so.
Intervene on your
You should be illiterate and be able to beat this game.
A
Case in
little
point,
Gator game. You're talking to people. You,
You
cut Little
have to
Gator
be
game.
able to read to
Yep,
play Little
yep,
Gator.
yeah.
It's out of
Cut
here.
Gator game.
That's a good metric.
Yeah,
Super
yeah.
Mario Wonder though, you need to.
You don't need to put Cocoon. I mean, Just
Dude,
Dance probably has
Cocoon,
menus.
The only word in Cocoon is the title
Cocoon by definition is like the epitome of a puzzle game
It's like
that
a one
conveys
button.
everything without fucking
Yeah.
talking.
Yeah. But I mean, a lot of it is you're just kind of like walking around carrying orbs, you know, like when I think of Dewey, I want a lot of things to do. Like Mario Wonder,
That's
you're
not the definition of Dewey. The definition of Dewey
No,
means
a
that
lot of things to do is sorry, interrupt. I agree. I
agree with
interrupted you.
who?
Mary.
Oh, okay.
No, continue. I'm so sorry. I interrupted. I got heated. I interrupted. I feel bad about it. I'm gonna
Don't
eat some
feel
jelly
bad.
beans. Continue.
the the description of Dewey means that you don't have to passively receive information. It means you're taking action as a player. And Cocoon is nothing but deciding and taking actions.
But there are times where I feel like I'm just kind of wandering in Cocoon. I'm like, what am I doing? You
That's
know?
Dewey, bud. Like wandering and the sake of figuring it out. I want you to really think about this for a second because I genuinely think this is a winner of this category. I don't think it's a top 3. I think it's the fucking winner, and I'm going to try and explain it.
Okay.
This game is putting you in complex puzzle scenarios, and it never in any capacity explains why you're there, what you're holding, what you're trying to accomplish. Everything is done by showing the player and then letting you figure it out. There's literally no text in the entire game.
Pretty thinky. I don't know how Dewey.
You can't add a third category. The concept is that you're either talking to the player or you're letting the player solve it on their own.
But I'm saying like Mario Wonder, every second I'm fucking running, jumping, wall jumping, doing
No.
a badge thing. What are you talking about?
Compared to the beginning of Cocoon, you're talking to people at the beginning.
Mario Wonder?
Comparatively,
cutscene. There's a cutscene.
Not much, not at all. Granted, not much at all. And then you get into some really fucking Dewey gamesman ship.
But like Cocoon, like I think Dewey like is great for like low attention spans. Where I'm just constantly yip woo 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 the
Yeah,
whole
but
time.
so is Just Dance by your definition. Just Dance is the exact same
You're
as what you're
just
talking
dancing.
about. It. All
Yeah, it's probably menus.
It's literally called Just Dance.
You been to Just Salad or Just Fans? What was it called?
No, just bulbs.
Just Bulbs?
Or just lamps,
Just
yeah.
lamps.
Chick, the concept again of a Dewey game is saying we are not going to tell you what to do. We're going to show you what to do. We're going to encourage you,
I mean,
and the player
Cocoon-
makes the decision. Cocoon solved serious design issues to encourage a player to figure it out with literally
Yeah.
no words or context.
It is like the thing it does the best.
it's
is
literally
yeah.
its purpose. Like Cocoon was built for this category.
I'm gonna cut Lethal Company because at the beginning they give you a note that you have to read to understand.
Oh fuck that. Yeah.
Yeah,
As a part of our rules,
and well, there's a terminal you have to use
Get
too.
it
You
outta
have
here.
to read the terminal, so it's gone. It's gone.
I'll say WarioWare, like there are like little cutscenes when you go into a new story mission and you do have to do yoga poses between
It's gone.
stuff. Yeah. Yeah.
Although I'd rather have that than Just Dance because there's menus you have to
dude,
read.
Just
Yeah.
Dance is annoying. I'm just saying, like all your arguments for Just Dance
Yeah, get rid of
also
Just Dance.
work
Well,
for
there.
those. But I would rather cut Just Dance.
Dude, cut Just Dance, and then we have Mario, Cocoon, and Suika game. Oh wait, no, we and WarioWare. Oh,
You
we're
have
cutting
to-
Mario. We're cutting
You have to
WarioWare.
choose Wonder or Suika.
Wait,
Well,
cut
no.
War-
Wait, you're willing to
WarioWare.
cut WarioWare over Suika?
Suika, Cocoon, Mario.
That's nuts.
Most do we like? There is more like talking in WarioWare. Suika game, you're just fucking
But
dropping
it's not
fruits.
so much about. I just want to like. If there's some text, it doesn't mean it's not
I
eligible.
mean, there's a little bit of story.
There's Suika in the beginning. It explains how to play the game with text.
like 3, 2.
Oh, I needed him. When the world needed him the most, he was there.
I got some things.
Cocoon.
Cocoon, baby.
All right, yeah.
All right.
That's not even
work.
what we were arguing over.
Judge, he doesn't care.
He's
Judge
the
Jake
judge.
doesn't give a
He's
shit.
the judge.
He knows what you're really
Exactly.
arguing
You
about.
weren't
even
arguing
when you're not
over it, and I
saying
was like, okay, we gotta go. Most Dewey game of the year goes to Cocoon.
I can fucking.
Oh my God, these just keep going.
We did a lot.
I learned a valuable lesson about the amount of categories that we need.
This one will be contentious.
Oh God.
I haven't played any of these
Wait,
games.
put squirrel
I'll
shit on
fucking
there.
fight you over so many
Put
of
what?
these.
Squirrel shit.
Oh,
No,
put squirrel shit.
You've
candy shop.
already done this to me.
It's still funny.
It was the most merry ass game.
All right.
Oh, can you put?
Where is Frog with a limp?
Lisp. It's Lisp.
Lisp.
Frog,
Yeah, yeah.
Frog, both of the. Oh,
Frog with a lisp.
Frog with a limp is the sequel.
Yeah. He fixes the lisp and gets his leg hurt.
Injures his leg.
All right, our next category is Coziest Game of the Year. And the nominations are
Chia.
Jasant.
Little Gator Game.
Pikmin 4.
Cocoon.
Dave the Diver.
Mineko's Night Market.
Venba.
Suika Game.
Chance of Sonar.
Armored Core 6, Fires of Rubicon.
Squirrel Candy Ass Shop or whatever, aka
We
Squirrel Shit
already
Candy Shop.
had a joke. Get rid of Squirrel Candy Ass Shop.
It's pretty cozy.
It's not. It doesn't exist.
Well,
I'm really stressed talking about it.
that's the
Look,
point.
it sounds like a stressful
It's-
game for you.
Why are you stressed? This is your category. You should have fun
Ruined
with
my
this.
category.
Armored Core is pretty cozy.
Where's
You
my
guys suck.
Where's my grandma crocheted me a blanket? Because that was probably my favorite cozy game of 20.
The purpose of this category is that you don't have to think while you play it. And if you've had a really bad day, it's like the game that you reach for to calm you. A good example of that would be something like Pikmin 4, which is like really calming and won't stress you out. Although Pikmin can die in that, so that can be stressful. Another good example would probably be Dave the Diver or like Little Gator Game. Like there's
Yeah.
nothing stressful in Little Gator Game. Like you're not going to get stressed
Extremely
playing
low
that game.
stakes.
My uncle left me his bicycle and his will. Is a really good one too.
That's on Itch.io, right?
Is this too late for this garbage?
It's the perfect time for it.
Cut
ideal
Armored
time.
Core.
What?
What?
How do we feel about that? Cutting
I'm
over
mad at you.
Oh, Fires of Rubicon? Is it cozy?
It's a cozy title, at least.
Every part of this
Armored
title is
Core,
stressful.
Roman numeral 6. Fires of Rubicon.
all
Roman numerals is
stressful.
not going to be cozy.
My brain felt real good playing that game.
Yeah.
Real cozy.
God,
Should we add outboxies?
I hate you guys.
I would actually also say Chance of Sonar is not that cozy.
It's a lot of
you
thinking.
You're meeting like new people whose language you don't speak. I
get
feel like
chased in
by
it.
definition, that game is about you literally going out of your comfort zone every time you ascend the tower.
Okay.
Also, Venba, I love that game.
Would you probably not call it cozy? It deals with
yeah.
some stressful topics, including like there's like race issues, there's like parental disagreement issues, there's some tough topics that I would say can like upset people. But I think it's absolutely worth
doesn't sound
playing.
Parts of it were cozy. It's great, but I don't know that I'd call the whole game cozy. It's more about thinking. It made me think about my family and my heritage in a way that was not cozy. It was like kind of challenging.
Yeah, do you remember like it kind of has like a Papers, Please vibe to it, where
Yeah.
like when you played that, you'd be like, man, the world's kind of messed up and there's
Yeah.
problems. Like Venba does that to you. So I agree with you. I think the cooking part is very cozy, but I'm fine with removing it.
In Dave the Diver, you can suffocate and sharks can eat you.
Yeah, I don't think Dave the Diver's cozy. I think it's
Agreed.
Yeah, okay.
I also think now that I've talked about it, Pikmin with the Pikmin dying.
That game can get stressful.
It could be like-
Dandori Trials.
Oh,
So
hell
stressful.
yeah.
Get rid of
I
it.
love it.
I love it, but
Yeah.
it's not cozy.
Cocoon has boss fights that are not easy.
The checkpoints aren't great either on the boss fights.
Yeah. No one probably played Mineko's Night Market, but it's so cute. You like find stuff in the world and then you make crafts with it and then you sell it in a night market.
That's
That's
pretty cozy.
much it. It's pretty freaking cozy. There's like side stories, but nothing is intense or stressful.
I think keep that. I'd say Jasant. It is cozy, but like there is
What? You're the most Kansas pronunciation.
Jasant.
Jusant.
Jasant.
Jusant.
Juice.
I mean, there is always a thing of like, oh god,
That ant's
my,
got some juice.
my grip's about to fall out. I need to find a new place to anchor my thing to right away. Like, you know, it's cozy-ish, but it's more stressful than others here.
Okay. Chia's pretty cozy.
Yeah,
In Chia, when you learn how to play music, it gives you beats to play notes to. And then there's a side on the bottom that goes, we're not going to punish you because any music is good music.
Yeah.
So, like, play it to the beat or not, man. Like, live your life. And then you just play whatever you want, which I think is super cool.
It's really cozy. You just run around on docks doing flips in the water, turn into a bird.
I
Like,
think
it's-
Chia is probably the coziest game here.
I think so,
It's
too.
really pure. There's nothing stressful in it.
I would cut Suika because when it gets pretty filled up and you're freaking out about, oh, this fucking thing's going to turn into a persimmon and bounce out all my cherries and I'm going to die.
I
Yeah.
agree. Okay.
Yes.
Chia winner?
Chia wins.
Firescape's coziest game of the year goes to Chia.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Thank you for not.
Oh my god, there's still
Completely-
more.
That squirrel shit's cozy.
No, this is the last.
Oh my God.
Do we
This
want to do a little bit of a promo? This is the last category before
Top
our top
10.
10.
Yeah.
This is the last category before our
There we go.
Game of
Jeez.
the year.
We've only been going for 6 hours.
5 hours and 45 minutes.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Didn't we go for how long did we go last year?
5.5, I think, but we cut it down. I think it ended
Yeah.
up like almost 5 hours, maybe.
I think we're about on track with where we've been in the past.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, the final category before we get into the game of the year is best game to look at. And the nominees are
Alan Wake 2,
Armored Core 6 Fires of Rubicon.
Pikmin 4,
Spider Man 2,
Star Wars Jedi Survivor.
Super Mario Wonder,
Resident Evil 4 Remake,
Octopath Traveler 2.
Sea of Stars,
The Seven Mysteries of Hanjo. What? That came
Paranormal
out
Site.
of nowhere.
Paranormal Site.
Who is she?
What character did he put into there? Like some Kristen Wiig character. Like, what?
It can't wait.
It's like 12:30. We've been drinking for 5 hours. Who in the fuck is
longer
this?
than that. Chance of Sonar.
Mortal Kombat 1.
Street Fighter 6.
Dead Space.
Now play with your food.
Oh, Australian. I like it.
Nar.
Australians like, where's the car? New Zealanders, we like, where's the car? Pikmin 4 is not a good game to look at. It's not.
Shut the fuck up.
It's not.
You see those weird little puckers? They're
It's
great.
not. Yeah, they're weird. I love that game with all my heart.
No, the fucking lovingly rendered like Game Boy Advance SP you're
That
carrying.
game
like,
looks like Micro Machines on N64.
I
It's
agree.
not a good
I
looking
agree.
game.
It's not on par.
it's not gonna hang, but
Thank
it's
you.
a delightful game to look at.
Slash that shit.
Chances in are.
That game's good looking.
There's a lot on here, so I just want to start saying, like, don't be precious. If it's not, you don't think you can fight for it to be in the top 3.
All right, here I'll kill my baby again. Here, Mario Wonder. It's a good looking Mario game. It's got a slight better look than.
Why did you kill like one of the best? Okay.
Because like
Yeah,
look,
Mary,
we're-
didn't you want to add this too?
we're making the hard decicions here.
I think Mary wanted to add it. Didn't you want to add this one too? We added it, I think, because you, right?
It's a really good looking game.
Which one?
Mario Wonder.
No,
Yeah,
all
Mario
of
Wonder's
these
good
look
looking.
great. All of these look great.
Can we veto you removing it?
Me? Sure. Yeah,
Why
we got
are
4
you
of us.
big Mario Wonder.
I'm trying to be a big person
Star Wars
here.
Jedi Survivor. Get it out of here.
Yeah, it looks like Star Wars.
Yes.
I'm gonna cut Paranormicite. The 7 Mysteries of Hanjo.
Sure.
Thank you. What is that? What is it? Where? Who put
We
that
had
in
a
there?
discussion about it.
I don't. I have no memory of
Mortal Kombat 1 looks great, but compared to a lot
Not
of these,
gonna hang.
Yeah.
I also think Street Fighter 6 is in that
Same.
category. Dead Space also, yeah, it's not gonna hang.
this. Chance of Sonar is not gonna make
That's the most
it.
Kansas. It's not
Sonar.
Sonar.
It's a pretty game. It's not hanging with the top 3. And I also think Nar, Play With Your Food, a pretty game. I'm
Yeah.
glad you put it as a nom. It's not a top 3.
Sure, it's some real good looking renderings of food and that you can interact with.
Yes.
Yeah. Octopath, I would say Octopath. It looks great, but it looks like the first one.
By that metric, sure.
Right, it's
I still think
objectively
it's gorgeous.
Of course, no one's arguing that. But yeah,
So are we cutting Octopath
It
Traveler
has to
too?
be, but like, what if Octopath Traveler 2 continues to be better looking than everything that everybody else is doing?
We need to have a bit more in our description of best game to look at.
it can be artistic. It can be graphical fidelity.
Here's my question.
It can be.
Here's a genuine question. Armored Core 6, aesthetically and story-wise, is supposed to look like war-torn and gray
Yeah.
and dismal. What about it is very good to look at for you?
I just love when there's like those big fucking like that big
The
building you kill
AT-AT
and
mech
like oh
that you,
god.
and you walk away and
That's
it
fun. And you go
explodes
into it.
behind you.
Yeah. It-
Fuck, that was cool.
Yes, and the
that's
design
cool,
of like
but
when
what does
you're,
it
when
look
you're
like?
altering your like mechs and stuff like that, like
It
all
looks-
the different parts, like
it
ooh,
looks
look at this
good.
cool head, look at this tank treads on my fucking.
I would keep Armored Core before I would like get rid of Super Mario Wonder before I get rid of Armored Core.
Yeah.
Because
I'd be
it's
with you on
so
that. That's
fine.
I'd be
spectacular
with
what
you
they
on
were able
that.
to achieve.
That's fine.
I think either Octopath or Sea of Stars or both need to go.
Why? Those are the two best looking here.
Sea of Stars looks
seen it
pretty
before.
incredible.
Have you seen the map of Sea of Stars?
Yeah.
Not the map.
All right,
I
let me just can I just show you what it looks
Okay.
like, and then you can be like, ah.
Okay, so we'll cut Octopath. Yeah.
I think Octopath looks good, but that 2.5D, I feel
Okay.
like we've seen so much of.
HD 2D.
If we have to, yes, I think if Sea of Stars was not here, I think Sea of Stars is the only thing to show me why Octopath is not gorgeous. I think Sea of Stars, like, all right, the 2D does like still work on an elegance level that Octopath does not.
I'm on like an anime.
I'm fine cutting Octopath. Let's get rid of Octopath, even though it's really good looking. Octopath looks so much better than Resident Evil 4 Remake, though.
Nah.
Oh, Resident Evil 4 Remake looks so realistic. Do you have any idea what we had to contend with in Kansas when we fought these monsters and chainsaw
What the hell are you talking
You
about?
have no idea how realistic it is.
That's
I
my whole
love
argument.
Nintendo games, and it's not Nintendo. I don't know what I'm doing.
Are you doing
I
Mike
think
Minotti again?
WarioWare should win prettiest game to look
I
at.
mean, I
Have
like
you
looking at it.
seen Barry? What's the character's name in Super Mario RPG? Barry?
Booster?
Mallow?
Booster.
A booster.
Yeah.
No, I'm right about him.
Have you seen the show Barry?
Yeah, it's very good.
It's very good.
Not the best last season, but yeah.
It's so bad.
Bad last season.
Did you
Yeah.
not like the last season?
Not so much, no.
The whole show's bad.
No, it's a good show.
That Ron Lilly, that episode's awful. No. What is she doing? I'm vamping, waiting
She's,
for her. She's
looking
taking
up
so
a
long.
map.
I'm really struggling because
Spider-Man 2 is. I
come back to
Spider-Man
me.
2 looks good, but it's unremarkable in this grand scheme of things. Like I don't know that it's.
I would say it looks better than Alan Wake 2. Alan Wake 2 looks great, but
I don't.
Alan Wake 2.
Alan Wake 2 looks
you know what?
incredible.
Actually, the
Plus all the
interiors,
multimedia and like how they incorporate
like in the diner, like all the fucking like every little like pie and the reflections on the like.
Would it be fair to put Armored Core versus Spider-Man?
Armored Core is more interesting to look at than Spider-Man 2. Spider-Man 2 looks like Spider-Man 1, which is a fucking like technical marvel.
Boring
New York
too.
is-
Yeah. You've seen it before. You've seen it before. That's it.
Thanks. Spider-Man looks good, but
Alan Wake 2 is more interesting to look at. So is Armored Core.
What about Armored Core, Spider-Man 2, or Resident Evil 4 remake? Which one stands out?
RE4 remake looks fucking good.
It does look good.
I'd say Spider-Man 2 is kind of the most like we've kind of seen it before of all
Yeah.
these.
as much as it looks great,
Yeah, amazing.
what other gamer are going to be fucking
show
flying across the Manhattan Bridge at that fidelity? It looks great. But,
Trying to show it in a video instead of in an image because I think the video really shows how cool it is.
I forgot what you were doing.
I think Sea of Stars map.
Yeah, so like, I don't know if that's gonna rotate, but like,
It looks great.
a sleepy dragon. Hold on, did it? Oh, it stopped already. It like has like a sleepy dragon inside of it, in the map, and then. Alright, I failed.
It looks really
No,
good. I played
get-
some of
I'm
it.
not
yeah.
doing a good job.
There's 4 left. Alan Wake 2, Armored Core 6, Resident Evil 4 Remake, Sea of Stars. I still,
try again.
I 1000% get how Armored Core 6's aesthetic works for it.
Yeah.
The weird parallel I always come back to is it reminds me of the militaristic mercenary kind of Metal Gear Solid 4 vibe.
Sure.
It works. I get it. And it looks great when you're fighting a boss. However, it's such a gray, war-torn palette.
It's
And
kind of
then,
empty too.
yeah.
Like the environments.
And you do return to some of these environments pretty often for different missions, if memory serves. From my, when you're taking out the anti-air artillery batteries in the city up front, and then that's beside the point. I just think Alan Wake 2, Resident Evil 4 Remake, and Sea of Stars all have their own like vivid personality. That Armored
I
Core has.
can get behind that. Yeah.
But then you do Armored Core like you're designing.
Couldn't get it as a video, but like it's fucking rad. There's this sleeping dragon
Right.
in the map.
What's the best?
Did I
one?
lose?
No.
Resident Evil 4.
Oh my god! I blacked out for a while.
We're down to Alan
Your
Wake
flight's
2.
taken off in an hour.
We're down to Alan Wake 2, Resident Evil 4, and Sea of Stars.
What? We lost Armored Core.
You were looking up a map. Yeah.
Fought for her.
Oh.
Well, okay, if we kept Armored Core, what would you cut from Sea of Stars, Resident Evil 4, and Alan Wake 2?
Would you cut Sea of Stars for Armored Core? We've seen pixel art before.
Oh my god. Give me a second. Sea of Stars is art. I think that
So cut it.
Armored Core is graphically very impressive. Like it's a technical achievement. I feel like no one will agree with me, but I think it's visually cooler than Resident Evil.
I would take that over anything else. I think Resident Evil 4 like is crisp and
Yeah,
clean,
they did a great job. It's
but
fucking
like
awesome.
I think Armored Core 6 has more of a personality than Resident Evil 4 Remake.
I guess I'm a huge mark for like this game I know so well, and all of a sudden, holy shit, everything
does
looks
look
so
good.
much better. Like that has a real impact. For
I'm
me.
fine with these 3. I was saying if Mary wanted Armored Core 6 back on there, you two kind of outvote us because you feel strongly about it. But it's just, what do you want to remove?
Armored Core or Sea of Stars. Mary.
And do you agree with me that Sea of Stars, like, am I fighting this alone?
I want Sea
No,
of Stars on there.
I think
No,
it should
we
be
both
top
do.
3 as well.
Okay.
I think that should
I
win.
would much prefer Sea of Stars over Armored Core, but I didn't play a lot of Armored
It's Sea
Core.
of Stars and Alan Wake 2 for me, but it's a matter of like what do you
And
want
we all
to
agree
not-
Alan Wake has to be in there.
It looks really fucking good.
I think we'd be stupid to put
especially
Alan Wake
like
too.
especially the fact that they can nail this Twin Peaks True Detective season 1 vibe, but also in the same game get this taxi driver 70s New York
While
dreamscape.
infusing all of the live action
It's-
stuff.
Yeah.
and
It's technically impressive to do it. I agree. This is hard. This is, you know what, guys? Game of the year is hard.
I know.
Nah, let's leave it the way it is.
Right.
Okay.
I'm upset though.
Okay. And we give it to
Because of what we just said, my vote's for Alan Wake 2.
it's really sharp. Yeah.
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 We all feeling good about Alan Wake too?
I'm good with that.
All right. Firescape's best looking game. Before I smack the hammer,
Just
you have
gavel
anything
it. I'm not gonna win this. Also, I'm tired.
to say? All right. Best game to look at is Alan Wake 2. Ooh, yeah.
Are we doing
okay,
top
cool.
10 now?
Oh shit.
This is it.
We just name a bunch of games that are potential contenders.
Do we want to max out at a certain number?
No, let's not get ridiculous here. Let's name games that could potentially be in our top 10. So maybe it's 20, 25, 30.
So, okay. I want to nail one thing down though. Hitman Freelancer, Cyberpunk. Does that count?
No.
They did not come out this year.
Mary
They
will
are.
kill me.
Well,
Wait,
those
but-
did,
okay,
but the original game.
We pulled Phantom Liberty and Hitman from another category because they had stuff that came out this year.
I just don't want Mary to kill me here. So
Jake's logic works. We literally pulled them.
That was
because-
your rule too. You wanted to pull them
because they came out this year. You said it wasn't viable for best game we played this year. That didn't come out this year.
It works for.
She's making shit up.
Yeah.
oh wow.
But it's a remake remaster. That's its time to shine.
No.
Also,
Phantom
I-
Liberty's not a.
No.
Okay, so-
Neither of those are remake remasters.
Okay, so here was my argument. My argument wasn't that it wasn't valid. My argument was, are you playing the original game, or
for
are
that
you
category,
playing
I
the
agree,
remaster?
But for this one, Phantom Liberty or
I'm just saying I'm not being picky and choosy. I'm saying like if you played the original Cyberpunk because of the update, then that would have been valid.
for that category, I agree.
Yeah.
No argument there. But
But Phantom Liberty came out this year. And
As
I
did
played that
Freelance
this year
mode.
as freelance mode. I didn't play any of like World of Assassination. I just played
Are those-
freelancer.
are those
Not saying it's up to me. You know,
available
like,
It's
for
not
Game
up
of the
to
Year?
me
Well,
either.
you are the judge.
This is
I
a
am the judge.
Yeah, we got
this is a fire escape decision that I think has
Let me-
serious
I'll put it this way.
implications.
I don't like. I think Phantom Liberty should be eligible, but for me, it's not my top 10.
Phantom
not
Liberty
gonna fight
and
for it.
Freelancer mode should be eligible, I think.
Okay.
Not Hitman World
Is it
Assassination
because
or-
they're so substantial upgrades that they've like literally made them new games?
Yeah.
Is that what
Kinda.
I'm arguing?
like
part of the
I
game,
don't
but they're
think
standalone
Return.
experiences for that game, I guess. Not standalone, but they are like separate experiences.
Yeah, it's like, Mario Kart 8 isn't going to be on here because they added some new courses, but like this feels like a different game with Hitman and
I
Cyberpunk.
understand. I think Judge Jake should make the final call. I'm okay with it.
I think both of them count.
Okay, so let's start naming
I think it's
stuff.
a case by case basis too. Like I think if you just start adding DLC, I'm going to say like no. I think it's like, is this a
Phantom
fucking
Liberty's
completely new product?
substantial.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me get these two down and then just start firing some off.
And then we're going to be eventually moving stuff up to a ranked listing. So we're going to have to start like separating stuff here.
I agree. Let's be reasonable here. Don't just
Okay,
name things
let's
that you
name
love.
Obvious things.
Total War Warhammer 3.
Tears of the King.
Zelda.
Wonder Area 4. What's that game called?
Age of Wonders.
Age of
4.
Wonder.
Oh, God.
Tears of the Kingdom.
We sure?
So start typing. Alan Wake 2.
tired. I gotta go play my cozy game in
I hate you.
grandpa's a frog.
My Grandpa's a Frog was my game of the year.
Yeah.
Baldur's Gate.
Yes.
Yes. Armored
Pikmin
Core,
4.
Pikmin 4, Armored Core,
Why did you say it like that?
Man.
Armored Core 6, Mario Wonder,
Dredge.
Cocoon.
How do you spell cookie?
COC.
two O's, one C. No.
That's fine.
Well, two C's when they cut out that second. There's two, not three C's.
That's fine. Who cares?
Nah.
He also wrote.
Ah, unzip
God,
me.
that's too many C's.
Oh, he unzipped me. Ow. I find the plastic bag
Resident
for a
Evil
helmet.
4 remake.
Yeah. What are we forgetting here?
Look at my list.
Yeah, let's get some
let me look at
fatties
mine.
in
Well,
here.
mine's WarioWare, but I'll be gracious to not include that. Wow, we're being so conservative with this.
Well, it probably will get out of hand, but I think we should let's not just start fucking naming out whatevs. Like it should. There's good stuff to go with.
Okay, here's my top 10. Dave the Diver.
Dave the Diver.
Mortal Kombat. I feel like Mortal Kombat. Realistically, does anyone else care about Mortal Kombat 1 besides me?
I do.
No.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
I
put it on,
think
put it on,
like
put it
Top
on.
10-ish, yeah.
I
Put it-
think
put it
like
on.
Street Fighter 6 came out this year. If we're gonna talk about a fighting game,
Put both.
man, Street Fighter 6.
Put both.
Yeah,
I
okay,
prefer
we'll do both.
MK, but yeah, put
Same.
them both. Yeah. Mario RPG.
Oh God. There it is.
God,
Dead Space. I feel like we cut that
I
from
don't.
too many
That's not.
categories.
That's not making top 10.
Yeah.
Seems really good right there.
Mm.
What else? Hi-Fi Rush.
Yeah, throw it in there.
No, right? No.
It's not gonna make it.
Starfield. Okay.
Because there's gonna be ones that we like severely disagree on. Like I know Hi-Fi Rush ain't gonna make the top 10.
No, we can cut that right away.
I'm trying to avoid like putting things on where we're like, I know it's not gonna make the top 10, and it's like, well then.
Well, we need to start knocking off the lower tier here. So we need to
Yeah.
look at this list and start like cutting things down. So what's the worst game we have? These are all, for the record, great games. What is the one that would drop off first? Can you scroll down?
Yeah, sorry.
Let's see. Hi-Fi Rush is not making it, right?
Yeah, it's
None
not
of
gonna
us
make
like
it.
it. Yeah.
I like it. It's not gonna make it.
So Jake, I would say just kind of like enter down, like kind of knock them down to a different
Just
tier.
get rid
like-
of it. Yeah.
Yeah, like that. Yeah. Okay. Oh God, that's hard. Jake, I know you feel very strongly about Phantom Liberty, right?
Phantom Liberty is definitely in my top 10. But
Can-
if it's in, no one else played it, right? Like
I
you
played.
a
I
couple
like
hours.
it.
But you really like 2.0, but that's not really what we're talking
I
about.
played a
here.
decent amount, and I
Phantom
really like
Liberty
it.
from what I played.
Like,
I don't think
I
it's
don't think
gonna
it'll be
make our
top
top
10.
10.
I don't think it
Can
will.
you also number these bullet points? Just so that we
Well,
no. I'm not. We're
to
not
know how
ordering
many
them.
so we know
It's
how
so
many
I
are
know how
there.
many we have.
Okay.
That's its only purpose.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
How do I easily do that?
You highlight all of them, and then you go to
Format.
your options, and instead of the dots, you hit the numbers.
I'm too tired for this shit.
Is there any world where Spider-Man makes it into our top 10?
I don't think so.
Yeah. Put it on there.
You
Yeah?
can put it in.
There's some games on here.
It would be.
I can't imagine, but
I can't figure it out.
Wait, do it one more time. Highlight those and then format.
Use this.
I think a key thing is this is our top 10 as Fire Escape. And so
Isn't there like
anything that we all feel strongly about, I think there's a real premium attached to that.
No, but
Here we go.
I feel like it would be helpful to like a 16 here.
We need to cut to 6.
We need to cut 6, and we're not even including Hitman. No, wait. I
No,
guess
that's
that
on
is
there.
one.
Yeah, it's on there, yeah.
No, yeah.
Well,
Okay.
that's part of it, yeah.
Oh my god.
That's okay.
Love formatting. It's great.
So we were talking about Cyberpunk 2077. I don't think we should stop talking about this. Is this genuinely something we're going to put in our top 10 when
It's
we
not-
haven't played it?
It's not in my. I mean, I have played it. I would say 5 to 10 hours, and I think it's really fucking good. And I think it's a great story of how they turned it around. But we have to make hard cuts here. All these are going to be hard cuts.
Street Fighter 6. I didn't play it.
Didn't play a lot of it.
Cut it.
This format is so fucked. I don't
That's
understand what's happening.
Cut Street Fighter 6. Unless you... How do you
No, we can cut it. It's fine.
I mean, I'm sure it's amazing.
It is very good.
It's an honor to be nominated.
Okay.
I like Mortal Kombat 1 a bunch.
I do too.
Is it top 10 for us?
It's in my top 10 for sure, but I think this is like
for us.
me and you. Like,
We cut Street Fighter.
If me and you, if two of us really like a game, that's decent enough.
I love MK1. And I feel like you're liking it a lot, but I mean that's still half of us, and I think there's probably gonna be stronger.
Well, how about would you rather cut Mortal Kombat 1? I'm asking all of you, or Spider-Man?
Spider-Man? Get the fuck out of here.
Wow. See, that's a good question,
Yeah, that
right?
is,
Like,
yeah.
let's start like.
Would you rather cut? Do you two like Spider-Man enough to keep it, or do we want to cut both of them? I like Spider-Man a whole fucking bunch, but I
really
also
good.
realize it's not doing anything like groundbreaking. Well, it's doing quite a lot, but
It's incredibly polished.
top 10 though. Like Spider-Man 2 might be a good number 11 if that were a thing.
Yeah. I'd rather keep MK1 over Spider-Man.
Okay.
I mean, how do you feel?
You want Spider-Man up there?
I didn't play it. Oh, I have no say in that.
Okay.
I did play Mortal Kombat 1 and couldn't even finish the story. So
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would default to you guys on which one of those you want to keep. But they're both like,
I'm fine keeping Mortal Kombat.
I'm
I'm fine
Edge.
keeping it for now, but also like again, if you
If we
didn't
want
love
to,
it,
if we want to
and Mary
axe
didn't
into some
play it,
stuff, I'm fine cutting both of them.
we have to cut 4. So
I would not fight cutting Mortal Kombat 1.
Same. It would be for me. It would be Phantom Liberty or Mortal Kombat at this point.
Phantom Liberty, it's just tough because like one of us has played it and loved it. One of us
Yeah.
has played some and likes it a
That's
lot.
why
I
I'm
think
like,
we kind of already. I was
I
just
think we've
slow
got.
on the.
I think we've given it a lot of love. and
We
good
have.
points
It's a
tonight.
great achievement. Yeah. Again,
Mario
all
RPG.
these are awesome.
Mario RPG. You guys want that top 10 potentially?
It's very much in mine, but I feel like I'm definitely the strongest supporter of that game here. So I won't.
I think it would be in my top 10 more so than.
Yeah. What would you cut here?
I mean, Cocoon, Mario Wonder, both those games didn't quite.
Mario
Catch
Wonder.
me the
Mario
way-
Wonder is my like. I realize that's the one I would battle for, but
That's
that's very much me not liking Mario 2D platforming.
Well,
Which again, that's such a like institutional thing for me, as opposed to like, oh, Mario Wonder should be in our top 10. I don't connect with it. which
before
I
we
can't-
do
I
that,
think
because
that's where I'm
I
at.
feel very strongly about Mario Wonder.
Yeah.
Before we do that, let me offer up because Jake, based on what you said, Cocoon, I think it does some things incredibly smartly. Like you were talking about earlier in the Dewey category.
yeah.
I've rarely seen a game that tutorializes so elegantly without kind of a bunch of text boxes and shit. Like it's a very smartly made game.
Yeah.
And there are moments in that game where you have those aha moments of like, oh shit, I can take this orb and I'm back here and then the laser passes and then I get like, there are those great puzzle moments in that game. I think I'm saying if we got to cut something, especially if Jake didn't,
resonate with it. Between Cocoon and Dredge, how are you guys feeling?
I would
I
drop
like
Dredge.
Dredge a lot
I
more.
want-
But
Okay, let me point out the glaring thing for me.
okay.
I love Resident Evil 4. I've never played Super Mario RPG. The fact I'm not one of those people who says remakes should not be like a new thing, but like I
Let me put it this way. If you're talking about the remakes,
Yeah.
RPG and RE4, I love both of them, both in my top 10 for sure. RE4 is definitely the one that stays.
Yeah.
So Super Mario RPG, that's my question is should it be top 10? I don't know.
I can see the argument for dropping. Honestly, it's so great, and I had such a good time playing it.
I think there's so much more argument. And having not played Super Mario RPG, the remake, I'm like, there must be more of an argument for Cocoon. Like, do we want to get to that point now, or we're like, do you want to argue for two remakes in the top 10?
I think Mario RPG is a better game than Cocoon, but it's a remake that didn't change a whole lot.
Oh, also, we need to cut 2 because there's 2 number
Yeah,
ones.
this is this is a lie. He just can't format. For shit.
I'm up
really
for keeping
can't.
Resident Evil 4 remake, having not played Mario RPG.
I think we definitely keep RE4 remake.
Yeah.
I fixed it.
Can you copy
doing
it and put it under Mario
No, it's
RPG?
fine. But there's 12 technically.
So copy that, get rid of that one.
Would you keep
Enter
Super Mario
after
RPG?
Mario RPG, and then get that in there. Yeah, there we
You
go.
did it.
Thanks.
I honestly, I think Dredge is my cut at this point. Dredge or Mario RPG. And I love Mario RPG.
I would fight to keep Dredge.
Yeah,
Okay.
Dredge is one of my favorites of the year, I think.
And you know what? Dredge, as much as I kind of fell off it, it does have some new ideas and everything. Mario RPG is a pretty straightforward remake. I would be fine with getting rid of Mario RPG.
I think we're cutting it.
Okay.
There's one more to cut.
What a crazy experience. I'm
So I'll
blown away.
take a shot.
I'm blown away. Okay. One more.
I think we cut Dredge at this point.
He says it so
Yeah.
with such solemnity. He's like, it's gonna pain me, but
I'm gonna fight for it.
I would cut.
God.
The thing is, I didn't play a lot of Armored Core, and I didn't play a lot of Dave the Diver, which isn't a good reason to cut either of those
I
games.
fell off
but I
of
stopped
Armored
playing
Core, but
both
I
of
really
those
liked
games
it.
because I wasn't super into them.
I only played I didn't play that much Armored Core.
I loved watching when you streamed it,
I
and
was
you had that
obsessed
moment.
with
You were like,
it when we played
okay.
it. Yeah,
like,
it was really cool. I had a moment,
Yeah,
which
I
is
saw-
why I wouldn't fight it being in the top 10. I think it's a
Oh,
rad
I think Armored
game.
Core is top 10. Yeah. I think if we're talking about the ones that may be on the cutting block, I would offer up Dredge, Cocoon, and Baldur's Gate 3.
You sad little
I'm
man.
kidding.
Hitman?
Dredge, Cocoon.
How much of us have played Hitman?
I was-
I know you loved it, but how much of us have we
You guys
played?
played a lot
I-
too,
I
right?
That's like my fourth most played game this year. I've been
All right.
saving up my
All right.
shit for this.
It's a tough one to cut.
Okay, I get
Here,
it.
I'll say this. Out of all these, I played all of these except for Baldur's Gate a lot. I would say Dave the Diver is the one that I came in really hot on and fucking loved it for like 15, 20 hours. And I was like, I don't think I need another 15 or 20 hours of this. It's over long. I
Dave
think.
the Diver, as much as I fucking love that game, I do think it is so built on like, hey, we're gonna prey off your short attention span and make some fun stuff to do. It's a great playing game, but I don't know if it's top 10. It may be like 11 or 12 for me.
Along that line, Dave the Diver also added so much that I actually didn't get into, like the rice mechanic and the fish
The fish mating stuff.
mating.
Yeah.
I like literally didn't even play that
I
part.
just did the tutorial and so I was like, I don't know.
I didn't care for it.
Yeah. I would almost say cut Dave the Diver at this point.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
We got 10.
Look-
That's crazy.
okay.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
What? You're gonna be like a mid-40s wine mom, just like what? You're gonna be this loud, like yeah,
I
absolutely.
have to pee too. Break.
All right, can we change it to Hitman, World of Assassination? I feel like that's a good all-encompassing.
Sure. Yes.
Yeah, you do / freelancer. Oh, I think we got a solid 10 here, no matter what order we wind up in.
Dude, this year was insane. There's
It was
so many good games.
nuts. And now we're at the point where it's like, I've played all of these a lot except for Baldur's Gate. Have you played most of these?
The only one I haven't played a lot of was Armored Core 6, and I didn't
Okay.
get really that into Cocoon.
Okay.
But I played a lot of Dread. I played a lot of Wonder.
Hey, Judge, we can get Cocoon down there a little bit, right?
Just to start the.
Just like when the control shift arrow keys down, just get down there a little bit, just to ease it in, make it's already kind of nestled there, Yeah. Maybe Dredge, maybe put Dredge below that. Yeah, Judge, you get it. You get it, Judge. Yeah.
Leave it
I've
at
always said you get it.
Yeah,
You're
we'll
cool.
leave
You're
it
a
at
cool
this
guy. Yeah. All right. I think now let's under Cocoon, let's enter a bunch to kind of just knock all that other stuff off because we've established these are going to be our 10. No, we're doing fucking formatting of a Google Doc. The McGurble Doc. Okay. Okay.
Let's just quickly come up with a list and then end it before they get back.
I mean, I'm looking at this order here. No, I don't agree with this order. No,
I wouldn't be happy with
we
this
need to, we need to make some tweaks.
Yeah.
You can bump Dredge down a little bit, right? Come on, 7.
This
above
is
par?
this is not indicative. It's just
Okay.
it's just, yeah.
Okay. I just, I think it would look better down there.
Yeah.
What?
We just Google formatting.
A couple of guys being dudes.
Yeah.
You know. Okay. So to recap, these are not in order of our top 10, but here are the 10
We're going to be
that we are working
shifting
with.
things. This is not the order. This is not the order.
It's like a good
Tears of
order
the
to
Kingdom,
I would not even accept this to get Tears at number 1.
Alan Wake, Baldur's Gate 3, Pikmin 4, Armored Core 6,
Stop it.
Mario Wonder, Dredge, RE4 Remake, Hitman, Cocoon.
I think
Those are our 10. We need to reorder them.
Woo!
This order looks good to me.
no.
What about it? What's the most
No.
glaring issue?
There's
right
a
now?
lot. There's a lot.
What's the most glaring issue?
Yeah, I see some issues.
Dredge down.
Sure.
I would say Dredge at 10.
Sure.
Lower
Like,
than
and
Cocoon.
we're not like nothing is locked in until it's locked in. I think why don't we move Dredge to 10 and see how that looks?
Sure, why don't we
Sure,
move
we fought-
Tears of the Kingdom to 5 and see how that
Well,
looks?
let's not get ridiculous, but
It's nice to speak to
I think
because of how much force it took to get Dredge in, I'd say sure 10 or 9.
I think look, this is on the top 10. Dredge locked in.
Dredge can be moved to 10 for visibility's sake.
Okay.
But I don't think it should stay there.
No, nothing's staying.
Well, hold on. Why don't shut the fuck up?
Yeah, don't
Mike, why
patronize.
don't you talk for a second?
Sure. About what?
Whatever you want, baby boy.
the twins.
Okay, now
That's a weird way to
now that someone says to me, I see how weird I must make people feel all the
Yeah.
time.
Oh, yeah.
Mary, I was gonna ask you, like, you are a big defender of both Dredge and Cocoon.
Yeah.
What do you see as higher?
It's
See
hard
what they're
to-
doing. They're pitting you against your
They're
own
pitting.
opinion.
You're pitting two games. I also would like to say that for a judge, you're being a real piece of shit because you actually should.
This is
You're-
a bold approach.
You're colluding with
didn't do
another
anything.
This is-
person, and you're
This list is.
you're trying to convince people things. Your job is to be a judge, not to convince people of things. And you're not judging shit right now.
This is highly unorthodox.
Jake, do
You let him
something.
hit your gavel.
Contempt.
I'm loving the strife.
Highly unorthodox.
I'm loving the
out
contempt.
of line. Out of line. My God.
This whole
Mary?
court is out of line.
Mary?
You're out of order.
You're out of order, sir.
This is the list that we ended on,
Yeah. And
but
you-
it is not in order. We are ordering it right now.
This order looks
That's
perfect
why I'm
to me.
asking you.
You should be careful pitting two really similar games next to each other to try and lower both of them.
I'm not trying to lower either
At
one.
1? Tears.
I came with the ear.
You just said like 5 minutes ago, let's not put Tears at 1.
I said I would not be willing to lock this in because there's a lot of things we need to move around. I would not be willing to lock it in as is because we need to fix things, even if it meant Tears gets 1. Tears is my game of the year.
Oh.
But
okay, I
there's
thought
things we need
you
to
were
get this list in order before we lock anything in.
Okay, I thought you were saying you wouldn't want Tears at 1.
But Tears is my game of the year.
Same.
Straight up.
But, well,
Okay.
yeah. Yes.
Everyone calm down.
Let's all just breathe.
She attacked me.
Yeah, that was really out of line.
We
I'm
all
sorry.
said things
Can I
that
can I
we
get you a
don't
water or a drink or
Shut
anything?
the fuck
Do you
up.
want a shot?
This is
Do you want
horseshit.
Yeah.
He's been
No, I
schmoozing
feel
him.
bad. I just
He's been
see it.
fucking giving him handies like this entire time.
You got any more Blue Label?
Blue, oh, you want Johnny Walker Blue? I know, Judge.
Look, he's going over there right now. This is such blatant favoritism.
No problem. Down there. I don't know where it is. Hang on. I want to just help you.
No, you're not gonna give me more.
He's mashing it.
You're just mashing it.
Stop.
With a plastic bag for a helmet.
I actually lost it.
You lost the bottle of Johnny Walker Blue.
Yeah.
Black is just as good, right?
No.
Um,
I'm sorry, Judge.
It's okay.
Oh. Here. There we go.
it's got a little pocket watch on it.
Judge, just
Such little fuckers.
help you out a little bit here. I'll have some with you.
Wiener action.
I'll have some too, if that's okay. I just don't have a glass. Here, put it in here.
We can all cheers together. Yeah.
I don't have a glass.
I'm not pouring Johnny Walker Blue into gummy sharks.
They're blue.
No. All right, sure. Yeah. All right, there you go. There we go. All right.
I'll get some later.
I'll take a little bit here.
What'd you say?
I'll take a little too. There we go.
Well, now I don't want to be the only one without Johnny Walker Blue.
Do you want Johnny Walker Blue?
Peer pressure works very well on me.
All right.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Well, that tastes pretty good. I just want everyone to get along and have a nice night. That's it.
Shut up.
Anyway, where do you want Cocoon to go?
It's in a good spot. Here we go. Here. Yeah. There you go, sir. Here you go.
Thanks.
That's all cheers. We're all in this together.
We're having a good time. No one's mad at
Yeah.
each other, you know?
No, it's a good time. It's a good time. Yeah. All right. Here we go. Okay. Everyone, hey, to Fire Escape in our game of the year. There you go.
Hey, may the roof above us never fall in and the friends below it never fall out. Sláinte.
Yeah, all
Grandpa
right.
used to say that before he lit into me for loving Dredge too much.
To Gack.
But this is when the floor falls in, right? And Mary falls into the tub of macaroni.
Really tastes very good.
That is
It
so
is.
smooth.
The macaroni?
It's the smoothest liquor I've ever tasted.
Oh. Okay.
Okay. All right. We're all on the same page now. Okay. So Dredge, bump it down to 10.
I would sooner put Resident Evil 4 Remake at 10 just because it's a remake.
Let's have that conversation.
It's an important one.
Yeah, we put remakes pretty high up before.
I
It's
don't
the best
understand why
remake ever.
Armored Core is so high.
Armored Core seems like a 10, you know?
Yep.
I think Armored Core
Armored Core
is
is
a
too
10.
high.
No, I will fight.
Let's see what it looks like at 10.
You have that right to look at that.
I'll tell you, take a look at it. Take a look at this. Take a look at
Armored
that.
Core is
Take a look
not a 10.
Take a look at this.
Oh, man. I would fight for Armored Core 6 to go higher than that. But we got other stuff to do first. Okay. How much Hitman... Oh, man. Hitman Remaster is so good. Kind of the same thing as like the remake thing. Like, does that ding it a little bit? The way that like Hitman adding a mode, it's more than that. But like, instead of it being a completely new game, like most of these games are, do we ding RE4 remake?
Jake put it well earlier.
Freelancer?
I do still, as much as Freelancer mode is like one of my favorite things of the year, import wise, and like it still is a remix. Like,
It is.
I think it's crazy that they took one of the best things ever in World of Assassination and made it into another best thing ever.
Yeah.
But it's still
can all
riffing
agree
on
it's
an
better-
existing thing.
We can all agree it's better than Cocoon, though, right?
I
Yes.
do
Yes.
think it is. Yeah. So put Hitman at 9, Cocoon at 10.
I would put World Assassination and Resident Evil 4 Remake at 9, 10 because they're both riffing off existing stuff.
Yeah.
But Cocoon's just Cocoon, you know?
Listen. I get your point, Mike, that Resi is like a remake and Hitman is just like a different version. They're really fucking solid game experiences, and so is Cocoon. Like, they're all winners to even get to this degree. Cocoon being 10 is something I can live with. It's a fucking stunning game to get to 10. I'm like okay with that. I'm trying to think of like something where I'm like, how could this possibly beat Cocoon? And I actually can't. I'm not like offended with Cocoon being 10. Does that make sense?
yeah.
Like, there's nothing where I'm like, this better not beat Cocoon, and I can't find one.
More so
on
than
here.
Armored Core, though, right? Because you defended that game quite a bit, too, but you suggested to put it at 10.
I think that their Armored Core is like a niche game for a niche audience. So I think that it means a lot to certain people here, and I would respect that. But I would also expect that other games that are niche games that I'm in love with,
course.
that everybody else likes, would be judged higher. And I'm fucking talking about Dredge right now. It's just so that there's no miscommunication about
playing
that.
field, I don't think niches should be even a consideration. It's us four deciding.
Yeah.
Well, what I'm saying is
Niches are what make
when
things
I say
interesting
niche,
for
I'm
us.
saying like
there are people
some
here
people
who are super
here who are
passionate-
really into
passionate.
Armored Core and some people who are less into Armored Core. But the people who are obsessed with the game, the fact that you're really, really into Hitman is meaningful to me. Even though like I didn't get as into it this year. But it's a solid game. I respect that it's a solid game. And I can see how it's I could see how it would be higher on this list than Cocoon. I can see it and I would understand it. I wouldn't be mad about it.
So let me offer something and see how you feel about it, and then I want to talk about Armored Core a little bit. What?
This list is already.
This is going to be a great list no matter what.
No, it's already.
Can we restructure this a little bit? Can we put Cocoon at 10, and then we talked about remake and freelancer being, because they are remixes and remakes.
Probably
and
8 and 9.
Exactly. Let's just do that, and then let's talk. Hang on.
Then let's talk.
Okay, there we go. Okay, so we'll do that. Oh no, and then move RE4 down to. So let's. I'll read it for the.
And then how
audio
does that
listeners
make you
now.
feel, Mike? I'm like curious
This
what you
current list.
Well,
Yeah.
let me read the current list and then tell us. So it's currently right now we have Tears of the Kingdom at 1.
It would never stay there. This is even
No,
relevant.
no.
We haven't even
talked
discussed
about
those.
the top half.
Then you
So,
shouldn't
like-
even
Okay,
number
then
those.
we'll just
then
do
don't
the-
fucking talk about them.
okay.
Because they're not relevant.
Okay.
Quick question.
I'm actually getting mad.
Oh,
Why
cool,
would
really?
you?
I
He's
couldn't tell.
reinstating numbers that we haven't even
No.
discussed.
For the record, nothing in the top.
We've
let's just-
only ordered the last
No, Mary,
3.
you
Let's
asked
say
me how I
those.
feel
Let's just
about
say
this.
those then. Let's
To be
just say
fair,
those.
hold on. We haven't even ordered the last 3 because Hitman or Resident Evil 4? Which one gets 9? Which one gets 8?
I'd say RE4
Hitman above.
first.
I'm indifferent.
Hitman
I
better
love both
than
those.
Resident
I played
Evil 4.
both those games so much. I'm just,
So, audio listeners, what we're arguing now is the bottom 3 are some combination of Hitman, RE4 Remake, and Cocoon. And it seems like we're okay with Cocoon at 10. Is everyone okay with Cocoon at 10?
I accept Cocoon
Okay.
at 10.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Sure.
we are now. Are we accepting that Hitman and RE4 in some order are going to be 8 and 9?
Maybe more tentatively. I'm happier to lock in Cocoon at 10 than I am like concrete.
Nothing
I'm happy
is-
to bold
yeah.
that.
Yeah, nothing is
Hitman,
like
Bold
fully.
Cocoon, that's locked.
Hitman,
All right.
Resident Evil 4, I'm still.
I see what's going on. I think like everything is kind of like tentative right now. Nothing is logged.
I think once it's bold, we're kind of.
You
getting
just
it
made that
locked
up just now, so it
I was
can't
the- I
be
was
an
the one who said
official.
bold.
Yeah, I mean, do we agree on?
No,
if it's-
no. I don't think anything's like concrete. I'm just saying for my edification, I'm looking at it. I'm like, let me concrete that. I still think. I don't want to throw another big wrench in right now. It's not productive. I still think Mario Wonder's way too high.
I think it's very high. For
you know
a
what?
game that
I
has
still
serious
think-
issues,
I
that has
agree.
crown issues. In fact,
It's
I think
brilliant,
I
brilliant
think Mario
game.
Wonder could be 10
I will say this as
agree.
the
because it's
biggest,
fucking
It should be higher
broken.
up.
as the biggest Mario mark in
What
the
are we
world.
unbold Cocoon? Can we just start there?
No, wait, Mary. Let's make some headway.
Hang on.
We'll
Let-
get back.
I think that we got a little strong with bolding Cocoon.
No, that was okay. Right, you're right. Let's unbold it. Okay, I think Mario Wonder is a
underline it.
brilliant game. I think there's some way cooler shit happening in this top 10 than Mario Wonder. The majority of this top 10 is cooler, like doing some more innovative stuff than Mario Wonder.
Let me say something that will agree with, I think, most of this table. Mario Wonder.
yeah.
I'm clearly the biggest Mario mark at this table.
Yeah.
It's in this.
I like Mario Wonder a lot. 100% of it. It's a great fucking game.
It's a great game.
Very, very
It's
good.
like
Top 10.
It's like middle on
It's an
my
honor to be
list
nominated.
for a Mario game to be
Yes,
middle on my
if a
list.
Mario Wonder 2, like a brilliant 2D
Yes.
Mario game is on the middle of Dan's list, I think we're
yes,
good. putting it 9
I
out of
am
10.
completely.
Yes.
I would be fine. I would accept.
bold it.
I would accept 9.
bold
I would
it.
accept 9.
No, I don't think so because it's the
Over
only one
Cocoon?
that's fucking.
I would like to put
It's
it
the
above
only one that
Cocoon.
has design flaws. It's fucking flawed, dude.
I mean, this multiplayer. I've never even played that multiplayer mode. To me, that's a
I
fucking.
have.
And I believe that. I believe that. But I mean, to me, who did not play that mode and just played it single player like I play every
Cocoon
Mario
is,
game, and
is designed perfectly. It actually doesn't have any design flaws. It's,
I think it has some very bad difficulty spikes. The bridge puzzle, is that descriptive enough at all? I
Yes.
think that caught me for like 2 hours.
damn.
Yeah, I'm stupid. But
You are not.
I still love Cocoon.
And-
I'm
let me
stupid.
say this.
I get stuck on Alan Wake all the time, so we'll get there. We'll talk about that.
Alan Wake 2
I-
has
That's
many
coming up.
oh
flaws.
yeah, it's
That's
a messy
coming up.
game.
Yeah.
Cocoon, I have so much respect for. I appreciate so much what it's doing. I played. It's not a long game. I wasn't engaged enough to finish it.
I didn't finish Mario Wonder or Cocoon because I wasn't super
I did
hot
not
on
finish
either.
Cocoon, but I liked a whole hell of a lot of the 8 hours I played.
But Mario Wonder had several fatal flaws for one of the main components of it, which was being able to play with other people.
I disagree with the main component thing. Like again,
Oh, did you play most of it solo? I
all of it.
only played
Like,
Mario
I did
Wonder
like
with
one
other people.
I did one stream where we did co-op.
solo,
online.
it's incredible solo.
Exactly.
It's
Yeah.
I
like,
only played it with other people, and I loved it, but it had all these issues that we had to
And
kind
see,
of just ignore.
I didn't do that. Like I played Mario games solo, and like I had it was online, so like the ghosts of other players could like revive each other, or whatever. But like I played it by myself in an airport, for like most of it.
the tough thing is though, you start to evaluate as like different pieces. Then we have to talk about Baldur's Gate 3 as co-op and single player. Like it's as a whole package. I don't know. You would know this more than me. Mario Wonder, absolutely incredible design. I look at Mario games and I realize 3D Mario games and 2D are separate things. Mario Odyssey knocked me on my ass.
Yeah,
I'm like,
same,
that was
same.
like just
Same.
flat out holy fucking shit. Mario Wonder, a lot of fun stuff. The Wonder Flowers themselves, I'm like, oh man, they're like having it's developers at the top of their game being like, hey, we just made an incredible level. What if we added a thing that's like made our best level design ever even better? Maybe not ever, but like I still think I like Mario Wonder at 8 through 10.
Me too.
I would not mind it at 10.
And I'll say this, that like I grew up, like the first games I ever played were Mario 2D games. I think Mario World is one of the few perfect games out there. I love that. But like these days, like ever since 64, I find the 3D ones so much more interesting than 2D. I think this is a fun throwback. That's part of why I don't consider it like a mainline Mario game. It's impeccably made, but it's not going to grab me the way an Odyssey or even like a Bowser's Fury, a much, a smaller game. Like I was way more interested in what Bowser's Fury was doing for the series than Mario Wonder. Mario Wonder is a delight. I fucking love it, but I'm not in love with it the way I am like, 3D Mario games.
This is a very tough list to not be doing something new on. I will say, not that that's the only, not that that's the only.
There are the badges, there are the Wonder Seeds. But
Sure.
like, the Wonder Seeds are kind of a gimmick,
Right.
I am fine with Mario Wonder being low, like last 3 on this list. I do like it a lot more than Cocoon.
I do too, I think. Yeah, I do too, I think. Like Cocoon, I still think like Mario, I got into this state where I was like, all right, I'm moving through it. Like everything they're doing, I got more into the roller coaster amusement park ride of it.
Mm-hmm.
Cocoon, by virtue of it maybe being more of a challenging puzzle game, I was like, I hit a few walls, but that's just kind of the danger with a puzzle game. But I do
Mary-
think Cocoon had some difficulty spikes.
I want to hear your take, and then I'm going to make a decision based on
Oh, wow.
Between
based on
9
what
and
I've
10?
heard you guys between 9 and 10. Yes. So this is for either Cocoon at 10 or Mario Wonder at 10.
All right. I think I've played both of these games, and I think I would actually I could live with both of them being at 9 and 10, right? Like I think they actually are in the right spots. Does that make sense? Like whether or not either of them are 9 or 10, I'm going to be fine with. My issue is that Mario Wonder shipped with significant issues that hinder its ability to be enjoyed in some capacities for
Let her finish.
multiplayer experiences. Cocoon was built for the experience that it's the best at. It does what it intends to do at the best it can. Like it doesn't have issues with what it's intending to do. Yes, there are puzzles that are very difficult to get through because you have to be really smart, but I think it really achieves significantly what it's setting out to do. That being said, no matter what you decide, like Jake, I can live with it being at 10. It wouldn't bother me.
And to your point about the Mario Wonder thing, I get that, and I accept that. And everyone I've talked to says the same complaint about Mario Wonder's local co-op, and it does seem like a problem. It really does.
It's a problem.
But for me, I literally never even played that mode. It did not hinder my experience at all. So like,
I wish I played single player. I only played it with 3 other people. I've played all of my time in Mario Wonder, which is a lot, by the way, 4 player.
and that's why I think we have like
Which is
pretty
crazy.
different experiences with it.
Very,
Yeah,
very
I
different
can't-
experiences.
It's
But-
it's bad
but
enough.
it's a good game.
It's bad enough Was that local with 4 people or online?
Yeah, local.
Oh my god.
That seems like that
Holy
sounds
shit!
not.
It's bad enough with 2 people local that I cannot fucking imagine how you
4
still
player
like that game.
local for like the whole game.
like I get why you feel the way you do.
Yeah,
about the
we
game.
were
Like,
frustrated, but we also loved it. And I also loved my time with Cocoon, but I also got stuck a couple times and was like, what is going on?
Yeah.
But I figured it out, and it made me feel like $1 million when I figured it out. So.
Getting stuck is one thing. There were a couple times it was specifically the bridge segment where I was like, what the fuck do they want? I don't think they made the logical jump from the previous section to the next
Jake,
several times.
end it.
I think we're gonna keep Mario Wonder
Button.
at 10.
Button, what's your fucking problem?
Your Honor,
already
I'm
spoke.
sorry about this.
I'll say.
Mario Wonder at 10, Cocoon at 9.
All right.
Wow.
That's what
I don't.
criminals react to when the judge says,
You're going to jail.
I can't wait. I can't wait for the courtroom sketch immediately.
You
the
are,
verdict is read.
you're super guilty.
The defendant was emotionless as it was read.
oh my God. Have you, did you listen to when Conan had, who's the writer?
James Downey.
Yes.
Yeah,
Did you have
yeah.
when about to asking them about the OJ era?
Oh, that's my lucky stabbing cap.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's like the lawyer, the defense attorney held up a cap and said, "My client could not have been here." To which the defendant OJ
and-
said, "Hey, be careful of that. That's my lucky stabbing cap." It's one of the funniest jokes I've ever heard
Good.
in my life.
Surprisingly easy to masturbate to. All right.
All right.
Okay.
Watch Conan.
What
James
a
Downey.
tangent. Who
Yes.
fucking started that?
Yeah.
Here we go.
All right.
So we previously agreed that Hitman and RE4 Remake could probably live on the
Pretty
bottom.
lower, yeah.
lower on the list, but we haven't really decided the order.
Hang on. I would just want to ask, how did Mario Wonder wind up at 10? Because I feel like
What? We've been talking about this for like
I know
half
we
an
have,
hour.
but I feel like it was moving in a way where it's like you preferred Mario Wonder to Cocoon. Is that? Let's just make it super simple here.
I don't know. Judge Jake chimed in.
I know, but like nothing's locked in until it's locked
No,
in.
I said I
Oh,
was.
it was bold before. We had other stuff bolded before. Cocoon was 10 bolded earlier.
No,
Obviously,
Judge
you're-
Jake weighed in.
Okay, but like Cocoon or Mario Wonder?
Cocoon.
Oh, okay.
For 10.
Yeah, the more
Wait,
I talk
for
about
10? For 10 or what is better for you?
What is
Cocoon or
10?
Mario Wonder?
Cocoon. No,
10
what's
is-
10
yeah.
is Mario Wonder. I was the one who suggested Mario Wonder going to 10.
Okay.
And then I was like starting to think more about it. I was like, okay,
And
Cocoon,
then I
think
jumped
is
on that
better.
bandwagon and we made it happen, baby.
And then Jake made the ruling.
All right, you know what?
You were the one supporting it. You're like, hey, I'm biggest Mario Mark ever. It's midway through my list. I'm fine with it going
But
to
I
10.
was also saying I think it's a lot better than Cocoon.
But 3 of us disagree with you.
I think Mary's argument though about how like Cocoon sets out to do one thing and it delivers that thing.
Yeah,
very
but
well.
what if that one thing is like pretty good?
He made
versus-
a judgment.
Yeah, this is Judge Jake.
I'm not gonna
weighed
argue.
in.
I'm not gonna argue with
You
you. guys.
literally
You
are
are.
currently.
I'm arguing with you.
You're looking at Jake.
Why
and
don't
saying-
you argue
Whatever.
about whether Hitman should be 7 or 8? Because that's where we're at.
Okay, no,
Eight.
Armored Core and Hitman and RE4 remake in my mind. No, because going back to like the remake thing.
We
I-
also need to talk about Dredge here.
I think we also need to talk about Alan Wake too.
Ooh, okay, that's good.
Let's
okay.
dance, little birdie.
I'll tell you right now. Alan Wake, as of a few weeks ago, was my number 2 game of the year. As of right now, my final list, it's 8.
What number it's at.
Wow.
It dropped from 2 to 8.
That changes what I think of the game so much. Oh, it's been a WarioWare now.
Don't let him belittle you. Don't let him do that to you.
Let him
Yeah.
tire himself out.
Don't let him do
Let him
that
tire
to
himself
you.
out. All right.
I'm so scared. It's been a WarioWare movie.
That's a good impression. All right. So
Trying to intimidate
Alan
me.
Wake started with Alan Wake was kind of like a lost situation for me, where it's like early on, I'm like, ooh, what this is fun mystery. I'm so into this. This is great and everything. And as it went on more and more, I was like, okay, it's just kind of getting more convoluted. And I'm still gonna watch because I'm invested and everything. I'm still gonna finish it. And by the end, I was like significantly fell off. Like the story, I know it's supposed to be
pretty convoluted and complicated and everything. But by the end, it's just like, I don't even know what the fuck's going on. Whereas like in the first 4 hours, I was like, I am in. I am reading I'm putting together this thing. I'm putting the clues together. Like, oh,
Yeah.
this is what happened with the cult, and this is what they're doing. Here's what the rituals are.
Same.
You know, I'm like, I when they introduce certain things, like the Alan, like, you know, the writing the different stuff. Oh, what a cool thing! Like, what a cool twist. Oh, he's got this, and Saga's got the like corkboard thing. This is fucking awesome. And I feel like by the end, they kind of exposed themselves to be more gimmicks than they were, like the negative gimmick, than actual fun ways of putting the story together. It just became like kind of checking boxes, like, okay, yep, I found the thing, so that goes there and that goes there.
Yeah,
and
just
now,
trial and error. Like this is right now.
They absolutely show their ass as that's strong. They absolutely toward the end are like, okay, this might have been just more a very well designed interactive menu.
yeah, like I thought it was going to be a much more substantial like storytelling.
It would have been nice for when those pieces come together for you to feel that reward, which is just like, I did it, and now I get to get an answer to all of my questions. But
Saga's has a very specific moment that does that.
I feel like Alan Wake 2's doesn't. Or Alan Wake doesn't. I don't think I
writer's room is more.
understand anything that happens to him specifically or like why it happened to him. I don't think the Dark Lord is solved.
The scratch stuff and the like.
I don't want to excuse like this. I don't want to get into like this happened, this didn't happen.
Yeah.
I think they do some work to like resolve some things while leaving others ambiguous. But I will say, as much as the Saga's mind place can become a bit hokey, there is the sequence where she is finally coming to grips with something like
Near the end.
big.
Yeah. Near the end.
And
Yeah.
it's overwrought. It's ham-fisted. It's not ham-fisted. It's right in your face, but I think it works for what they've been making you do with the game. You know what I'm talking about? When she's like
It's
putting
very-
up
it's
the
kinda like
daughter
pulp,
photos
dramatic,
over and
like-
over and over.
Yeah,
She's like,
yeah.
"Oh, fuck."
Finding things in the room.
Yeah.
I think it builds to that and it works.
My issues with the game, I agree with you fully.
No, you're friends now.
And to add to that,
We're lawyers.
I didn't care for the dodging and combat system.
No, it's not great.
I had a lot of trouble in most, or if not all, boss fights. There was this kind of boss fight where there were two guys shooting at you, and one was always on a
two
high
cops.
ground.
Yeah.
And he could zip zap to the other end.
That's how in the amusement park, Coffee World.
Yeah,
like
Coffee
Thornton and
World.
Mulligan or whatever. Yeah.
And he could just immediately shoot me. And I would always be like, he's about to shoot me, hit the dodge. He would fucking shoot me anyway. I don't understand why I have a dodge button if he's going to just shoot me in the head for half of my life, no matter what. And the healing motion, even if you have it in a quick slot, takes like 3 seconds
Yeah.
to be able to heal.
That's
So-
survival horror, though. I have to say that.
No,
I'm sorry.
RE4 does it way better.
RE2 remake does it just as slowly as Alan Wake 2.
Well, it's
Absolutely,
not
the first
slow-
aid kits.
I agree with you on the fact that it's slow. What I'm saying is in that environment, it was very difficult for me to be able to dodge hits, which they would hit me anyway, and then hide somewhere to heal because it was designed that there was another person on the ground that was going to like beat the shit out of me. I died a lot to that boss fight, and I figured it out and it was fine. But I remember not thinking like, am I approaching this the right way? I remember being like, I gotta brute force this bitch. And I think that's what I did. I brute forced my way through a lot of the combat. It never felt fluid to me. And even though I understood to dodge and to try and solve those things, I often felt like I was just like, all right, let's go again. And I would do it 5 or 6 times and then just eventually like shove my way through it. I didn't find that very fun either.
It's also kind of damning that, like, you know, if they're doing the over the shoulder kind of the more RE style RE4 thing, but RE4 it is super engaging in any kind of combat, like especially with remake where it's, you know, you're parrying. There's so many different things like the dodges and With Alan Wake, it all just feels kind of muddy. Like the dodge, hitting LB.
I'm
dodge-
gonna stop you here
the-
because I feel like Mike has a lot
The
to say
dodge
based
in
on
Alan Wake
this.
2, I will say, I don't mean to be a dick. I think if you time the dodge well, it is very satisfying.
But do you think the combat overall is like I feel like it's serviceable at best. I like the feeling of doing the flashlight and like that feels good, but like it's kind of a gimmick, and then it's just like
don't
you're
think it's
just
a
kind of like
gimmick.
unloading into them. Like I don't feel like the gunplay. I don't
I
feel
don't
like the
think it's a
dodging
gimmick.
and-
I think they give you 2 weak spots for many enemies you can hit once you use the flashlight on them. I think the dodge works very well once you like are patient enough, like Saga, who is
Yeah.
very cool.
It, like,
You're the first
slows
person.
down.
to-
I
It's like an
agree.
Alan
The
Wake
Saga's
one.
very
Yeah,
cool.
yeah.
And
Here's
I'm
my-
also
okay,
not
well,
trying
no.
to like lower.
No. I know. Here's my thing about Alan Wake 2. I will be the first to point out like 45 flaws in the game.
Yeah.
Absolutely. None of what you just said, except for some combat stuff, I would disagree with. This game is so daring and does so many things well, and tonally, atmospherically, storytelling wise. I think I might be more annoyed with some Alan side dark place puzzles than you two. And like,
I
his-
hate
the
that
la-
light shit. Like that sucks.
I think some early lamp puzzles are very intuitive. I think they lose that very quickly.
Yeah.
I think it's like, okay, I see. I was like, all right, so you can save up charges. That's what the light bulbs are about. I get it. Like you're going, so okay, so they want me to be charging this up. So I can't fully light up the subway station because I can't get into it with more than one charge or whatever. That game does so much more strongly than most games I've ever played that it's myriad faults, of which there are so many.
Yeah.
And there were frustrations when I was playing it. There was a point when I got to the movie theater on Alan's side.
Yeah.
Most of my problems were on Alan's side. I think
Yeah,
that was
yeah.
also much more daring than Saga. Saga's is more Resident Evil 4, True Detective Season 1, Twin Peaks.
I loved
like,
playing Saga.
Same.
When I was
Her
playing
side-
him,
yeah.
I was always like, here we go again.
I think that's the danger of making that game, and I think that's why we talk so much about it in the big swing section. It's like her section was so much more palatable. It was like this wooded survival horror game. She's coming in as a character who doesn't really know much. She is the stand-in for the player who might not remember much of Alan Wake 1 or might be completely new to the series. That's literally
They do a great
why
job of that,
Why
yeah.
they did that. So Alan's was a bit more daring. Much of it, the pacing was bad. That game did so much to tie those things together. I also will say that by the time the game tells you straight up, hey, this is the point of no return, at that point, the world itself, clouds have come down. It's dark as shit everywhere. So when you go to collect everything and finish all the puzzles, it's dark. It's night. It's just endless fog. I still can't help but be impressed as hell with everything that game's doing. I'm not saying it has to be number 2. I'm still saying I think that, aside from Tears of the Kingdom, is the most daring game this year. And if we're that's not the only criteria, right? Like we can't just judge it based on
we had
whether
Right,
Big
daring.
it's-
Swing. Yeah,
there's
we already
there's
had
so
that.
many
Right,
things that
big
we'll
swing.
talk
So
about.
we talked about. It's like knocking it out of the park
Felt
is the
wrong
whole
not to
second part.
swing.
Felt wrong not to swing. Right, like taking the swing is one thing. Knocking it out of the park, they don't knock it all out of the park. I still think it is. If I want to go bigger context, I love that Remedy keeps getting more money and they're working on more projects and like more like bigger publishers taking an interest in them, and they still keep being weird and strange. And I came away from Tears of the Kingdom feeling like I could manipulate the molecules of a video game with the Zonai abilities. I came away from Alan Wake 2 feeling like that game had kind of seeped into me in a very strange way, and that's not a quantifiable thing. I get that, but
I
in
felt
tone
that it
and atmosphere
impacted you very deeply this year.
Yeah, but again, like I hate when people make those arguments because okay, cool, it means a lot to you. Why the fuck should it be Fire Escape's game? Like I still think
I think it
it's
impacted
just
all
so
of us.
weird and strange, and like they pulled off so much, and I thought the combat felt great.
I think if this was most memorable, I think Alan Wake is bold and memorable in a way
Yeah.
that most
I think
games
we'll
on
talk
this
about Alan
are
Wake
not.
for a while.
But I will say, I think Alan Wake 2 is deeply flawed in a
Sure.
way that no other game on this top 10 list is. I think it is more flawed than anything else on this list.
I'm going to go back to the Sopranos versus The Wire argument that I make to people.
Go on.
The Wire is a much more consistently great show than The Sopranos. The Sopranos, its peaks are infinitely higher than The Wire, and its valleys are infinitely lower. I myself prize higher peaks over consistent greatness.
I think it was on Firescape. I made the argument that like Alan Wake 2 is messy and there are things I really don't like about it, but like I do find it so much more interesting than like something like God of War Ragnarok, which is like consistently polished and very well made, but like just kind of predictable and boring. Like I respect Alan Wake so much for the
trying.
swings it makes,
Yeah.
but I do think its flaws hurt it overall. And by the end of the game, I was not I was ready for it to be done by the end.
What are we arguing here? Just that it goes
honestly,
lower?
I would put Alan
That's a
Wake
really
to
good
like 8,
question.
9, 10. Like
No,
wow.
it can't go that low.
I don't think it can go that low. I think
No,
let's-
Alan Wake. I love.
Sorry.
Alan Wake's not going.
Can I just like pose an olive branch? We started talking about Alan Wake because maybe I thought it could go lower, but it ain't going to 8. So I think we should start.
No.
I agree. I think we should talk about 6, 7, and 8 right now, which is Armored Core, Hitman, and RE4, which I think we all felt aren't going much higher than that.
I feel like Armored Core should go above Dredge. I think if we're talking 6, 7, 8, I think it's Dredge, Hitman, RE4.
What are you doing?
I'm just moving Alan Wake down a little bit.
Okay.
Just
Nothing's
yeah,
locked.
yeah.
Nothing's
Just
locked.
because
Yeah. I think. Well, can you move Dredge below Alan Wake? Like, I'm not trying to like bury
I think
it.
you're being pedantic, and I think we
No,
haven't
no,
even
no, no,
talked
no,
about
no, Hold on,
Dredge.
Mary.
I think we should.
I think swap
we
Alan Wake
should
2 and
move
Dredge
Dredge.
for the sake of what we're talking about
I
now.
agree.
Because Dan has brought up.
That's all
Dredge
I'm saying.
You're
much,
yeah,
a lot.
you're right. You're right.
Okay.
I have a bias against Dan moving things.
I know.
I will
I
hear
know.
I
all
don't
the
believe
arguments.
you,
I
and you
will hear-
move things. But if Mike wants me to move it,
I will
think
hear
that's
all the
fair.
arguments for sure. I think we brought up a lot of things about Hitman and RE4 being, awesome additions and remakes and stuff. I think there's an argument for Hitman and RE4 being in that lower.
Yes.
echelon.
I say this as someone who literally encouraged this person right here to do an entire fucking 10-year show where I walk her through the series.
RE4 is awesome.
Resident Evil 4 Remake is unreal.
Yeah.
It is still working very strongly off a blueprint that was made in 2003, 4, 2004,
4 or 5.
2005 on Resident Evil 4, 2005 on GameCube.
I'm also just gonna
Not
say
that diminishes it, but
I'm
like
very proud of Dredge getting as high as it is. I don't think it's 5. It's probably. I mean, so this is what's debatable about this is like I think Dredge could go lower, but I actually think that it has a lot of value. So
I'm not moving it. I'm just highlighting it.
Okay, well, you're stressing me out. Dredge can move, but what I'm saying
Dredge
is
can move,
like,
baby.
what are the things that we're saying?
Can I offer a concrete
Yeah.
bold thing?
Yeah,
I honestly don't think all of the changes in Resident Evil 4 Remake are good. I think them making the lake section this mini open world a la Naughty Dog vastly impacted the pacing of Resident Evil 4, which was a perfectly paced video game. That open lake
unnecessary.
slowed things down
I think
infinitely.
every change is positive in RE4 Remake.
I think that open lake was bullshit, modern, AAA. Like, we got to
I
make an
liked
open
it.
area.
I
It's so
liked it.
bad. It destroys the momentum so badly.
No, see, I was all about it. Like, I saw that as a like, well, what a cool like update. Like, this seems so much more fleshed
They
out.
own- They made it
The
open.
boat that's like half underwater that you can get on.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
cool.
I love
you
all
go
that
see
shit.
this little boat in the middle of the water, but you also are like traveling around. I gotta go in this tunnel in the lakes, but like they solved it in
Are
2005.
you trying to say that you think RE should
I
be
think
8?
RE4 Remake's in the perfect spot. Is what I'm saying. That's my concrete offer. I just want to.
I would say bump it above Hitman, and then we're good.
Wow,
I'm fine with that.
I will accept it.
If Hitman's
Hitman's
number 8
awesome.
and
Hitman
Resident Evil 4's,
kicks
I
ass.
accept.
I'm fine with
I
that.
accept this negotiation.
that's fine by me. Because Hitman is also like, again, if we're talking about working off existing blueprints, they're
it's-
literally remixing.
Exactly. Yeah, it's not even
best
like remade.
trilogy ever made.
Yes.
All right,
Okay, that
so-
bottom 4 is looking pretty good.
That's
I
fine.
agree.
Bold all
'em,
that.
Bold 'em. So my question is then, if Judge Dredge could be lowered,
Shit, now it sounds awesome.
Yeah, it does
Dan's
sound
like, well,
good,
keep it
yeah.
up. Let's go up to 3.
should it really be lowered below Armored Core 6?
I strongly
That's
believe
the
that.
argument that I think we need to have right now.
Okay, so Armored Core, no part of that game should have appealed to me. I'm not like I love Elden Ring, but I'm like, and I played Dark Souls and other From games. I never finish them. Like I have so much respect for Sekiro and Dark Souls and all that stuff. Like they're clearly like masters of what they do, but those games aren't necessarily for me. So I had no real interest from the From Software logo. Didn't really carry that much weight for me. And then mech game shit, I've never had any fucking interest in at all. In fact,
Unless you're
like,
blowing them up as solid
if it's Metal Gear, Metal Gear is a totally different thing. Yeah. So I went in thinking like, and also prior to release, so I got a code for it. I was talking to a bunch of other like games media people that were playing it. And it's weird because like I don't know if I was just talking to like a specific group of people, but like I kept hearing that like it's underwhelming. It's not great. It's not great. It's not great.
I said that.
Maybe you were one of the ones I was talking to, but like numerous people I talked to were like, not great. You're not gonna like it. It's so like. I went in thinking like, this is not for me. I'll play it for 15 fucking minutes just to get a sense of like, oh, what this is like, what the movement's like, whatever. I did it on stream the first time. And like, there was like I streamed it for a few hours. And like, I think you can see me fucking realizing like, oh, that felt good. Oh, that felt good. Wait a minute.
It does feel good.
Well, okay. I literally wanted to play 15 minutes just to see like how it felt. Cause like I had never played an Armored Core game, never had any interest. And it wound up being this thing that I could not, like I looked forward so much to every time I sat down with it because I was just, it's like riding a fucking roller coaster. I just feel like neurons are exploding in my brain. I feel like I'm dodging and counterattacking and doing all this shit and all these giant boss fight moments and all that shit. And like every time I died, I'm like, oh, I'm not mad. I'm going to go back. Oh, I need to put more plasma weapons here. That was my problem. He had a plasma shield. I was obsessed with every fucking little tweak and improvement I could make on that game. And I thought everything about it was working against me in my interests. And it wound up being, I think it's my number 3 of the year.
Wow.
And
Did you beat it?
Oh yeah, yeah. Like New Game Plus, I'm actually gonna do a new one on PC soon.
Oh, wow.
Like so, yeah, I'm gonna keep playing. I just downloaded it on my Steam Deck. It's, I can't say enough about how surprised I was at how much I love that game. So like, I feel very strongly about Armored Core going high on this.
What do you mean high though? It's already high. It's number 6.
So yeah, so realistically, I feel like I'm definitely the one with the strongest feelings on it. So I'm not trying to get it 2, 3, 1, anything like that. I do like I've mentioned my thoughts on Dredge. I did lose steam with it. I don't want to diminish it too much. It has a really interesting hook. I just kind of fell off that loop of, I mentioned earlier, like, okay, I'm going from like town to town. I'm finding these spots. I'm fishing. It's got a nice fishing mini game. Like it does a lot of things very smartly. But ultimately, like I just didn't think any of the like longer tail of that game was engaging enough to keep me going. Whereas Armored Core, every fucking step of the way, I was like, I can't wait to see how this fucking ends. I need to buy every fucking thing. Like I was super duper engaged and only got more engaged as it went on. And Dredge, I was like, I respect what this game's doing. This is a good video game. But at a certain point, I was like, I get it. Whereas Armored Core rocked it up. So I guess if I'm saying anything, I would put Armored Core above Dredge.
Mary, what do you have to say about that?
I think we just feel really differently. I think we feel oppositely because I was obsessed with Dredge and I 100%ed it and I couldn't stop playing it and I was completely addicted. And I actually really liked Armored Core and you introduced me into Armored Core and I really enjoyed it and I got really into it. And at some point I fell off. It's kind of complicated. I can get overwhelmed really easily with all the different mechs and all the different parts and what I'm supposed to do and why I need to buy it. I think it's a great game. I think it's expertly made and I think it's in the perfect spot. And I think it achieved greatness.
Yeah, I don't think we are going to like convince each other to budge on that.
I don't expect
so
it
I think it's going to come
to.
more like to others, but to say another
I think
thing
they're
about,
both great games, and I think they both got really high. I'm actually really surprised that both of these are in where they are at.
Glad, yeah.
To be honest with you, I thought Armored Core would be lower. And I didn't know if Dredge would make the top 10. So I'm thrilled that they're there and I'm not really going to argue any further. I'm happy. And if they move, I'll be okay. And if they stay, I'll be okay. I wouldn't ask for Dredge to be higher. I think that would be insane.
Sure. And I won't ask for Armored Core. Like I do think Armored Core above Dredge and we'll appeal.
I wouldn't put Armored Core any higher than our top 4, right? Like I think our top 4 is where they're supposed to be.
Yeah,
So I'd be curious to hear from Mike, but at this point, like I'm actually kind of neutral on how they move. I think it should. You know my position. The question is what does the group feel? This is a group decision, not mine.
Hey, I want to say one more thing about Armored Core is that
No, you're fine. I'm just laughing. I'm allowed to laugh.
If there is if I had to distill the things I love about video games into one tiny moment or one button press, it's I love platformers. I love action games. I love just that I nailed that jump perfectly. I nailed that. Oh, that felt so fucking good. And I can't think of a better example of that in recent years than Bayonetta and Devil May Cry. Certain games have the dodge out of the way at the last second, or Elden Ring,
Like
or
Alan
something
Wake
like that.
2's
Where
dodge.
that roll, a little muddy. But there are so many moments in any level of Armored Core where there's that square quick boost dodge in whatever direction you're going in.
Oh,
where it's
especially against the rough bosses. The first one, the gunship.
Yeah, and
Gunship's rad.
a lot of boss fights, those are happening dozens of times, and you have to get those dodges every time, or a big, that big mountain or that building thing that's charging that laser, and when you time that perfectly, you hit square and you're holding left, and you feel that dodge, you just feel like the coolest dude on earth, and that moment, that
On
dodge,
Rubicon.
On Rubicon, yeah, sorry, that dodge is maybe the best. I always love Bayonetta's Witch Time. It always felt so good when into Witch Time, but I don't know if it's ever felt better than it felt in Armored Core. And that, if I did distill it down, hitting
That's
square
very cool.
and dodging, somebody's coming in at me or one laser, whatever, and I dodge out of the way, I just feel amazing every time I do that. So I think
I'm happy. Yeah.
They know
What do
where
you?
we
I'm
stand.
curious what
Yeah.
you guys say.
I absolutely need to play much more Armored Core. However, from the time I've spent with it, what did I say earlier? 8 hours.
Yeah, which isn't nothing.
No, it's nothing. It's not nothing. I will say the thing that struck me on a wider level about Armored Core 6, there are very few games I've played that have straddled this very delicate line between power fantasy and getting my face punched in every 5 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not an easy balance to strike, because you go from this, you literally have a weapon on both arms and on both shoulder blades, and then you can also turn yourself into a quadrupedal attack animal. You should be the most powerful thing in the room or on the field, and then all of a sudden you run into something else, you're like, holy shit. I'm telling Dan, I was telling Dan earlier, based on everything I've talked to people at Polygon about, there's a point in the game where you really need to start saving up your different loadouts and your builds to try and also experiment with different ones. As a former Warframe psycho, I need to really get to that point. But Dredge itself, while thinking back tonally and atmospherically, I absolutely love that game. I think I had more pure fun playing Armored Core 6.
Yeah.
Which, if you know me, and I don't want to be like a caricature of myself, is not my be-all, end-all of a video game. I think Dredge overall still hit me harder. And it's not fair. I'll let you weigh in finally, because I didn't play all of them to completion. I want to complete Armored Core 6 at some point, but I just didn't. But Dredge really, between the way it is encouraging several different gameplay loops, and also I'm a sucker for the bottle episode style of video game where it's this confined setting where I'm getting to know the geography really well. I love Dredge, but I don't know that I'm the final call on this. I like the current. My point being, I like the current order, but I would not be opposed to swapping them.
I wouldn't be opposed to
It's when we talk about lowering Alan Wake 2 more that I get.
We haven't. That's actually not in discussion.
I know, but it might be. My point. I'm saying I like this order right now personally, but
Here's where I'm at. There's 2 for Dredge, and there's 1 for Armored Core. However, Dan's argument for Armored Core made me want to push Armored Core up and swap them.
fine by me.
That's okay.
Because I played a good amount of Dredge, and I played a little bit of Armored Core. So I feel like I
Can I
probably
just
can't
say,
win.
let's switch them because I'm okay with that. And
The people who played a lot of Dredge are not that gung ho about keeping it where it is.
I think that your argument for Armored Core is how I feel about making sure Dredge got in the top 10.
Sure.
I would have fought tooth and nail for Dredge to be in the top 10.
I've done my job,
6.
and I'm really okay with this.
We can push it down then. If-
No,
Honestly, no.
let's not stab each other.
I think this was good. I think this was productive. Yes. That was.
I'm happy with that.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I didn't need to intervene.
No. I was waiting for you to make the final ruling, but I think we all got to a good spot
I think
there.
it's good to like sometimes concede. Like it's not literally what I would do, but this isn't my list; it's our list, and that was really meaningful to you, and I get that.
And then same with like, obviously I loved Mario Wonder a lot more than Cocoon, but like Cocoon,
And you fucking lost, and that's okay.
it's not a competition. I'm happy for Cocoon.
Sometimes we concede, and sometimes I fight. I like to fight. I have some fight left in me, and I'm saving it.
Okay. I'm happy with. I think we are this is a representative of Fire Escape 5 through 10 right now.
This is a good ass list.
Yes,
I agree.
I feel good about this. Yes. All right. So Mike's gone. Do you want to put Alan Wake at 10?
I think that while he's gone, Alan Wake 2 is exactly where it
It's
should
not
be.
moving up. It is not moving up. It ain't going anywhere. That's right. Yes.
Collusion going on here.
No, collusion would be talking. Piece of shit, judge.
What's going to happen?
We're not trying to curry favor with the judge. What are you talking about?
I'm actually been fighting the judge this entire time.
I think he's great.
I'm
I
the
think
only
he's
person.
fantastic. Yeah.
What's gonna happen is tomorrow I'm gonna go back to New York and play more Armored Core 6 and be like,
It's really fucking good.
I'm gonna get
I
real horny.
enjoyed what I had with it, but I think there's a couple other games where I like have to play them over break. So I'm all right.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
where we're at.
This
So
is a
we
top
have
4.
and they're extremely contentious. And I don't think we should like fight for one yet. I think what we should do is concede with 4 and 3.
Before we do that, I,
agree,
do want to
totally.
I do want to recap here.
You little nightmare.
So number 10 is Mario Wonder. 9 is Cocoon. 8 is Hitman World of Assassination Freelancer. 7 is RE4 Remake. 6 is Dredge. 5 is Armored Core. We are now left with Alan Wake, Pikmin 4, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom.
That was really smart for you to do for the audio listeners, and I appreciate you.
Yeah.
All right.
Pikmon. Oh, sorry, I misspelled it. again.
Pikimon.
I will float this based on discussions we've already had
Okay.
about the deep flaws. I think we just bowled Alan Wake where it is.
I think Alan Wake is in a great position considering the fact that we did have some issues with it, and everyone here fucking loves Tears of the Kingdom, Baldur's Gate 3, and Pikmin 4.
Yeah.
And like you tell me, but you and me feel strongly about Baldur's Gate, and Dan doesn't. So Baldur's Gate is at significant risk of going to 4. So I'll actually pose it to you, which is, do you think Baldur's Gate should be 4, or do you think Alan Wake 2 should be 4? Because those are ones where Dan will cause them to be lower. I don't mean to put you on there, but what I'm
Pikmin
saying
4
is
you
like,
know, you know.
do you know what I mean?
I think Pikmin 4 should be 4.
Not a chance in fucking hell.
Alan Wake 2, Baldur's Gate 3, doing so much fucking more than Pikmin 4. And Pikmin 4 is an incredible game.
But it's perfect.
Agreed. It's perfect, but like a kid who sets out to jump in a puddle of mud who does so is perfect when he jumps in that puddle of mud.
Strike that from
Reductive.
the record. I don't know what that means.
That's
Strike that
very
from the record.
reductive. Yeah.
Yeah. Pikmin 4 is such. I've already talked about Pikmin 4 at length tonight. It's an incredible game. It's doing everything extremely well it's setting out to do. It's not setting out to do nearly as much as these other games who are still accomplishing more. Alan Wake 2 absolutely needs to be above Pikmin 4.
Absolutely not.
Yes.
We were talking Alan Wake being a
Tell
deeply
me-
flawed
no.
game, and Pikmin 4 being we just
Talk.
perfect.
No, Dan, look at me.
Like,
Stop looking at Mary.
Okay.
She's not helping you.
Okay.
Tell me how Pikmin 4 is better than Alan Wake 2. No, more important, better in general.
This isn't most important. This isn't most
no,
like
it absolutely
revolutionary.
Is.
No,
it's not
the
just one
best.
criteria.
No.
If it's just the best, then we're moving
Pikmin 4
many games up.
makes virtually no mistakes. Like, okay, it's a little bit talky sometimes when you meet
It's
some
very
people or
talky
whatever.
up front.
bit
It's very
talky.
talky.
Hey, and if anyone hates
Calm
that
down.
shit,
Very
it's
talky
me.
up top.
But
no, I'm not letting you. I'm not letting you soft like.
there is. I played like 40, 50 hours, something about Pikmin 3. And
I don't care. I don't care.
Just let me fucking finish. Hang on.
I don't care how much you played a Pikmin 3.
I'm continuing with that thought.
Okay.
I played 40, 50 hours or whatever of Pikmin 4. At 0 point in that 40 or 50 hours was I frustrated, annoyed, tired, bored, confused, anything like that. It was...
You had no emotions that whole time?
I didn't say that. I specifically said I wasn't all these negative things.
Okay.
That Alan Wake, I had many, many, many moments of frustration, confusion, not necessarily wanting to see it through, falling off by the end, a bunch of negative thoughts about that. Pikmin 4 was straight fucking through joy. From beginning to fucking end.
Sure.
I have no complaints
None.
about
Yeah.
Pikmin 4. I have a lot of complaints about Alan Wake 2. Is Pikmin 4 revolutionary in the way that it's moving the industry forward or the medium forward or anything like that? No. It's the best version of Pikmin, a series that's always been very good. This is definitely the best Pikmin.
If I could play a game right now,
Yeah, I would be happy as hell just starting it again,
Play Pikmin.
doing the whole fucking thing.
If I could play a game right now, it'd be Marvel's Midnight Suns. It doesn't make it a best game.
I'm
it
saying
can though.
between a game that gave me
It's about
nothing, between a game that gave me nothing but joy for 40 or 50 hours, and a game I played for like 12 and I was into it for like the first 4. I mean, there's no fucking question for me. Like Alan Wake 2 is deeply flawed. Pikmin 4 is
I don't think Alan Wake 2 is
masterclass.
deeply flawed.
I do.
What's deeply flawed?
I mean, we
about it?
talked about it.
No. Reiterate what's deeply flawed.
I-
Deeply flawed is a very strong term.
Okay, I don't think.
I think it's flawed. Absolutely. I don't think it's deeply.
I think
inherently.
I think the combat is pretty.
Pretty, not deeply.
Okay, well, let me name a bunch of things here.
But I'm just poking holes because you're saying things that I think you're being hyperbolic about, and I want to point it out.
Okay. I think the combat is at best serviceable, at worst annoying, and it doesn't give you a lot of options in terms of offense and defense and dodging and stuff like that. It never feels great. The best thing about the combat is like burning off the points with the flashlight and everything. That feels good. The rest of it is like sub original, RE4 release. It is not great combat. I think the story is convoluted. I don't think it has a satisfying conclusion. I think, first of all, technically, there was a whole thing where they did fix this. To their credit, they fixed it, and they fixed it quickly. But I did the espresso express thing in the coffee world. Straight up game-breaking bug. I had like numerous days where it's like, I just can't keep playing this game because like the fucking cards didn't move, and I couldn't go down and get the circuit board and stuff like that. So I think early on that game shows so much fucking promise. And during certain, you talk about the high highs like of Sopranos and things like that. We sing. Absolutely. That's one of the most memorable like video game moments of like the last 10 or 15 years. Absolutely. The game is fucking awesome. I love Alan Wake 2. But deeply flawed? Yes, I will stand by that for a lot of reasons. Again, Pikmin 4, fucking gun to my head. I couldn't tell you a time I wasn't having a great time playing that.
Would you agree, though, that Alan Wake 2 runs the risk of being more flawed because it's trying to do way more than Pikmin?
I think Alan Wake is more ambitious, if that's what you're asking.
Sure, yeah. That's what I'm saying.
No, I think it is. I think it is.
And to your, I know your retort would be ambition does not equal
Fun.
No, I
higher
have
quality.
nothing but respect for Alan Wake 2 for the things it's trying to do. And I think like the way it incorporates FMB and like the actual like actors and everything into the situation, like that is like Remedy operating at its best. They've always done the like full motion video, like TV shows and radio shows and stuff. This is the best version of Remedy incorporating that into their game. I don't think that makes up for all the downsides of it.
And this is the tough thing, and this is probably why I'm being defensive. I apologize for like going at you for this.
Don't apologize.
No, I need to.
stood
It's like,
up
no,
because
hold
I
on.
wanted to fight.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm being defensive and going at you hard because it's tough to argue. I think we value different things.
Yes.
Which is very normal for different people.
You said earlier that like fun is not the end all
Right.
be all for you with games. For me, I think it is.
No,
And for me, I just want to have
and
fun.
Pikmin 4 is, I agree, Pikmin 4 might be a perfect video game. It's the closest a game has come that I played in a while. And this order for me right now, for the top 4 is almost great. I think I value when a game like Alan Wake 2, which absolutely has many flaws. The thing that I'm disagreeing with you on by definition is it's deeply flawed. I think calling something deeply flawed implies that some big design tenet it's going for does not work. I get where you're coming from. I would call something like Starfield deeply flawed. I'm being pedantic there. My point being, I think the stuff that Alan Wake 2 sets out to do is more impactful and more fun at the end of the day, or if not more fun, then more absorbing for me in this game where atmosphere and tone, and I think the story's meant to be convoluted. I know that's a easy out. I think the things that Alan Wake 2 tries to do and nails, combined with the things it tries to do and flubs, still outweigh Pikmin, which tries to do, let's say, 10 things and nails 10 things, which is extremely impressive. So I think, again, I'd be fine with this order. I just want to say that I think Alan Wake 2 still should be above it because it is that much fucking weirder. And for as much shit that it tries to boldly do, the amount, I don't know if it's a percentage, I don't know if it's amount that it pulls off is still flabbergasting to me.
And to be clear, I very much appreciate games that are trying to do bold, weird things. I'm the biggest Kojima mark. I'm the biggest Metal Gear fan. And
you
so
and I
like,
both came around on Death Stranding.
Like, I know, totally, yeah, because I mean, it's just so fucking bold. And it's like in the big fucking swings and everything. And there were numerous times early on in Alan Wake 2 where it was reminding me of like, man, they were trying to do weird cinematic stuff that kind of reminded me of like early Metal Gear. I don't think we are
rewarding Alan Wake enough. I think I would love to toss something out here and see how we react to it, which is there's a lot of games that have taken big swings this year and done really amazing things. Tears of the Kingdom is amazing with how much they've opened it up. That's not debatable. But it's the same game as it was previously, and then they added a map on top and then added a map below. And I did not actually care for the map up top or the map below. So a lot of the areas that I have me explore weren't appealing to me personally. So it's a lot of stuff to do, but I didn't end up doing it. None of us have 100%ed Tears of the Kingdom. That's fucking insane. And although that I think they've made a big swing and they've done something really crazy, I would like to suggest something nutso, which is actually Tears of the Kingdom is 4.
I can't.
I actually think
that is nutso. I agree.
I can't.
It is nutso, but let me explain it. I think that Tears of the Kingdom isn't pushing the genres forward as much as Alan Wake 2 and Baldur's Gate 3. And I think Pikmin 4 is fucking spotless. And so I think we should just nudge that down a little bit and see where we're at.
Okay, so let me clarify a little bit more on like Tears of the Kingdom and how I feel about that. So, first of all, Breath of the Wild, my favorite game of all time was.
I think it's a phenomenal game. Right. Yeah.
Link to the Past is my favorite game of all time from 1991 on. Sure. I never thought that would be unseated. Breath of the Wild unseated that.
Yeah.
In
2017.
Yep.
26 years. Yeah.
Tears of the Kingdom is in every way better than Breath of the Wild. I really think there is a very serious argument about Tears of the Kingdom being the best game of all time. And I think to say that it just added below and above, I think that's reductive because like all the complaints you could have about Breath of the Wild, you know, the dungeons were not really great in Breath of the Wild. They're definitely better. They're not perfect in Tears of the Kingdom, but they're better. The abilities are worlds better. All the Zonai stuff, you know, the Ascend stuff we talked about earlier, the Ultra Hand, the story itself, the conclusion, like a real, you know, climax. It is in every way an improvement on Breath of the Wild, a game that I really thought was like the absolute best of all time. And I can't imagine it. I can't imagine it dropping down to 4.
Could you imagine it dropping below 1?
We're not there yet.
Yeah, I can imagine it, but it's
it's my number one. It's definitely my number one.
I want to pose this then. We've talked about dropping Tears of the Kingdom. We've talked about dropping Pikmin. We've talked about leaving Alan Wake where it is. What about Baldur's Gate?
Well, yeah. I feel like all three of us have talked a lot in the last 10 minutes. What's your?
Should we all give our thoughts on all 4 games?
I'm paralyzed. Well, I'm just kind of curious, like, because we're trying to decide 3 and 4. We've talked a lot about Alan Wake. We've talked a lot about Pikmin. We just talked about Tears of the Kingdom. Why don't we talk about Baldur's Gate a little?
Let me get mine out of the way real quick. You know, it's not for me. It's not my type of game. I'm not going to fight.
right.
I'm not going to fight against Baldur's Gate. I recognize how good it is, the acclaim it's gotten from everyone. I'm not going to get in the way. Praise it. I'm not going to sit here and shit. Oh, dice rolls or D&D or whatever. Like, it ain't for me. It's obviously a great game. So, have at it.
It's so fucking ahead of its time. It's probably one of the craziest games that's ever existed. I'd like to have more time with it so that I can play through it again and like kind of like really even better understand all of the depth that they've put into it. It is a swing and a home run, and it's unbelievable that they were able to achieve such greatness in that game. I kind of already made my big gamble, which is that I think Tears is too high. I think Baldur's could be higher. I genuinely think Pikmin. This is nuts, and I think everyone will think I'm crazy. I think Pikmin could be higher, and I think Alan Wake 2 could be higher. I think they all could be higher. I think Zelda's fucking rad, but I already had that game experience. I already fucking had my Zelda open world experience.
I'm so okay.
Yeah,
So
go ahead.
like,
Ask me.
are you saying that Tears of the Kingdom is basically Breath of the Wild point two?
They obviously opened it up, but to me, it felt like a sequel. Well, it is a sequel. It felt like a DLC. It just felt like the same universe.
I have to point out when we were talking about biggest swing earlier.
Yeah.
we talked about how big the Zonai abilities like opened up the most revered series ever.
Yeah. That is
Talk
pretty
about
crazy.
that. I'm not trying to gotcha. I'm just curious because I hear this is a common thing. Like people say, it's like it is the final draft of Breath of the Wild. I don't think that should dock it, but I get how people see it and they're like, it's not completely new. I get that.
Yeah.
I'm curious where your head's at with that.
It's valid to kind of check me on it, and I also think I've had some, what do you call it, like. I've had so much exposure to it, and I have a lot of recency bias with the stuff I've been playing closer to this talk. I played Tears of the Kingdom until I was actually tired of it. I actually got to the point where I was like, I'm good, which never feels good. I love the conclusion of being like, I have to beat this game because I want to complete it. I got that feeling with Baldur's and Pikmin and Alan, whereas like with Zelda, I was like, I don't know. I've been in this field for 40 hours, and I think I've had enough. Like
I did everything except collect all the Korok seeds in Zelda, and I don't want to play that game ever again.
Isn't that crazy?
Like,
But
I loved it. It's amazing.
it wore me out.
But like by the time I
Yeah.
finished that, I was like, I cannot.
I was that way
play
with
this
Breath of the
again.
Wild. I never
Yeah.
played. I played it once, and I played the shit out of it.
But like,
Never again.
Is that a bad
I don't know.
it's
I don't
not
think it's bad.
bad.
I don't
It
think it's
just
bad.
wore me out.
Because a game that's so focused on discovery that like once
Yeah.
you've discovered those things,
I played it on the
you know.
plane here. I just
Yeah.
like it wore me out. It wore me down. I get excited when I get to play Baldur's Gate 3. Like I get like, oh my God, here it comes. Zelda became not a chore. It was never a chore. It was just something where I was like, well, I'm never going to be able to finish it. They made it too big. Its biggest issue for me was that I knew I was never going to be able to actually see all of it.
Baldur's Gate 3 or Zelda?
Zelda.
You could have been talking about either one.
It's
It's my
interesting.
point. It's my
Three,
point.
too.
Like, no, sorry.
Well,
Yeah,
I felt
you go.
with Baldur's Gate, I did feel like less of a pressure to do everything because it's very upfront. Like at least to me, it was very clear that you're not meant to do everything. You're supposed to play a certain character, you see certain things, and maybe you see other stuff in different playthroughs. But with Zelda, it was very much like, this is a giant map, and I want to check every single thing off.
Let's erase Pikmin 4 while he's gone. I love that game, but just to see his face when we put Spider-Man 2 back in number 3.
Oh, as a joke?
Yeah,
Yeah, do it.
as a bit. Just see how long. He's gonna have noticed that we've been whispering. Sorry.
He won't. He doesn't know anything.
We'll immediately shit. What game was there?
Pikmin.
Pikmin. Right. Pikmin.
I'm keeping note. I would never let that be bolded.
I know.
I just
It's
think
funny
it's
because
funny.
here's my thing about Baldur's Gate 3, and I say this to many people because as you saw, I was saying the same thing to Dan. Baldur's Gate 3, I hear often about how deep and broad it is. And I agree. Honestly, cards on the table, take Spider-Man away and put Pikmin back. I'm actually fine.
You think
with
you could
this
live with
ranking.
it? Yeah.
Oh, not just live with it. I think that's a good ranking. If you put no, sorry, hypothetically put Pikmin back, but yeah, I honestly am fine with this ranking.
Okay. I think
This works very well for me. I was just trying to amp up Alan Wake 2 because I think Alan Wake 2 is.
I don't think
my-
you're wrong for doing
Yeah.
it. I just think there's extreme changes that have to be made at this point because
Sure.
we're at the top four.
So that's my thing.
Everything you said about Alan Wake is really valid.
I'm asking you two, and I say this as a huge Baldur's Gate 3 mark.
Is it where it's supposed to be?
What is it about Baldur's Gate 3 to you two personally that hits you hard? And that's a very tough question because that game is so fucking vast.
Yeah.
And I ask that as someone who is very into the game. What is it about the game that hits you that where do you think it should be higher?
Why is Spider-Man there?
Is that your number one? I was just saying, seeing how long it takes.
Okay.
That was a goof. It took
Should Baldur's Gate-
maybe 3 seconds.
Okay. Oh, actually, is this a good time to see what everybody's game of the year is? Can I see if my guesses were correct?
Sure.
Yeah.
I know yours is Zelda.
Yep.
You said it.
Yep.
I guess you were Baldur's Gate 3.
Mine's Hitman Freelancer.
Really?
That's
That's
cool.
awesome.
Yeah.
But like completely new game, was it Baldur's Gate 3?
It was Baldur's Gate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, you were the
It's a toss-up probably between.
people can check the tape. I feel like
I
might
submitted
have
mine to Jeff
settled on
Grubb. I can't undo
Baldur's
it.
Gate
Oh,
3.
yeah.
Dredge.
It's Dredge.
Okay, I did.
Wow.
I think.
See,
okay, check the
You
tape.
should pull
I
that
actually
card.
think I did
Like,
say
that's
Dredge.
that's a big card to play.
I
Like,
don't need to get it where I needed to get it. That's how good I am
No.
at negotiating.
Okay.
What I'll say
Episode
is
69
that
or 68. I think I guessed Dredge, and
Is
that was my
yours-
wild
Is
card.
yours Alan Wake too?
Yeah.
Baldur's Gate 3 is fucking awesome, and I can like harp on it as much as I want. I had more fun with Pikmin 4, and I would put Baldur's Gate at 4. And I mean it sincerely.
But did you have
Wow.
more fun, or did you have more consistent?
I had more fun, baby. I fucking love Pikmin 4. I
love
fucking
Pikmin 4.
eat,
Guys.
breathe, sleep, and shit
Aside
Pikmin
from
4.
you-
And
aside from
everyone
the-
else can just deal with it.
Aside
I
from
loved
the
it.
other three people in this room, I'm the biggest Pikmin 4 fan ever. I've never played a Pikmin game before, and now I'm like pilled. I love it. I was telling them when you went to the bathroom, I was like, personally, here's my weird little wild card. This ranking right here works perfectly for me. I'm fine with this.
No.
Put Baldur's Gate at 4.
Yes.
I mean,
Yes.
Why
Mike-
did you say that?
Because I'm insane.
No,
and
that's
how
not
about this
insane.
too?
That's perfect.
No, but that also
yeah,
gives
you-
something.
that's
you
fine.
okay,
And
but
then
gives something
you
to you
get-
as well.
no,
because
you get
Alan,
three. It
Alan
doesn't
gets
just
bumped
give me
up.
something that's perfect.
Move Baldur's Gate to 4.
No, but
I
do
think
you
I think
have
we
a
put
problem
Baldur's
with
Gate
that?
as 3.
And then
And
what's
and,
2?
Wait, hold on. Yeah. We just moved Baldur's Gate and Pikmin.
Baldur's Gate goes to 4, and everything else goes up, and then we consider do that first. And
Are
then,
you okay with Baldur's Gate 3 or 4? I don't think you
No.
feel.
I'm saying we move Baldur's Gate and Pikmin.
No,
What do you mean move them where?
no,
We swap them.
no. That's not what I'm saying. You're not listening, Judge. I want you to
is, I just
take
don't think it's what she
Baldur's
wants.
Gate 3,
And you want to put it below Alan Wake.
and I want Pikmin to go to 2, and Alan Wake to go to 3, and to Baldur's Gate to go to 4.
Wait, I thought you were just arguing so much for Baldur's Gate 3. You want it below Alan Wake.
Correct.
I
mean-
will not argue this.
If that's what everyone wants, we
I
can
am
do that.
100% with Mary.
But Mary has been saying how great that game
It is a great game. I'm not saying it's not a great game. I'm
More so
saying
than
you
Alan Wake.
fucking are obsessed with Alan Wake, and I respect that about
I
you.
know, but,
and
like-
you and I like Pikmin, and this is our fucking list. And Baldur's Gate is something we're all like, hey, we all agree it's a great game, except for this guy who can't read. Let's move it fucking down.
Wow. That was a fucking low blow. Jesus Christ. I've written books.
That's just D going at Charlie
theory.
out of nowhere. Okay, wait, Jake. Though I know you're at the end, the be all end all. You're the judge, but like, I feel like you must have stronger feelings about Baldur's Gate 3 than you're.
Yeah, but I'm
letting
the
out
judge.
Right now.
I'm the judge,
No,
right?
you're still
He's the
fourth
judge.
member of
You get a
Firescape.
say.
I think at this point, there's no judge. And tell me if you think this is fair. At this point, no full-on ruling stuff. We're gonna talk this out as a
Just
group.
figure it out.
Okay.
I'm not
I
gonna.
know you like
Okay.
Baldur's Gate 3 more than you're letting on right now.
But this guy doesn't like it at all. We should respect that.
I don't, like I said, I'm not going to stand in the way of anything. But I'm certainly not going to argue with Baldur's at 4, Alan at 3.
Pikmin at 2, and Tears at 1.
Let's keep
That's
working
a very
let's keep
fire
working
Can
our
we
way
just
up.
look at it?
Let's keep let's keep. Yeah.
Let's just look at it.
Guys. I tell you, I'll take a look at it. Take a look at this. Take a look at that.
Let's just look at
Okay.
it.
But I feel like you can't love that, Jake.
No, I'm okay with that.
What are
Really?
you doing?
But you're a Hitman freelancer, and
Oh, let's just look at it.
We're just looking at
No.
it.
We're just looking at
things.
it.
I will
We're
say.
just
I will
looking
say
at
right
it.
now. I am looking at that,
I-
and as someone who Tears of the Kingdom
Let's
is
just
my
look at
number
it.
one game, maybe of all time. If this is Fire Escape's Game of the Year, what game is there in 2023 that we have been so unanimously
Tears of the Kingdom.
positive on? No, Tears of the Kingdom. Like I said, maybe my favorite game of all time, but Pikmin 4, we all love it, right? Mary, you and I were calling
like
it
Tears
a
of the Kingdom
perfect
more,
video
though.
game. Yeah, you know what? I
That's
do too. You know, I do
ridiculous.
too.
That's ridiculous.
I like Tears of the Kingdom more
That's
than
just
Pikmin
like-
4. But I'm saying as Fire Escape, we are the most unanimous
No.
thing I think we have on this list is Pikmin 4.
no,
Yes.
Tears of the Kingdom is.
I mean,
That's fine. I'm fine with that. That's perfect.
I'm not going to fucking argue that,
I'm
but
perfect.
like,
That's
you know,
perfect.
I'm floating Pikmin 4.
I think we should discuss
No,
it.
it's not. Tears of the Kingdom. No, I'm not. That's ridiculous. I will absolutely shred anybody who says Pikmin 4 is better than Tears of the Kingdom.
No, I don't think that's what we're saying.
Better.
I don't think that's what we're saying.
Yeah, I know. We're going for a unanimous thing. I think this is great.
And here's the thing. Tears of the Kingdom, it's got its accolades.
I'd not.
You know,
Pikmin
I think it
4
would be.
the
I think
fuck
it would
down.
be fucking cool.
Yes, please
Wait, what did you
chime
say?
in more. Chime in.
Please,
You're
yeah.
not just
I'm the
judge.
judge. I gotta
You just
deliberate.
said you
here.
would knock Pikmin 4 down.
Oh, you said you would knock Pikmin 4 down.
I would knock Pikmin 4 down.
Yeah.
But everyone's so passionate about Pikmin 4.
I think that-
no,
It's a great.
I
it's
am
an
with Mike,
incredible
and then
game.
I'm like,
Sure.
I don't think I can.
So wait, sorry,
aiming
to
just
do
so that I
something- aiming
can
to do
understand.
Yeah, Mary.
There's 2 that are more Tears of the Kingdom and 2 more Pikmin. So we probably could
No,
use a
yours
tie.
is your game of the year is Tears of the Kingdom.
It is,
no,
but,
no,
but
for
let me say this.
our list.
Let me say this again. Yeah, exactly. Tears of the Kingdom definitely has its accolades. It's fucking
Yeah.
Zelda. We just gave it to a Giant Bomb. I think it would be fucking cool. No one's given Pikmin 4 Game of the Year, but that is the thing that all of
It's
us
on
have
tape right
really
now that
loved.
we're giving it to it just for novelty.
No,
No,
not
not novelty. Not, I'm saying if this is
deserves
our
it.
number one, it is the most unanimous. Even like
No,
Mary
this
talking
is
about
what
Tears of the
happens when you
Kingdom,
go
kind
into,
of like, you know.
GameSpot Game of the Year regard. Like, wouldn't it be cool if we gave this to be different?
But you're
No.
worried so much
Not to
about
be
like
different. Not to be different.
what
I think Pikmin 4
Just
how
deserves
it's
it.
perceived.
No,
the idea
Pikmin
is
4 does
just
not
that it's
deserve Game of the Year. It doesn't need our help. It's a Nintendo first-party studio. They don't need our help.
we're not helping the little guy. We're saying it's the game that I want to play
I'm saying,
all the time.
This has been a series that has been underappreciated for 20 plus years.
Under
And I think
respected.
it is.
That way. We're not. Chat's not part of this.
And,
Oh, he's mad.
And it is.
Tears of the Kingdom just took the entire one of the longest running video game series and actually added shit where we talked about this earlier with Biggest Swing. They added stuff where they actually were giving more power to the player to do shit.
It's maybe my favorite game of all time.
So how
Yes.
could Pikmin 4 be number one on
Because
our
it's
list?
Fire Escapes.
Ochi.
Right.
And
we feel more powerful about Tears of the Kingdom being number one than Pikmin 4.
Can we just quickly run just a little? I just love to like see like a little vote.
Yeah.
Just to understand, engage what you would put number one. Just
What I would put number one?
Yeah,
Out
just-
of Pikmin 4 and Tears of the Kingdom.
yes.
Tears of the Kingdom.
Go
Tears
ahead.
of the Kingdom.
Go ahead.
Pikmin 4.
Pikmin 4. I think we need a tiebreaker.
No, not Dick Nixon's not a tiebreaker.
Oh, wow. He does love that. Yeah.
This is, I think the tape shows that you
Tricky
kind of made
Pikmin.
a hard pivot to
Tricky
Pikmin 4.
Pikmin. Yeah.
That's, I don't know. This feels forced and weak. Last minute. I think the tape will show that you two really pivoted hard
No.
to just trying to do a unique vote over like the true.
No. I've honestly, I'm not joking about this. I'm not just trying to sway a vote. I have for weeks thought when we have talked about Pikmin on the podcast, the enthusiasm and the positivity about that game, I was like, God damn, if this is our number one game of the year, what game have we just so unanimously thought, like, God damn it, we have nothing bad to say about this game. There's nothing bad to say about it. Again, I'm arguing against my maybe favorite game of all time.
What is the argument against it, though? What bad things you're asking? What
I
other
feel
games
like
do we have?
Mary was just saying earlier about how, like, by the end of Tears of the Kingdom, she was kind of getting through it and stuff. And
How
like,
many hours of Tears of the Kingdom did you play before you got tired of it?
About 65.
How many hours of Pikmin 4 have you played?
I loved every hour. of
How many
Pikmin.
hours? You didn't answer my question.
32.
Okay, you played double and you got tired of it. Like, that's
Yeah,
going to happen.
Tired of
But
it.
it was the perfect game. It never overstayed its welcome.
Yeah,
it knew exactly how long
But
it'd
you
be.
kept playing Tears of the Kingdom for double the time, and it didn't. When did it? And then it overstayed its
It
welcome.
just knew exactly how long it was supposed to be.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
I
I missed the turn where this started to happen.
I did
Yeah,
a bit.
this
I just put it up front to see what it looked like, and then everyone.
I think it
got
looks great.
excited.
No,
I
you
think
moved
this is
it.
fine. This is
I
fine.
moved it back.
No, look, I wouldn't be mad about this, but like I do think Pikmin 4 is a game I find it very hard to
We
say
just
anything
literally
bad
spent
about.
hours talking about how Tears of the Kingdom, in numerous ways, is the best game.
It was so big, though.
I'm not going to say a single bad thing about Tears of the Kingdom, but if it is our list, we all had nothing but good things to say about Pikmin 4.
No.
Also, Tears of the Kingdom, of course.
He literally said he would knock Pikmin 4 way down.
Way down?
I would knock it down. I didn't say way down.
Yeah,
Did
yeah. I think
would knock it
you're
down.
extrapolating here. Yeah.
It's like 10, probably. No, I'm just kidding.
Where
get
would
a
you
new
where would you put
judge.
Pikmin 4?
I would put it probably at 4
Okay,
and bump Alan Wake and Baldur's Gate up.
perfect.
That's what I would do.
Okay,
That's
so
what
I think this.
every basic bitch would do. Everybody would.
Everybody would always be like, it's got to be Zelda and Alan Wake and Baldur's Gate because those are the heavy hitters.
Yeah, every year Baldur's Gate has been the one that people
No,
have been fighting
it's just
for.
that this year we've all agreed that those are like the ones that everybody loves. But the reality is like we should be looking at what this
Exactly.
group of people
Exactly.
were fucking obsessed with, and
Exactly.
we all
and
loved
two
Pikmin.
of us are saying that Pikmin 4 should not be the game of the year.
I think you guys are afraid.
No, I think Tears of the Kingdom is an infinitely better game than Pikmin 4.
Infinitely is a strong.
Infinitely. I'm not hyperbolic often. I'm saying infinitely.
It's pretty hyperbolic though.
No, hyperbolic by definition
I
means I'm saying
don't think Pikmin 4 really has any flaws.
doesn't- if lack of flaws is your only criteria,
It's not.
then what's a game that would be perfect, or what's the game that should be game of the year if lack of flaws? Counter-Strike 2. What flaws does Counter-Strike 2 have?
I don't play it.
Okay. What flaws does...
Racism in the chat.
What flaws
Yeah, that's
does,
a flaw. That's a flaw.
What flaws does World of Assassination Freelancer mode have?
All I'm saying, this is a harmonious thing
have to
I'm
pee.
trying to pitch
It's not
here.
harmonious. Any harmony you're feeling
we're
right
at
now is a
war.
mistake on your part.
I
I think it's good TV, I'll admit.
TV.
But I think this is is it a shoot or I don't know the difference.
A shoot's a real thing. A
I don't
work
think
is
it's a
we're
shoot.
working, brother.
This is a work, and I feel
Well,
like
we can't come to anything while Mary's in the bathroom. So I've thought this for a while. I've thought this for a while that I thought Pikmin 4 should be our game of the year.
I don't think so. I think it'd be nice because you do giant bombs. It'd be nice for GameSpot or fucking Fire Escapes to be very different.
No,
Polygon,
it is
get
not.
it,
I
get it.
wouldn't do something just to be different or whatever. Like that's not.
But you guys just said, wouldn't it be cool if that was ours? That's literally definitely
Because I really want Pikmin 4 to get the credit it deserves for like.
It's number 2 on our list. It's pretty good after
I know,
the best game
I
ever
know.
made.
Look,
You literally just called Tears of the
I'm-
Kingdom the best game ever made 10 minutes
Do
ago.
you think I'm gonna be upset if my favorite game of all time is our number one?
You seem
Do you
like
think
you're
I'm gonna be
fighting pretty hard
upset?
for it
I
not
am
to be
fighting.
number
I am
one.
putting up the case for Pikmin 4 being our game of the year. I'm not gonna be fucking mad if Tears of the Kingdom gets number one. I just think
I think we have differing definitions of what our game of the year should mean is the problem. Which is fine. We should talk about it. But I don't think Pikmin 4 needs our help propping it up. I think number
I'm
2
not.
is
It sounds like
pretty
boost
good,
sales. Like you said, they're gonna do fine. You know.
but you're saying it's harmonious. It's not. I don't feel harmonious right now.
Okay, so if we landed on Tears of the Kingdom, would that be? Would you feel if we landed on what we have right there?
I've said that several times. This list is great.
It is great.
Yeah.
It really is. If that is the harmonious, if that is our opinion as Fire Escape, hang on, we got Mary. Hang on, come on in.
Check it out.
Am I allowed to have my phone back?
Yeah, I don't want your chat influencing your decisions.
Mary, I want to see.
Oh, Jake, Judge Jake.
What's happening?
We leave the list how it is. Tears of the Kingdom 1, Pikmin 4 2, Alan Wake 2 3. Baldur's Gate 4, Baldur's Gate 3. We've been doing this for 8 hours. We're at hour 8 almost. I'm happy with that list.
Me too. Are you too?
Wow, we lowered Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah, I'm happy with this.
Me too.
Okay. Yes,
Are you okay with this?
I am. I was angling for the like harmonious, like what we all loved, but like if we all love Tears of the Kingdom that much, if that's the number one,
It's okay.
Yeah, I've already said my piece.
This is a fucking good list. We should be really proud of this
Good
list.
year for video games. It was great. It
yes,
was unreal.
I
Dredge
cannot-
is still pretty high.
yeah, Dredge got up there.
Dude, Dredge
Probably lower Dredge.
killed it. Shut the fuck up. You
I love that I just said the
Had too
same
much
thing and then
sway.
she lays into you. And
All right, so this is locked in. That's our list.
Yeah, I
Okay,
think so.
yeah.
I don't think I'm a bad person for defending against the move you two were trying to make.
I came in wanting to fight as hard as I could for Pikmin 4 and getting it at number 2 with Tears at number 1.
2 is
I'm
awesome.
okay with that.
2 is a very good number.
Pikmin 4 at number 2 of the year.
I
Hell
don't
yes.
think
It's a
Yeah.
big
you
deal.
can say that one game is the best game of all time, arguably. And
I
then
mean,
go
there
on.
was the argument about like the group, but also it turns out the group really fucking likes Tears of the Kingdom,
right.
understandably. So.
Let's read this from the bottom.
okay?
Number 10, Super Mario Bros. Wonder.
That's where it should be.
Number 9, Cocoon. Yes. Number 8, Hitman World of Assassination
Doink,
Freelancer.
doink.
I can't believe it got there.
Number 7, Resident Evil 4 Remake.
Again.
Number 6, Dredge.
Yep.
All right, let's cut the peanut gallery here. Let's
No.
yeah.
I've been quiet. I've been respecting you.
Yeah, he has.
Wait, just wait.
Is he
5,
the judge of fun?
Armored Core 6. Number 4, Baldur's Gate 3. Number 3, Alan Wake 2.
Whew.
Number 2, Pikmin 4. Number 1, The Legend of Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom.
Ooh, boy. I walked in with my main fear being Baldur's Gate winning Game of the Year and seeing it at number 4. I'm feeling all right about that. Okay.
Did you? Were you afraid of that?
I honestly thought it was going to be between. Okay, so it's all locked in, cards on the table. I thought everyone was going to fight hard for Baldur's Gate being Game of the Year, and I was going to do the first, sit out, and I was going to push hard for Pikmin being the like, hey, we all love this, right? Let's do that. I did not expect Tears of the Kingdom to get the support it did.
I didn't
and
think that it would be that hot either.
it's hard to fight. Like I said, it's my number one of the
Can't
year.
argue
so.
against Zelda. It's fucking brilliant.
Yeah.
I did my best.
I mean, number 1 would have been the Outfoxies, though. It just didn't come out this year.
Which we
I'm
should
gonna play it right now.
I always honestly
I do,
yes
yeah. I think it's time.
Do we-
end the
wait.
night with some let's do Outfoxies.
Did we see have people in chat been wondering what that is?
Oh, you look up
haven't looked.
Namco 1994 Outfoxies, Smash Brothers before Smash Brothers with the monkey with
Considered
a
best
tap
game ever
hot.
made. It should
Tap
not.
hot? I said tap hot instead of top hat. Jesus Christ. Okay, let's
We're
play
getting
it.
there.
Yeah, we've been there.
Tweed main.
Yeah, let's play some of that.
I'm going to bed. It's almost 3. 2:30.
We did it.
That's a good fucking list.
I do want to say another thank you to you guys, the Patreons and the people who watch and listen to our podcast. You literally paid for our ability to be here in person and hang out right before Christmas and spend time together and deliberate GOTY. This is for you. Thank you for watching and being a part of this madness and dealing with our bullshit. And you have to respect this list because it is final and it's non-negotiable.
It's a great one. I fucking love that list. Look at that.
This is a product
I like
of
Pikmin 4 at number
you
3.
guys
It's awesome.
hanging out with us and spending time with us. So I can't thank you enough for being so supportive of this podcast. It's been a dream come true for us to do for 3 years now.
We love doing it. We love spending time with each other, and it's genuinely because of you. We couldn't do it without you. So this is to you, the listeners of Fire Escape Pod. Thank you. You're number one.
Jeez. I don't do it for you personally.
Can you believe
I
you,
enjoy
you
it myself.
beat Zelda Tears of the Kingdom?
We'll have some fun stuff coming up. We filmed the Juicy Lucy thing. We filmed that
filmed the
fucking
mac and
macaroni
cheese,
tub nightmare.
I filled a
so-
bathtub of macaroni and cheese and surprised Dan with it, and that video is coming at you.
And seriously, what you said is true. Like that is why we can do this. And it is. I love doing remote stuff. It's great doing remote podcasts. But there's nothing we'll touch doing things in person like this and hanging out for weekends. So thank you all, patrons, for making this possible. It's been great.
No, it's
Thank
great.
you,
We'll keep
friends.
doing this. A lot more
Look
podcasts
forward
to come.
it every year for sure.
Alrighty. Well, there it is. Tears of the Kingdom, number 1, 2023.
Pikmin 4, number 2.
Yeah, that's it.
Alan Wake 2, number 3.
Well, we don't have to talk
So
about all
many
those, but yeah.
sequels.
Yeah, a lot.
Baldur's Gate 3, number 4.
Actually,
What's-
Dredge is the first non-sequel.
Dredge and Cocoon are the only non.
Wow, the only non-sequels.
Well,
I fucking
Yeah.
told you. They're so fucking important that you have these. I said my piece.
yeah, you did.
I
It's a
don't
good
know
list.
anything. I
It's a
don't
good
know
list.
anything.
It's a great list. It's locked in. We're done here. We're gonna end this stream.
You're gonna lose your voice at any
Oh,
second now.
I feel like I lost it like a day and a half ago. But all right, we're out. Mary, Mike, Jake, thank you so much. Everyone at home, thanks. That
Thank
is
you.
2023 wrapped
Good year.
up. Goodbye.
Happy
It's been
holidays.
a wonderful year.
Ah.